This is an audiobook by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit hiddenlegendsbooks.com. Chapter 10. Ava-Marie. This was a fucking disaster. And I'd been involved in enough shit shows to know when things were going south and when things had ended up in the pits of hell. And this was absolutely the second one. "Marcus, wait!" I cried out. My wheelchair couldn't go as fast as he could run, and I was losing him in the palace halls. "I'll go after him," A.J. said, sailing forward. I was too tired to push myself, so I used the remote on the chair to hurry after them. I followed my bond to locate A.J. She was perched in a tree in the palace gardens a few branches below Marcus. He'd climbed into the limbs of the tree and was crying. Rishi had found him, and the cat was lonesomely mewling in his lap. I stopped my wheelchair below the tree and looked up. "You've got to come down." "Go away, Ava! Go back to your bastard husband!" I felt Charlie's hurt twinge across our bond. He'd heard that. I blocked Charlie out, because Marcus needed me right now. If he had to vent some frustration, he needed to be allowed to do that without my husband getting hurt. "I'm not going anywhere," I replied. "You need to talk about this." "Talking isn't going to do any good. She left me. There's no way to fix it now." He sobbed harder. I was pretty lost on how to help him, because there was no way to express how absolutely devastating this was for him. Then I realized he had to express it. He was in so much pain, all that anguish needed to go somewhere. He needed to do art. "Hey, Marcus?" "Yeah?" he sniffed. "I've been wanting to get another tattoo," I tried. "Can you give me one?" "Right now?" "Yes, please." He gave another loud sniff, then wiped his face and muttered, "Okay, I'm coming down." Marcus let out an ouch as he cracked branches on the way down the tree. He almost tumbled out of it. I had to hold my breath because I worried he was going to fall. When he got down to the ground, his face was so blotchy he didn't look like himself. "Let's do it here." He sat down on a chair beside a fancy outdoor table, then conjured the tattoo quill I'd seen him use so many times. "You have it in your stash?" I asked as I rolled up to the table. "I always carry it with me, in case I get any urges." He gave a miserable shrug. "It's a replacement for other things." My mind didn't have to wander far to imagine what he meant. I'd seen tiny slip marks hiding underneath the colors of his tattoos once or twice, when we sat close together or when he pointed something out. I'd noticed for years, but never said anything about them, because they didn't make Marcus any different to me. I destroyed others. Marcus destroyed himself. It's just what we did. But that's exactly what I needed to talk to him about, because this conversation didn't really have anything to do with Callie. "It's good you're investing in your art," I said, not knowing what else to say. "I'm running out of places to put them. I wanted to draw one on my elbow, but I can't reach around that way without making the drawing look like shit." "You should open up a part-time tattoo shop," I suggested. "You're so talented that you should share those gifts with others." "Maybe. I'm gonna have to start moving on to my legs next. There's a lot of empty skin there." Marcus conjured a drawing pad. "What did you want to get?" "A unicorn on my right wrist." He began to map out the idea for the design. I let him work in silence, observing as he put curled lines and intricate loops onto the paper. When he was done, he turned the pad around to show me. I nodded. "It's perfect." I liked it. It was really girly, but I also thought it signified A.J. The design said something about being really strong when you didn't have any other choice. He definitely put his feelings into it, and that's what made the tattoo so heartfelt. The design was complicated and would take time to finish tattooing. Good. It would give me some time to talk to him, and this conversation was going to be a deep one. I didn't want him running off until I got my point across. Marcus wouldn't leave a piece of art unfinished, even if he hated it. It wasn't in him. So he'd stick around to finish the tattoo even if he didn't like what was being said. And there were some things he needed to hear. I laid my arm on the table. Marcus bent over and began to draw. The cool edge of the quill's tip laid ink into my skin, and the familiar feeling of getting a massage drifted across my wrist. I didn't know how to start the conversation until Marcus said quietly, "I don't know what I'm going to do now. She was the center of my universe." If that didn't cut me through. An image of Charlie suddenly vanishing broke into my head, and I felt completely gutted. "I'm sorry, Marcus. I wish it could have turned out differently." "Doesn't matter. I guess it's over now." "It does matter, Marcus." I wanted to cry for him, because this was terrible. But I managed to keep myself together. Callie and Charlie aren't like us. They think with their heads, and we think with our hearts. "Is that why she did what she did?" He stopped drawing to look up at me. His eyes were so full of heartbreak. It was like looking into the eyes of a little kid. He seemed like a little boy who'd been abandoned, and he didn't feel the need to mask it around me like he did the others. It showed. I was honored he felt he could be that vulnerable with me, but we understood each other like that. "Marcus, she asked Charlie to break your bond because she physically couldn't hold on any longer. I know her. She tried with everything in her. If she had remained bonded to you, it would have eventually killed her. I know you don't want that for her." He nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. I always knew I was bad for her." Impatience flared within my chest, but I placed it aside. "It's not about that, Marcus. You're bad for her because you believe you are. You could have made a different decision, but now that it's over, you've got to think about what you want to do next. Not what you and her are going to do, but you and the life you want to live. That's the only thing that counts from this point out." "Why does it matter if I'm not with her?" he asked. "Everything's pointless now." I knew his mental health was on the edge. I completely got it because I understood what it was like to feel like you were free-falling through life with no way to see the bottom, or know if the impact was going to hurt once you finally got there. "It's not pointless. You don't need her to be yourself." "But it feels like I need her to keep breathing," he argued. "Logically, consciously, I know Callie loves me. I know we belong together. But there's something inside of me that can't accept it. And I always felt like she was going to leave me, so why make it permanent if I'm just holding out to be abandoned? I feel like I have to test her loyalty, even though I know that's unfair. I don't want to be this way, and I don't know why I am, but I can't make this go away no matter how hard I try to logic my way out of it." He gave a shaking sigh. "My dad's got depression, and he promised me if I went on meds, this weight on my shoulders would be lifted. But I feel like it's never been heavier. He doesn't get me. And I thought that Callie did, but I ended up being too much for her." This was the part where I prayed he wouldn't run away. I'd suspected this for a while, but hadn't been sure until tonight. "Marcus, maybe you were misdiagnosed. Maybe it's not depression. Maybe it's BPD." "What's that?" He shook his hair out of his eyes and looked up. "Borderline personality disorder is—" "Oh, that's great. So it's a personality disorder like narcissism," he grumbled. "I'm an even shittier person than I thought." "Let me talk," I said gently, and he shut up. As I was saying, being borderline is a pattern of having unstable and explosive emotions. It messes with self-image, makes people impulsive, and leads to having chaotic relationships with others. People who are borderline can't tolerate being alone. They feel empty often, get angry at inappropriate times, self-harm, and have an intense fear of being abandoned. Suicide attempts are common with untreated BPD too. Sometimes it can masquerade as depression, though that's not really what it is. Maybe that's why nobody's caught it. I mean, it sure sounds like me, he said. But I'm still not convinced it's that bad. It is that bad. Marcus, look at how it presents. You're always talking shit about yourself, you have a hard time controlling your anger, and you're always afraid you're going to get left, to the point you blow up your own relationships with the people you care about the most. But how do you know this is something I potentially have? He pressed. I wasn't surprised he was in denial. There were times I tried to talk myself into believing I didn't have bipolar either, but it never worked. It's just a guess, but I spent a lot of time in and out of the mental hospital growing up, and I know what it looks like. I've seen other patients with it. He scowled. I don't want these labels. I'm so sick of being told something is wrong with me. I've been labeled my whole life. I didn't like my diagnosis at first either, but I learned that the label isn't about marginalizing ourselves, but about making sense of it, so we can find the tools that work for us, I explained. Without my bipolar label, I wouldn't understand what was going on with me, or how to manage it. I think you need to see a psychiatrist and seek a formal diagnosis so you can get the help you need. You need mood stabilizers. Your antidepressants aren't enough. They might not even be the right prescription for you. Marcus focused more intently on the tattoo as he asked, how does somebody develop BPD? Usually it happens due to childhood trauma, being in an unstable household and that sort of thing. Well, that doesn't make any sense, he argued. I had really good parents, so I can't have it. My childhood was overwhelmingly positive as far as my family goes. Usually people with BPD have abusive or narcissistic parents, but that isn't always the case. Your parents might have loved you so much and been so overprotective that it started to become intrusive, and that made it hard for you to understand what you needed emotionally. Having helicopter parents isn't enough to cause this kind of mental pain, Marcus argued. There's gotta be some traumatic event in my past that caused all of this. Maybe it's trauma you don't remember, because you were too little, but it could have had a big effect on your development, I said. Do you know if there was anything bad that happened to you when you were a toddler or even younger? He seemed contemplative. Well, my brother died when I was young, but that wasn't the only thing. When I spoke to my parents, and they told me they knew I was a demigod all this time, they explained something bad happened to me when I was an infant. That's when I was cursed, so they couldn't tell me what they knew about my powers. Apparently, it was terrible enough that I summoned my god Santos to protect myself. I was in danger, and people were hurting me. Marcus acted like nothing bad had ever happened to him in his childhood, but he just listed off so many things that could be the cause of his struggles. You don't have to give any details on what happened, I said quickly. But if what your parents say is true, then it explains why you're hurting so badly. Most of our personality and our insecurities are formed before the age of 5. My concern here is that BPD is usually formed from consistent trauma over a long period of time, and not just one instance. There are also genetic factors which can make you more likely to develop BPD even if you came from a good family. High emotional sensitivity can be an inherited trait, and that doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it can lead to problems if it's not managed well. But maybe we're not looking at the big picture. There's not necessarily clear causes for a lot of mental illnesses, and that could apply here. Marcus scoffed. I've been fucked up since I came out. I've always struggled with depression and stuff like that, even when I was a little kid. Other kids picked on and bullied me mercilessly because I just didn't come out right. How I was as a child isn't normal. Well, I was diagnosed with bipolar really young, far younger than usual. Typically, bipolar isn't recognized until late teens or early 20s, and I was having severe symptoms by the time I could talk, I pointed out. Marcus, we know having demigod abilities fucks with our brain chemistry. It wouldn't be unusual for your magic to mess with your brain, like my abilities worsen my bipolar. And you killed 11 people by accident when you were 18, which probably made it worse. You were barely an adult, and it was really traumatic. Do you realize you probably have PTSD on top of all of this. It might not be just one thing, but a lot of different things contributing to how you feel. The trauma from your infancy, your demigod powers messing with your brain chemistry, the bullying when you were younger, and potentially trauma from your past lives could all be contributing to why you feel this way. His response was thoughtful. I guess that's true. But if I really do have BPD, it's not fair, and it's not okay for you to have bipolar either. Why did we get the shitty end of the stick? Charlie doesn't have to deal with this. He's fine. I nearly scoffed because whatever Charlie was, he was never fine. He does have to deal with it. He doesn't have BPD, but he gets angry and destructive. It's just in a different way. And Callie struggles too. But this is how you personally struggle. His lip quivered. I want to be with Callie, but it's like I can't. Marcus, I really need you to hear me right now. I reached out to lay a hand on his arm, and he stopped drawing long enough to look up. This isn't about Callie. This is about your mental health. You're really sick. You need help. I'm worried you're not going to be around if this goes on for much longer. And no matter how bad things have ended up between you and Callie, I want you to get treated for what's bothering you. Because despite what happened, I can't handle losing another friend. And none of us want to lose you. Because your life is worth more than what you're willing to admit. You've always mattered. So as much as you think everyone else has given up on you, don't give up on yourself. His eyes watered. Can you promise me that it gets better? I think it does. And it gets worse, then it gets better again. Bipolar is shitty, and having BPD can be just as awful. But I still think life is worth living with it. There are ups and downs, but this world is so big and beautiful. It's not worth missing out on just because our brains are being assholes. I paused before I added, people who have borderline personality also fixate and obsess about one certain relationship. They choose somebody, called a favorite person, who they idolize and rely on for constant validation and comfort. But they typically blame the favorite person whenever they feel insecure. The BPD individual craves the favorite person's attention, but when they're triggered, the one with BPD will test the favorite person and push them away to see if they're going to leave or not. And I think we know who your favorite person is and how you've been treating her. If that's true, then I can't have BPD because I only push Callie away, Marcus said. I don't think she can love a guy like me. That's the BPD talking, I replied gently. Marcus, you did latch on to Callie. She's the person you seek all your love and adoration from. But at the same time, you don't believe it when she shows it. You also don't believe you can ask for validation because you think that if you do, it doesn't count. You pushed her away because you wanted to see her fight harder for you. But that only became a self-fulfilling prophecy. She loved you so much, and it became too exhausting for her to give her love to someone who didn't receive it. Marcus dropped his gaze. It's all my fault then. I'm not saying that, and I don't think it's helpful to think that way, I told him. Relationships take work from both sides, and there were times when Callie didn't treat you right either. Having a greater understanding of this isn't about assigning blame, but about acknowledging the role you played and taking responsibility for making improvements. It's important to recognize what was helpful and what was harmful. With that understanding, you can find the right tools that will help you in the future. Neither of you have to excuse how you treated each other. But you do have to forgive yourselves. Because you can't move forward if you're resentful towards Callie or yourself. It's about getting the help you need, Marcus. His hands shook, but he took a moment to calm them before he returned to working on the tattoo. Do you think me having BPD is the reason I lost it at the Institute when we broke out? I didn't know. Marcus had turned into someone else that night, and from what he said, He couldn't remember going manic and developing a personality that was so contradictory to himself. But I had struggles remembering things when I developed psychosis too. I'm not saying that psychosis episode was related to you having BPD, I started. But the thing is, if a mental illness gets bad enough, almost all of them can result in people hearing or seeing things, even with something as common as depression. That's why it's really important to get some sort of treatment, because the longer you let it go, the worse it can get. You just get more and more paranoid and more scared and upset. Eventually, your mind starts making up shit that's not there because you're sick and not getting help. It's like the progression of any disease. And I think you're at a point where you can't handle this by yourself. Marcus nodded. I can agree with that. There's something dark within me that I don't understand, and I don't think it's related to whatever's going on in my head. Back there, when we were breaking out, it was like something else took over me. Maybe it wasn't BPD. Maybe it wasn't even a psychotic episode, I suggested. Maybe it was the villain inside of you, coming out to protect yourself and all of us. I agree with that, he added. Everything you've said so far about BPD makes sense, except for this. I don't think that episode and what's going on in my head are related. Do you think it was magical? Possibly. That's what it felt like. It didn't seem like something that was going on inside my head or something I was being possessed by, but something my demigod magic was channeling. I'm not really sure what happened. Whatever it was, I don't think you want it to happen again. No, it was scary blinking out like that. And if it does happen again, I want to be in control of it this time. I dropped my gaze. I know how you feel. It's no fun losing yourself. No, I hated it. Marcus scowled. If you don't want it to happen again, you've got to work on understanding yourself and what your triggers are. It's important for you to manage your condition so it doesn't interfere with your life anymore. Or at least as little as possible. It's not like I'm disabled like you and Charlie are. BPD is a type of disability because it's disabling to live like this, I insisted. You shouldn't discredit how painful this type of disorder can be. How can you say that? Marcus asked. You definitely have it worse than me. You're in a wheelchair. Big deal. That doesn't mean I get more disability points than you, I said. Yeah, not being able to walk isn't exactly ideal, but there are times when my bipolar gets so crippling that it becomes more of an obstacle to my life than being a paraplegic does. It's not a competition to see who's suffering more. You're in pain, so you should get what you need to get better. That's not taking anything away from me. Okay, I suppose you're right. Marcus leaned back as he finished the tattoo. I'll go see a psychiatrist as soon as I can. Tomorrow, even. Thank you. It means more to me than you know that you're taking this seriously. I raised my arm to observe the finished tattoo. I almost went breathless at how elaborate it was. It's beautiful, Marcus. If you say so, he shrugged. The nose is too long, and I put too many lines in the mane. I didn't see it. Well, whatever you think, the world shouldn't live without a gift like this, or without you. And despite your bond being broken, maybe things between you and Callie can get better once you find what works for managing your health. She's never going to take me back. It's done, he replied despondently. I'm not saying you guys are ever going to be romantically involved again, I added. But she means a lot to you, and you mean a lot to her. And though she needs her space, maybe there's still room for you somewhere down the line, once you get better. Being friends is a lot better than being nothing. Marcus subconjured the drawing pad and quill. I don't know if I can get better, but I want to at least try. Thank you, Ava, for being there. I always would. Marcus and I shared something with each other the other two couldn't comprehend. A wordless understanding that agreed we were very similar and struggled with similar things. Charlie struggled at points with connecting with my turbulent emotions. But Marcus didn't, because he had to battle them himself. We couldn't shove down our feelings and hide them like my husband and Callie could. We had to fight with them every day. So I would be someone who Marcus could battle his feelings with, because I knew better than anybody, no one could do this alone. Marcus agreed with me that he shouldn't be alone right now, and that he should stay with his parents for a while, instead of in Charlie's suite with the rest of our friends. I figured it would be best if he didn't cross paths with Callie or Charlie right now, and that his family would look out for him until he got to a more stable place. I personally escorted him there. I explained the situation quickly to Nadine and Lucas before I left with Oberai to travel back to our quarters. By this time, it was pretty late at night, and I was longing for bed. But I really wanted to talk to Callie before I turned in. She opened the door immediately when I knocked. I had the thought, she appeared to be completely renewed. She stood straighter, and there was a reignited light in her eyes that I thought had gone out a long time ago. My heart sank, as I realized she looked like a girl who was relieved to finally be out of a bad relationship. My own feelings about the whole matter were complicated. I'd be cheering for her and opening a bottle of wine to celebrate if this had been some douchebag she'd dumped. But it wasn't. The person she'd left was one of my best friends. I was happy that she was finally free of a situation that had been suffocating her. But I was also sad for Marcus that he'd lost her. "Hey, you talked to Marcus?" she asked. "Yeah." I entered her room and she shut the door behind me. "He's with his parents." She nodded slowly. "Good. I won't have to worry about him. I can focus on me." "How do you feel?" I asked. We roamed to the balcony, and she took a seat in one of the chairs while Oberai perched on the ledge. "Honestly, like I can finally breathe," she admitted. "It's no longer about what makes him happy or what makes us happy, but what makes me happy. I can think about what I need, and I haven't in so long. I lost myself in what we were, and to find myself again, I can't even tell you how much that means. I'm glad you're getting your identity back." I had to. It's hard for me to remember who I was before him. She crossed her arms, holding herself. At least now I can make decisions for myself without some jerk trying to run the show. "There might be more to it," I said slowly. I explained the conversation I had with Marcus and told her my thoughts about him potentially having BPD. She seemed thoughtful when I finished explaining. "This makes sense. If you're his favorite person, it explains why he has such intense feelings about you that go back and forth between positive and negative," I said. "He projects these big fantasies onto the relationship and needs your approval to feel good about himself. But he also lashes out because he's trying to test if you'll leave. It can be hard being with someone who has BPD, but if he gets treated, this relationship isn't doomed to fail. You guys could still make this work and set up healthy boundaries." Maybe that could have happened before, but the bond is broken now. The magic is gone, so I'm not interested in trying again, Callie said shortly. "Not even a little?" I whispered. "No. He hurt me more than you realize. I can't sit around and allow him to treat me poorly because I feel bad for him." "I get it. I have bipolar, but it doesn't give me an excuse to treat Charlie like shit." I shook my head. "But at least now you know why he acts the way he does. He doesn't want to, Callie. He's not just an asshole." Her mouth remained flat. "It's not an excuse for the way he treated me. I never thought he wanted to hurt me, Ava, but I don't want us to get back together. Ever. I don't even want to be his friend. And until he's better, I think it's worse for him if I'm around." My heart broke into a million pieces for them. I agree. Still sucks, though. It does. But I'd rather live with a broken heart than with regret that I never took the chance to see what life could be like without him hurting me, Callie stated. He might be able to recover and live a happy life, and that would be really awesome. Me and him, though, Never again. I wish him all the best, but he needs to leave me be. Ava-Marie cooed, then hopped onto her lap. Callie stroked her feathers, and whatever hope I still had left for her and Marcus died within me. I really thought my intuition was right about them, but guess not. It was contrary to everything I believed in, but I really had to wonder if love was able to fix the worst situations. At the very least, if they couldn't be happy together, maybe somehow they could be happy apart. Time, I supposed, would tell. Things were really quiet after what went down with Callie and Marcus. Charlie and I didn't see either of them around, just kept to ourselves. Charlie felt guilty about what he'd done, but he didn't regret his decision. I thought that Callie and Marcus had to grow separately before any progress could be made on reconciliation, friendship, or otherwise, and Charlie had done all he could to help our friends. It was up to them now, to see what the future held. A few weeks later, Abigail delivered a letter from my Auntie Imogen, asking me to come visit her. I hadn't seen her in ages, so I was delighted. She was spending the day at Uni Essentials, a place in the city, and asked me to swing by. I wasn't sure what the location was, but it sounded magical, so I was looking forward to going. I took a carriage, and Eldon escorted me downtown. From the moment I entered through the glass double doors, I was instantly transported to a fairyland. The doorway was a portal, and it took me to a room that had been placed under a wonderful illusion spell. The area around me was a massive flat plain, surrounded by mountains, bathed in golden sunlight. The very air sparkled, and I inhaled the scent of wildflowers. On the cliff sides of mountains were gigantic mushrooms in pink, green, and light blue, so large they rivaled the size of trees. The sky seemed to span overhead, though if I looked closely, I could see wooden beams where the ceiling was high above. There were unicorns everywhere, grazing on the mountain and napping in the sun. A river ran through the middle of the room that the unicorns drank from, and the water came in rainbow colors. Balloons filled the air, and the entire area smelled like birthday cake. All around the room were different vendors, chocolatiers, candy carts, and ice cream. Nearby, there was a white barn. On the wall were mounted all kinds of bridles and saddles, which the elves tacked onto the unicorns to ride. Elves were bathing the unicorns, brushing their coats and feeding them treats. A big smile bloomed on my face as I watched unicorns bounce off of gigantic marshmallows into candy cane clouds. "It's a unicorn stable," I said in wonder, "with all the things a unicorn could ever need." "Oh, goodness, I appear so silly," Ava-Marie said in embarrassment, hiding behind her phoenix wing. "I need to fit in." Ava-Marie changed into a unicorn and pleasantly stomped her hoof. "There, I am no longer a faux pas." I saw Auntie Imogen standing near a long stage at the bottom of the mountain that looked like a runway. She called me over, and I rolled across a pink bridge to where she was standing. "Hey, Ava! Glad you could make it. You're the go-to girl on fashion, and we really need your opinion," Aunt Imogen said in a fluster. "I'll say," a high-pitched voice rang out from behind a rack of clothes. A blonde woman with large glasses poked her head out of a mess of gowns. "And to make things worse, I don't think this is my color." The blonde woman waddled out from behind the racks, and I had to slap a hand over my mouth to keep from belting out with laughter. The color wasn't what was wrong with it. In fact, the lavender shade was the only thing saving the dress, if you could call it that. It was more like one big ball of tulle, shaped in a way that made the wearer look like a massive puffball. The sleeves were so huge that the woman's arms stuck straight out, and she couldn't bend them. "I designed that dress myself, Odette," Aunt Imogen shouted. "I think it's great on you." "It makes my ass look huge," Odette countered. "I look like one big butt cheek." I knew her. Odette was one of Callie's aunts, an alicorn sorceress who was married to an alicorn shifter. There was an array of mischievous giggles. 3 clones of Odette stepped out from behind the curtains. I assumed they had to be around my age. One of the girls was stuffed into an outfit that made her look like a walking avocado, while her 2 sisters wore equally outlandish garments. One an outfit that looked like a variety of long stuffed gloves sewn in a mismatched array, another a gown that appeared to be a bunch of pillows taped together. "Theodora, take that off," one of the girls snapped, poking the avocado outfit. "You look ridiculous." "Absolutely not, Odessa, it's in style," Theodora purred. "Well, I suppose it does suit you because you're always green with envy," Odessa said, fluffing her hair around the pillows. "Says the girl who's cosplaying a mattress," Theodora squawked. "Back me up, Kiara." "I'd rather look like a mattress than a hand job," Kiara said sourly in her glove dress. She'd definitely gotten the worst pick. The triplets began to squabble. It was hard to tell who was saying what because all of the triplets sounded identical. "Girls, please, we don't have time for this," Odette told her daughters. "Let's see the opening dance again." Theodora, Kiara, and Odessa lined up on stage before they broke out into a coordinated ballet sequence, which would have been lovely to watch if Odessa hadn't stepped on Kiara's glove skirt and caused the 3 of them to come tumbling down in a heap. I couldn't hold it in anymore. "What are you guys doing?" I asked with a laugh. "We're putting on a fashion show," Aunt Imogen explained. "It was your friend Marcus's idea. Help morale around the city and all that." "Yeah, except my morale is in the toilet because this is a disaster," Odette cracked. "The show is tomorrow and it couldn't be more of a mess." "Things would have been fine if my nephew hadn't insisted on turning the whole show into a musical." A petite brunette woman emerged from behind the scenes, holding a collection of sheet music and looking flustered. A white cat purred at her side. She hastily rearranged her sheet music. "I was good to go before Marcus came and made all these changes, and now I'm more confused than ever." "It wasn't such a bad idea, Talia," Aunt Imogen started. "Marcus is a good director, and he had some splendid ideas." "Except I demanded that I play the lead because my singing voice is beautiful, and he said no," Odette squeaked. Odette broke out into a croaking ballad that made several of the unicorns around us bray. I winced. "What did Marcus think of all this?" "Unfortunately, after seeing the first run-through, our director got frustrated. Marcus gave up and went home," Talia explained. "So Imogen decided you'd be the first one we should call for help. After all, a fashion show endorsed by the princess herself is sure to get attention." "I don't know what to do. Jonah and I spent all week making these dresses, and it's too late to change them now," Aunt Imogen moaned. That explains why they look so ridiculous. "I'm sure if we put our heads together, we can think of something," I insisted. "Run the whole thing over again from the beginning, and I'll tell you what I think." "Very well." Odette pulled at her dress. "I swear this gown is giving me a wedgie." "As long as a unicorn horn isn't where it shouldn't be," Talia joked. Odette's mouth fell open in outrage. "Don't speak about my husband's endowments that way." A light laugh caught my attention, and I turned my chair. Queen Emmeline was sitting on a stair by the stage. I didn't know Callie's mother would be here. She'd been so quiet I hadn't noticed, though it was easy to get overlooked when Imogen and Odette were in the same room together. Queen Emmeline didn't exactly make me uncomfortable, but she was an intimidating figure. I suppose she had the right to be here just as much as I did, so I did my best to focus on the performance and not on impressing her. I spent the rest of the afternoon watching the rehearsal. I made some suggestions and helped Aunt Imogen with the alterations for some of the garments. After all, I wasn't going to put my name on this fashion show unless it was as good as I could possibly make it. The other models in the show were actually unicorns the girls had dressed up in different outfits. One had a donut-shaped hat around her horn, with a cape draping down her back that looked like sugar sprinkles. and another was dressed to look like a scarecrow. The unusual garments looked very pretty on the unicorns. I thought Aunt Imogen should start designing clothes for animals instead of people, because they made more sense. Of course, Oberai insisted she wanted to be a part of the show now, too. My familiar proudly strutted her stuff up and down the stage in a giant green hat that was adorned with fake flowers. It was so heavy that it almost toppled off her head and killed me on one of the walkthroughs. Seriously, though, that thing hurt coming down. I was going to have a bruise. By the end of rehearsal, everyone was feeling much better. "You've saved the show, Ava," Aunt Imogen insisted. "We wouldn't have known what to do if you hadn't gotten here. We really needed an outside opinion." Glad I could be of service. I wasn't fully on board with the entire production, but I'd done what I could to save it. Odette had insisted on coming down from the ceiling in her puffball outfit riding a giant plastic banana to start the show, and we hadn't been able to talk her out of it. She'd declared it would make an impression. It would certainly do that. However this show performed, it would certainly be one the elves never forgot. As I turned away from the stage, Queen Emmeline rose. "Princess, if we could, I think we should have a conversation." She wanted to talk to me. Why? Queen Emmeline wasn't the kind of person you said no to, and even though this was my kingdom, she was a guest in my court. I wasn't going to refuse her. "Sure. Where should we go?" I asked. "I pay for a personal parlor room in the store," she said. "We can talk there." Oberai followed me as I trailed the queen. She came to a white door with golden swirls that was set into the side of the mountain, and she opened it wide for me. We roamed inside, and I softened at how beautiful it was. We'd ventured into another illusion room. This one had been transformed into a beach, perched at what seemed the edge of the world. It appeared there was a setting sunset on the horizon, bathing the entire beach in shades of pink. On the beach near the water was a table set up with a grouping of chairs. There was a paved area beneath my wheels, so I could roll up to the table easily. There were unicorns here too, and they frolicked in the water when they saw us approaching. The queen sat down at the table and ordered tea from a waiter, while I bit into a cupcake that had already been set out. "What a pretty room," I remarked. "I love it." "I write poetry here. It's a hobby of mine," she explained. "The unicorns are inspiring, and sometimes I need a bit of space to myself." I understood that. From the pocket of her dress, a little fakekin came whizzing out. He was a miniature tiger, no bigger than a dragonfly, with monarch butterfly wings and feelers on top of his head. He rubbed his face against the queen's cheek, then greedily got to licking up a spoonful of honey she set out for him. "How wonderful! Is he your fakekin?" I asked. "Yes. Tigress has been my constant companion and protector since I was 19, she replied. "He goes everywhere I do." The queen gave Tigress a cookie to nibble on, which he jealously guarded from Oberai with tiny, growly teeth. She waited until the staff brought the tea, and didn't begin speaking until we were alone again. "You have to be wondering why I brought you here." The queen dropped 2 sugar cubes into her tea, before silently gesturing if she could give some to Oberai. I nodded, and my unicorn lapped up the sugar cubes in her hand greedily. "If we can, I'd like to get straight to the point." "I appreciate that," I confessed. "I'm not someone who enjoys small talk." "I'm not either." She tapped her stirring spoon against the teacup. "And I believe this needs to be said, because no one else will say it, and you'll understand if it comes from me." "Please, Queen Emmeline." "Call me Emma, at least when we're alone," she insisted. "I know we have to follow royal protocol, but at heart, I'm still just a Fae girl, and always will be." I nodded. "Okay, Emma." I dared to take another cupcake, because they were really fucking good. "Sorry if I'm awkward. You just seem so strong. Strong? She raised an eyebrow. Yes, no nonsense. She gave a wistful smile. That actually encourages me to hear. Reminds me of someone I used to idolize. Perhaps I've become a little like her. Emma sighed and added, Well, the point is, I know you have a heavy burden. You're a royal now, so you have to act like one and manipulate the court in your favor. I want to help make that process easier, if you're open to the idea. I could tell during your spiritual ceremony that you felt out of place. I blew out a breath. I guess I couldn't say this to anyone else, but it is hard. I like being a princess, but there are so many things to learn. I wasn't born into this. I'm the daughter of a chieftain, but Hawkeye culture is so different from Elvish, and the elves have become important to me. They're now my people, but I feel like I'm going to fail them. It's typical to feel that way after marrying into a monarchy, Emma said. It can be overwhelming at first, but you'll get used to it. You weren't born royal, were you? You came from America. I did, Emma said. I became queen when my mate ascended to the throne, though I do say he couldn't have made it without me. Her eyes narrowed as she mumbled, At all. I guess you had a lot to do with it? I asked. We both did a lot of work to save Malovia and become the rulers our country needed us to be. But if I'm speaking bluntly, I put him there. When I became Ethan's mate, I wasn't just choosing him, but choosing the crown and all its responsibilities. I shrugged. I guess it wouldn't have made a difference. I married Charlie knowing who he is. Even if I'd realized the role we'd have to step into down the line, I still would have married him. Being a royal becomes you the longer time passes, Emma stated. I can't imagine not living this life now, but there was a time when I was younger, where I really had to weigh if this was what I wanted. How did you deal with the pressure? I had a great many mentors who believed in me, Emma said. And I wanted to change things in Malovia, for the better, no matter what the cost. I knew I wasn't going to be able to do that unless my mate and I were the ones in charge. The Fae are a stubborn people. But I'm worse. I was determined to set things right and get my way. And in the 20 years that my husband and I ruled, we certainly pushed things in the right direction. People say you're the greatest Fae queen there ever was, I whispered in near awe. Emma scoffed. They certainly didn't talk like that when I was first crowned. You moved an elven city from Edenmire to Earth. That's an incredible feat. Perhaps. It's not that impressive. It's just what had to be done. I wasn't buying it. No other Fae on this planet would be able to do that but Emma. She'd accomplished something amazing, and no matter how high the Queen's standards were, she was more powerful than I had anticipated her being. It's still a big deal, I stated. I can't imagine anyone going up against you. Anything worth doing is going to meet with opposition. And quite frankly, the Fae are assholes, Emma replied. They worship me now, but it took years of ruling with grit and iron to get them to see things like I did. I was never cruel, but I wasn't going to allow hatred and bigotry to exist in Malovia if I had something to say about it. I want to be like that. I leaned closer. I want to be a good empress, someone people talk about for ages after I'm gone. Consider yourself lucky. You already have an advantage. The elves nearly consider you a deity, so they'll be easily persuaded. But that's a heavy responsibility in itself. You're young, so you're going to make mistakes. All rulers do. The best advice I can give you is to think of the world before yourself. And don't make a move until you're certain your orders are going to help more people than they hurt. Because someone always gets hurt at the end of the day, Ava. You can't prevent that as a princess. Only try to mitigate the damage. I don't believe that, I argued. Charlie and I agreed we're going to make a better world for everyone. Emma gave a thin smile. You'll learn. Oberai was begging for another sugar cube, rubbing her soft lips on Emma's shoulder. She fed the unicorn another, then gave Tigress a second spoon of honey. My daughter told me about your death, so to say, after your encounter in the infernal underground. Firstly, I would like to apologize. No one should have to go through such a thing. I should be the first one to know. I had heard the stories. You went to the afterlife and returned too, didn't you? Emma went slightly pale, but I didn't see any other signs of her inward crumble. I did. I had to imprison an evil entity on my quest. A very powerful, dark creature. He wasn't easy to defeat. Putting him back in his grave took my life, as my prophecy had foretold. Yet your gods allowed you to return. They did. Someone I loved very much took my place. She gave a sad smile. I had to leave them behind, as well as my goddess Milona. I haven't seen her since I departed the Fey afterlife, the great hunting grounds, and I miss her dearly. Why'd you come back, if the great hunting grounds were so wonderful? I returned for my husband. I wanted to live a full life with him, and I felt cheated that I hadn't been given that. But you came back, I said. Just like me. Yes, she nodded. But I didn't come back the same. I got it. Probably a little too well. I wish others could understand. I've tried to make them get it, but they can't. Because no one will ever be able to comprehend what we've been through, except each other, Emma told me. You and I are the only ones I know of that have been to the land of the dead, existed amongst them as the dead, then returned to life on Earth. It's not enough to merely visit the spiritual realm and understand what it's like. You give up yourself as you die. Your soul becomes different. So walking amongst the living afterward, who have no idea what that experience is like, feels empty. I fiddled with my teacup. Marcus said his parents visited one of the afterlives during their quest. Yes, but visiting it as a living person and being a part of it as a deceased individual isn't the same, Emma noted. You and I both thought we were there to stay once we arrived, and then we had to leave. It's confusing to our souls, not to mention our mortal bodies remember dying and what it's like to be dead. So it feels off to be living and breathing. Though we're happy to be alive, we're also sad we're not there. Ancestors. She understood exactly how I felt. Being in the ancestral lands, it was the most unconditional kind of love, I said. I've never experienced anything like it. I love others and others love me, but nothing comes close to that feeling of peace and complete acceptance on the other side. And I was fine. It was the people back on Earth grieving me who weren't. My throat constricted. I came back because of Charlie. I definitely would have stayed in the ancestral lands if he hadn't called for me. Emma nodded. The things we do for our mates. You have a soul bond with Charlie as well, though from what I understand it goes deeper than other bonds I've heard of. It can be all-encompassing sometimes, I admitted. We're not just soul mates, we share a soul. Things have stopped being about me or him and have become about us. And I like it that way, because I think we work best when we're acting as one being instead of two separate people. It's the way our magic works. But I love him so much that sometimes that love is scary. I don't know what I would do without him. I sighed and leaned back in my chair. Though, There's one thing he can't really understand. My brain's never been right. But things have gotten worse since I came back. It's hard for me to remember things from the ancestral lands. I get mixed up on what happened and what I'm making up. Part of me still thinks I died young, because I did. And the other part thinks that since I'm alive, here, that never happened. Because logically, it couldn't have happened if I'm still around. I have a hard time keeping things straight. I believe that's normal. Our soul isn't able to comprehend how powerful the spiritual realm is when it's stuck in a mortal body, Emma explained. I have trouble with that too. You're not crazy. Just trying to figure out what's real and what's in your head. Though that doesn't help, because I suppose it's all in your head. I'm just trying to put the pieces back together. One step at a time, I hushed. But there are gaps. And I'm never going to be able to see the whole picture until my soul goes somewhere else. It's not a simple process. I've had to deal with this alone for almost 20 years, Emma said quietly. And though I'm sad that you had to go through it too, it makes me happy I have someone to share this experience with, because we can lean on each other. My eyes watered. Thank you, Emma. I'm really glad you understand. We sat in silence for a moment. I played with my napkin and said, It's too bad Callie's not here. She used to tell me she missed tea parties back in Malovia. It'd be nice, the three of us. Emma chewed slowly on a cupcake. I asked her to come today, and she didn't show. She has to go through the grieving process, because her mating bond didn't turn out to be the happy ending Fae Society promises. What do you think she should do? I dared to raise my eyes. I'll support whatever Callie needs. I told her before her bond was broken to keep fighting for Marcus. But now that bond is gone, and I understand why she's tired of trying. Emma frowned. Losing a mate is a devastating experience. It's soul-damaging. I nearly went through it myself. I think she and Marcus would be good together, but that's only if they can get out of their own way, and it seems too late to turn back now. Maybe, I said sadly. Losing a bond is the hardest thing I could imagine. It was unfathomable to think about losing that connection to Charlie. I wouldn't want to live anymore. Yet Callie seemed like she'd needed the bond to break, so she could heal herself. I was both proud of her that she could be that strong, and sad things hadn't worked out. Let's hope they can keep working together, Emma added. Because even though their bond is broken, I'm not convinced they can cut each other off completely. I really hoped so, too. I went to say something else, but the door to the room creaked open. Aunt Imogen stuck her head in. Ava, I hate to bother you, but Ezekiel is asking you to swing by as soon as you can. She closed the door and Oberei nickered. I'm sorry, I said. I can stay. It's fine. Emma put her teacup down wistfully. I said what I needed to. Go spend some time with your brother. Her eyes glimmered as she whispered, It's more important than you know. I said goodbye, and Tigris waved his feelers in farewell. The servants took me back to the palace, Eldon following behind. All of our friends had rooms in Charlie's quarters, and Ez and Opal shared one there. I noticed my handmaiden wasn't around as I entered the space. I told Eldon to stand guard outside. My brother was pacing on the balcony. He looked nervous. Tahoma was spread out across the bed and snoring loudly. Apparently, he wasn't worried about Ez's freakout. You're the only one who can summon a princess and get away with it, I said as I approached my brother. Look how much I love you. Thanks for coming by on such short notice, he said. I didn't want to lose my nerve. It's about Opal. I gave a dramatic sigh. This again? Look, Ez, I'm sorry that you're tired of other guys hitting on her. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you, but Opal's technically an available lady. My lady. The elf dudes at the palace couldn't give a flying fuck if you're her boyfriend. All of them want to elevate their positions, and marrying the princess's handmaiden makes them look good to the emperor. If you want to keep her, you're gonna have to lock that shit down. Az took a breath. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Az dug in his pocket. He took out a tiny box and opened it. Inside was a rose gold engagement band with a fire opal set into the center. Well, he burst anxiously. No way. I looked up. You're really gonna ask? Well, since she's your lady, you technically have to approve any marriage proposal she's given, Az said sheepishly. And I figured I'd better ask you now before you get pissed off at me for some stupid thing and tell me no. I wouldn't do that, shut up. I leaned closer to inspect the ring. That's a pretty nice gemstone. Yeah, it is. I don't know when I'm gonna ask her, but when I found this ring, I decided I should go for it. He shrugged. What do you think? Wow, Az. I looked up at him. Have you talked to Mama and Daddy about this? Yeah, and they're on board. They know I'm gonna do it anyway, whether they approve or not, and she's the one. Az swallowed as he put the ring back in his pocket. I think we'll wait to get married until the war's over, though. I want this wedding to be about her. And I know Opal. She won't focus on planning stuff because she'll be too busy worrying about what's going on out there. Not to mention, med school is kicking my ass right now. I need to focus on passing some classes before I can actually tie the knot. I'm happy for you guys. Really. I leaned back in my chair. You ready to be a dad? I've been ready. I love Marina, and she loves me. Opal's daughter is the best, and I want to be her dad. I know you think this is fast, which is why I'm gonna give it some more time before I ask her. But I've made up my mind. Then I'll support you. I reached out and gave him a hug. I'm so proud of you, Az. You're going to be a great husband, and you'll make Opal happy. I hope so, he said, and he gave an anxious laugh. I guess we'll have to see, right? There wasn't any doubt in my mind. I knew they'd be happy together. And it would be nice to attend a big fancy wedding, since I hadn't gotten one of my own. I couldn't wait to help Opal with whatever she needed. Though I hoped the day would actually come. Az didn't want to marry Opal until after the war, and who knew how long things would drag out. I hoped love would find a way through all things, but I wasn't sure if it would. Not when the world was this dark. I felt the world tilt as my mind twisted, and my stomach lurched as I saw the beast appear in a darkened corner. There he was, looming in the back of the room, and observing me with a cruel smile. His gaze nearly promised that Ez and Opal would never get to be husband and wife, because he would kill them both before they had a chance to wed. Over my dead body. You okay, Ava? Ez asked warily. He knew when I was slipping. He'd grown up alongside me and could see the signs. I glared at the beast, refusing to take my eyes off of his as I replied, Of course, Ez. Everything's just fine.
Chapter 11. Charlie. Things had changed in the palace since I broke Callie and Marcus's bond. Callie's voice was brighter, and she walked with a spring in her step. Marcus, on the other hand, didn't speak to me. I tried to talk to him more than once, but every time he knew I was around, he scurried in the other direction, as if he could hide from me just because I couldn't see him there. His energy was stronger than any other warlock's, though, and I could sense it easily with my elf magic. I understood he was mad. Ancestors knew I'd be pissed at anyone who tried to come between Ava and me. But I'd resolved to give him space. I didn't know if he'd ever understand why I did what I did, but I hoped he'd forgive me. It was hard not having my best friend around, and we were all worried about him. At least there was some good news lately. Ava told me Ez was planning to propose to Opal, though she didn't think he'd popped the question for a while yet. I wish he'd just do it already. He loved Opal so much, and they deserved their happily ever after. If it were me, I wouldn't wait another second to ask Ava to marry me. We never had a proper wedding, and I knew we both felt like we'd missed out. I didn't want Ez to wait for this war to end, because if he did, he might miss his chance. Elameth was the perfect place for him and Opal to tie the knot, and he needed to get on with it already. As if to prove my point, the sun shone down on me, and a warm breeze touched my skin as I made my way through the castle. It was a beautiful day, but so was every day here in the Elf City. Oberai walked at my side, leading me to the front doors. Eddie had informed me this morning that my grandfather changed our meeting location from the gardens to somewhere outside the palace. When I asked Eddie why he'd do that, he simply said, "You're going to need more room." I wasn't sure what my grandfather had in store, but I was excited. I never quite knew what to expect from him, so every lesson was always interesting. Several servants greeted me at the doors, then guided me into a limo. I rolled the window down, enjoying the sounds of Elameth as we drove through the streets. Oberai stuck his head out the window and panted happily. I tried to guess where the driver was taking us, but I didn't know the city well enough. Soon, the sounds of the city faded, and the smell of salt water touched my nose. When I stepped out of the car, Oberai took off running. I went to follow him, and my feet sank into the sand. The guards that always followed my grandfather hung back. "Charlie," Cassio greeted. "How was the drive?" "Great," I told him. Oberai loved it.
"You didn't tell me we were going to the beach!"
Oberai cried as he ran around.
"I would have brought my beach hat. Here, throw me this stick."
Oberai shoved a stick into my hand. I tossed it, letting my air magic carry it far away. Oberai sprinted down the beach, barking happily. I turned to my grandfather. "Why are we here?"
"I have a theory," he said. "But in order to test it, we had to get out of the castle."
Magic tingled across the bond, and I heard a big splash as Oberai shifted into a narwhal.
"Unfortunately, we will need Oberai for this exercise,"
Cassio said, and he laughed. I whistled to her. "Oberai, we've got work to do." She smacked her fins against the surface of the water a few times in protest. "Oberai, get your ass out of the ocean right this second!" I yelled. "If you're in there too long, the war will be over before you get out of the water."
"Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it if I stay?"
Oberai challenged. "I might have gotten you a special treat earlier, but I'm not sure I feel like giving it to you now," I teased.
"All right, but I want some belly rubs later,"
she grumbled. She shifted into a husky and came out of the ocean. He shook his fur at me, getting me all wet. I patted his head. "Good boy."
"Yes, master,"
he said snidely. "We're learning a new trick today." I turned back to my grandfather. "So, what's this theory?"
"As an elf, you know you can siphon energy from other supernaturals and take on their power," he started. "You shifted into a dragon at the bank. I wonder if you could take Oberai's powers."
"Won't that drain him?" I asked. "It's one thing to take magic from an enemy, but another to take from our own side. I can't leave Oberai helpless."
"That's what we're here to find out," Castiel said. "The war is getting worse. There was recently a battle in Malovia between the Fae and the Mission. We lost a lot of people and had to go on the retreat. More still, we lost ground in Malovia, and now that ground is outside of King Chasm's control, which means it's outside of ours. The capital city of Delinska is still under our command, but we lost the outer villages."
"Why haven't I heard about this until now?" I pressed. I was a prince, and I needed to be informed.
"Because we have enough soldiers fighting this war. Your attention can't be divided from getting those keys, especially when there's not much you can do from here," he stated. "We have many generals, but only one prince. Remember what we talked about when it came to prioritizing your attention?"
I nodded. I understood what he was getting at. My attention and effort was a limited resource, and we had to utilize it properly, even if that meant taking a few losses. If Chasm's no longer in control of certain parts of Malovia, that's a hard hit for us to take. We already lost Kimpago and Octavia Falls. We can't lose more ground than we already have. Otherwise, we're going to be overwhelmed.
We may have lost the battle, but we will win this war, Cassiel vowed. To do that, we must think of things Dr. Taurus has not. Soon you will be ready to lead our people. In order to defeat him, you must become the most powerful emperor this world has ever seen. So let's make you as powerful as possible.
Siphoning shifter magic from Oberai shouldn't be hard, I said with a shrug.
You think your elf power is stronger than Mutabicha magic?
Oberai challenged playfully.
You're on.
Oberai growled, but I quickly siphoned a bit of his magic, and he quieted instantly. I could feel the magic surging through our connection. It was easy. I couldn't believe we hadn't thought to try it before.
I guess you are strong,
Oberai admitted reluctantly. I tried utilizing his shifter magic for my own, but nothing happened. The magic tingled throughout my body, then just stopped. It's not working, I noted.
Let's try it in a different form, my grandfather suggested.
Oberai shifted into a fire unicorn, and we tried again. This time, the connection was even weaker. I could hardly siphon her magic at all. She shifted into a phoenix, and then a narwhal, but the result was the same each time. I could feel her magic, but I couldn't use it as my own. I can feel your earth form strongest, I said. Maybe because it's the weakest of them all?
Who are you calling weak?
Oberai demanded.
You don't want to be caught under these claws.
Or perhaps you're more connected to Oberai's earth form because it's your own element, and not part of Ava's, my grandfather countered. Why don't we try Oberai's air form?
My eyebrows shot up. Oberai's air form was his strongest, but it was also my strongest element, and Ava had told me before she guessed this particular form was connected to my half of our soul bond. It's worth a shot.
You might want to take a step back,
Oberai warned. Magic built up throughout the bond as Oberai shifted into wyvern form. He grew to massive proportions, blocking the sun's rays from touching my face. Oberai let out a loud roar that seemed to shake the whole beach.
He's an impressive beast,
Cassiel stated proudly, before clapping me on the shoulder.
Take his power, Charlie. Become as powerful as he is.
My grandfather walked off, leaving us space so he wouldn't be squashed by one of Oberai's massive talons. I focused on Oberai's power. His air magic pulsed through me, more powerful than any of his other forms. I reached out for him, and he ducked his head so I could run my hands over his scales. Our connection ran deep, and magic sizzled over his form. I tangled my elf magic with his power, and it came flooding into me. I took his magic into my body, willing myself to shift. My legs elongated, and huge leathery wings grew out of my arms. The temperature of my body dropped, and my skin turned to scales. A warm sensation grew in my throat, the taste of poison I could now use to harm my enemies. I felt massive, over 20 feet long at least. My grandfather's applause came from far below me.
You did it! By the goddesses, you appear identical to your familiar!
Wow, I guess I did, I tried to say, but the words didn't come out. Oberai heard me, though.
I don't feel a thing, Oberai told me. You aren't draining my power at all. It's like I'm sharing it with you, but I'm still as strong as ever.
This is awesome, I raved. I wonder what I can... I went to take a step, but I stumbled to the side and fell onto my shoulder. My feet were huge. I wasn't used to being this big, or moving this much weight around. Oberai let out a roar that sounded like a laugh.
Still a clumsy ass.
From below me, my grandfather said,
You'll need to be more coordinated than that if we want to use this power in battle.
I stood straight up and shook off the fall. I've got this. Come on, Oberai. Show me how to fly.
You can't even walk yet, and you want me to teach you how to fly?
Oberai joked. I'm a fast learner, I replied. I don't want to walk. I want to soar.
It's not hard at all,
Oberai said.
All you have to do is open your wings and let the wind carry you off.
Oberai launched into the sky. I spread my leathery wings and kicked off the sand to follow him. My stomach dropped for a mere moment before settling, and as I pumped my wings, I felt the wind underneath me rise to support them. I used air magic to bolster my place, raising me up quicker than I would without help. If I thought siphoning Oberei's magic was effortless, it was nothing compared to flying. Flying was as easy as walking down the street, easier even. I felt like I'd been born to do this. I could fly as an air elementi by shifting the wind currents around me, but this was different, as I didn't have to do anything but allow my wings to carry me to where I wanted to go. I was acutely aware that I had shifted into a 20-foot-tall beast, but as I launched myself over the ocean, I felt weightless. My wings kept me up with no effort at all, and I could easily shift my weight from one side or the other to guide my path through the air. "Follow me," Oberei instructed, and he guided me through our bond. Air rushed across my face as I pumped my wings, and we climbed higher into the sky. Moisture tickled my skin, and then came the warm kiss of the sun on my scales when we broke through the other side of the clouds. The sky felt so expansive in front of me. I could go anywhere, and nothing could get in my way.
Woohoo!
I shouted to Oberei through the bond.
"There's no need to speak through the bond," Oberei said. "Use your voice."
I opened my mouth, and a gleeful cry escaped my throat. It was deep and powerful. I tested a terrifying roar and was surprised to feel my whole body shake. It would certainly make my enemies think twice about facing me.
"That's more like it!"
Oberei cheered before letting out a deafening roar of his own. A grin spread across my face, and I noticed my teeth were razor sharp. I could snap the warden's head off with a single bite. Just the thought gave me so much joy that I let out another cry, which sounded a bit more like a deranged laugh. I'd like to see the warden try to stop me now. I spun through the sky, spiraling upward and downward, and doing flips from side to side. I'd spent so long locked up, but out here, I was free. It felt as natural to exist in this form as it did to be an elementi.
"Check this out!"
Oberei called through the bond. I felt a shift in the air, and he went diving back down toward the clouds. I dove to follow him and heard the ocean crashing below me. When I felt the spray of the sea touch my claws, I caught myself at the last second and spread my wings outward, skimming my talons over the water. Cold ocean water sprayed into my face, and I nearly fell out of the air in shock. Oberei tried to hold in a laugh.
"Hey!"
I splashed him back with my tail, but he dodged out of the way. I flapped my wings and went after him, but Oberei was faster than me and ducked. I flew over top of him.
"You can't catch me,"
he alleged.
"Oh, wanna bet?"
I chased Oberei through the sky, twisting and turning, but every time I thought I'd caught up to him, he pulled away from me.
"Watch out!"
Oberei called. He warned me too late, and I flew straight into a flock of birds. One of them landed in my mouth and crunched against my teeth. My first reaction was to be disgusted, but I found I enjoyed the taste of blood on my tongue. I ate a few more, just because I was hungry.
"The beach is up ahead,"
Oberei warned me. I heard him land. I came down right on top of him, tackling him playfully to the ground. I couldn't really land well, so might as well fall on top of him. Oberei nipped his sharp teeth at me and tried to buck me off, but I had him pinned down. "Told you I could catch you," I teased. Oberei's teeth connected with my wing a moment later, and he yanked me into the sand. He was gentle with me, and it didn't hurt, but it sure as hell made my heart rate spike. I got my legs under him and shoved him off of me, then twisted to get on top of him again. "Yield," I told him. Oberei laughed.
"Ha ha! Never!"
We roughhoused for a few moments more, shoving at each other. He was heavy and just as strong as I was, so it was fun tossing each other around. We caused earthquakes on the beach as we wrestled, spraying sand everywhere with our tails. If this was a real fight and not just playing around, we'd be well matched. When I'd pinned Oberei underneath my talons, he shifted into a husky and slipped out from under me. I spun around to try to find him, until I felt a sharp sensation travel up my leg.
"Ow!"
I screamed. This time it came out audibly as I shifted back into an elementi. I ran my hand over my ankle, but I found no injury.
Did you just bite me? As if my canine teeth could penetrate wyvern scales,
Obrai responded. I noticed he hadn't exactly denied it. He was stronger than he was letting on. Footsteps came down the beach.
"Excellent!" my grandfather exclaimed. "You will need more practice, but now we know what you're capable of."
I got to my feet and dusted off my pants. It was definitely something. It was different than when I use elf magic on other people, though. It didn't feel like I was stealing Oberai's magic, so much as borrowing it, like I can borrow Ava's fire.
"As I suspected," my grandfather said. "You two are bonded, so your power is one and the same. You are unique in that you are an elf who can utilize Oberai's power, but it is part of you nonetheless."
I could only shift into a wyvern, though, I stated. Why can't I shift into his other forms?
"You could take on Oberai's form because you share a soul. Other elves can't overpower a Mutabicha, but your magic is deeply connected to Oberai's. You're borrowing his power the same way you do with Ava's fire, but you're limited by your own identity. Elves can take magic from other shifters for a short period of time, but it doesn't last, because shifter magic is an identification of the soul. It's more about who you are than it is about the ability itself. You are more Yapluma than anything else, so your magic identifies with Oberai's air form. His other forms are mostly identifiers of Ava's piece of your soul. With practice, you may be able to take on Oberai's earth form as well, but air has always been your dominant trait. Was it difficult?"
I shook my head. Not at all.
"It certainly looked easy," he said thoughtfully. "I wonder. Elves can't siphon from other elves, but you're a demigod. You may be able to overpower another elf."
"What good does that do me if I already have elf magic?" I asked.
"Not all elf magic," he reminded me. "Talented elves each have a unique gift. You may be able to use it. Try it on me."
I hesitated. "I don't want to hurt you."
"You won't. If we want you to become the strongest emperor ever, then you need to be the strongest emperor."
His meaning was clear as day. He wanted me to be stronger than him, and to prove it, I had to overpower him. "What's your specialty?" I asked. He paused a beat before saying,
"Why don't you tell me?"
He wanted me to figure it out on my own. I nodded. All right. I faced him and concentrated. His magic was difficult to sense, and that's because it was so strong it was like running headfirst into a brick wall. My hands curled into fists, and my teeth gritted as I tried chipping away at that wall.
"Keep going, Charlie," he encouraged.
I shifted on my feet and tried again.
"You're holding back." "Yes," he said calmly. "Show me that you're stronger than me. Show me that you have what it takes to be emperor."
I poked and prodded at his magic, slamming against it with my own like a battering ram, over and over again, but I couldn't access his magic. I didn't understand. I was a demigod. This should be easy.
"It appears I'm not the only one holding back,"
Castiel stated. He was right. I didn't want to hurt him, so I wasn't using my full power. But we didn't have time for games. People's lives were at stake, and though I didn't want to hurt my grandfather, I also had the feeling he could take whatever I threw at him. I threw the full force of my power at him, and I felt the mental wall crack, but I still couldn't get through. Magic sizzled over my skin, and I pulled from Oberai without thinking. Within an instant, I was a wyvern again, baring my razor-sharp teeth at him. My grandfather stumbled backward. I'd completely caught him off guard. A second later, I had him pinned to the ground under my talons. The mental wall completely crumbled, and his magic poured into me. Visions flashed through my mind, images and concepts that didn't quite make sense at first. I began to see colors spread out in front of me, as if I'd never been blind at all. I saw a woman with dark hair emerge within the murky depths of the vision. She was beautiful, and as I gazed at her, something in my gut told me I was deeply in love with her. No, not me. Castiel. I realized that the vision was actually a memory, and I could see it through his eyes. He stood beneath an archway made of flowers. All around me was the beach and the wide expanse of the ocean. His other surroundings had been forgotten, but what he remembered most was the woman. She had flowers in her hair and was walking down an aisle surrounded by people. He couldn't take his eyes off her. I could feel the smile on his face. The memories flashed again. I saw him place a ring on her finger, a square rose quartz gemstone surrounded by miniature diamonds on a golden band. Then I saw her spinning around in the sand while distant music played through the memory. The memories faded from my mind. I found myself on the beach in Elamanth once again, back in Elementi form. I was on my knees in the sand, and my grandfather lay on the ground beneath me. "Did you see it?" he asked as he slowly sat up beside me. The magic receded, and I shook off the strange sensation. I stood, then reached for his hand and helped him to his feet. That was different than anything I felt before. You can read people's memories. Yes, Cassiel said. He placed a hand on my shoulder and led me toward a nearby rock to sit down. I can read all memories, except those of a demigods. So you've never read mine? I asked. No, you're stronger than me, so I've never been able to see your memories, he explained. The memories I read aren't always clear, though, nor reliable, as memories can alter with time, or be tampered with by magic. It is a useful tool to gauge allegiances within the castle, but there are limitations to what I can do. The woman I saw was my grandmother, wasn't she? I asked. I remember you told me about her, how her family fled Kimpago during the Great Supernatural War and sought refuge on Dark Island. Years later, after the refugees fled into the caves and built for Evermore, she saved you from a serpent spelunka attack. Cassiel's voice turned reminiscent. Yes, that was Ava-Marie. We were married on a beach in Forevermore. An illusion, but beautiful all the same. I come here often, as this place reminds me so much of her. It seemed like the perfect wedding, I remarked. I hadn't been able to see much in the memory, but I'd felt what he did, and he'd had a wonderful day. It was a grand celebration within Forevermore, Cassiel recalled. All the elves came, and we sang and partied all night. The elves made flowers bloom and butterflies dance, and the sunset turned the sky pink. Your grandmother was the most beautiful bride. The party went on for several days. It sounds lovely. All elvish weddings are, Cassiel said. They are the most important ceremony our people have. I wish Ava and I could have had something like that, I admitted sadly. She proposed last minute, and we got married later that day in an abandoned chapel on prison grounds. Excuse me? Cassiel cut in, sounding appalled. Did you just say Ava-Marie proposed? Yeah, I mean, we didn't have much of a choice. We had to get married so the warden couldn't send me down to the infernal underground, because there was a rule that he couldn't attack a family member of a chieftain without inciting a war against the Hawkeye. Ava was Liam's daughter, so she asked me to marry her, to protect us. This is not how things are done in the Elvish monarchy, Cassiel insisted. He sounded truly offended. Where's the romance, the beauty? When I proposed to Ava-Marie, it was a 3-day event. Charlie, you are a prince. It was your responsibility to ask the princess for her hand. Well, I didn't really get that option, I grumbled. Our friends put together what they could, but it was no elvish wedding. Cassiel shot to his feet. This isn't right. No prince and his princess should be wed in such a manner. You should have only the finest wedding. I won't allow a grandson of mine to be married in this way. I shrugged. There's not much we can do about it now. Ava and I are already married. Nonsense, Cassiel insisted. You are the heir to the throne. You can throw any party you want whenever you please. You may be married under the law, but you never had a proper elvish wedding, let alone a Hawkeye wedding on your mother's side,
and therefore you are not married in the eyes of the goddesses and ancestors. So we will begin preparations immediately."
"A royal wedding?"
Oberai cried.
"Get my veil! We're getting married! Again!"
My grandfather had clearly made the decision for me, so there was no arguing against it. But you know what? I didn't want to argue. I'd always regretted that I couldn't give Ava the wedding she wanted, because I knew in my heart that she desired it. She thought she'd never get to have the pretty dress or her big day, but this was a way I could change all that and make her dreams come true. We could do it all over again and get married the right way this time. I'd make her so happy, and gods only knew that was the one thing I aspired to in this world. Besides, I was obviously not going to convince my grandfather otherwise. Couldn't really tell the Emperor no, especially about a free party he wanted to throw for me and my wife. This was important to all of us, and I'd never gotten to have a huge celebration with all my friends and family. Might as well go along with it. "I'll tell Ava right away," I began, but my grandfather cut me off with a guffaw.
"You'll do no such thing," he said. "You'll get down on one knee and beg for her hand, like any decent prince should do. And make it a surprise, a grand gesture, if you will."
I'm sure Ava will love the surprise. And the fanfare. I wasn't sure who was going to be more excited about planning this, my wife or my grandpa.
"We shall perform the ceremony in the temple within the palace," my grandfather informed me. "Your wife will walk down a stone aisle surrounded by sunlight, with flowers in her hair and ivy hanging from the trees. We will sing and dance, and you will have the wedding you both deserve."
I started getting excited, because this actually sounded like fun. You know what? You're right. If we're going to do this, I want to do it right. I never got a chance to ask her family for their blessing, and neither of us got a proper proposal.
"Yes, indeed. And you need a proper ring."
"Ava has a ring," I stated. Cassiel laughed.
"I've seen that ring, and it is not fit for a queen. It is merely a band, and the princess deserves a marvelous gemstone."
"I really would like her to keep the original ring," I said. Callie had made it for her when we'd first gotten married, and it was special to her because of that.
"If you wish to keep the original band, we can solder it to a new one. I have just the ring in mind."
I furrowed my brow. "What were you thinking?"
"Follow me."
My grandfather led me off the beach and to the limo. The driver took us back to the palace.
"Wedding bells are ringing once more,"
Oberai sang the whole way back, though it was hard to hear him over my grandfather carrying on. Cassiel really had a thing for weddings, it seemed, because he kept throwing plans at me while I just nodded stupidly. I had to propose to Ava fast, so she could handle all this and decide what she wanted. I didn't care what the details were, as long as she was happy and we both had a good time. Let her and my grandfather decide on what color the decorations had to be or whatever. I was fine with anything. Guards followed us to a secluded area of the castle, one where we had to wander through a lot of doors. Something on the wall beeped, and I heard a loud thunk, like a lock disengaging on a massive safe.
"This is the royal treasury," my grandfather said.
He led me inside. Oberai spun around, taking in all the jewels.
"It's so shiny! Ava would love it here."
"Your wife deserves a ring fit for a queen, and so she will have this."
Cassiel stopped in front of one of the displays, then placed a ring in my hand. I ran my fingers over it. The stone was large and square, and it had a smaller collection of stones around the edge. It reminded me of the ring in Cassiel's vision, before I realized it was. This was my grandmother's ring. It had to be. "I can't just take this out of the treasury," I stated. "This has sentimental value to you."
"And that's exactly why I want you to have it," Cassiel said, closing my hand around the stone. "This ring belonged to the love of my life, and now I want it to belong to yours. This ring is meant to be worn by an empress."
My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't imagine getting rid of something of Ava's if I lost her, but that's what my grandpa was doing for me. He was willing to let go of this part of his wife to make me happy. I could never thank him enough. Then I guess there's just one more thing to do, I stated. I need to talk to Ava's father. After my grandfather and I had discussed plans about the proposal, Aubrey and I left the treasury and headed toward Ez's suite. Ava was busy in mystic training with Abigail, learning elvish customs and about the goddesses, so I knew she'd be preoccupied all day. Now was the perfect time to talk to her brother.
Why do you feel the need to ask her family's permission? Aubrey wondered on the way. You're already married. It's not like you can take it back.
I frowned. I'm not asking permission. I know I don't need it. I'm respecting our culture and following tradition. In Hawkeye weddings, the whole family is involved. The tradition isn't about asking for their permission to marry her. It's about asking if they'll accept me as part of their family. I know Ava will choose me either way, but I never got a chance to ask if her family will. My culture was robbed from me as a child, and Ava and I never got to get married in the traditions of our tribe. I want to do it right and gain their acceptance.
Oh, I understand, Aubrey said brightly. You're looking for a family.
No, I shot back. Something inside me recoiled, though I wasn't sure what it meant. I don't need anyone but Ava.
That's not correct, Aubrey insisted. You were taken from your family before you can remember, and you grew up without a home. You were on the streets, and then you went to prison. You never had a family. Now your estranged father isn't there for you.
I get it, I snapped. You don't have to make a list.
It's fine, Aubrey said nonchalantly. Liam will be a better dad for you anyway.
My breath caught in my chest, but I wasn't going to tell Aubrey he'd guessed what I'd secretly been hoping for. I don't need a dad, I mumbled.
Of course not, because Liam's already there for you.
I wasn't talking about this. We reached Ez's suite, and I knocked. He answered right away. Hey, what's up? Can we talk? I asked. Alone? Sure. Opal's at the temple with Ava, and Marina is at a playdate. I was just studying for my med class. Ez opened the door and invited me inside. I sat on the couch, and Aubrey hopped up beside me. Ava told me your plans to propose to Opal. I came by to congratulate you.
No, you didn't, Aubrey said snidely. Stop lying.
A half-truth is still a truth. Shut up. I need to concentrate, I replied. Ez instantly began gushing. Yeah, I'm really excited. I've got the ring picked out and everything, but I'm going to wait until her birthday. I want to take her out on a special date, but if I do anything before her birthday, she'll suspect something. I want her to be surprised. Cool, I said. When's her birthday? January. There's an ocean sanctuary on the other side of Elameth. In January, they're doing an open swim so people can swim with the animals, Ez said eagerly. I think that'd be cool to take Opal to and propose there. That's a few months away, I pointed out. I don't want to steal your thunder, but there might be another wedding before then. Cool. Who's getting married? Ez asked. Wait, did Alistair propose? No. I'm sure if he did, Eddie wouldn't shut up about it, I joked. I'm actually talking about me and your sister. We never got to have a traditional wedding, and I wanted to do it over again. Ez let out a huge gasp. Ancestors! He threw his arms around my neck and squeezed me tight. That's a great idea! Man, this is so cool! I can't wait for you to be my brother again!
See? Family!
Aubrey barked. I can't breathe, I rasped. Sorry. Ez let me go, but his voice cracked when he spoke. This is going to mean so much to Ava. When we were kids, she would go on and on about what her wedding was going to be like. It was kind of sad to see you get married so fast, because I know that ceremony wasn't what either of you wanted. I'm so glad that you're going to give her her dream wedding. Are you sure you're okay with this? I asked as he sat back down. Because we're already married, and you're next on the list. I don't want to take any attention away from you. No, this is perfect. If there's a royal wedding, it'll take the heat off me asking Opal before I'm ready. Mom can worry about you two instead of harping on me to get on with it. Ez chuckled. Going to your wedding is going to give me ideas. I can't wait to attend. I took a pause. Well, Actually, I'd like you to be a groomsman. As his voice raised a few pitches.
Me? A groomsman? Wow, I'd be honored.
I laughed. I guess I don't have to ask to be your brother, because that sounds like a yes. I still need to talk to your parents, though. Can you get the rest of your family around tonight for dinner?
Don't worry about a thing, Az said. I'll make sure everyone's there tonight.
I was hoping Az kept his mouth shut long enough for me to actually talk to the rest of the people in Ava's family, and even though I only had to wait a few hours to ask them, it felt like time dragged by until it was time for me to leave. At 7 o'clock, Aubrey and I arrived at the Mito residence. The door swung open before I could knock, and Sophia threw her arms around me. She still had her oven mitts on, and the scent of fry bread and smoked fish filled my nose. She must have been standing there watching through the peephole, just waiting for me to show up.
"Charlie, it's so good to see you," Sophia said brightly. "I've been cooking all day. Come, have a seat."
She led me over to the table and practically shoved me into a chair. I was able to gather that there were already several people in the room by the sound of the chatter around me. I barely took a breath before she started scooping food onto my plate.
"Here, try the mashed potatoes."
"Mom," Alana said from several seats away.
"That's too much." "Nonsense," Sophia replied. "He's a growing boy."
"I'm a growing boy," Maverick pointed out.
"He's 24.
Az sighed. "Ancestors, Mav. You make him sound so old." "You boys don't know what old is," Liam complained beside me. He was obviously in a great mood.
"Liam, please," Sophia said. "You're in your 40s.
Ava's father leaned back in his chair.
"And every one of those years I've lived has been long."
A knock came at the door. Liam sighed and got up from the table to get the door.
"We brought cake,"
a woman exclaimed.
"Imogen, Jonah,"
Liam said their names like he was sick of them dropping by unannounced.
"You weren't invited."
"We just had to come," Jonah insisted.
Ava's aunt and uncle barged past Liam and pulled up a chair on either side of me. Jonah draped an arm around the back of my chair.
"Ah, the man of the hour."
I turned to Ez. "You told them, didn't you?"
"They hounded me," he defended. "And how could I keep such great news to myself?"
I sighed and decided there wasn't really a point in making small talk. "Well, now that everyone knows, I guess we can just get to it. I know Ava and I are legally married, but I never got to give her the traditional wedding she deserved. My grandfather wants to throw us a royal wedding, combining both Hawkeye and Elvish traditions. Because of this, I came to ask for acceptance into your family. This was kind of hard. I'd been rejected one too many times before, and now I was basically asking for it. It took a lot for me to open up like this. I practically had to force myself to do it. But I knew this was important to Ava, and she'd be so happy once she found out I did this for her. Plus, if I knew for certain her family really did accept me, it'd make things easier for everyone down the line. I wanted to make sure there were no objections when it came to our marriage, and that everyone got along. This was the first step. I pressed on. I know you don't know me very well, and I didn't come from the best background, but I was born Hawkeye. My tribe was stolen from me, and I want to find my way back to it. Ava has taught me so much about who I am and what it means to be part of this family, but we never got a chance to unite our families properly. My past isn't the best, but I'm going to do better by her in the future. I know if I had a daughter, I'd never want her to marry someone like me, but I'm asking you to look beyond my flaws, accept me as your son, and help Ava and I create a brighter future together. I love Ava very deeply and would do anything for her. So starting now, do you accept me as I am, and will you support us going forward?
"Of course we accept you, Charlie," Sophia replied, and she reached out to give me another hug. "What happened to you wasn't your fault, and we don't judge you for your past. What matters is that you make Ava happy, and that you're here to protect her. We know you do both of those things, and we couldn't be more thrilled to accept you into our family." The others echoed their agreement.
There were so many people talking I couldn't understand most of it. Jonah clapped me on the back. "You have no idea what you've just done, kid. You're one of us now. Now you can never leave." Jonah was cut off from the sound of the door bursting open, as if someone had literally kicked it down. I jumped from my seat, but the others remained calm as I heard a pair of high heels click across the floor. "How dare you plan my granddaughter's wedding without me?" a woman cried. "My dear, I'm sure our invitation got lost in the mail," a man replied in a bumbling voice. I recognized him. It was Professor Bain, Grandpa Elliot to Ava, and he'd brought along his wife. Grandmother Eleanor, Madame Doya to me, certainly, was not happy. Ez leaned over and whispered, "Are you sure you're ready to join this family?" I had better rectify this, but I knew how to kiss ass when it was time, and Ava and her grandmother weren't so different. Flattery went far with both of them. I stood and shook Bain's hand. I would never do something like this without such important people present. Before either of them could reply, I took Madame Doya's hand and kissed it before I added, "Especially not the matriarch of this family." Madame Doya relaxed, and I swear I heard her let out a slight giggle. "You're lucky you're so charming, young man." We had to pull up 2 more chairs for them. Everyone started eating, and throughout the meal, we were laughing and having a good time. They asked me about Ava, and I told them stories about our time together. There weren't a lot of good stories from the Institute. All the fun ones were inappropriate, and obviously stuff I could never tell her parents. But I told them about how Ava and I did physical therapy together, and how I'd helped her recover after she got out of the hospital. I knew I could take care of her, and I wanted her family to know I was in this for the long haul. Over an hour passed until we finished eating and people started to go home. O'Brien and I stayed to help Sophia with the dishes, but before I could lend a hand, Liam stopped me. He put a firm grip on my arm. "Charlie, come with me," he ordered bluntly. "We need to talk, privately." Nerves tangled in my gut. I noticed that Liam hadn't said much at all throughout dinner. I expected he'd try to talk to me afterward, but I didn't know what he'd say. The guy was a chieftain, and he wouldn't be convinced easily, especially not when it came to his daughter. Secretly, I cared about Liam's opinion more than anyone else, and I wasn't sure if I had his approval yet. He was a hard man to read. Liam led me to a sliding glass door and onto a rooftop terrace. O'Brien followed behind, and I felt his unease through the bond. Once the door was closed and we were alone, Liam turned to me. "Look, kid, your smooth talk and charm isn't going to work on me." My heart turned to stone in my chest. I guess we were going to do this the hard way. Fine, I was used to it. If Liam wanted to fight me on this, I could play. I was already married to his daughter. He couldn't exactly tell me to stop. "I know you think I'm not good enough for your daughter, and I agree with you, because who could ever be? She's perfect," I said. "But I'm going to be emperor soon, and as a chief, that should be good enough for you." Liam laughed lowly. "You haven't been married to Ava long enough if you think she's perfect. You can drop the tough guy act. I just want to talk." I shoved my hands into my pockets, and my spine stiffened. "All right, what do you want?" "I know Ava loves you more than words can say," Liam started. "But she's my peanut, my firstborn, and as much as I know I have to let her go, it needs to be to the right person. I can accept that you love her, because I've seen how well you've cared for her, especially after she got hurt. You've cared for her mind and body, but I need to know you can care for her heart." I was baffled. How could he even say that? Of course I care about her heart. She's the most precious thing to me. I promise to keep her safe, no matter what. Liam's tone, if possible, got even blunter. "I'm not asking you to make promises, or if you want to be there for her. I'm asking if you can do it, because one day Ava's going to push you past your limit. I need to know that you can handle it, because I'm her father and I can barely do it. I need to know you love her as much as I do. No, more than I do, because otherwise this isn't going to work. I could appreciate that he was being upfront with me. I guess if I had a daughter, I'd probably be the same way. I'd rather he give it to me straight than pretend to accept me, than privately disown me down the line. I just wanted to prove to him that this was the right choice. Ava and I care about each other, I said. I understand you're worried, but whatever she throws at me, I can take it. I know you say you understand, and I really want to believe you, but kid, I don't, Liam said flatly. You've been through a lot, but you're not old enough yet, nor have you spent enough time with Ava to realize what's really coming. You just don't have the experience. I'm here for you guys if you're going to see this through, but neither of you had the chance the first time around to decide if this marriage is what you really wanted, because you were forced into it. All I'm asking is if this is something you'd choose for yourself if you weren't already tied to her, because it's not a small decision. It was hard for me to comprehend wanting anything other than my marriage. Ava was my only choice, the only person I'd ever want to be with. I didn't get what he was trying to say. Even if I hadn't married Ava before, I'd still want to marry her now, I swore. I just want you to back me up. If I'm not good enough, that's not what this is about, Liam insisted. Kid, I'm going to be frank with you. There are times when this marriage is going to get hard, and you'll have a chance to walk away. In fact, I'm going to guarantee you'll want to. He didn't know me if he thought that was the case, but I figured I'd hear him out, just to acknowledge his fears so he'd approve of me. Okay, I'm listening. I need to know if you can stay in this marriage for the long haul, because I know my peanut. Ava's the strongest person I know. She's been through hell and back, and she always comes out stronger. But the one thing I know she won't be able to come back from is losing you, Liam emphasized. I'd never ask for a divorce. I couldn't fathom being separated from Ava in any way, or worse, wanting to be apart from her. It was incomprehensible to me. You say that now, but you two haven't pushed each other far enough for that to have crossed your mind, Liam said. I promise you that it will, but a passing thought doesn't have to be what you decide. I was certain he was blowing things out of proportion. I couldn't imagine anything worse than what Ava and I had already endured, so I wasn't concerned about the future, because I wasn't leaving her side. Why is this such a concern for you? I asked. Because when you got married the first time, you didn't have an option. What you're doing right now, is a choice. And once you make this choice, you'll have to stand by your decision no matter what happens, Liam said. That means I'm asking you, no matter how hard it gets, that you'll stick around to figure it out, and you won't walk away from this marriage. Because if you do, you need to know she won't survive that. And if I'm telling the truth, I don't think you will either. So make sure this is what you really want, before you make vows to each other you can't take back. I lifted my chin. Respectfully, sir, you don't know what Ava and I have already been through. If we can get through that, we can get through anything. I'm here for good. Liam took my hand and shook it firmly. If that's the promise you're making me, then I consider you my son. Welcome to the family, Charlie. I felt relieved. If I had Liam's acceptance, the rest of the family would follow him, and I could truly be a part of it. I wasn't bothered by his warnings. I knew Ava and I were good together, and always would be. Now all that was left to do was ask my wife if she wanted to marry me all over again. I rode a high of euphoria after talking to Ava's family. I wanted my wife to have the very best of everything, and here in Elamanth, she would. Ava's family seemed over the moon about the wedding, and I couldn't wait to reveal the surprise to her. The next morning, I excused Abigail from her duties, and I helped Ava get ready for the day. This is different, Ava remarked. Usually you're hurrying off to some meeting or in the gardens with your grandpa. He gave me the day off, I told her as I brushed out her hair. I loved brushing her hair. It was so soft and silky, and she gave little moans when the brush tangled. I knew she was doing it to try turning me on, and it was working, but that would have to wait. "That's strange," she said. "I never thought your grandpa would give you the day off. He's kind of a hard ass." I shrugged. "He has a soft side. I must have impressed him enough yesterday to earn it."
"Charlie shifted into a wyvern!"
O'Brien exclaimed. He jumped up and down, panting.
"He was almost as impressive as me."
"Almost," I scoffed. Ava reached behind her chair and inched a hand up my thigh. "I'm sure there are some very impressive things about being a wyvern." My dick hardened, and I had to take a step away from her. If I stayed close, I'd have her undressed in moments. "Look, I know we're into some kinky things, but I didn't think that was one of them." "I want to know," Ava teased. "How big can you get, Charlie?" I leaned down and pressed my lips to the side of her jaw, then whispered in her ear, "Bigger than you can handle." Ava leaned her head into me. "Keep talking." "So big that you—"
"Can you not?" O'Brien huffed. "I'm right here. There's no need for a wyvern anatomy lesson."
"I'm just curious," Ava defended.
"You'll have to satisfy your curiosity later," O'Brien said as she shifted into a fire unicorn. "We don't want to waste any time. We're going shopping!"
O'Brien strutted out of the room, but paused at the door to quickly add,
"And you're buying me a hat."
"Ooh, shopping!" Ava raved. "Charlie, I can't wait!" She was being literal, because she was already shoving me out the door. It wasn't even breakfast time before we met up with Eddie. "I hear you're going shopping today, sir," he said brightly. "I know all the best shops and restaurants in Elamanthe. You won't be disappointed. I believe the princess would enjoy them all." Ava grabbed my sleeve. "Charlie, are you seriously taking me to the mall?" I placed my hand on the side of her face. "Anything for my princess, love." We had a limo take us to the mall. Word must have gotten around that we were coming, because most of the shops were open early when we arrived, and there was quite a crowd lingering around waiting for our arrival. People cheered as we drove by, and Ava rolled down the window to wave back. "They love us," she gushed. "It's like we're celebrities." "You are celebrities," Eddie said. "You're the prince and princess. No one is more interesting than you, not even the emperor." I guess not. I'd never had so many people appreciate that I was around. It was weird, when I'd grown up in a world where nobody gave a damn if I lived or died. Now I was surrounded by a whole country who wanted to know everything about me, and I didn't do anything to gain their admiration except exist. It was wild to me. The limo pulled into a private underground parking lot of the mall that was reserved for the royal family. My security team was already waiting for us when we arrived. We couldn't really go anywhere in the city without protection, but my guards had promised to give us space. We took a private elevator up to the main floor. Eddie kept babbling. "There are the shoppers here, but they've been advised to keep their distance, as the prince and princess are visiting," he informed us. "But don't worry, the area has been locked down for your arrival and is perfectly safe, though the emperor has arranged for an informal meet and greet before you begin." "What are you talking about?" Ava asked, but her voice dropped off as the elevator doors opened. Another massive cheer erupted around us. "There's a red carpet with velvet ropes leading into the mall, and a ton of guards," O'Brien explained. "There are hundreds of elves in the mall's courtyard, and they're all jostling the guards for a chance to greet you." My stomach dipped. This was a little much. "Your grandpa wants to show us off," Ava muttered lowly. He definitely did. Ava and I hadn't gone out in public much. This was our first time. But it was a requirement for the job, so I grasped Ava's shoulder. "We can do this. Why not put on a show?" "It might be fun," Ava said, and we headed forward. Cameras clicked as journalists took our photographs. The press was here too, but they'd have a story running before we even left the mall. Ava signed autographs, while people asked to shake my hand. I didn't catch much conversation, as a lot of people were talking at once, but the elves were so thankful that I was back, and they were excited that I was living here in Elamanthe. It was really humbling to have so many people interested in my life. More so, they all depended on me, because they believed I could be the one who could lead them out of this war and into the blessed haven, as my prophecy foretold. People placed flowers into my arms and threw petals at Ava's feet. She was more popular than I was. A couple of women started to cry when Ava said hello to them.
Princess!
I heard a man's voice over the crowd, struggling to get through. He pushed people aside to get to the front of the line.
Princess, please, help me!
He sounded pretty desperate. Let him through, I ordered, and a group of elves parted to let him to the front of the line. The guards stepped in closer to protect us if something went wrong, but this guy didn't seem dangerous, just hopeful that he'd get a chance to speak to us. Ava rolled up beside me and asked, "You wanted to speak with me?" A rustling sound came as the elf knelt before us, and I heard him lift something above his head.
Princess, please, my child is sick. No one can help her, and without your intervention on behalf of the gods, she may die. Please lay your hands upon her and plead to our goddesses that they may show her mercy.
Ava reached out and took the baby into her lap. O'Brien snuffled his nose into the bundle the baby was wrapped in, and I felt Ava heavily concentrate as she focused her magic on the infant. Ava whispered. "I think I can fix this." Some of Ava's magic flowed out from her form and into the baby. The crowd around us gasped, and from beside me, the child gave off some kind of warm glow. I figured she had to be lighting up. As the gossip around us died down, Ava handed the baby back to the man. "There, she should be all better now." He wept with joy.
The princess has cured my daughter. She has been blessed by the goddesses.
"No, not really. I'm just a healer," Ava explained. "My energy blood gives me healing abilities."
You can heal what most energy cannot. You are a miracle worker, the man gushed.
The crowd around us began singing Ava's praises. I felt her uncomfortably stiffen beside me. I knew Ava was supposed to be the elvish goddesses incarnate on this earth, and their representative here in Elamanth, but I hadn't imagined the elves took her title so literally. Ava was a chieftain's daughter, and she knew what it was like being in the public eye, so she handled it all so gracefully. I honestly felt like I was balking whenever people wanted to talk to me. I held several bouquets that I didn't know what to do with. "I'll have them delivered back to your room at the palace," a guard said. She took the flowers out of my arms and handed them off to a servant. For as awkward as I felt, I think I could get used to all this. The guards began shooing off the crowd, and Eddie announced, "That is all the time the prince and princess have for today. Thank you all for coming. The monarchy appreciates each and every one of you." The crowd slowly drained out of the area, and the guards led us to a more secluded part of the mall. Ava's chair squeaked as she sagged in relief. "Finally," she breathed. "Alone at last." "You okay?" I asked. "The appreciation is fun and all, but I'd really like to get to shopping, seeing as how I haven't seen the inside of a mall in over 2 fucking years," she grumbled. "We're getting right on it," I promised. "What did you do to that baby?" "She had some kind of hole in her heart. It was so small it wouldn't show up on x-rays. I'm not surprised the other energy healers couldn't do anything, because when I first inspected her, I felt something was wrong with her blood, not her organs, so that concealed the true problem," Ava explained. "But I followed the clues and realized there had to be an underlying issue. Ez has been teaching me a lot about healing since he started med school. It's gotten easier for me to heal now that I know certain things to look for." "Well, now the elves think you're a miracle worker." Ava sighed. "Yeah, just what I wanted to be." I knew Ava didn't want to be put under any more pressure than she already was. I resolved to take her mind off things, because I wanted her to remember this day forever. As we went further into the mall, Ava gasped.
"Wow, I didn't realize it'd be so big. I'm officially in love."
"You haven't even started shopping," I teased.
"Well, what are we waiting for?"
Ava wheeled forward as quickly as she could. Eddie and I had to practically run to keep up. The mall was outdoors and open to the air, with several levels of shops lining a smooth walkway. I could feel the plants and trees potted every few feet, and a fountain trickled nearby. In my opinion, the shopping center was more like a garden than an actual mall, because there were plants everywhere. It was a similar feeling to being within a beautiful jungle. Ava dragged me into a shoe store first, and automatic doors opened to an air-conditioned shop. Oh, my ancestors. Finally a pair of shoes that aren't absolutely ghastly, Ava said brightly.
Look at the hats!
Ava-Marie exclaimed. She trotted toward the back of the store. You might want to shop in husky form, I warned her. You're going to knock over shelves.
I'm fine, Ava-Marie insisted. These aisles are wide enough for me to navigate, no problem.
Her hooves smacked against the floor as she spun around. Amazingly, she didn't knock over any racks of clothes.
Ava-Marie's right, Ava said. The aisles here are simple to navigate. I can get my chair around easily.
That was so rare. Usually, there were a lot of places Ava's chair didn't fit, but the aisleways here were wide enough that she could not only roll down them, but turn around. I reached out to feel the racks of shoes, and my fingers landed on a box. I felt around and noticed dots that I easily recognized. They spelled out the word medium. I was completely floored. My hands traveled along the boxes, and I found that every single product was marked with Braille, so I could easily read what it was. It was so unusual. I always had to have someone help me when I was shopping, because nothing was ever marked in a way I could understand. Now I could read whatever was in front of me, because all the information was there in a way I could comprehend. It was marvelous. Hey, I called to Ava, who was already halfway down the aisle. The sizes are marked with Braille.
What?
She sounded astounded. She rolled beside me and studied the box I held in my hands.
Holy shit, you're right! You can read all the labels!
The box nearly shook in my hands. This was such a gift. Were all the stores here like this? At this point, I was having just as much fun as Ava was. Shopping had never been a good time before. Kind of a pain in the ass, really, because nothing was accessible. Now I had a better understanding of what was going on around me, and it was great.
Charlie, come here.
Ava handed me a denim jacket when I approached her.
You'd look hot in this.
You think? I took the jacket off the hanger and slipped it on.
You look particularly dashing, Eddie said.
I shifted uncomfortably. I don't like the way the fabric feels on my skin. Let me try a different one. I ran my fingers over the racks to find my size in the men's section, which had tags that were all marked with Braille. I really couldn't believe it. I felt the fabric until I found one that was soft. I tried the jacket on, and Ava gasped.
Yes, absolutely, that's the one. We have to get it, she insisted.
What's the point? Ava-Marie cracked. You're just going to take it off of him.
That's the fun of it,
Ava teased. She took the jacket from me, and I continued flipping through clothes on the rack. Ava tried on a bunch of dresses and modeled them for us. I had to feel each one, and Ava-Marie kept cracking jokes. Eddie liked all of them. I couldn't decide if he was being a kiss-ass or if he really did enjoy this. The employees were really nice and helped us find anything we asked for. Although I knew they'd be nice to us because we were royals, I genuinely thought they were the kind of people who'd help anyone, no matter who they were. We must have stayed in the shop for over an hour, until Eddie reminded us there were tons of other places to visit. I didn't really want to leave, because the shop was so accommodating. It was a rare experience, for sure. I was certain the other shops wouldn't be like that. Ava must have bought at least 6 dresses. With my jacket and several hats for Ava-Marie, we left with tons of bags that Eddie insisted on carrying. As we took an elevator upward, Ava tugged on my arm.
Look at that,
she said as she rolled out of the elevator and onto the second floor.
There's an information center where you can get audio headphones to assist you in shopping.
That was exciting news. I've never been to a place that had something like that before, I remarked. Let's check it out. Eddie cleared his throat behind us.
There's no need for that, he insisted sourly. I'm here to assist you.
I just want to see, I told him. He shut up, but let out a haughty grumble. Hell, he was jealous over a pair of headphones taking away my attention. I get he wanted to be our only guide, but still, this was cool. We approached the information booth. An audio recording started before we made it to the counter. You are now approaching the Elameth Mall Information Center. Please wait behind the raised line until an attendant is ready to assist you. I felt a groove under my feet, like the ones at a traffic intersection. Raised dots on the pavement were there to guide blind people, to let them know where to wait before they walked into the road by accident, but I'd never seen them be used for something like this. A couple of quick footsteps approached us.
"How can I help you?"
the attendant questioned. I asked for the audio commentary headphones. I put them on, and I was amazed at how detailed the descriptions were. A slightly robotic voice spoke. "You are standing on the south side of Elamanth Mall, near the information booth. To your right, you will find the Crystal Corner. To your left is the food court." I took a few steps to my right, and the commentary continued. "You are approaching the Crystal Corner. Doors are automatic, and the retail desk sits at the back left corner of the store." I turned to Ava. "You were right. I'm officially in love with this mall." "What do they do?" she asked. "The headphones direct me wherever I need to go, based on where I am in the mall," I said. "It kind of works like a GPS system. I can find my way around by myself without having to rely on someone to direct me." "Charlie, that's really great." Ava's voice had become soft. "I wish things had always been like that for you." "I'm really happy to have it now," I said. "Come on, let's keep exploring." With the use of the headphones, I was able to lead the way for once, and it actually felt like I had a layout of where I was going with the headphones directing me. We entered the Crystal Corner, which I could tell without having to be told was a store full of magical crystals. The power from them resonated off of every shelf. It smelled of incense, and I could feel the crystals interacting with my magic, like they were inviting me to take them home. "Callie would love it here," Ava said. "We need to bring her next." "Ooh, quartz dicks!" "Are you kidding me?" I asked. "No way! There are crystals here that are literally shaped like penises! I need one!" she shouted. Ava went off to look at the unfortunately shaped crystals, but I wandered to the other side of the store. I was less intrigued by the crystals and more interested in how accessible the mall was. I ran my hand over the braille plaques that labeled each aisle and stopped next to a display of bracelets and felt each one. An employee approached. "Is there anything I can help you find, my prince?" Ava's laughter rang across the store. I smiled. I was glad this was making her so happy. "I'd like to buy something for my wife," I said. "What are the different crystals used for?" "You have a lot of options depending on what you're looking for," she said. "All our crystals are cleansed and charged under the full moon. Amethyst is used for healing and spiritual connection. Rose quartz is a crystal for love. Citrine is excellent for manifesting wealth. Lepidolite stabilizes emotions." The last crystal had my attention. "Tell me more about that one." The employee picked up one of the bracelets and handed it to me so I could feel the stones. "Lepidolite comes in shades of purple and pink. It's known to naturally contain lithium, which can be used to treat mood disorders, release stress, and promote better sleep. It's long been believed that lepidolite can help people overcome mental trauma and protect them from negative influences." Everything about the stones sounded perfect. This would really help Ava. "This is the one I want," I stated confidently. The employee took me to the counter, and I quickly checked out before Ava placed a few items for herself at the checkout. I noticed the counter was low enough for her to check out comfortably in her wheelchair. She could see over the top of it easily. I was so surprised that everything in this mall was so accessible. I kept thinking this was a dream, and at some point we'd run into a really rude person or an inconvenience we couldn't get around. But so far, we hadn't hit any yet. "Look what I got!" Ava pressed a cold crystal into my palm. I ran my hand over it and scowled. "Ava, this is a dick." "I know," she replied happily. "Isn't it great?" "You know this is for display only," I scolded. "Well, that's limited thinking." I sighed before I handed it to the cashier. "This too, please." The cashier gave a slight giggle before she handed me another bag. "That rose quartz phallic crystal is a customer favorite. It inspires romance and passion." "Then it'll look great in our bedroom," Ava said eagerly. I sighed. "Anything for you, princess." When we left the store, Ava snatched the crystal cock out of my hand. "Here, Eddie, carry this. We have more shopping to do." "Hold on," I told her. I reached into the bag and pulled out the bracelet. A gift for you. I slipped it on her wrist, and her elation came through our bond. It's so pretty! What is it? I smiled. It's lepidolite. It's supposed to stabilize moods. I thought it would help you not to struggle so much. Her voice became so soft. Oh, Charlie, I love it so much. I knelt down to give her a hug. She squeezed me tight, and it was obvious she was very appreciative of the gift. I really did hope it helped. The air around us expanded as we entered a big department store next. I was certain they wouldn't have the adaptations we needed here. Such a big store with so many customers wouldn't bother to accommodate people like us. I was wrong, though, when I heard Ava exclaim beside me, "This is really cool! They have a cart that's adapted to work with my wheelchair, so I can attach it to my chair and push it along, like an able-bodied person could do with a regular shopping cart." Like you need the ability to grab more stuff, I joked. She ignored me. I'm going to use it. Ava rushed from aisle to aisle so fast that I could hardly keep up with her. She grabbed things off the shelves and tossed them into her cart until it was almost full. At this point, I wasn't even sure what she was buying. The jewelry is downstairs. We have to check it out, Ava insisted. Where's the elevator? I wondered. The headphones I still wore responded automatically. The elevator is 2 aisles to your right, next to the perfume counter. It was easy to find my way to the elevator, and even easier to feel which buttons to push by the braille engraved on them. We took the elevator to the main level, and Ava tossed more things into her cart. It was overflowing by the time we checked out. Eddie was carrying so many bags out the door that he nearly toppled over. I don't think either of us were prepared for Ava at the mall. She'd scared me quite a few times in the duration of our relationship, but this was her most terrifying form yet. We must have been shopping for hours before we stopped at the bathrooms. I was amazed to find they had several private handicapped restrooms. Ava took one and I took the other. Audio played when I entered. Wave your hand to the left of the door for audio assistance. Curiously, I tried it. The toilet is 3 meters behind you. The sink is located to the right of the toilet. The soap dispenser can be found directly above the sink, and the paper towel is on the wall to the right of the sink. The garbage bin sits beneath the paper towel dispenser. I'd never been so excited to piss in my life. Seriously. The audio descriptions and accommodations in this place were a game changer. Now I didn't have to fumble around to find what I needed. I left the restroom and heard Ava approaching. They have audio description in the bathroom, I said. I know, she cried. And the bathroom is big enough for my chair. It's so rare to go anywhere where my chair actually fits in the stall. So many places label their bathroom handicap accessible, but if I can't close the stall door behind me once my chair is inside, it's not actually accessible. There should be bathrooms like this everywhere. Not just the bathrooms, I said. The whole mall. Everything is accessible. I could actually go shopping by myself, without any help. I've never been able to do that, because big places like this are usually too hard to navigate. It is strange to me that other communities wouldn't make such accommodations for their people, Eddie remarked. These kinds of things are no hassle for the elves. It's natural for us to provide simple features, to help make the lives of others easier. I scoffed. Never leave Elamith, Eddie. You'd be shocked at how the rest of the world treats people like us. I certainly don't understand, Eddie said in confusion. None of these things are particularly hard to implement. Why wouldn't all societies have functions in this way, so all kinds of people are able to act as individuals? After all, a disability is only one if it prevents someone from doing something others can. Everyone else acts like we're such a burden, Ava said bitterly. But here, our disabilities are hardly an encumberment, because the elves are naturally accommodating. Charlie hasn't even seen half of it. I saw a carriage earlier transporting people around who couldn't make the long walk from one side of the mall to the other. There are benches everywhere for people to rest if they can't walk far, and there was a mother's lounge next to the bathrooms for pregnant people and those with small children. We've passed a few designated quiet spaces and meditation areas for people who get overstimulated to calm down, and there's water bottle refill stations everywhere. And I could see over the counters at all the shops.
which I haven't been able to do since I lost the ability to walk. I barely noticed the difference between shopping in a wheelchair and how I used to shop before, because everything I need is provided for. I fucking love it here. Alistair said something similar about the counters when we visited last, but I wasn't sure what he was saying. Is this not something that's common everywhere? Eddie questioned. Not at all, I said. In fact, if you tried to introduce a lot of these ideas in other societies, people would probably get pissed. They'd be angry? Eddie seemed mystified. Oh, yeah. Some jackass would say that the world doesn't need to cater to sick people, and that we should be grateful for whatever minor help the ableds are willing to dole out, Ava spat. Very rude, Eddie commented. At any rate, it's not like that in Elamath. And I would like to say that although you may be in a wheelchair, Princess, and Master, although you may be blind, these aren't things the elves talk about much. Disabilities are just seen as something that is, not something that makes you different. It was revolutionary to think like that. Thanks, Eddie. I wish all people thought that way. The mall was bustling by now, and although our security team kept people at bay, we still heard a lot of cheers as people took pictures of us roaming by. It was around lunchtime, so we made our way to the food court. Eddie must have been carrying 20 bags, and they kept bumping against me while we walked. Do you want me to take some of those, Eddie? I asked. Oh, no, sir, Eddie said brightly. I'm more than happy to carry them. You should see the smile on his face. He's having a blast, Ava snickered. Eddie knew a couple of people here at the mall, which wasn't odd. Honestly, he knew everybody, and could strike up a conversation with a complete stranger without batting an eye. He'd managed to befriend some random guy in the food court within 5 minutes, and was chewing his ear off about everything and anything. Quite a lot of bags you got there, the elf said. I knew he had to be gesturing at the mountains of bags Eddie was hauling around. Oh yes, I wronged the princess badly in the past, and deserved to very much so be punished, Eddie raved. But she is so merciful and kind, and therefore sentenced me to a lifetime of carrying her bags whenever she went shopping as justice. I am happy to serve this sentence with pride. I only told you that because you wouldn't shut up about it, Ava grumbled. I had to laugh. In previous months, Eddie kept carrying on about how guilty he felt that Ava had gotten hurt in the infernal underground when we'd been trying to save him. To shut him up, she'd sentenced him to be her personal shopping assistant whenever she wanted to go for the rest of his days. I didn't know who enjoyed this more, her or him. We ordered noodles at a place Eddie swore was the best in Elamath, then took our trays to find a table. Hey, Eddie exclaimed, there's Alistair and the others! We went to sit with them. Ivy, Chansey, Alistair, and Ez sat around a big table. We heard you'd be around today and decided to stop by, Ivy purred. Your security team played nice and let us through. Only because you have the princess's brother with you, Ez boasted. What does that make me, anyhow? A duke or something? Mind if we join you? I asked. Pull up a seat, Chansey said brightly. I sat down, and Ava pulled up her chair beside me at the end of the table. I noticed the edge extended longer so that she could fit her chair easily. I'm going to splash in the fountain, Aubrey said bluntly. Peace out. Water sprayed against my face as she changed into a narwhal and jumped in. I took a bite of noodles. They were so good and slathered in a creamy sauce that burst with flavor. Why was everything so delicious here? I hadn't had a bad meal yet. What brings you to the mall today? Eddie asked the others. Ivy and I are shopping for things I probably shouldn't say out loud, Chansey said. Alistair had to tag along as soon as he heard. Oh, what did you get? Eddie asked him. Alistair leaned over and whispered something I couldn't hear, and judging by Eddie's laughter, I was pretty sure I didn't want to hear it. As we kept on eating, Chansey scooted closer to me. So, how'd you like the ring? Shut up, I said harshly, but thankfully I didn't think Ava heard. It's not time yet. Chansey guffawed. I wasn't talking about that, pal. The other ring. Oh, I got what he was implying. I dropped my voice. You were right. It did make me last longer. And it's pretty good, but if I'm being honest, it's a bit uncomfortable. Is it always like that?
No, it gets better the more you use it, Chansey insisted. The first few times it's kind of tight, but you get used to it. Are you guys talking about testicles? Alistair asked loudly, and I groaned. All attention immediately turned to us. Chansey and Ivy knew about the cock ring because they'd given me recommendations on which one to try, but I wasn't about to go telling everyone else about it. If we are, it's none of your business, I said. Bullshit, Alistair exclaimed. Whatever conversation you're having about sexy sex, I want in. Are you kidding me? I asked. I'd say, look, there's no sexy way to describe balls, Ivy argued. Sure there is. There must be, Chansey burst in. You got treasure chest, knapsack, coin purse, cum fountain, precious jewels, tea bags, scrotogonal. What was that? I asked. Scrotonagal. Chansey enunciated the word. That's a big word for you to use, Ivy teased. Lay off it, Chansey growled. Anyhow, you got sperm shelter, jumbo junk. Yeah, Alistair eagerly agreed. There's crown jewels, family jewels. Hey, we ain't talking about the elvish family jewels. Show some respect for the Emperor, Chansey blurted, and he smacked Alistair on the back of the head. I gaped. Why the hell are you guys talking about my families? Beanbag, dangly bits, Chansey continued. Mayo sack, Alistair grumbled. Ugh, what is wrong with all of you? I shouted. I just wanted to enjoy my afternoon, and here all my friends were. My buddies, for shit's sake. Not even the girls, carrying on about nutsack gate. Oh, I've got one, Eddie gushed. What about? He gave a tee-hee like a little kid, then whispered, Sexy droopers. Wow, Eddie, come up with that one on your own? I asked. Oh, yes. Aren't you proud? His tone held no sarcasm, but I wasn't going to give him a treat for this one. Not particularly. Chansey was still rambling on. You've got your wrinkleberries, your brassed tacks. Chansey, I've never met anyone so knowledgeable on all the different ways a person can describe testicles. So well done, I stated. Don't tell him that. He'll get a big head, Ivy said. Which one? Alistair asked. The table broke out into laughter until someone behind us said, You could always call them sugar lumps. Bit unknown. My heart skipped. That was Marcus's voice. I hadn't spoken to him in at least a month. Nobody said anything for a couple of long moments until Ivy questioned. Hey, found your art supplies? Yeah, finally. Marcus strolled up close to me and took a seat. Looks like I came in at just the right time. He seemed friendly today and in a good mood. I didn't want this to be the topic that revived our friendship, but if it got me and Marcus talking again, I'd take anything. Hey, Marcus reached out to nudge me. I swallowed a lump in my throat. Hey, you doing all right? His voice was playful. Well, everyone isn't talking about my balls, so I'm doing pretty great. Yeah, thanks for that. Despite the conversation not being my favorite, I was really glad Marcus was here. I always liked referring to Charlie's balls as my personal fun bags, Ava said dreamily. Isn't it so sweet? Now Ava was joining in, and since she knew more about what was going on down there than anyone else here, I had to put a stop to this. I stood and said, Look, people, I don't really mind if you guys know about some of the stuff Ava and I do. I'm fine with sharing details about one of the most private parts of my life. I'm not okay with the community discussing my balls en masse. You said they could share private parts, Ava cackled. I love them, so should everyone else. Ava nearly hit me as she raised a fist in the air. Who's with me? Everyone gave a collective cheer, and I slapped a palm to my face. There was no stopping it now. I'd created a monster. Marcus climbed onto the table, standing to recite lines as if he were upon a real stage. They were 2 eggs wrapped in a silk scarf, a velvet satchel adorned with the soft hairs of a ripe peach. When the light hit his bulging sack just right, the eyes shone like jewels. Nay, good sir, Alistair bellowed, clambering onto the table to stand beside him. For thy scrotum remindeth thee of a disco ball, or perhaps the beauty of blue marbles, which is sustained by the refusal of your love. Chairs scraped the ground as everyone at the table leapt to applause. Somehow, along the way, this had literally turned into a 3-act play. About my balls. Fan-fucking-tastic. Other people climbed onto the table to offer their own renditions. Marcus hopped down and came over to me. "Can we talk?" I was really scared about where this was going, but I wasn't going to back down. Okay. Marcus and I walked to a quieter area of the food court, away from our friends. Neither of us said anything right away, so I felt like I was forced to, in order to break the silence. I cleared my throat. "Marcus, are you good?" He gave a sigh. "No, not really, but I'm better than I was." "What does that mean?" "I'm going to therapy, and I got a diagnosis," Marcus explained. Ava was right. I do have BPD. She was spot on. I didn't know what to say. "Wow, I'm sorry." "Don't be. The diagnosis has been helpful, because at least I know what's wrong with me now, and I can find tools that work and help me feel better. They switched up my medication, and I actually think it might be working this time." He scuffed his shoe on the floor. "Plus, I've been working on my art, and that's really helping. Working on a new play and stuff. I'm happy you're feeling better. Though I have to take some of the blame because it's partly my fault," I said. "I'm sorry for what happened and for what I did." "No, you're not," he replied gently. "And that's okay. I understand you're sorry for hurting me by breaking my bond, but you did the right thing. I know my actions were hurting Callie, and I needed a wake-up call, because I wasn't thinking about her and what she needed. I see now that you didn't do this to hurt me, but to help her, and I'm glad you did." His voice dropped as he added, "Callie's much happier now, and I'm getting the help I need, so it's better for both of us. I know it'll take time, but I think I'm finally on the right track. Being borderline isn't easy, but at least I can have terms and an understanding now on what's going on with me. I have to thank you for that, because if you hadn't forced me to face reality, I'd still have my head in the sand." I still felt pretty guilty. "I care about you, but I understand if you don't want to talk to me anymore." "No, I still need you," Marcus said abruptly. "I know I've been a jackass lately, and you haven't been great either, but you're still my best friend." My heart stalled in shock. I didn't think I'd ever hear Marcus say that again. I thought for sure he'd want nothing to do with me after I broke his bond, even though I missed him. "I need you too, Marcus," I admitted, choking up. "You're one of the most important people in my life. I consider you a brother." "We are brothers," Marcus said. "If you need anything from me, all you have to do is ask. I really do mean that." I paused briefly. "Actually, there is one thing. I'm going to propose to Ava properly, today. You've been through everything with us, and I couldn't get married to her again without you. I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here. I was really hoping you could be my best man." Marcus sounded confused. "Why would you want to pick me after the way I've treated you these past couple of weeks?" "Because I don't care about all that. You've been there for me when I didn't know who else to turn to. I can't just forget about how much that meant to me." "You want me to be your best man, but I'm not the best," Marcus argued. He might be taking this too literal, but I needed to make him see he was the friend I needed the most. "Yes, you are," I said. "You're the best at making me laugh when I'm down, and the best at accepting people for all their flaws. You're the best at seeing the world in a way no one else can. You're the best at listening, and you play the harp like no one's business." "Yeah, that night in the chapel was pretty special, wasn't it?" he admitted sheepishly. "You're the best at aiming spitballs at the back of Professor Job's head. No one could hit him square every time except you. You're the best at making cat costumes for Rishi. That taco costume was to die for. You're the best male cheerleader the Institute ever had." "I was the only one," he stated flatly. I ignored his comment. "You make the best sonnets about my balls." "That actually wasn't a sonnet," he corrected. "And," I said finally, "you're the best at being my best friend." I could hear the smile in his voice. "Fair enough.
I am a pretty good friend, aren't I? But you know what, Charlie? It's not hard to be a good friend to a guy like you. I didn't think I could have a friend get as close to me as Marty had been, but Marcus blew all my expectations away. I'd never had a friend be there for me like he was, and it was pretty awesome that he was in my life. Marcus reached out to hug me, and I let him. I even hugged him back. I wasn't the best at this kind of thing, but I was getting better, and not having Marcus around had affected me more than I wanted to admit. I wanted him to know he was important to me, and I was glad to have him at my side, because him not being there had been pretty empty. "Of course, I'm going to be your best man," Marcus said, and he clapped me on the back. "Now go ask Ava to marry you." He pulled out of the hug and pushed me playfully back in the direction of the table. I started over there, relieved this whole argument with Marcus was over. I hoped we could all get to a good place again, as a group, but I guess that was up to Callie. When I got back to the table, I took Ava's hand. "We have one more place to go today. Are you ready?" "Yes, but where are we going?" she asked. I did my best to keep the grin off my face. "It's a surprise. Eddie, can you call the car around?" "Absolutely, Master!" Eddie nearly screeched. "After all, next is the main event of the day." "The main event?" Ava asked curiously. "Eddie, shush," I snapped. He thankfully shut his mouth. Oberei was still soaking wet when we got in the limo. Ava used her water magic to dry his husky fur, and we traveled to the botanical gardens located on the other side of the city. It was completely quiet here, and Ava noticed. "Where is everyone?" "My grandfather reserved the gardens. It's only us here," I explained. I didn't want anyone else around for this, because I wanted it to be a private moment. I knew if there were people around, they'd swarm us with cameras the minute I went to ask. The guards backed off to surround the perimeter of the gardens, finally leaving us alone. We reached the gardens, and I pushed Ava through the gate. Oberei shifted into phoenix form and flew above us. Floral scents hit my nose, and a fountain trickled nearby. The sun was warm on my skin, and the air was pleasant, with a slight breeze. The gardens were peaceful and full of birdsong. "It's really pretty here," Ava said brightly. "There are flowers of every color, and hedges surround the perimeter. You won't believe the size of these sculptures. There are 2 massive sculptures of the elvish goddesses, both covered in ivy and flowers. One of them has a fountain coming out of her hand that flows into a pond. That's Idril. I recognize her from paintings in the palace." There were statues and sculptures all throughout the gardens. Ava explained that they looked like trees of twisting metal rising into the sky hundreds of feet. Hanging plants, ivy, and vines dangled from the tree limbs. The pathways were made of cobblestone, and we had to cross a couple of intricately crafted bridges over a winding river to journey around the gardens. My earth magic felt how much plant life there was here, and it was incredibly abundant. The elves had spared no expense in crafting this garden to be as beautiful as possible. "There are ancient ruins here, unchanged from Ithril. I could tell by the architecture and the quality of the stone that it's genuine," Ava said. "But the elves have fashioned the plants to grow up the stone columns. The landscape is accommodated within the gardens, not the other way around. The elves worked with the land instead of destroying it to suit how they wanted the layout to be, but the pathways are still smooth and level enough that I can get through." It seemed to be a theme of the elves. Instead of changing things or forcing them to adapt, they worked with what was available to suit everyone. And you know what? They always made something better than the other supernatural societies did, because of the way they thought about things. I heard the rushing of water nearby, and my breath caught, because I knew we were close to our destination. "There's a waterfall up ahead," Ava said, "but the path looks like it goes right through it." "We have to go through the waterfall to get to the other side of the gardens," I said, and I grabbed the handles of her chair. "You ready?" "Absolutely." I picked up the pace and started jogging forward. Ava let out a little noise of excitement as we approached the waterfall, but instead of getting wet, the waterfall parted like curtains, allowing us through. As we stepped on through to the other side, I felt the air around me vibrate with the sensation of hundreds of little wings. "Oh," Ava said in glee, "it's a butterfly garden." "What's it like?"
Oberyn nestled in the trees above us. Ava moved forward and said, "There are so many I can't even count them all. There's monarchs, swallowtails, painted ladies, and others I can't name. The butterflies look like a rainbow flying through the sky, crawling on all the different flowers. There are so many." She wheeled forward and laughed. "They're landing on me. It tickles." Her back was to me. This was it. The big moment. I wanted this to be perfect, and I had to remember everything that I wanted to say. I reached out to pick a flower. I felt the petals and realized it was a peony, still not in bloom. The petals hadn't opened up yet. I slipped the ring inside, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. "Ava, we've been married for almost a year, and you know how much I love you." "Of course, I love you too. More than you'll ever realize." I slowly got down on one knee. "Enough to marry me again?" She turned around. I used my magic to make the flower I was holding bloom. Inside was the ring. Ava let out a loud, surprised scream, like I jumped out from behind a corner. "What are you doing?" That wasn't the reaction I'd been expecting. "I'm asking if you'd like to get married again." I could feel her pounding heartbeat quivering across our bond. She was in shock. "But why? We're already married." "Because I love you. Because I want to live the rest of my life with you. Because every moment with you is like living another lifetime, and I want to live 1,000 more. Because you deserve to have a gorgeous wedding and be a beautiful bride. Because I want to tell the world that you're my wife, and I'm your husband." "I don't need any of that, because I have you," she insisted. "But you never got the pretty dress, or the celebration, or the traditional ceremony, and I want to give all of that to you. I know people say that doesn't matter, but it matters to us, and I want to provide that. I have the opportunity to give you your dream, and I want to make you happy. So what do you say, Pitch? We didn't get to choose last time, but we can make a choice now. Do you want to be mine forever?" Ava started crying. She wailed as she said, "I'd marry you 1,000 times over. Yes, absolutely. Now give me that ring." It wasn't like I'd been expecting a different answer, but I was relieved all the same. I took the ring out from the petals and slipped it on her finger. It fit perfectly next to the original wedding band she had on. She threw her arms around me and flung herself forward so eagerly that she fell out of her wheelchair. I caught her, and we fell against the ground. "Oh, Charlie, this is so perfect!" Ava kissed me over and over. "I can't wait to start planning everything!" "Wow, you're really eager," I said with a laugh. "Well, yeah, weddings make me horny." "Everything makes you horny." Oberyn flew down from the treetops and landed beside us. "I can be as horny as I want. I've never had a fiancé before," she gushed. "You guys were engaged last time for an hour. Still counts," Oberyn argued. "I don't know who's more excited for this wedding, you or my grandpa. That ring you're wearing was my grandmother's," I said, stroking her hair back. "I love it so much. You couldn't have picked out a better ring, and it fits so perfectly with my first," Ava babbled. She started yanking at my shirt. "Put me back in my chair. Let's get back to the palace right away so we can have sex, then start planning this thing." "Does it have to be in that order?" Oberyn asked. Then she nuzzled our hair and said, "I am truly happy for both of you. This is what was always meant to be." It was. Ava was my destiny, and I wanted to show everyone just how much she meant to me. This wedding would be the start of it all. I figured we'd return to the palace and spend some private time together, but the moment we stepped foot back through the double doors, the room erupted into cheers.
Surprise!
My magic sensed that dozens of people were gathered in the main hall. Confetti fell from the ceiling, and a balloon bounced against my head. "Congratulations to the happy couple!" my grandfather boomed. His footsteps approached beside me before he leaned in to whisper, "You did propose, correct?" I laughed. "Yes, I did." "Wonderful! The prince and his princess will be married again in a royal wedding unlike any our empire has ever seen. Cassio cried out to the crowd. "Tonight, we celebrate!" The rest of the room cheered, and music broke out. Ava leaned against my side and asked, "Did you know your grandpa was planning this engagement party?" I smirked. "Nope. Told you he was excited." The party went on all night. There was music, food, and dancing, and about 1 million people came up to us to say congratulations. It was different, being welcomed by a big crowd of people who were excited for me. I hadn't gotten that kind of support in my life before. After we finished dinner, Alistair returned from the buffet and exclaimed, "They've got ass tons of chocolate cake! The damn thing's taller than I am!" The scent filled my nose, and my mouth was already watering. I got out of my chair. "Where are you going?" Ava asked, though she already knew. "I know you want some," I teased. "I'll bring you back a slice." I made my way over to the dessert table. I didn't have a chance to grab a plate before someone shoved a dish in my hand. "I already got you a piece," a sultry female voice said. It must have been a servant. "Thanks, but you really didn't need to," I said. "I know you guys are meant to do things for us, but I enjoy serving my wife personally." "Oh," she said flatly. "I didn't know it was for her." "That's a rude way to address the princess," I sneered. I guess I understood why the women around here were jealous of Ava, because they all wanted to get in the prince's bed. Wasn't going to happen. "A prince should be able to have whatever he wants," she replied. "After all, I'm here for you, Charlie." I hesitated because it was such a strange offer. This was definitely out of line and made me uncomfortable. I thought about reporting her to a guard, but I didn't want to get her executed for flirting with the prince. The elves didn't fuck with that kind of shit when it came to the monarchy. The best thing to do was put an end to this and walk away. "If I need you, I'll summon you." I turned on my heel and hurried back to my table so fast I forgot to grab a slice of cake for myself. No way was I going back to the buffet alone, though. That servant girl had really creeped me out. The party was still going on late in the evening, far past midnight, and the elves were no closer to quieting down. My grandfather drank a whole tankard by himself and danced to nearly every song. He was having more fun than anybody. I was considering telling everyone goodnight and taking Ava back to our room, because she was starting to fall asleep in her chair. It had been a big day for both of us, with a lot of activity, and as much as I was certain she wanted to celebrate our engagement in a much more private way, she needed to rest. We could wait until morning. "Hey," I heard Callie say, and I nearly startled. I hadn't heard her come up behind me. She was super good at sneaking up on people. "Congratulations." "Thanks," I told her. "I hope the proposal was everything Ava wanted." "It was, trust me," Callie said. "You did great." Her voice dropped to a serious tone. "I don't want to ruin your party, but we need to meet tomorrow morning as soon as we can. Demigods only." "You found something?" I wondered. "Yes," Callie confirmed. "I learned more about the vampire key, and if we don't act fast, it might slip out of our hands again. So be ready. Tomorrow, we're moving in."
Chapter 12. Ava-Marie. Callie's words were urgent. We hadn't found a lead on the vampire key in what felt like ages, and now she was insisting that we could have it in our possession, today. I hoped whatever information she had would give us some results. The entire summer had come and gone, and we had nothing. The warden was growing stronger every day. We couldn't afford to keep giving him more time to get stronger while we kept following false leads. Charlie's team had been searching for the vampire key since the bank robbery had failed, but every trail they picked up went cold. We needed a win, and fast. We got ready in a hurry that morning, but when I opened the door to our bedroom, I hitched a breath. Over 100 roses were scattered in front of the door, their heads cut off. Petals and thorny stems were everywhere. Okay, weird. Oberai scampered to our side and put his nose down to sniff the mess. So this isn't creepy. "Are you getting a scent?" I asked. "No, all I can smell is roses." Oberai sneezed. "But truly a strange mystery." "Charlie," I called. He came over and I said, "Somebody left a mess in our suite." He ducked down, and his finger skimmed the ruined flowers. He frowned. "Who got into our suite? Our friends are the only ones who have access to my quarters, and the guards won't let just anybody in." "Somebody must have put them here a few moments ago," I said. "Otherwise, the servants would have noticed and cleaned it up by now." "Probably just one of our friends, playing a prank," Charlie said. "I bet it's Alistair. He was pretty wasted last night from the party." I bet it was. He'd do something odd like this as a joke. He's got a bizarre sense of humor. Oberai wagged his tail. "I did see him sneak magical fireworks into Chansey's room last week. When he walked in, they all erupted on cue. The whole room nearly caught on fire before the servants had to put it out. It was quite dangerous, but Alistair thought it was funny." "So, that's settled," I said. "Alistair thought it'd be a huge gag to leave cut-up roses outside our door the day after our engagement. Kinda messed up, but he's known for taking it too far." "We've got no time for games." Charlie rose to his full height. "Let's go." I rolled over the flowers, and we left them behind as we made our way to the practice arena to meet up with Callie. "I don't like not wearing my wedding ring," I complained. "It feels weird." We dropped off my ring at the treasury last night, so the Elvish jewelers could solder my original wedding band with the absolutely gorgeous ring Charlie had proposed with yesterday. Hadn't even had that beautiful rock for a full day, and already I was parted from my beloved. "You'll get it back at the ceremony," Charlie soothed, and he brushed back my hair. "Too long to wait." I'd been planning this wedding right now if we didn't have to work on demigod business. So whatever dumbass had the vampire key needed to cough it up so I could get home and start looking for my dress. "You know, if I can't wear my wedding ring, you shouldn't be wearing yours either. It's only fair." Charlie scowled. "No." You'd have to cut his finger off before he removed it, I was sure. When we walked into the training arena, my jaw dropped. Callie and Marcus sat at a table that she'd conjured in the middle of the room, and they were actually talking. What was more, both of them were smiling. She drank a coffee that I assumed Marcus must have brought her, while they eagerly engaged in conversation. It didn't look awkward or weird. Were they actually getting along? It was a little nuts. I'd assumed after they broke their bond they'd never speak again. But here they were, acting like everything was fine. When Marcus saw me, he cheerfully waved. I decided to play along and act like this wasn't fucking bizarre. The Elvish associates were here as well, along with Danny, Ivy, and Chansey. I wondered who exactly we'd have to take down if we were bringing along this many people. "Hey," Callie said, as I rolled up beside her. "Glad you're here. We can get started." "What's this all about, Callie?" Charlie demanded as he took a chair beside me. "Do you really have a lead on the vampire key?" "Of course I do," Callie shot back. "I didn't call everyone in for tea time." "Then why didn't I know about it earlier?" Charlie asked. "This shouldn't have been kept from me." He was being kind of bossy. I laid my hand on his to tell him to cool off. His shoulders slumped, and he didn't say anything more. Callie huffed. "I only learned of this yesterday. I called everyone together as soon as I could. I got tired of waiting for your team to find us some answers, so I took the risk and time traveled." I knew Callie's powers had been weakened by her bond breaking. She must have time traveled the first chance she got, when her powers were strong enough again. "Callie, that's dangerous. You should have consulted us before you did it," Charlie hissed. "You would have stopped me if I had," Callie insisted. Anyway, I went back to the day that Frank put the key into the vault to see who took it. It worked, because I was able to watch who took the key from the vault before he was killed. And I also saw who murdered Frank. "So, do you know who he is?" Charlie asked. "Yes. I learned his name. And he's still alive. Your team was able to track him down," Callie informed us. "It turns out Mossy Taurus wasn't the only person hunting for the key. And the angels weren't the ones who took it from the vault. The thief was someone named Lorenzo Gallio. Take one guess who he works for. Charlie groaned and rubbed his face. Not another vampire mobster.
He's one of my dad's cronies, Ivy snarled. And unfortunately, this guy is one I don't know.
Or fortunately, Chansey subbed in. Because if he doesn't know you, he'll be easier to fool. If that's true, we can assume that Salvatore Bianchi has the vampire key, Marcus said. Great. Charlie scoffed. The head of the bank was a vampire. I bet he had ties to Salvatore. If he did, that means Salvatore knew all along that the vampire key was in the bank, but kept it there because that's where it was safest. Our first time around, we must have tripped the bank security system when Max hacked their files. That's how they knew we were coming. Salvatore moved the key the night before we got there, but it was an inside job. That's how he got away clean. What about the second time, when we went back in time and changed things? I wondered. Charlie mused for a moment. It's possible Salvatore didn't have people inside the bank back in the 1920s. We learned from Chansey's past life regression that Frank was killed on the street the first time, like his killer thought he still had the key on him. That would mean Salvatore didn't learn about the bank vault until sometime later. Originally, he must have spent years sending that bigwig up the corporate ladder until he gained control of the key in the vault. Ivy drummed their fingers on the tabletop.
That certainly sounds like my father. He's no stranger to playing the long con.
But the second time, after we changed things, Lorenzo followed Frank to the vault and stole the key that same day before killing him, Charlie said. Which means, in the timeline we're currently in, Salvatore has had the key all along, even though bank records showed Frank made the deposit. Ivy, any idea where your father would have hidden it all this time?
It's hard to say, Ivy admitted. Dear old dad is headquartered in Chicago, but it could really be anywhere. He hides his riches all over the world, so that if his main casino is targeted, he doesn't lose everything. Wherever it is, it's in a highly secure location.
We can be thankful it's in his hands at least, Callie assured us. Why? I asked. He's the most powerful vampire mob boss in the world, and he's not a good guy.
Because my dad won't play ball with the warden, Ivy informed us. 2 peas in a pod they are. My dad and the warden both have to be the biggest dick in the room, and my dad ain't gonna make a deal with the warden because he doesn't want to feel like he's beneath people. The vampire key gives him some sort of power he can hold over the warden's head, and he'll get off on that.
But the vampires have sided with the mission, I pointed out.
Yeah, the vampire government, not my dad's mob. They're 2 separate groups, and my dad and the governing body of vampires are always going at it. They're sworn enemies, Ivy stated.
That's putting it lightly. Salvatore Bianchi works for himself, and only himself, Danny added. He hates the vampiric government more than he despises anyone else on this planet. They've gotten in the way of his plans one too many times. Salvatore Bianchi won't join the mission? Marcus asked.
Ah, no fucking way, Ivy insisted. My dad wants to be in charge. He's fine letting the warden do what he wants with the rest of the world for now. But the moment the warden sets foot in Chicago, which is his turf, he's gonna light him up.
Hopefully they'll kill each other, Callie grumbled. Ivy sipped at their tea and continued.
So, we know my dad won't hand over the key to the warden. Bad news is, he shouldn't have it in his possession either.
But we might be able to get it back today, Callie added. Max, if you would. Max stepped forward. She laid a file on the table. We know everything about Lorenzo Gallio, where he hunts for blood, his schedule, what time he brushes his fangs in the morning. We also know that he's a major pervert who likes to frequent strip clubs and brothels in every city he's in. How does this help us? Charlie asked. We found out that Lorenzo is going to be in Las Vegas tonight, making a deal on a shipment for Chicago, Callie said. What's he buying? I asked.
Blood slaves, Ivy replied regrettably. One of the reasons I left the mob. I refused to deal in transporting people for slaughter. Unfortunately, trafficking of people, both human and supernatural, is my father's favorite method of business.
We can't let Salvatore sell those people, I insisted. We have to do something about it. We're already on it, Max said. We have Elvish task members working on getting those blood slaves out of confinement and into refugee housing in Elamanth. Which Lorenzo doesn't know about yet, but he'll find out, Callie said. The deal is supposed to take place tomorrow morning. Lorenzo is arriving in Vegas tonight, so he can get his rocks off at the local vampiric strip club the night before. Charming, I said dryly. So, how do we get him? That's where Ivy comes in. Callie gestured to Ivy, who stood. Ivy took a breath.
The vampire that owns the strip club has chains of supernatural brothels all over the world. I did a lot of work for him, and used to be his most popular dancer. He flew me all over the world as a performer and escort, because I brought in a lot of cash. He's a rat, but he's our way in. I've already reached out requesting to return, and bring a couple of my dancer friends with me. He was chomping at the bit to have me back on stage.
Who are these friends? Charlie asked apprehensively. That would be us, Callie said. We pose as staff within the strip club, get Lorenzo alone, then figure out what he knows about the key. And if he doesn't want to talk? I asked. Then we bribe him. Heavily, Max said. Or resort to other methods. With luck, the slimy worm will betray Salvatore, tell us where the key is, and we'll bring it back here. I glanced at Ivy. Will Lorenzo risk betraying your dad? You don't turn your back on the vampiric mob without paying for it. Ivy shrugged.
It depends on where his loyalties lie.
Or how much he values his life, Charlie said darkly. Salvatore will kill Lorenzo if he turns on him. He knows we'll kill him if he doesn't talk. It might not come to that, Max added. The Elvish treasury is endless. We can give Lorenzo a more comfortable life than Salvatore can. And even better, we can hide him. This sounded like a fairly solid plan. I was pretty confident it would work. There are wards set up all around the strip club. Not to mention there are magical alarms placed in every major city around the world by the mission to locate demigods. You'll have to portal outside city limits, then drive in to make sure they don't know you're coming, Max informed us. You can't portal in or out of the club. There are wards there preventing access or departure once you're inside. Road trip, Chansey shouted. Charlie ruffled Oberon's ears. I'm sorry, boy, but you can't come with us this time. You're too recognizable for a familiar, and a strip club is no place for a dog. I disagree, but point taken, Oberon said. She changed into a phoenix. I will make use of my magic in the healing quarters where I am most needed until you return. Be safe and well. She flew out the open door, and Callie stood. Everybody, pack up. We're leaving immediately. We should visit my uncle first, Marcus said as he stood up. He's staying in a penthouse in the city. He's an alchemist, and he has a potion we can use to disguise ourselves. We could just use illusions, Callie suggested. This potion is stronger, because I've infused my demigod magic into it, Marcus assured us. I've been working on it with my Uncle Grant for a few weeks now, experimenting. It'll last even if there are wards or spells set up meant to break deception magic. Wow, Marcus. Nobody's ever pulled off a potion like that before, I said in surprise. Yeah, well, I decided it was time to start putting my demigod powers to good use, he said with a shrug. Treatment really had to be helping him. He was finally going after his full potential. That sounds great. You did some awesome work, Marcus, Callie said. And I nearly fell out of my chair at her compliment. Let's go. I'll stay here and work on the final details of the plan with the rest of the team, Charlie said. You guys go on ahead. Danny flung an arm around Charlie's shoulders. So, who wants to play stripper pal Me or you? I'll give you a lap dance to test it out. Charlie scowled. I was interested on what exactly was in this potion, so I decided to go with Marcus and Callie. We had a driver take us to Marcus's aunt and uncle's penthouse in the city. I don't think anyone's home, Marcus said as he opened the door. They've been very busy lately. He stopped mid-sentence as we walked in. The place was a mess. There were empty bottles of alcohol everywhere, along with takeout boxes and party favors. A bag of chips looked like it exploded all over the baby grand piano in the corner. A framed photograph of Marcus's Uncle Grant carrying his Aunt Talia on his back was lying cracked on the floor. On a shelf, a collection of potion bottles had been knocked over, though thankfully none had been shattered. My father, along with King Ethan, were sprawled out on the floor, sleeping, I might add. King Ethan was in his wolf form. Daddy was literally cuddling him, holding on to the shifter for dear life and burying his head in the wolf's fur as he slept. A guy I supposed must be Marcus's uncle stood at the stove flipping pancakes. He didn't look anything like Marcus, with darker skin and black hair that stood straight up. He wore an apron and appeared positively chipper when we entered. Hola, sobrino. Nice to see you, Marcus. I wasn't expecting you, but I'll put on some extra bacon. He seemed like the only one who didn't have a hangover, though there was a cauldron on the table full of something that looked suspiciously like alcohol. It looked like something he'd been brewing himself. No need. We're not hungry, Marcus replied as he took in the aftermath of what looked like a freaking frat party. Lucas stumbled in from the next room, looking hungover as all hell. Hey, kids, he slurred. What's happening? Dad, what the hell? Marcus gestured to the mess. It's a very long story, Lucas moaned, holding his head. We'd love to hear it, Callie said, nudging her dad with her shoe. He let out a growl in his sleep and turned over, effectively smushing my dad. Daddy startled awake and shoved Ethan off of him, who rolled over the other way and kept on sleeping. Daddy blinked sleep from his eyes, realized he was on the floor, and groaned as he pulled himself onto the couch. Oh, dear ancestors. You lectured me about acting like a teenager, but obviously, you four got carried away, I indicated, crossing my arms. It was all of us, Daddy grumbled. Yes, Lucas noted. You all know we were there at the engagement party last night, and we decided to go out for a drink afterward. With our wives, Daddy added. I know we haven't gotten along well in the past, and have had our differences, but since the war is going on, we decided to settle them over a few drinks, Lucas said. A few? Marcus asked. That wasn't how it started, Daddy defended. Marcus crossed his arms. Dad, you told me to never cave to peer pressure. Now you're the one caving? To other adults? Yeah, Lucas trailed off. The night got a little wild. All us parents decided to share our own stories, our history with our former prophecies and whatnot. And it was really creepy, Daddy deadpanned. The similarities really threw us off. Then we all got depressed because of what we went through as kids, and all the stories kept on getting worse. Lucas shivered. Well, what we came to is that we're all more alike than we realized. That all of us have been through some shit trying to save the world, and now our kids are going through it. So we might as well forget about it and try to live while we're still young. So, you partied the night away? Callie stated. We did our best, Daddy confirmed. It was a fun night out at the bar, but us men had enough and wanted to continue the party back home. It was too far to walk back to the palace, so we crashed here. The ladies weren't up for coming back. Where are our moms? I exclaimed. They didn't want the night to end, so they went out to the club, Lucas hiccuped, before he fumbled in the cabinet for pain reliever. Haven't seen them since. For shit's sake, Dad, Marcus sighed, before turning to Grant. I swung by to get the potion we've been working on. Is the latest batch done brewing? Grant nearly dropped his spatula, and his eyes widened. You're using it? Yes, we're going on a mission tonight, I said. Hold it right there, young lady, Daddy said. What's this mission about? We painstakingly had to explain the whole thing to our fathers. Daddy sneered when we'd finished. A strip club? You shouldn't be going into those kinds of places. I don't need the lecture, Daddy, I replied. I'm sure you and Mama have never been to a strip club, but we need to do this. Daddy's chest puffed up. I'll have you know, your mother and I can be adventurous, and we do visit these types of establishments every once in a while. After all, your mother appreciates looking at other women. Oh, my ancestors, I don't want to hear about this, I shouted. Apparently, all of our parents were more wild than we thought, even in their 40s with grown-ass kids. Daddy coughed to clear his throat. Fair enough. Though I don't like that you're going into the line of danger tonight. I can't get in the way of it, and I'm not going to stop you. But please, be careful, Peanut. I will. We'll get the key and come home straight away, I promised. Not like the thought of messing around in Vegas wasn't tempting, though. Marcus ducked into a back room, then came out with a vial full of glowing purple liquid. This should be enough, he said. I'll leave the rest of you to your hangovers. Please do, Lucas noted sickly. King Ethan gave a particularly loud snore as we closed the door behind us. Didn't you realize your parents were missing all night? Callie asked Marcus as we left the penthouse. Haven't you been staying with your mom and dad? I have, but I feel better now and you guys need me at the palace, Marcus stated. I moved all my stuff back last night. Callie almost seemed to glow. It's good to have you around. We took the car back to the palace. While we were waiting at a stoplight, I looked to my left and had to do a double take. There our moms were, still in their clubbing gear and having mimosas at one of the nicest brunch bars in Elamanth, acting like they hadn't been out drinking all night. Emma and Nadine clinked their glasses together with huge smiles, while Mama ate avocado toast. My mother saw me poking my head through the window of the limo. She gave a huge smile and waved. I slowly waved back as I rolled the window up. Callie gaped, just like me. Damn. I hope we're that cool when we get older. They could be on a supernatural reality show. Party moms, Marcus exclaimed. I groaned. Don't even think of mentioning anything like that to Cassiel, I warned. He'll take any publicity for the monarchy, good or bad. Next thing you know, our moms will be the next big elvish reality TV stars. Yeah, probably a good thing to keep this little event under wraps, Callie said with a nod. Your parents have corrupted mine, Marcus accused. My mom never drinks. That might be a virgin mimosa in her hand, but it sure looks like she had fun last night, I teased. She's missing a shoe. Marcus groaned. We spent the rest of the day going over the plan. Then, once we were ready, gathered together in our meeting spot in the parking garage. Where's Danny? I asked when we arrived, noticing he wasn't around. He's sick again, unfortunately, Max said. We'll have to do this without him. Again? What was going on with Danny? He seemed fine this morning, though he'd never come back after we'd split up to go get the potion. It wasn't my place to pry. After all, I didn't like when people tried to get the worst details about my spinal injury, especially when I didn't know them well. I wasn't good enough friends with Danny to ask those kinds of questions yet. If he couldn't come, we'd have to do this without him. We drove my car through a portal that bloomed on the outskirts of Nevada. Charlie, Marcus, Callie, and I were in my car, which had finally gotten fixed from the bank robbery, while Chansey, Ivy, and the Elvish associates were in a van behind us. Finally! Out on the open road, I said. I'd been looking forward to driving the long, winding roads of Nevada my entire life. I never knew I'd get to do it so soon. "We're here to get the key," Charlie reminded me from the seat beside mine. "Don't attract attention." Of course not. Wouldn't dream of it. I couldn't resist temptation, though. We were flying down the road at 90 miles an hour before the rest of them could tell me no, taking sharp curves at way too high a speed. "By the goddess, Ava, slow down!" Marcus snapped from the back seat as Callie fell into him around a turn. We'd lost the van a while ago because it couldn't keep up. "We need to get there on time," I argued. We merged onto the highway, and some jerk in a pickup truck tried to speed up so I couldn't get on. No, thank you. I kicked my car into high gear and cut him off, forcing him to slam on his brakes. The jerk responded by speeding up again, swerving around me and pulling ahead. I had a smoothie from earlier we'd grabbed from the palace for a quick lunch, and this dickhead was about to wear it. "Asshole!" I rolled down the window and chucked the drink, which splattered all over the opposing driver's windshield. The truck immediately skirted to the side of the road and slammed on the brakes, which forced me to come to a dead stop so I didn't rear-end him. I could have taken off, but I didn't. A big, burly-looking dude with a buzz cut got out of the truck, with his fists clenched, yelling some not nice words. I grinned. "Great, now he's coming this way," Marcus complained. "Charlie, go beat him up," I said. He guffawed. "Excuse me?" I mean, I'd do it myself, but then I'd have to get my chair out and then get into my chair. It would just take too long, and we're in a hurry, I explained. This guy looks like he's a human, so in the name of supernatural secrecy, we're gonna have to resort to some good old-fashioned ass-kicking. That's on you, babe. "I'm not gonna kick some guy's ass just because you cut him off," Charlie yelled. "You didn't see what happened. Don't you believe me, your wife?" "Gee, I wonder why that'd be hard for me to imagine you didn't cause this." "He's getting closer," Marcus whimpered. "Whatever happened to forsaking all others?" I asked. "I don't remember traffic violations being a part of our wedding vows, but you can add them into the upcoming ceremony if you like," Charlie offered. I huffed. Wow. Just wow. "Okay, Marcus, you're up." "Me?" Marcus yelped. The dude had gotten to my window and was banging on the door. He broke off my mirror, which made me gasp. How dare he touch my baby? I poked Charlie's arm. "Ancestors, what a dick. You know, if he threatens me, you have to punch him then." Charlie let out an irritated noise, clearly contemplating it. "Oh my gods," Callie grumbled, and she got out. 5 minutes later, Callie had dusted off her clothes. "That loser got his blood on my shoes." "You were right, Ava. He was a dick," Callie complained as she wiped them off outside the car. The other guy, who Callie had pelted to bits, stumbled back into his truck and drove off. "You're all terrible people." Charlie shook his head. I gave a happy sigh. "Well, now that's over with. We might as well get on down the road." "No, you lost your privileges. You're sitting in the back with me," Charlie said, and he snatched the keys out of the ignition. "Marcus is driving." Marcus did, which was absolutely terrible, I tell you, because he went 10 miles under the speed limit the entire time. "Are we going to get there today, Grandma?" I mumbled. "Cars are dangerous. They are potential weapons and therefore should always be driven safely," Marcus replied. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if Marcus didn't have to sing along to every single show tune that played over the speakers. He'd hooked up his phone to the car stereo, and his playlist was extremely one-sided. I liked musicals too, but it was hard to enjoy the music when Marcus was belting out "Waving Through a Window" at the top of his lungs for the 3rd time in a row, with accompanied hand movements and expressions. After I'd nearly aged 10 years, we finally arrived in Vegas. This was one of the few places in the United States where I'd never been, and it looked amazing. The Strip was full of fancy casinos that towered into the skyline, and neon lights beamed everywhere into the desert night. Hundreds of people filled the streets, and the whole city seemed to buzz with an undertone of excitement and danger. We could get into some trouble out here, honey, I said to Charlie as I looked around. There's a reason it's called Sin City. Callie pointed to a tall building at the edge of the strip. Here, the strip club's inside that hotel. Marcus pulled into a parking garage. The van was already waiting inside. We got out of the car. Thank the ancestors for it. I was tired of driving with Miss Daisy over here. Marcus, you drive so slow that you lost the lead I had on the van, and they still arrived here earlier than us, I complained. But we made it here safely, and that's what counts, he shot back. We all gathered in a circle outside the van, and Marcus conjured the potion. He passed it around. Each of us took a drink, save for Ivy. I waited for it to change my features, but nothing happened. Are you sure this spell works? I asked, looking at the remnants of the potion vial. I'm positive, Marcus insisted. I've tested it out a bunch of times. We don't look any different to each other because we all took the potion. But anyone else who looks at us is going to see a completely different person. They won't be able to tell who we really are.
Come on, we gotta go.
Ivy checked their hair in the van's side mirror.
He ain't gonna wait forever.
We'll be there at the designated time, Charlie said, and he swooped down to kiss me before he wandered off into the hotel with Chansey. Everyone had their role. The Elvish associates were going to hack into the club's security cameras and do surveillance. Ivy, Marcus, Callie, and I would go to the meeting with the club's owner and hopefully be able to pose as the staff within the club whenever Lorenzo showed his ass up. Charlie and Chansey were posing as guests and would do their best to spy on Lorenzo as he moved throughout the club. Ivy escorted us into a hallway that was connected to the parking lot and led us to a glass elevator. We got in and rode the elevator up 50 floors to the top of the building. It smells like blood in here, Callie complained as we took the elevator up.
Well, yeah,
Ivy responded.
Vampire's lair and all.
The elevator doors opened. As we walked through, I felt something heavy press in around me. A ward meant for breaking enchantments. I felt the potion's effects waver, but they still held. Marcus was right. Even if Callie cast an illusion, the wards were so strong here that they would break, and a weaker potion would have definitely failed to hold up. The potion he'd made was incredibly unique. The hallway we stepped into was dark and lit with black lights. A tall, muscular vampire in a suit was blocking the door ahead.
Hey, Biff. How's it going?
Ivy purred to the guard.
Ivy.
The vampire nodded and stepped aside to let us through. It's great to have you back.
I've been away too long.
The way Ivy swayed their hips as they strutted into the club was even more seductive than usual. Although Ivy had promised to leave this life behind them, clearly it was still a world they fit into and knew well. The club itself was massive. The tables and chairs were made of glass, and it was so dark inside I could hardly see. The area was dimly lit in purple and blue show lights, and there were multiple stages with spinning dancing poles. It was pretty empty here, as the club wasn't open yet. The room was nearly vacant, except for one person. I officially knew the exact scumbag we were working with when I saw him. He was a short, ugly-ass-looking vampire, counting hundreds at one of the tables. When he saw us, he stood up and held out a hand.
Ivy, you're as lovely as ever,
he said, and he gave a slimy kiss to Ivy's fingertips. I don't know how Ivy managed to stand it, because this dude might as well be Creepzilla. Ivy, though, didn't flinch, merely put on a smirk.
Darius Frayden. Can't tell you how excited I was to reach out.
Heard you did some time in the pen.
Darius stepped back.
You ain't still mad about those last clients I sent you, right?
Something dangerous flashed behind Ivy's eyes, but they quickly camouflaged it.
Of course not. I know the risks of this job. I'm here to work.
That's what I like to hear.
Darius's attention immediately turned to the rest of us.
This is who you brought in? I'm not impressed.
There's more to them than meets the eye,
Ivy promised.
The girls are Lux and Blaze, and the guy's Marco. He ran security at the last club I danced for.
Darius huffed. This guy ain't security, he said, thumbing at Marcus. He's a pretty boy, if I ever saw one. I beg your pardon? Marcus squeaked. Look, Toots, we take all kinds here, Darius spat. Don't be shy. You ain't gotta pose as security. You're going up on the main stage tonight. Marcus blanched, but I elbowed him and he peeped. Whatever you'd like. Darius turned toward Callie. Sorry, sweetheart, but we got enough blondes. Callie scowled. Fine, I'll wait tables. Lucky you. Our last hostess just quit. Darius gave a smile that had fangs missing, but it fell as he glanced at me. Get lost, Wheels. This ain't a place for you. And why not? I asked. I performed before. One time in the Devil's Playground, but still. Darius sneered. Why would I want to hire a bitch in a wheelchair? Strippers gotta walk. I gave a careless shrug. I'm a fetish. You'd be surprised how many guys want to fuck a girl with no legs. I'm a special order. Darius scratched his dirty beard. Guess you're right. The clients like variety on the menu, and we never had a broad like you before. And you got a nice rack. Fine, you're in. Thank the ancestors Charlie wasn't here to listen to Darius talk to me like that. Guy would be dead in an instant, and the whole operation would have been blown. Can we get ready now or what? Ivy asked bluntly. I need to make some money tonight. I'm low on cash. Sure. Take your whores backstage, Darius said carelessly, going back to counting his money. Then, Darius froze. Your dad doesn't know you're here, does he? My father never knows where I am. You can relax, big guy, Ivy said bluntly. Darius definitely relaxed. Good. We don't want no trouble from Salvatore. None here. Ivy turned on their 5-inch heels and strode off the main floor, leading us to the back where the dancers got ready. The moment we were in the locker room and out of his sight, Ivy's slick smile immediately slid off their face. Ugh, what a roach! They wiped their hand on the edge of their short dress. I'd gladly do another month behind bars if it meant never seeing his ass again. Darius made a lot of money selling me to people I had no business being with. After what happened, it was the reason I overdosed. Hopefully this will be the last time, I said gently. It will be, Ivy promised, a deadly note to their tone. I ain't walking out of here without getting my revenge on that piece of filth. Why did he pick me? Marcus whined. I don't want to be a stripper. This is a good thing, I pointed out. Your mind reading is clearest when you touch people. If we get Lorenzo to feel you up, you can look inside his head and find out what we need to know. Awesome, because that's just what I wanted, some sicko grabbing my junk, Marcus complained. We won't let him hurt you, Callie promised, and she put a hand on his arm. We'll get what we need and go. But I don't know if I can do this, Marcus protested. I'm not a dancer. Yes, you are. Marcus, this is just like theater club. You're playing a role. The stripper Marco, I encouraged. Just go out there and act how Marco would act, not you. Marcus immediately lit up. Can I give him a backstory? Sure. He can knock himself out if it got us that key. We've all got a role to play tonight, Ivy said as they sat at a makeup station. And no using real names here. Stick to your stage names, unless you want somebody to figure out the gig and rat us out. Ivy dug in a box and handed Marcus a pair of tight gold briefs and knee-high boots. Knock 'em dead, scamp. Marcus frowned, but took them anyway. Marco would love these, so I should too. We didn't have a lot of time to get ready. Most of the other dancers were already here, but they ignored us when we came in. I saw a couple of dancers whispering to each other and glancing at Ivy, as if they were a legend. Hopefully the rest of us could play the part. I threw on a matching black bra and panty set before I curled my hair and did my makeup. Ivy, as always, looked incredible. And I noted, miserable. They'd moved on from this life and didn't want to go back to it. They wouldn't have to. This would be their final time, I promised myself. Poor Marcus was sour in his get-up. The briefs were definitely too tight on him. "I'm cold," Marcus shivered, before he paused and said, "Just like how Marco was cold the night his mother abandoned him, in the freezing rain." "Whatever helps," Callie said, and she nudged him forward. "Get out there and show them what you've got." The club hadn't been open long, but there were already a ton of vampires here, filling up all the booths and tables. They sat at the edge of the stage and watched the dancers twirl around the poles with looks that more or less disgusted me. Callie went to the bar to start taking orders. She jerked her head meaningfully at Marcus, who gave a little groan and climbed onto a stage opposite Ivy. He twerked his butt very pathetically, drawing the attention of a couple of onlookers. It would have been funny to watch, if this wasn't so dangerous. People were doing drugs right out in the open. I watched as vampires fed from the dancers until they were almost bled dry. The girls had passed out by the time their clients were done drinking from them and had to be carried backstage by security to recover. The vampires who'd fed off of them didn't care, just acted like they'd finished a steak instead of sucked a person dry. This wasn't your typical strip club. It had no rules and was full of some really bad people. We had to be very careful. "You okay?" I whispered to Ivy, as we passed a whole crowd of clients doing nightshade. This had to be triggering as hell for them. "I'll be fine," Ivy whispered back. "Let's just do what we have to and get out of here." Couldn't agree more. Ivy sighed. They frowned for a moment, before something shifted in them and became plastic. Ivy pasted on a velvet smile and strode onto the stage, taking place at a pole. They were mesmerizing and immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room as they began to twirl, becoming a precious diamond that every greedy bastard in this club wanted to have. I lifted myself out of my chair and onto the stage. I had some exceptional upper body strength now from pushing myself around all day, and I could hold myself up for long periods of time. I manually adjusted my legs so they were wrapped around the pole and lifted myself onto it. I held on to the pole with one arm as it spun me around. Marcus's slow driving had given me one advantage. I'd done some quick research on my phone before we arrived, watching videos of wheelchair users who'd modified pole dancing to make it accessible for paraplegics. I couldn't do anything half as complicated as what they could, but some of the moves were simple, as well as sexy. I only had to adjust my body and hold on as the pole spun. Besides, I just had to look hot until Vampire McWeirdo showed up, which I hoped was soon, because I'd caught the attention of a couple of guys nearby, and I didn't know how satisfied they'd be with looking at my ass before they wanted to touch. I felt on edge, until I saw Charlie stride through the door with Chansey. Once I recognized my husband's frame in the low lighting, I immediately relaxed. Nobody was going to bother me with him around. The security guard we'd talked to earlier blocked his way in. "Hold on, do you have a pass?" "Do I need one?" Charlie snapped back, playing all the part of the arrogant prick. "This club's heavily vetted," Biff growled. "You don't have a pass, you're not getting in." "I'm sure we can find some sort of understanding." Charlie was loaded with money we'd taken from the Elvish treasury before coming here. He plopped a massive stack of bills on the counter next to the guard. "I'm Cal Bentley, billionaire. Maybe you've heard of me." Darius heard the word billionaire and came running. "Right this way, sir," he said, putting an arm around Charlie's shoulders and leading him to a table. "We have a private VIP booth just for you." "It's nice someone knows how to treat people around here," Charlie replied snidely, and he plopped another stack of cash in Darius's hand as he sat down at the booth. The greaseball almost melted. "I assure you, sir, we have the finest girls Vegas has to offer. and they're willing to perform extra services," Darius added. "Would you like us to set you up in a private room with Kashmir or Misty? They are our most experienced ladies, and I assure you that you'll be pleased." Chansey shook his head. "Nuh-uh. The boss has specific tastes. He likes girls like her." He pointed to me, and Darius had to do a double take. "You want wheels?" Charlie didn't visibly react, but his reaction across our bond was absolutely livid. I prayed he didn't reach out and strangle Darius for being such a moron. "Are you questioning my preferences?" No, sir, of course not," Darius stammered. "This club has a wide variety of whatever you're accustomed to, and if you like Blaze—" "Good," Charlie barked back. "Girl, get over here." I knew we were just playing a part, but I couldn't help but get a thrill when he talked to me like that. I slid off the pole, got myself back into my chair off stage, and came over. Charlie yanked me out of my chair and onto his lap to straddle him. He pulled me in closer, yanking my hair. I gave a moan for show, though it wasn't really fake. "This one's mine for the night," Charlie said. He tossed another stack of money at Darius, which he fumbled to catch. "Now go get me a fucking beer." Charlie gave my breast a squeeze, and I let out an exaggerated giggle. Darius hurriedly nodded his head. "Right away, sir." When Darius hurried off, I leaned in to whisper, "You're very good at being a playboy." I nipped at his ear, and he grinned. "And you're lucky we're in public." His finger toyed at the edge of my panties and dipped down. I nearly let out a low gasp. Chansey was on the other side of the table and couldn't see what Charlie was doing, but he still rolled his eyes. "Hey, I know you two get off on shit like this, but this ain't the time. We got a job to do. Keep your head on your shoulders and not in your pants, pal." "Are you worried?" I asked, casting a glance back at him. I pressed my chest against Charlie's. I felt the weight of his pistol tucked into the holster there, hidden underneath his suit jacket. I felt safe, but maybe I shouldn't. Chansey hadn't taken his eyes off Ivy, who was currently collecting dollars scattered all over the stage. "Yes, I shouldn't be here." "Then let's find Lorenzo so Ivy doesn't have to be. You guys see him yet?" Charlie asked. My eyes scanned the club until I noticed a vampire who was identical to the photographs that Max had shown us earlier. "Yes, he just walked in." "With a whole entourage, no less. There were at least 5 other vampires with him," Chansey complained. "Good luck getting him alone." Callie watched Lorenzo as she poured drinks at the bar, tracking his movements. She wasn't going to let him out of her sight until we got what we needed. Marcus noticed Lorenzo had showed up. He slid his way off stage and made his way over to the group of vampires, giving a flirty wave. At least he was getting into his role. He made a beeline for Lorenzo, but another vampire grabbed Marcus's arm and pulled him to his side. Marcus scowled, and Lorenzo's attention went to a different dancer nearby. Ivy noticed the scene go down. I watched as Ivy gave the stage to another girl and strutted across the club to help Marcus, batting their eyelashes as they gave a friendly hello. "We can't be staring at him," Chansey said under his breath, and I ripped my eyes away from Lorenzo. "It looks suspicious." "What are we supposed to do?" Charlie hushed back. "Just let Ives and Marco do their thing," Chansey whispered. "For now, act normal." Well, normal in this strip club was a pretty good way of getting both me and my husband turned on. We both had to play our respective parts, and since I was a stripper and he was my client, there was no better way than a lap dance. Chansey left us alone at the booth, milling throughout the club to talk to the other dancers and see if he could pick up any information on Lorenzo while he was at it. "This might be the most fun I've ever had on a mission," I said as I sank down against Charlie's dick, moving in circles over his pants. He was trying not to be hard right now and totally failing. "I hate that we can't do anything right now," he nearly moaned, and he ran his hands through my hair. Back home, I promised. Once we got the key, we were picking this up where we left off. An hour passed of Charlie and I absolutely edging each other. But it wasn't as fun as we wanted it to be, because it didn't look like we were making any progress on getting the key. Chansey slid back into the booth, and I whispered, "Did you find out anything?" "It's like trying to yank off a limp dick," Chansey complained. "Nobody's talking." "They're probably too afraid. Lorenzo has a reputation," Charlie added. He helped me off his lap and onto the seat next to his. "We gotta try something else." 2 seconds later, a high-pitched voice stung my ears. "Hey there, big boy," Marcus said outlandishly, as he slid onto Charlie's lap. "You want to ride the carousel?" Marcus began gyrating against Charlie's legs in a very terrible impression of what had to be the worst lap dance ever performed, tossing his head back. Shit, he was really bad at this. If anything blew our cover, this would be it. "Marcus, what the fuck are you doing?" Charlie hissed under his breath. "I'm trying to pass on information," Marcus snapped back. "For shit's sake, at least act like you enjoy it." "Just sit down," Chansey growled, and he yanked Marcus into the booth. "Did you find out anything?" "Lorenzo's not interested," Marcus insisted. "I tried to get him to touch me, but he's clearly not into dudes. And if I can't touch him, I can't read his mind. Not clearly enough to find what matters, at least. He's not even falling for Ivy's charm." "What about his friends?" Charlie demanded. "That's not working either. Everyone's mind is blocked here," Marcus said. "Even with my demigod powers, I can't get through long enough to see what's important. These guys work for Salvatore Bianchi. They know how to protect themselves. It's not weird they're warded at all times," Chansey pointed out. "Exactly. What I'm trying isn't working," Marcus insisted. "You've got to do something, Blaze." Guess it really was up to me. Okay, let's switch gears. We didn't have long to come up with a new plan, so we threw something together in 5 minutes. Charlie got up, then stomped over to Darius and shoved him. "I need a private room to make a couple of phone calls," Charlie barked. "Are you going to find me one? Or do I have to go somewhere else?" Darius was temporarily flustered. He glanced at me, and I lifted my hands in surprise. Darius visibly swallowed before he said, "Certainly. Right this way, sir." Chansey hopped up to guide Charlie behind Darius. We were doing a good job of keeping his blindness under wraps. For now. But eventually Darius would notice Charlie's blank stare. Lorenzo needed to spill what he knew so we could leave. I got into my wheelchair. Darius slithered back to me a few minutes later. "That billionaire hotshot who came in here hasn't stopped blowing dollars on you since he walked in," Darius said eagerly. "You might be my next hot item, sweetheart." Glad to help, so long as I get my cut. I forced a smile, which was more like a sneer. "Oh, you got it, honey. Whatever you want, you just keep the fat cat's wallet flowing." I scoffed. I wish. I was doing pretty good, until he glanced at some stupid stock ticker on his phone. Then he started freaking out. Darius curled his lip. "Typical. He saw his investments falling and needed a room so he could yell at some poor bastard on Wall Street. All these rich types care about is how big their wallet gets." That was a bit hypocritical, wouldn't you think? "So what am I supposed to do until he comes back?" I pretended to whine. "Go find some other sucker to bleed dry," Darius sneered. "You're on the clock. Every minute you're not pulling in money is my time you're wasting. And I always make my money when it comes to the bitches I hire." His meaning made my blood run cold. I thought about the women who'd been fed on earlier. He sold the girls who didn't perform well to be blood slaves. Screw this motherfucker. I flung my hair over my shoulder. Fine, whatever. I acted like I was pissed off as I rolled away. But Darius didn't know he'd given me an opening. I fixated my eyes on Lorenzo and popped out my chest. Showtime. He immediately noticed me. I rolled up to his table and said, "You seem like you've been here before." Lorenzo's eyes wandered my body, then my face. "I'm a frequent flyer here at the club, but I've never seen you around." "I'm new." I leaned forward, trailing my fingers up and down his arm. "My name's Blaze." Lorenzo blinked as he took me in, like he was starstruck. You look like my wife." "Ew." I flashed my teeth and asked, "Is that a bad thing?" "Not at all," Lorenzo promised. "She was a very beautiful woman." I wasn't about to feel sorry for this bastard when I knew what kind of shit he'd done. I grasped his arm and said lowly, "Well, maybe I can help you remember her." "Yes, I think you can," Lorenzo said softly. "She was a sickly, poor thing, like you." "Don't hit him. Don't hit him." "I'm sorry to hear she passed away," I forced out, while thinking it might be a good thing she was in the afterlife and away from this asshole. "I have a very dangerous career, with a lot of enemies," Lorenzo explained. "Sometimes in my line of work, the people you love get hurt." I was a mob wife. He wasn't saying anything I didn't already know, and I could guess what had happened. Lorenzo had taken a bad job, and his wife had paid the price for it. "That's too bad," I said gently. "Do you come to these kinds of places often?" "I never used to, until my wife died. Now I'm just trying to pass time and ward off the loneliness," Lorenzo replied. "Well, you can spend some time with me," I invited. "I'm easy to talk to." My skin crawled as Lorenzo's hands began to stroke my skin. "I might like that." He hadn't made a move to fondle me, like I'd watched him do to the other dancers who'd come by. His hands on my skin were respectful and gentle. He really did want to pretend I was his dead spouse. I didn't understand how someone who sold blood slaves for a living could hold so much affection for another person. Did he think his wife mattered, and all the other lives he ruined didn't? "Do you mind if I call you Mabel?" Lorenzo asked. "Just for tonight." This was going way too far, but he'd opened up to me, so this could be my way in. "You can call me whatever you'd like. Do you want a private room, so we can talk more personally?" "I'd love that, Mabel," Lorenzo said. "You don't know how much it means to have you back." I was doing grief therapy in a strip club for a known supernatural trafficker. Not how I expected to spend my evening. Lorenzo followed me to the back of the club, where the private rooms were. The sounds of sex were everywhere behind these doors. One of the bouncers opened up a private space for us, and Lorenzo paid him before the door slammed shut, locking me in with the vampire. Lorenzo sighed. "Here we are, alone at last." He took a seat on a plush couch within the room. "It was a very hard day, Mabel. Would you mind rubbing my shoulders? You know I love your back rubs." This guy was certifiably off his rocker, but he wasn't asking me to screw him, at least not yet. So I pulled myself onto the couch and sat beside him to rub his shoulders. Massaging a vampire was like trying to knead a stone. It made my fingers ache. "Any interesting jobs lately?" I asked. Maybe I could get this guy to spill without resorting to darker methods. "A few, here and there. But I dislike talking about work when you're around," Lorenzo replied. "There are more interesting things to discuss." I wasn't giving in. "Did the boss have you steal a specific item, or—" "Enough talking, Mabel." Lorenzo turned to face me, then grabbed the back of my neck. "Let us feed, like we used to, mi amore. Just a drop." I saw his fangs elongate as he leaned in. My side of our bond flared in alarm, and the door burst open. Lorenzo reeled back as Charlie forced himself into the room, holding up his pistol. Lorenzo staggered to his feet as he looked at me, but I already had a ball of fire in my hand. "Hands up, fuckface." He did as he was told. His expression didn't reveal any betrayal, merely acceptance, as if he knew this was going to happen. "You stole a valuable key in Paris over 100 years ago and killed Frank Coffrey afterward. We know you were the one who took the key, and we know you gave it to Salvatore Bianchi," I said coldly. "Tell us where it is, and we'll let you live." Lorenzo let out a cold laugh. "And betray my boss. We can hide you. We have the resources," Charlie added. "There is nowhere I can hide from my past. That is something I will never escape," Lorenzo said lowly. His eyes locked on mine. "Thank you, whoever you are. You gave me 5 more minutes with her. That's all I wanted in the world." He dropped his hands, and one fumbled in his pocket. "No!" I cried out, but it was too late. Lorenzo had opened his mouth and popped something in before we could stop him. Charlie rushed forward and yanked his mouth open, but Lorenzo had already swallowed. The vampire began to gag as a dark foam sputtered out of his mouth, and he instantly collapsed on the floor. A sour smell filled the room, like burning sulfur, and the vampire gasped in pain. Then Lorenzo twitched twice before he went still. "Fuck!" Charlie yelled. I immediately got to the floor and put a hand to Lorenzo's chest to see if I could save him. My healing magic recoiled inside of me as it surveyed Lorenzo's body. He was already dead. There was a massive cavity in his chest where his heart used to be. I let out a frustrated sigh. It was a death potion capsule. The components were made of fire magic. Once he swallowed the pill, it combusted in his chest and turned his heart to ash. The pill was probably something Salvatore had him carry, in case there was a risk he got captured and interrogated. "And he just took it instead of fighting back?" Charlie asked. "He's a vampire. He could have run away." "I don't think he wanted to live anymore, not without his wife. He knew how valuable the key is. He didn't want to risk giving it up." "Guess we were wrong, and his loyalty to Salvatore and the mob was worth more to him than his life," Charlie growled. "God damn it." I stared at Lorenzo's corpse. "I don't get it," I said. "He sold people. He ruined lives. He was an evil man, but he acted like he still loved her. How can a bastard like him love someone so much when he's done what he has? Didn't he only care about himself?" "I don't know, Pidge. I don't think we can understand someone like him." Charlie ducked to the floor and rummaged through Lorenzo's suit jacket. "We need to search his body. He's got to have something on him that'll give us a clue on where we can go next." I helped him. We didn't find much in Lorenzo's pockets besides his wallet, which was more or less useless to us. But then, Charlie flipped back the edge of Lorenzo's jacket, and I found a thin discrepancy in the lining. "Here," I said, skimming my fingers over the lopsided stitching. "Someone's sewn something in." Charlie ripped open the lining, and I reached inside the hole. I pulled out a folded piece of parchment. On it were 6 names written in fine ink. "A list of contacts," I mumbled as I looked it over. "People Lorenzo associates with. Potentially people who helped him steal the key." "One of them has to know more," Charlie insisted, and he slipped the list into his pocket. "At least we aren't leaving here empty-handed. Let's go, Pitch." Fine by me. We left Lorenzo's corpse behind us and ventured back into the main part of the club. "We've got to get out of here," I said. "Let's find Marcus." "Marcus?" He'd apparently found his stride here at the club, because Marcus was fully in his element. He was up on the main stage, surrounded by a massive crowd of people, as music thudded in the background. He spun around the pole, shook his ass, and did some moves, before spinning into a freestyle breakdance. Wow, I didn't know Marcus could do that. The club patrons absolutely loved him. There were dollar bills sticking out of his briefs, the top of his boots, and all over the stage. Callie came up behind us and crossed her arms. I think he's taking this a bit too seriously. I'm impressed, I said as Marcus tossed back his hair and ran a hand over his abs, to the enthusiasm of the crowd. He really is getting into it, and he knows how to put on a show. Well, was it worth it? Do you know where the key is? Callie questioned. Lorenzo's dead. We didn't get much out of him, Charlie informed her. We need to leave. Callie's face fell. Ugh, damn it. You can't tell me this is another dead end. We'll find that out once we get home, I said. For now, we need to book it before his body is found and it leads back to us. Pop! The sound of a regular pistol firing off shots echoed through the room. A couple people in the club screamed, but most of the vampires merely looked around curiously to see where the noise was coming from. Ivy stormed out of the door that led backstage, slamming it open. The guests cleared a pathway as Ivy vengefully left a trail of blood dripping from their fingertips. Chansey walked beside them, his face unreadable. As the door swung back open the other way, I saw Darius lying on the floor. His disembodied head lay beside his corpse, a bullet hole right in the middle of his forehead. His expression was frozen in shock. Now, let's go, Ivy seethed. The pistol in their hand was still smoking. The club's security team immediately reacted once they saw Darius was toast. They rushed toward Ivy with super speed, but Ivy and Chansey were ready for them. They took the guards head on. Ivy was untouchable as they shot and decapitated vampires on the spot with brute force. I saw Chansey take a couple of bullets, but his angelic blood protected him as he started ripping the limbs off vampires. The dancers in the club began screaming, and vampire mobsters drew pistols out from their suit jackets. Supernaturals didn't really use human guns, but apparently, vampires didn't give much of a shit. They wouldn't kill most supernaturals, but they'd certainly slow them down. Bullets and spells began flying. Callie put up a shield around us, and I watched as silver bullets and blood magic bounced off the walls. Marcus scampered off the stage and came running our way. Callie led him through the shield, and he leaned on Charlie to catch his breath. Phew, it's getting a little hot in here, hasn't it? I'd say, I replied. How do we get out? The entire club was a mess, but through the chaos, I saw a couple of bulky elves force their way through the doors to the club. They were the twins, Asa and Ares. They were a part of Charlie's team. Callie led them into the shield, where they started speaking at once. We've been compromised, Your Highness, Asa said to Charlie. The United Supernatural Union is on their way here as we speak. You need to leave immediately by use of a portal. I thought we couldn't use them here, Callie yelled over the noise. We've broken down the barriers preventing portals from forming inside the club, and avoiding the alarm wards now is useless, seeing as how they've already been triggered, Ares replied. The vehicles have already been transported back to Ava-Marie. We can't leave Ivy and Chansey, I protested, who were still in the middle of their brawl, and winning. Don't worry about them, Asa said. We'll get them out. Just go. I glanced backward reluctantly, but I knew he was right. Ivy and Chansey had definitely come here with their own agenda. It wasn't our job to end their crusade for revenge and drag them back to Ava-Marie. That was the responsibility of the associates. Charlie took a mirror out of his pocket and projected it forward. A portal blossomed within the confines of the shield. I sagged in relief as I saw the beautiful, sunny pathways of the palace gardens shine through the portal's window. We hurried through, and the moment we were back in Ava-Marie, the portal closed behind us. We came through on the other side of a mirror that was within the palace's gardens, surrounded by wildflowers and roses. The noise and violence abruptly halted, leaving only birdsong. I shuddered. That was not how we'd planned to end that operation, but clearly Ivy and Chansey had other ideas. Look at how much cash I made, Marcus cried, pulling dollars out of his shorts. Callie smirked. They must have loved your dancing. I learned from my dad, Marcus gushed. He really knows how to throw down. Didn't know Lucas could break dance, but I guess that was cool. Callie snickered. I guess you always have a career in erotic entertainment to fall back on. It was pretty fun, Marcus admitted. Once I got over the embarrassment and was out there, under the lights with the crowd cheering for me, I felt alive. We're happy for you, Marcus. At least something came out of this, Charlie grumbled. Marcus's smile fell. You didn't learn anything about the key? No, I said. All we got from Lorenzo was a potential list of names on who he might have given it to. Shucks. Marcus's shoulders dropped. Guess this really was a bust, huh? Not really, Callie said. I got to see you in booty shorts, so that was a plus. She and Marcus both laughed. He slung an arm around her shoulder. Well, maybe Marco will make a comeback someday. Smaller venues, though. More intimate settings. I'll be there, so long as you bring the boots, she joked. Both of them laughed. It was nice they were getting along, but it was really depressing we hadn't made any progress on the key. These names might not connect us to anything important. I could tell Charlie was thinking the same thing. As we headed into the palace, I said, these names better lead somewhere, because we paid a high price to get them. Once this gets back to the warden what we did at the club, he'll put 2 and 2 together and assume that Salvatore Bianchi has the vampire key. Salvatore will never give the warden anything, so the key's safe for now, Charlie stated. Yes, but that also means Salvatore will go to farther extremes to keep it hidden, I pointed out. It was a race against the mission. Salvatore wouldn't hand over the vampire key willingly, but the warden would do everything in his power and use everything in his arsenal to take that key from Salvatore's cold, dead hands. Somehow, we had to outwit both of them, and with 3 powerful supernatural forces, demigods, vampiric mobsters, and the warden himself, fighting to take ownership of the vampire key, who knew where it could end up next?
Chapter 13. Charlie. We'd retrieved the list of names from Lorenzo's body, but it seemed we were further away from the vampire key than ever. A week passed without any word from the Elvish associates, and I was getting impatient. They were supposed to be investigating the names on that list, but so far, it didn't seem like they'd made any progress. I kept busy by training with my grandfather in the gardens, while Ava spent most of her time with Oberai in mystic training or planning the wedding. We were preoccupied, but I was still on edge. Every moment we didn't have the vampire key in our hands was another second closer to the warden finding it before we did, and we couldn't allow that to happen. I'd been practicing my elvish powers all morning when my grandfather finally excused me hours later. I'd skipped lunch, as I was too immersed in practicing to take a break. Eddie had been waiting for me at the garden entrance and quickly fell into step beside me as I left the area. "Your Highness, I have news," Eddie said. "It better be good," I told him. I was too tired for another crisis, though now that I thought about it, it might be Ava's fatigue coming through our bond. She'd been more tired than usual, and her daily naps were stretching longer. Mystic training was difficult, and it often wore her out. Attempting to contact the elvish goddesses was highly difficult. She hadn't done it yet, which meant whatever Eddie had to tell me needed to be a win. We couldn't take any more setbacks. "Very good news," Eddie replied chipperly. "The elvish associates have a development for you." "That's the best thing I've heard all week," I said. "Lead the way." Eddie led me to the elvish associates' headquarters. They were all there, waiting for me. I sat in a chair reserved especially for me and turned to the team. "I hear you've made progress on the list." "Yes," Max said. "We've been able to verify that the men on this list are among the oldest and most highly trained vampires working under Salvatore Bianchi. Our intel confirms that these are the men Salvatore has hired to guard the vampire key." "Great. Let's find one of them and get them to tell us where the vampire key is," I said. "It's not that simple," Max said. "Salvatore was smart. He didn't tell these guys everything, only certain things that each of them need to know to defend the key. For example, one person might know the city the key is in, but not in what building. Another person might know the combination of the safe where the key is kept, but has no idea of its location. This prevents one of them from betraying Salvatore, as nobody has all the information needed on where the key is or how to get to it, except for Salvatore, and we know we're not getting anything out of him. Since we believe he's given information out in pieces, if we want to get the location of the key, we'll need to obtain all the pieces of information at once from all of the people on this list so we can put them together. It seemed impossible. We'd barely scraped by with information from Lorenzo, and it was by sheer luck we got anything from this list. Now we had to try to get information from 6 separate people? How are we going to do that? I asked. We need to get them together and read their minds, Max said. I shook my head. There's no way it's going to work. They've got wards over their minds, and Marcus couldn't even sort the information for one person, let alone 6 at a time. That's because Marcus hasn't received proper training, Max argued. We found a witch who can mentor him, a friend of his parents. Marcus is being summoned to the demigod training room as we speak to begin his training. It's going to take time for him to learn how to break past mind wards and read minds properly, but he has to learn the technique if we're going to get the information we need. It's the best chance we've got. How do we get these people on the list together? I wondered. They have to be in the same place at the same time for Marcus to be able to read their minds. If we go one by one and isolate them in separate locations, one of these guys might figure out what we're doing and alert the others, even if we're doing it in disguise. We'll only get one shot to read all of their minds collectively, and I'm not sure what we can do to get these guys in the same room. We're working on that, Max said. If I may, Eddie offered, I might have some suggestions. I stood. Excellent. Eddie, you stay here and work with the Elvish Associates. I'm going to find Marcus. I want to see what this training is all about. Very well, Eddie agreed. We'll meet back at your quarters before dinner. I left the Elvish Associates' headquarters. By now, I knew my way around the palace pretty well, and I could find the demigod training room on my own. On my way, I felt a familiar presence approaching me from the opposite direction. Her demigod magic rolled off her in waves. Hey, Callie, I said. She slowed her step. You haven't seen Marcus anywhere, have you? I've checked his suite and the art room, but I can't find him anywhere. I paused in the middle of the hallway. Is something wrong? No, actually, it's the opposite, she admitted. Oh, shit. She dropped something, and I bent down to pick it up for her. It was a thin, smooth piece of wood with some sort of intricate carvings along the outside. If I had to guess, I think they were cats, intertwined with swirls. On the end was a carving in the shape of a wolf's head, with 2 gemstones embedded for the eyes, though I couldn't tell what kind they were. A wand? I asked. Why was she carrying this around? Faye didn't use them. It's for Marcus, Callie admitted as I handed it back. I made him something, a sort of peace offering. I wanted to give it to him. I tilted my head curiously. I thought you two weren't planning on staying friends after everything that happened. I thought so too, Callie admitted. But things are different than I expected them to be. I thought it would hurt to be around him, but now that the bond's broken, it's easier than ever. There's no romantic pressure anymore. We don't have this magical tether chaotically pulling us together and then pushing us apart. The energy between us is steadier. I think we can both think more clearly now. I know I can. Marcus and I will never be a couple, but I think we can still be friends. Are you sure? You seemed pretty done with him when the bond broke, I said. I was, but I've had the space I need, so it's not a big deal anymore, she said. We can hang out now without it being awkward. It's actually really fun. Plus, he's getting treatment for his BPD, so I don't feel pressured to save him like I did before. We can just be cool. It's nice. That was a relief to hear. I worried that the Villains Club would be no more, and that was really sad to think about. It was nice to see them getting along for a change. I knew they'd never hook up again, but I honestly thought that was better for them anyway. Now they could be friends without all that stuff getting in the way. Callie must have created a gift bag and tissue paper, because I heard it rustle as she placed the wand inside. I want to give this to him right away. Do you know where he is? Marcus is in the demigod training room, I told her. I'm on my way there now. You're welcome to tag along. Thanks. Callie tried not to let her emotions show, but I could tell her steps became a little lighter. She seemed more than a little excited to see Marcus again on good terms. We entered the demigod training room and found Marcus seated at a table, while Rishi purred softly in front of him. They appeared to be alone. I didn't expect to see you two here, Marcus said. I've got this room reserved for a mentorship session. She should be here any minute. I sat in a chair opposite him. We're not here to take the room from you. We're here to observe. If we're going to pull off another intel operation, I want to know everything. We can't afford any mistakes, so we've got to be confident we can pull this off. I can handle it, Charlie, Marcus said. You don't have to babysit me to make sure I do it right. I know you're capable. I just want to learn how this works, I replied. Marcus sighed, but he didn't insist I leave, so I stayed. Callie sat beside me and reached across the table to place her gift in front of Marcus. I came to give you this. Oh, thanks, Marcus said, but it's not my birthday. It's not a birthday present, dummy. Callie giggled. I just wanted to do something nice for you. Wow, thanks, Marcus said, like he was baffled she would. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just open it, Callie said in excitement. Marcus was already tearing at the wrapping. He opened the bag and gasped. You got me a wand? He squeaked. Sounded like he had tears in his eyes and everything. I didn't buy it. I made it, Callie explained. It's carved from a branch from the oldest tree in Elameth. The gemstones in the wolf eyes are polished lepidolite and rhodonite. I recognized the first one because it was the same stone I got in Ava for emotional healing. I didn't know the second stone, though. Marcus must have, because he mused. A stone of forgiveness. Yeah, rhodonite heals wounds caused by past relationships, she said a little lamely. I figured we're on the same page now, so maybe we can move forward as friends. I know we needed some time apart, but I have to admit I missed having you around. I want my best friend back, you know? But Ava's your best friend, Marcus said, confused. I didn't know I was in the top spot. I nearly facepalmed. Marcus really had to stop taking the best friend label so literally. He did the same thing when I asked him to be a part of my wedding. It wasn't a competition, for fuck's sake. She is, but you are too, Callie confessed. I miss goofing around and talking all day. I figured we could have that again, since, there's no more pressure. I held my breath, thinking Marcus would turn her down or have another explosion, but his clothes rustled as he reached over to hug her. Thanks, Callie. This is the best present I've ever gotten. I love it so much. Rishi meowed and Callie mumbled. It really was nothing. It was easy to make. I didn't believe her. Wands were strong, magical objects, and this wand had to be fortified with powerful demigod abilities to be able to withstand casting Marcus's magic without blowing itself apart. She'd poured a piece of her own power into this. It showed how much she still cared. I can't wait to try this out, Marcus squealed as he sat back in his seat. This is awesome. Well, you deserve it, Callie said quietly, though I didn't think Marcus heard her. I drummed my fingers on the tabletop. Who is this witch you're meeting with exactly? Max said she was a friend of your parents. Yeah, she works with my mom, but they've been friends since I was born, Marcus explained. She used to babysit me when I was little, and she comes over for family parties all the time. She's not my aunt, but she might as well be. When I was in the hospital after my first attempt, she came to talk to me and gave me some tough love. My parents are always soft and gentle, but she knew what to say to me to get me out of it. She says what she means, and she doesn't sugarcoat anything. Sometimes it can be rough, but more often than not, it's helpful. She's a very powerful witch, and we can trust her to teach me what I need to know to get the job done. The door opened, and a woman walked in. Her heels clicked against the floor, and I could feel the air swirling around a cloak that billowed at her ankles.
"Marcus," she said brightly, "it's good to see you again."
Marcus immediately stood, and I knew this woman commanded respect. "It's been a while. Guys, this is Priestess Chloe." I was shocked. Nobody mentioned anything about this mentor being a Mariamic priestess. That meant she was one of the people who'd sentenced Marcus to the Dark Institute. He didn't seem to hold any animosity toward her, though. Rather, he seemed to respect her. She must have advocated for him alongside his mother to avoid a harsher sentence.
"Marcus, I babysat you for years. Just call me Chloe," she offered. "Have a seat. The technique you're about to learn is very intensive, so you'll want to get comfortable for it."
Marcus sat, and Chloe took the chair at the head of the table. "Chloe, these are my friends, Callie and Charlie," Marcus introduced. "They're demigods, like me, and we're working together to find the divinity keys, open the Elven Gate, and fulfill Charlie's prophecy as the Elven heir. We believe that by growing my power and learning how to read minds, I'll be able to obtain the valuable insight we need." Not just anyone was privy to this information, but Chloe was a Mariamic priestess. She was practically a queen among the witches, and she was privileged to possess any and all information any other rulers had. Marcus trusted her, so I did too.
"I can help with that," Chloe began. "As you know, various members of the Mariamic Coven possess the ability to read minds, but these powers have limitations. While each witch's specialty differs, I have yet to meet a witch or a warlock who can fully intercept another person's thoughts with precision. A member of the mentalist caste may have the unique ability to read thoughts that you freely share with them, but they aren't able to see what remains hidden. A seer might be able to interpret messages through feelings, but aren't able to get the exact thoughts in words." "What's the difference between the mentalist caste and the seer caste?" Callie wondered. "They sound so similar." "They are, in a lot of ways," Chloe admitted, "and there's some overlap between the two castes' powers. What separates a mentalist from a seer is how they use their power. Mentalists toy with the mind or have the power of telekinesis, while seers are more adept at perceiving emotions, reading information from a distance, or obtaining visions about the past or future." She turned back to Marcus. "Since you have the powers of both castes, I believe you may be able to combine these powers to read minds more effectively. It's a technique I developed long ago alongside your Aunt Talia, who is a seer. It's called tele-insight." "Forgive me," Marcus said curiously. "I know you're the mentalist priestess, but how were you able to develop a mind-reading technique? I thought you had the powers of telekinesis." "I do," Chloe confirmed. "Unfortunately, tele-insight is not something I'm able to do without the proper tools. Talia and I were in possession of powerful objects that granted us access to immense power. We no longer have those objects, so we can't perform the technique anymore. In fact, I don't believe any other witches could pull this off. However, I remember it well and can teach you. Since you have demigod power and the power of all 5 castes, you should be able to do this. First, you'll need a wand so you can focus your powers. As the technique is very direct, I don't believe even you will be able to perform it without assistance. A wand is required for this technique to work." "I've got one," Marcus said, and he waved his wand in the air. He almost poked me in the eye. "Ouch! Be careful!" I snapped at him, rubbing my cheek where he'd stabbed me. "Sorry," Marcus apologized. Maybe this was the weapon we needed. Get the warden in here and we could just have Marcus gouge his eyes out by accident. "This will work well," Chloe said. "What you're going to do is take your mentalist powers and your seer powers and combine them together, then direct that magic down into the wand. If you are focused enough, you should be able to pierce through any mental wards the subject has protecting them." "So it's like using simultension on yourself, like Ava does when she combines fire and water magic to make blue fireballs?" Marcus asked. "That's what I've heard when it comes to your friend, yes," Chloe responded. "Ava's magic is stronger than ever when she combines her powers. Maybe if I do this, I can use tele-insight to read the warden's mind," Marcus said. "I wouldn't jump to conclusions just yet," Chloe warned him.
While the technique is powerful, other demigods are an even match for you. I don't think you'd be able to overpower another demigod's mind without their consent. Plus, this spell works best in close proximity, so even if you could read the warden's mind, you'd have to get close enough to him to do it. All right, Marcus said. Let's stick to these vampire baddies for now. What can I do once I'm inside their head? You'll be able to quickly search for the information you desire, rather than being overwhelmed by too many thoughts and memories, Chloe explained. You can force them to tell the truth if you so desire, or you can learn it yourself without them ever suspecting a thing. This sounds really useful, Marcus remarked. There's got to be a special trick to it. The trick is to use their own mind against them, Chloe explained. Before we proceed any further, I'd like to assess where you're at. I want you to demonstrate your mind-reading abilities on me. Somewhere in my mind, there is the name of a girl I once called a dear friend. Find her name. Marcus cleared his throat. All right, I'll give it a shot. Use the wand and direct your magic, Chloe encouraged. When you're ready, speak this incantation. By the goddess's light and candle fire, illuminate the information I desire. In time, you will learn how to perform the spell without speaking the incantation out loud. All right, I've got this, Marcus said, more to himself than any of us. Usually, he seemed so apprehensive when trying a new spell, especially one so powerful. Today, he seemed really confident in his abilities. Marcus began muttering the incantation under his breath. I felt his magic swelling over the room. Though he directed his power at Chloe, I could feel it tingling over my skin. This spell was a lot, even for Marcus. Several moments of silence passed. Callie and I waited, but neither Chloe nor Marcus said anything. I must have been holding my breath, because I had to remind myself to inhale. After a full minute, Marcus breathed a sigh. I can't see it. There's too much information. I could feel you poking around in my mind, Chloe said. You were flipping through my memories, trying to figure out on your own which one was important. You're trying to label these experiences for yourself, but you cannot rely on your own discernment. You're trying to observe when you must command. You must rely on the subject's mind, because it's already cataloged and labeled these experiences. It already knows what information is important. Once you're inside, you must order the mind to bring the information to the surface. Forget about your own experiences and what you believe to be true, because you're not in your own mind anymore. You need to become a part of the subject's mind until the subject is no longer the master of their own mind, but you are their master. Oh, I think I get it, Marcus said brightly. Can I try it again? Certainly, Chloe responded. Magic swelled over the room again, and Callie leaned over to whisper to me. Marcus isn't moving. He's gone into some sort of trance. Oh, wow. Marcus didn't sound like he was entranced, but I trusted Callie that it must have looked that way. I could see things more clearly. It's a lot more organized. Now I just have to find what I'm looking for. Was her name Lily? No, that's not it. Hang on. We sat in silence for a while. Marcus kept pushing, never once giving up or criticizing himself for not getting it right away. He was more determined than ever. Then Marcus snapped his fingers. Got it! Her name was Gwen. No, Camille. Well, which is it? Gwen or Camille? Chloe replied harshly. Marcus hesitated. It was both. You loved them both dearly, and they turned their backs on you. Chloe clapped her hands together. Marcus, you did it! And it was so direct I couldn't even feel you poking around. It worked! He cried in relief. But man, that's a powerful spell. I want you to try it on one of your friends, Chloe pressed. As demigods, they'll be harder to read, and therefore more similar to our warded vampire friends. I thought Marcus couldn't read demigods, Callie pointed out. He should be able to if you open yourself to him, Chloe said. As long as consent is provided and you let him in, he'll be able to see what's inside. No, Marcus objected. I know I need to practice, but I'd rather not read Callie's mind. I hope you understand, but it's kind of a respect issue. That was putting it lightly. Digging around in someone's head when you were their ex and things were already fragile was definitely uncomfortable. There were times I'd been in Ava's mind when we'd been broken up because I couldn't help it, and it had been damaging to us, repairing our relationship. Marcus didn't want to put this new friendship with Callie on the line, even if he needed to practice the spell. "Thanks, Marcus," Callie said, almost in relief. "I appreciate that." "You need to practice," Chloe insisted. "Someone has to be willing." "Try it on me," I quickly offered. "I'm up for it." "You sure you want me inside your head?" Marcus teased. I shrugged and gave an uneasy laugh. "I tell you everything anyway." "All right," Marcus replied skeptically. "You asked for it. What am I looking for?" "Find one of Charlie's secrets," Chloe encouraged. "Something he hasn't told you. Something he may not even realize he hasn't revealed." There wasn't much Marcus didn't know, but even so, I stiffened. I didn't want him finding out about everything. Some stuff I wasn't ready to reveal. "Here we go," Marcus said. He began muttering under his breath again. I opened up my mind to him and waited, then waited some more. I felt his magic swell and settle over the table, but I never felt it enter me. "So, are we going to get started, or what?" "Shh," Marcus hissed. "I'm concentrating." That's when I realized he was working his magic on me. It certainly was a tricky spell, because I couldn't tell he was inside my mind. I didn't feel it at all. I was anxious about what he might find, until Marcus burst out laughing, startling me. "That's your secret? Sounds like some kinky shit." "Hey," I snapped. "I don't want you looking at any memories of me and Ava." "Relax," Marcus said casually. "I only saw where that mirror in your bedroom leads. I didn't know you two had a secret sex dungeon." "Marcus," I warned. Marcus snickered. "I always wondered why we never heard you guys going at it from the other room, because you're literally right next to us. I know Ava's a screamer." "Leave my wife out of this," I growled. "Please," Callie chuckled. "It's not like it's a secret. Some nights I could swear I heard Ava screaming at the Institute, and I wasn't even in the same cell block as you. And let me tell you, those were not screams of torture." I shrugged. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Ava would wear this information as a badge of honor." Chloe gave a sigh. "Oh, goddess, do I remember what it was like to be your age? Not much has changed, has it?" "Please don't tell me any stories about you and Uncle Miles. I've heard enough about my mom and dad's super happy fun times, and don't need to listen to yours, thanks," Marcus grumbled. "You deserve it for poking around in my head and immediately finding mine in Ava's hidden room," I replied. He didn't discover the worst things he could have, but he still found one of my secrets, so I guess that was great progress. This spell was actually going to work to get us the information we needed. Marcus slumped in his chair. "It took a lot of energy for me to get just that little bit of information. I need time to perfect this strategy, because if I'm tired now, it's not going to look pretty if I go poking around in 6 people's heads at once. I need to learn how to do this with more people without getting so tuckered out. Otherwise, I'll pass out when I'm trying to read the minds of those vampire gangsters, and they're not going to stop to ask if I need a minute. I've got to be able to do this flawlessly when the time comes to do the job." Chloe stood. "Take the afternoon to recover. We'll continue these lessons tomorrow." "Thank you for believing in me, priestess," Marcus said. "Of course," she replied softly. "I know you're capable of wonderful things. You just have to learn how to harness what's already inside of you." We left the demigod training room. Priestess Chloe went one way, while Callie, Marcus, and I went the other. Rishi followed along at Marcus's feet. "What are you two up to the rest of the day?" Callie asked. "My schedule is free." "Mine too," Marcus said. "There's an indie film premiering at the theater this afternoon I wanted to go to. Do you want to come, Callie?" "Absolutely," Callie answered. For a girl who wanted nothing to do with Marcus a few months ago, she seemed eager to spend time with him now. I wondered just how much of their connection had been a magical bond and how much of it had been because they naturally worked well together. I was really glad they could be friends now without feeling pressured to be more, because it seemed like they really did get each other. "Sorry, but I can't come with," I told them. "I don't get much free time these days, and I've got to take what I can. I'm working on a special project for Ava." "Oh, that," Marcus teased. "I saw that in your mind too, but I didn't want to say anything." "That's it, you're officially banned from my mind," I said. "I don't want you ruining the surprise." "I won't!" Marcus made the sound of a zipper. "Zip! My lips are sealed." "They better be," I warned. "Would you relax? You're so serious lately," Callie said, and she punched my shoulder. "Lighten up every now and then, would you?" I scowled. There wasn't much of a chance to lighten up. Not when there was so much on the line. Callie and Marcus went off to the theater, while I headed toward the music room. It was one of my favorite places in the palace, with all kinds of instruments for the Royal Orchestra. It was often a bustling place, even when the orchestra wasn't in session, because the elves were such musical people that they enjoyed going there to practice. As the prince, I had free rein of the instruments and got to play with whatever I wanted. I turned a corner, and my heart leapt into my throat as I rammed into someone. I nearly fell over, but caught my balance at the last minute. It was a little weird. Servants in the palace usually gave me a wide berth, as it was seen as incredibly offensive to touch one of the monarchy without specifically being asked. But this person probably hadn't seen me coming. An honest mistake. "Easy there," I said. "I didn't mean to run into you." "My prince!" a woman cried. I didn't recognize her voice, but it could have been any servant or guard. She hadn't stumbled like I had. "Thank the gods I found you. You must come quickly. She's hurt. Your one true love is in pain." Alarm bells went off in my head, and I immediately started to panic. Something bad must have happened during mystic training. Why hadn't I been informed the second it happened? I quickly tried to connect with Ava through our bond, but I brushed up against an impenetrable wall. That usually meant Ava was sleeping, or that she was seriously hurt and unconscious. I tried to do the same with O'Brien and was met with no response. That immediately made me worried. I should have been able to contact at least one of them, and I couldn't reach out to either. "Where is she?" I demanded. "Follow me," the woman urged. I ran to keep up with her, and we twisted through a maze of hallways. I assumed we were headed toward the temple, but it wasn't long before I lost my bearings. I slowed and turned around, trying to use my magic to figure out where we were. "Are we going the right way?" I asked the servant girl. "I don't know this part of the palace." "This is the right way," she said. "It's just downstairs." My air magic sensed an empty column rising upward through the palace, an elevator shaft. I figured Ava must have taken the elevator, so I headed for that immediately. The servant girl grabbed my arm, but I was freaking out too much to remind her that was against the rules. "It'll be faster if we take the stairs." I didn't know this part of the palace, and all I wanted was to get to Ava quickly. I followed hastily beside her. Her stone-like grip on my arm didn't release as we hurried along, until we began to descend a twisted staircase. I was getting more anxious with every passing second, so I took the lead. The air grew colder around us the deeper into the basement we went. Heat radiated off torches burning on the wall, which I was sure provided the only light. I heard the servant girl behind me slip a torch off its sconce to carry, to help her see as we descended. "This has to be the cellar, where the royal stores of wine are kept," I mused aloud. I didn't know why Ava would be down here, but I guess it wasn't unlike her to go exploring, especially in cave-like places where she might find a hidden passageway. It was the anthropologist inside of her. I just hoped she wasn't seriously injured. Why hadn't she talked to me about this before she went wandering off? She wouldn't. That didn't make any sense. She always came to me about everything before she went and did it. That was the agreement we'd made, and she'd never broken it. Was she led into some kind of trap where she thought something was safe but was actually dangerous? I didn't think the elves would put her at risk, but the mystics were desperate to contact the goddesses, so maybe something had gone wrong. Was this part of her mystic training? Is that why Ava came down here alone? I demanded.
Who's Ava?
The servant girl asked innocently. I stopped dead on the stairs. My wife. You said the princess was hurt.
Oh, her,
she sneered. The way she said it tickled a memory in the back of my mind, but I couldn't quite place it.
I said your one true love was hurt. I never said anything about Ava-Marie.
Something was very wrong here. My magic tingled through the stairwell, and for the first time, I actually paid attention to it. I hadn't been listening to my magic because I was so worried about Ava, but I finally recognized the woman standing beside me wasn't an elf. That's when I noticed the energy signature of the servant girl following me. She was a vampire, and I wasn't entirely sure. I didn't finish the thought before she shoved me hard, with enough force to send me plummeting. I went tumbling head over heels down the stairs. My head smashed against the wall, then again on the corner of a step. I came rolling to a halt at the bottom of the stairs. My heart hammered, though I was no longer worried. I was pissed. I groaned and struggled to get to my feet through the ache in the back of my head. I felt completely disoriented. I never managed to stand before I heard the vampire rush toward me.
Your true love is right here,
she cried before I felt the heat of the torch she carried coming straight for me. The torch slammed hard into the back of my head with the force of the vampire's blow. I felt cinders burn into my scalp, and the world faded to nothing. When I came to, I couldn't make sense of my surroundings. The back of my head pulsed in pain, and my guts twisted with the weight of a heavy sickness. I was sitting upright on a hard surface, some sort of chair, but that was about all I could process. I tried to move, only to meet restraint. Cold, hard objects wrapped around my wrists and ankles. My heart hammered as I tried to yank free of the shackles, but no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't break free. I tried to pull my magic to the surface, but found it only made the sickness in my gut tighten. I realized in horror what was going on. These weren't just any old shackles. They were made of inferricite. Whoever had restrained me had been cautious, because these inferricite cuffs were large and heavy, and there were 2 per limb. These were nothing like the cuffs the warden used on us in the Institute. Back then, the inferricite was just enough to keep my demigod powers at bay, but they still allowed me to cast elemental magic. These were more like the cuffs they fitted on us in Cell Block 9. There was so much inferricite that it made me sick to even try casting my air. I tried reaching out to Ava or Oberei through our bond, but the inferricite cuffs had shut that down. I was completely alone. I turned to my other senses. I could tell I was in a large space because I could hear a fire crackling from a hearth at the other end of the room. The warmth of a smaller flame flickered a few inches in front of me, like I was surrounded by candles. Various scents surrounded me, all delicious and enticing. The savory smell of prime rib and the pleasant scent of risotto filled my nose. It was strange, because I'd think that if I were to be kidnapped, I'd be thrown in a musty, rotting dungeon. Wherever I was, it was a nice place. And roses. There were so many damn rose petals around, they almost overpowered the scent of the food. They were all over the floor under my shoes, and scattered all over my clothes. What the hell was going on? I ran my fingers over the armrest of the chair I was shackled to, and I realized the material was smooth, but not cold enough to be stone. Intricate carvings ran up and down the wood. I pushed a little harder past the inferricite, because I had to make better sense of my surroundings, and without my magic, it wasn't enough information. I sensed the air swirling around the area, and I realized I was in a long room with a high ceiling. A table that must have been able to sit 12 people expanded out in front of me, and I sat at the head of it. I had to be in some sort of fancy dining room. I sensed someone at the other end of the table, though they didn't breathe.
"Finally, you're awake,"
a woman purred. It had to be the vampire girl who lured me to the cellar.
"We can finally eat."
She sounded more happy than sinister, which was really fucking weird for a captor. "Forgive me if I'm not hungry," I said through gritted teeth. There was very little that could keep me from scarfing down such delicious-smelling food, but this bitch had accomplished it. I was almost certain every dish at this table had to be poisoned. She rose from her chair, and her heels clicked on the floor as she made her way over to me. "You're not even hungry for some chocolate cake, Charlie? I know how much you love it." She ran her hand over my back, and it made my skin crawl. She held a plate under my nose, and the sweet smell of chocolate cake filled my nostrils. "Tell me what's going on," I demanded. "Where's Ava?" "Back at the palace, of course," she said. "She isn't hurt, then?" "You lied," I accused. "Ava was merely taking a nap with that dog of yours," the woman sneered. "I don't know why you care so much about her when I'm around." "Who are you?" I growled. She set the plate in front of me and took the seat beside me. The hem of her silk dress brushed my ankle. She reached out to trace her finger along my arm. My insides curled, but I couldn't get away from her. "Oh, Charlie," she let out an innocent giggle. "Haven't you figured it out by now? I left you so many clues." I tilted my head, but I had no idea what she was talking about. "Clues?" "Didn't you get my roses?" she asked. "I wanted you to know I was there in the palace." I didn't know what she meant until a memory of roses came back to me. The morning after the engagement party, I realized. You're the one who left those cut-up roses at my door. So it wasn't some elaborate prank Alistair pulled off while he was drunk. Shit, we should have made sure. "Of course it was me," she snickered. "Don't you recognize me?" I tried to place her voice, but I couldn't make the connection. Then I thought of the way she sneered the word her when talking about my wife, and it clicked where I'd heard that tone before. "You're the servant girl from our engagement party," I realized. She'd been trying to flirt with me that night when I approached the dessert table and insulted my wife to do it. It had made me uncomfortable then, and I was beyond uncomfortable now. "Servant girl," she balked. "Charlie, how could you possibly reduce me to that? It's true I was at your party, but I was only there to keep an eye on you. I've been watching you for a very long time. You're a very hard man to get alone. The prince is always surrounded by guards, and I can see why, because you deserve to command an army. It's so you." She gave another high-pitched giggle. "It's funny, referring to you as the prince now. I remember when you were just another hunk in Fight Club. I used to come to your fights at the Institute. I always bet on you, of course. I watched every one." So she'd been an inmate. My mind raced with the possibilities of who this girl could be. She sounded like she was my age, but I couldn't think of anyone from the Institute who'd go through all this trouble to kidnap me, apart from the warden's demigods. I could tell by her magic she wasn't one of them, and she didn't seem affected by Neferikite either. Most of the inmates at the Institute had died, and if they hadn't, they'd joined the mission. My friends and I were the only inmates I knew who'd made it to Yelamanth. I knew even fewer vampires from the Institute, and most of them were enemies. The only vampire I could think of was Scarlet, and I'd spent enough time with her in the Fight Club's training area to know this girl wasn't her. The voice wasn't right. She had to be from the mission, because despite her friendly tone, she was certainly no friend of mine. "I'm going to ask you one last time," I growled. "Who are you?" She giggled, like she thought of me as nothing less than amusing. "I suppose it has been a while, hasn't it? It's me, silly! Danielle!" I felt the blood drained from my face, and as a vampire, I was certain she sensed it. Danielle had barely been on my radar my whole time at the Institute, but I remembered she was on the bus that brought us to the Institute the day we arrived. She was buddies with Naya, and though Danielle had mostly kept her distance, she'd always been a little too nice to me. Ava had despised Danielle, and had insisted to me more than once that Danielle had a thing for me, and I needed to take it seriously. I barely thought about it, because I didn't think a little crush was a big deal. After all, I'd never considered her a threat. Apparently, that had turned out to be a big mistake.
Finally, we're alone, and we get to enjoy the proper date we always deserved over a candlelit dinner, she continued.
I'm not interested. I'm an engaged married man, Danielle, I pointed out. I had a wedding coming up, but who knew if I was going to make it, now that I was in Crazy Town with a vampire who obviously had a sick obsession with me. She cackled.
You're so funny, Charlie. Always making jokes. You can't be engaged and married. Sit back and enjoy your meal. Isn't it lovely? The warden procured it himself.
I figured a stupid crush should have died out by now, but Danielle seemed a little more than obsessed. She was delusional, really. Unfortunately, I dealt with my fair share of crazy. If I wanted answers, I was going to have to play along. I forced my heart rate to slow. You don't say, I said smoothly. That's very kind of him to set up this date. We must be in his home, then?
One of them,
Danielle confirmed.
A manor in Celestial City. He's not here, though.
Of course not. He'd sent Danielle to do his dirty work, though why he trusted her, I didn't know. There had to be more to this plan than it appeared. I suppose the warden sent you after me because you could get into Elamanthe undetected, I said.
Yes, I'm a very valuable asset to the mission, Danielle said proudly.
It was like she was repeating what the warden had told her. Danielle wasn't a demigod like the others. She wouldn't trip my grandfather's words like the warden or Esther would. It was clear the warden wanted to get me out clean, without inciting a supernatural fight. It seemed Danielle had been biding her time, waiting to get me alone so she could knock me out and portal me to Celestial City. Danielle couldn't create a portal, but Esther sure as hell could. That had to be how we got here. I wondered where Esther was now. Though I nearly vomited, I forced myself to push past the Inferokite and expand my magic outward. My magic brushed up against demigod powers just outside the room, 4 of them, guarding the entrances. It was like they were waiting for something. If they came in here, they'd get sick from the Inferokite, but they could have killed me when I'd been knocked out. I didn't get it. I had to let my magic fall, because I couldn't hold it any longer without puking. That little bit of effort to resist the Inferokite had drained me. I'd broken Inferokite before using strong emotion, but these Inferokite crystals were much bigger than the ones I'd previously shattered, and unless all 4 of my friends were here with me, I knew I didn't have a chance of destroying them. So I needed to keep Danielle talking. At least long enough to buy my friends some time to find me. Ancestors, I hoped they knew I was missing by now, because I wasn't sure how long I could keep this ruse up, or what Danielle would make me do in the meantime. So what's going on here? I asked. The warden obviously needs me alive, otherwise I'd be dead by now. What am I, some sort of bait?
I'm not supposed to tell you that, Danielle said. I'm just supposed to keep you occupied.
Ugh, Danielle wasn't going to crack unless I put in some effort. I had to act like I was interested in her. Otherwise, she wouldn't tell me shit, and if I was in this situation, I might as well try to gather some intel. Danielle was clearly in love with me. I had to use that to my advantage. I knew I could con anyone, but fuck, even considering this felt like cheating on Ava. That thought made me want to hurl more than the Inferokite did, but Ava would want me to stay alive, no matter what. I had to play Danielle's game if I wanted to get out of this. Come on, darling, I purred. I nearly choked on the words. I'd like to get to know you better. We never got a chance back at the Institute to talk. I want to know more about you.
Very well.
Danielle seemed to settle in, because her silverware clinked against her plate as she began eating. Vampires didn't need to eat, but they could if they wanted to, just to enjoy the taste. She didn't seem to notice I was still shackled and couldn't lift a fork, but it was better that way. I'd rather die than eat anything the warden had prepared. It was like she was pretending I was here of my own free will, rather than being dragged here and chained up.
Perhaps you'd like to hear the story of how I was sentenced to the Institute. I never got to tell you, she offered. I thought it was unfair at first. After all, it's technically not illegal to take the man you love back to your house and tie him up. Couples do it all the time.
Delusional didn't even begin to cover it. If Danielle thought kidnapping was anything like BDSM, she was sorely mistaken. At least I bothered to ask Ava first before I got the ropes out. Danielle sighed.
He didn't understand. We were so in love. Drake and I were the perfect couple. He just didn't see it. Didn't see me. He never said hello, and we didn't speak before the day I brought him home. But I saw the way he looked at me when no one else was around. He didn't realize the special connection we had, and I knew I had to make him see it. I kept him in my basement and figured I'd let him out once he understood what we meant to each other. But Drake turned on me. When he escaped, he reported me to the United Supernatural Union.
Danielle let out an obnoxious noise. He was a dragon shifter, so of course the incident was treated like some crime against the Fae.
See what I mean by unfair?
Completely, I purred, though I absolutely didn't.
I was angry at Drake for what he'd done. It wasn't right for him to dump me like that out of the blue, Danielle raged.
Her voice softened.
But then I saw you, and I realized it was fate that I was sent to the Institute. Drake meant nothing to me anymore, because the moment I met you, it was clear I was being led to my true mate the whole time.
I wasn't exactly following along, because vampires didn't have fated mates the way the Fae did. This bitch was even crazier than I thought. Of course, I understand now. I am your true mate, I added, playing along. I didn't think I sounded convincing, but Danielle didn't seem to notice. The warden must have sensed it too. That's why he sent you after me.
I knew you'd understand, Danielle cried happily. He said if I help kill your friends, I can keep you.
What a dumb bitch. She couldn't actually believe he'd keep his word.
I knew from the day we met that it was destined to be between us, Danielle gushed. You held the door open for me on our first day of class, remember?
Yeah, that made her so special. I held the door open for everyone.
One day, you brushed up against my hand in commissary when you picked up a muffin, she continued. I knew you felt it, too. I couldn't stand the thought of you not touching me. Then there were all those times I was behind you in the cafeteria line, and you left the last croissant for me.
Damn, I didn't even know the Institute had croissants in the cafeteria. That would have been awesome.
I saw you push Scarlet off of you that day in the cemetery, and I knew you must have been thinking about me, Danielle said. It was clear all I had to do was get you alone, and we could finally be together. I tried for so long. Every day you walked to your factory shift, I was there, walking behind you. I could never get close with your dog and that bitch around, but you're all mine now.
Danielle rose from her chair and came to sit on my lap. I nearly vomited all over her right there, but I couldn't exactly shove her off. I still needed answers. Danielle ran her fingers through my hair, and I noticed it was tangled in the back, matted with something that was probably blood. I winced because the area was sensitive and still hurt.
I know you didn't really love Ava, because you broke up with her. Then you were forced to marry her to survive, and she ended up in that nasty wheelchair. It was obvious you only stayed with her because you felt bad and couldn't leave. But you don't have to feel obligated to her anymore. You're free.
I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep it together. For her to suggest this was beyond disgusting. Danielle never let me get a word in, though.
I'm more of a woman than she'll ever be. I knew you could feel it, Charlie.
Danielle shoved her boobs in my face, and they were so fucking huge I couldn't breathe. I tried to inhale, but the fabric of her dress nearly suffocated me.
I got a boob job for you,
Danielle raved as she drew away.
I know how you like your women busty. I'm bigger than Ava now. Fuck, this was getting out of hand way too quickly. I should have listened to my wife. She said this bitch was obsessed with me, and I didn't believe her. I had to get Danielle talking about the warden again, or there was no point in playing along. Danielle, I started, but she cut me off. She grabbed my face with both hands, forcing my chin to tilt up toward her. See me, Charlie? I know you can. I know you've seen me through all that haze, because I saw you looking at me all the time at the Institute. Our love cured your blindness, because I was the only one you could see. You were always looking at me. You don't have to fake it anymore. For fuck's sake. I guarantee all those times she thought I was looking at her, my head was just pointed in one direction. She took it as a sign that she'd restored my eyesight. Danielle, I tried again. I had a shrine of our love in my room at the Institute, she gushed. I used my commissary points to print out your mugshot. I saw you drop a candy wrapper once, and I kept that too. She gave a light giggle. I also had your midterm essay from rehabilitation skills. You did such a lovely job typing it up. What the hell? So that's where that essay ended up. I'd fucking got an F for that essay because Professor Ziva didn't believe I'd turned it in, and I knew I had. She hadn't let me redo it either. Danielle must have snatched it off the stack of essays before Professor Ziva had a chance to grade them. We're certainly devoted to one another, I cut in before Danielle could say anything else. That means we're on the same side. Perhaps you could tell me what I have to look forward to. I've been so eager to join the mission, but, that girl wouldn't let me. Talking about Ava like that made me physically ill, but she had to play the bad guy if I was getting back to her. It's going to be grand, she exclaimed. The warden figured if he stormed Elameth with your demigods there, it would only end in destruction and casualties, and he doesn't want all those elves to die. They're too useful to him. But he had the brilliant idea that if I took you and lured your friends out, he could kill them and take Elameth no problem, imprisoning all the elves. I chuckled under my breath. That's so like him, never taking on a fight he isn't certain he can win. He's very cautious. My tone held amusement. Danielle clearly missed the insult that was there. Oh, yes, she agreed. He's very methodical. And patient, I added. What does he want to do with the elves? Use their power? It's weird he doesn't just exterminate them all, like the Fae tried to do during the last great supernatural war. I'm not sure, Danielle mused. Maybe he just likes them because they're beautiful, like you. Ick, please shut up. Surely he's been working out a plan all this time, I insisted. What has he been up to? Making more demigods? He tried for some time, she admitted. But he's moved on from that. Too many people died because their bodies couldn't contain the power. Plus, he's got to take power from Esther and Mad Dog to do it, since they're natural-born demigods. They get sick for days after his experiments, so he put an end to them. He figured it's better to put his best fighters to work rather than try to make more demigods and fail every time. He doesn't want to keep giving up his power. Of course, that's something he'd hoard for himself. How does he maintain loyalty, I wondered. I understand that Esther's on his side because she's his niece, but what about Mad Dog, Naya, and Deuce? What has he offered them? Why don't they just kill him and take over? Danielle laughed so hard it shook my shackles. Kill him? Charlie, no one can kill the warden. Why do you think the dark gods are working for him? Even they can't destroy him. My heart rate picked up, but I forced it to slow so Danielle didn't notice. Angels were immortal, but only in the sense that they didn't age once they reached adulthood. They could still be killed by a number of other means, and I was damn sure a god had the ability to kill any supernatural, demigod or not. But the dark gods couldn't kill the warden. That was absolutely terrifying. If they didn't have the power to get rid of him, who did? How can you be sure? I asked. I saw it, she stated simply.
I witnessed the dark gods try to destroy him, but no matter what they did, he wouldn't go down. He didn't even get hurt. Terror spread throughout my body and pinned me to the chair. I couldn't imagine the type of power it would take to protect himself like that. It had to be one hell of a spell, or maybe not a spell at all. Perhaps it was the warden's special demigod power, like how I can make illusions into solid reality, or how Callie could manipulate time. Still, there had to be some way around this power, so we could kill him for good. Even the greatest supernaturals alive had weaknesses. Demigods aren't an easy bunch to kill, I pointed out. How does he plan to do it? Esther had a job before she came to the Institute, Danielle explained. She used to kill angelic deacons on the council for the warden. She has experience killing angels. She could kill demigods, too. I shuddered. If Danielle was right and she wasn't making up stories, there was literally no way to kill the warden. It didn't matter what kind of power we were packing, because he was completely invulnerable to all attacks. I didn't understand how we were going to win this war. The warden had to die if things were going to come to an end. If we couldn't kill him, eventually he'd find a way to kill us. If I wasn't dead already. Let's not waste our time talking about the warden. Danielle ran a finger down my face, then across my neck. Your blood smells so good. Everyone else's blood is like water. Yours is like the finest wine harvested from the best vines of Napa Valley. I want to taste. Danielle, don't, I warned, but it was already too late. Danielle tossed her hair to the side, draping it over my shoulder as she pressed her sharp fangs to my neck. Pain sliced through my skin, and I felt my blood leaking out of me as she fed. I let out a hiss because it was incredibly painful. I struggled away from her, but there was nothing I could do as long as I was shackled to this chair. Something brushed up against my bond just then. I couldn't hear Ava the way we usually communicated, but past the infrared cuffs, I could tell that she was close, and she was fucking furious. Danielle pulled her mouth away from my neck, and I felt warm blood gush out from the incision wounds there. She rasped. It tastes so good. I can't wait to feed on you all night. I was already lightheaded from being fed on, and I felt my head lolling, but I still managed to force out. Thank you, Danielle. You've provided me with some very crucial insights. Unfortunately, I believe it's time for me to depart. What do you... Danielle didn't get a chance to finish her sentence before a high-pitched cry pierced the air from outside the room. Something blasted through the wall, though it couldn't be very big. It was like a bullet had been shot. I heard a body hit the ground outside the door. That's when the chaos erupted. Screams filled the air, and I heard the clang of knives clicking together. Something heavy landed against the wall outside, shaking the whole room. Mad Dog's deep voice echoed throughout the manor as he yelled obscenities at his attackers. Naya shouted, and Deuce's cry cut off mid-yell as another blow shook the house.
Give me back my husband!
Ava screeched. Joy flooded through me at the sound of her voice. She'd found me.
No!
Danielle screamed, leaping out of her chair.
No! She can't be here!
She scrambled for something on the table, and I heard liquid sloshing in a glass. Before I knew what was happening, Danielle was behind me, yanking my head back by my hair. If I can't have you, no one can, she sneered. Danielle shoved a glass between my lips and tipped it back. Wine filled my mouth. I refused to swallow. The wine gurgled out of my mouth, spilling down my front as I choked on the liquid. She was going to drown me.
Drink, goddammit!
Danielle screamed. She tossed the wine glass aside, and it shattered against the wall. She grabbed the whole fucking bottle and shoved it so far down my throat I gagged. Wine slid down the back of my throat. My energy instantly drained, as if the wine itself was made of inferricite. The door burst open, and Danielle cackled.
You're too late! Get your hands off my man, you vile bitch!
Ava cried. Oberai's hooves smacked against the marble floor as she entered, and the fire from her horn elevated the temperature in the room to an uncomfortable rate. I knew O'Brien had carried Ava in here, and both of them were dead set on taking revenge. My head lolled as I felt more blood trickle down my neck. It was obvious what Danielle had been doing in here, and it sent Ava into a mad rage. O'Brien let out a terrifying bray, and fire shot out of her horn as she galloped forward. Danielle dodged out of the way, but that didn't stop Ava. I heard the blade of a knife slide across the table as Ava snatched it up, then O'Brien went charging her way. A harsh wind blew by as Ava launched herself off O'Brien's back. Danielle grunted as Ava landed on top of her. The sickly sound of a knife tearing through flesh filled the room. Danielle screamed. She had super strength and speed, but Ava's assault had slowed her down. Ava didn't stop. She screamed at the top of her lungs as she stabbed Danielle in the heart over and over again, until I was certain there was no heart left. O'Brien commanded the flames from the hearth to spray onto Danielle's body, and the vampire ignited. Danielle wailed in suffering as the flames consumed her, but Ava remained on top and kept going, sinking the knife into the flesh long after Danielle's cries of pain ended. I heard Callie and Marcus rush in from the other end of the room. Callie ripped Ava off of Danielle's charred corpse, snapping, "Ava, cut it out! She's dead already!" Ava didn't listen. She crawled back to Danielle's corpse and continued stabbing with a gurgle of insane laughter. "Screw it. Charlie, we've got to work together," Callie demanded. "We need to use simultension to overload the cuffs and break them." "Okay," I choked out. I was still feeling queasy. "Ready?" Marcus asked. "Ready," I said. Callie took one of my hands, while Marcus took the other. Our magic combined, funneling into the cuffs. My head spun and my body swayed, but I didn't stop until I heard the crack of stone. The cuffs fell off my limbs and onto the floor, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
"Charlie!"
O'Brien cried.
"Ava's lost it!"
O'Brien's hooves hit the ground, and she whinnied loudly, but Ava continued to sink her knife into Danielle's chest, even though she was long gone.
"Ava!"
I jumped out of my chair and grabbed her wrist as she drew the blade back once more. "Ava, it's all right. I'm right here." Her whole body trembled beneath my touch. The knife clattered out of her hand as she reached for me. "She hurt you, Charlie." "It's over," I told her, getting to my knees beside her. "Danielle's gone." "And we don't have much time," Marcus added. "We've got to go before the warden shows up." "Give us a fucking minute," Ava snapped. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I squeezed her close to my chest. Her healing magic filled me up as we embraced, knitting together the wound on my neck. Ava ran her fingers through my hair, catching in the tangle on the back. She gasped. "What did that bitch do? Oh no, she ruined your beautiful hair." I reached back to feel, and I found a good chunk of my hair was missing, the ends all crusted and burnt. I had a bald spot the size of my palm, and some of the scalp had been singed. I winced as I pulled my hand away. She knocked me out with the torch. "You can worry about his hair later," Marcus demanded. "Right now, we need to get out of here." "I'm not going anywhere until this is fixed." "My poor baby, what did she do to you?" Ava cooed. She put her hand to the burn. I felt the injury heal and my hair grow back to its usual length. "There, that's better," Ava said proudly, stroking my head like I was her pet. "Now we can go." "This place is warded down tight," Callie pointed out. "We have to get out of the manor so we can portal out." I hoisted Ava onto O'Brien's back. She'd sliced open the saddle straps to launch herself at Danielle, so I used my illusion abilities to mend them before I refastened them around her legs. We hurried out of the room into a large foyer. The commotion from earlier had died down, but Mad Dog was still yelling obscenities. I heard the tearing of fabric, then Eddie's voice as he said,
"Oh, put a sock in it!"
Mad Dog's insults turned to muffled screams as Eddie shoved something in his mouth.
"You won't get away with this!"
Deuce sneered from somewhere on the floor. Heavy footsteps approached, but my magic recognized them as friends. It was the twins, Asa and Ares. Gavin cleared his throat from nearby. The elvish associates had shown up and somehow kicked the demigods' asses, though I didn't know how they managed. "What happened here?" I asked. "The Elvish Associates have a few cameras scattered around the palace," Marcus said. "The picture isn't great due to all the magic, but once they realized you were missing, they pulled up the footage. They got Danielle on camera, and we recognized her." "You bet your ass I recognized her," Ava seethed. Yeah, Ava lost her fucking shit when she realized it was Danielle who took you," Marcus added. "Told you she was nuts," Ava grumbled. "Sorry, Pidge," I said. Ava huffed. "The warden wouldn't take you to an imprisonment camp, as he wants to watch you personally," Asa added. "Abigail knows where the warden keeps his prisoners, as she was once in prison here before, so we portaled here to get you out." "Thanks for the rundown," I said flatly. "But I meant what happened here, to all these demigods." "Oh, it's simple, really," Eddie said. "While on the way to rescue you, I was overcome by a strong magic, an urge to protect, really, and it awakened my elvish powers. By the goddesses, I'm a Grand Master! I can phase solid objects in and out of existence, almost like reversing illusions. I can phase through walls and the like as if they're nothing. I siphoned Atus's super strength and punched him into the floor. It was quite thrilling, really. Unlocked something deep inside of me. I phased the concrete foundation around him, and now he's stuck. Just his head is poking out." Just as he said it, my foot landed on something soft, and Deuce let out a scream. I'd literally just stepped on his face. And I did it again, too, and a third time just for laughs. "Alex is stationed outside the manor with a sniper rifle," Ava explained quickly. "He shot Esther in the wing to slow her down. Then Asa and Ares snuck up behind Mad Dog to siphon his strength. They used knives to pin him to the wall. Gavin took on Naya." "I siphoned her wings and her super strength," Gavin said. "I beat the crap out of her before locking her and Esther up in a safe down the hall, but it won't hold them for long." "We need to kill them while we have the chance," I said. Ava gave a hollow laugh. Oh, believe me, I'm burning this place to the ground the second we're out of here." "Come on, Max is waiting for us outside," Gavin called. I didn't want to risk staying another second and facing the warden, because if what Danielle said was true about him, we weren't ready. Not even close. But you know what? Deuce was stuck in the floor, and he wasn't going anywhere. He couldn't fight back, and I had a few minutes to take care of this fucker. I swore not long ago that the next time I encountered Deuce, he was going straight to hell. Deuce was as good as dead. I took a step forward to do just that, but I found that the movement made my head spin. Suddenly, my body felt feverish when it hadn't been before. An intense wave of dizziness overcame me, and I was briefly aware that I'd staggered forward. Eddie caught me, holding me upright. "Charlie?" Ava asked in worry. "Are you okay?" I tried to say something, but instead, something caught in my throat. I heaved, and without me realizing what was going on, I was vomiting a thick substance that poured from my mouth and onto the floor. "He's been poisoned! Hurry!" someone barked, but I couldn't be sure who it was. I'd lost all my bearings. Several heavy hands landed on me, and they lifted to raise me onto Oberai's back, situating me in front of Ava. A horrible sickness swelled in my gut. "Danielle made me drink the wine," I slurred. I gagged again and tasted copper. An enraged cry tore from Ava's lungs. "These bitches are going to learn to never touch my man!" Oberai took off running toward the doors, and our friends quickly followed. Fire crackled, and the waves of heat nearly seared my skin. Ava had lit the mansion aflame. The warmth quickly shifted to an icy chill as Ava blasted another spell at the walls, ordering her blue fire to consume it all. The dying screams of the trapped demigods echoed through the air. I received a brief moment of satisfaction before everything disappeared.
Chapter 14. Ava-Marie. This couldn't be happening. Oberai surged into a gallop, and we left the others behind us as we burst through the double doors of the warden's shitty manor. This place was warded up the ass, so we had to get off the property in order to cast a portal and get out of here. I held on to Charlie, clutching him tightly so he didn't fall off. He lolled in my arms like a rag doll, spent of all energy, and my panic grew to an immeasurable rate as the flames raged around us. My fury at what Danielle had done to Charlie made the fire grow larger, consuming the mansion and turning every bit of it to smoldering cinders. I hoped Esther, Naya, Mad Dog, and Deuce had extremely painful deaths, because that's what they deserved for hurting my husband. We passed the bodies of dead guards stationed around the manor. Oberai leapt over them like they were nothing, because she was right. Because they did mean nothing if they had helped cause this. The Elvish associates had taken them all out so we could get inside the mansion. In the distance, dots had appeared in the sky above tall, golden skyscrapers. They were only growing closer. I saw wings, and even from here, I could make out the expression of my most hated enemy. The Warden and a whole angel army was on their way to capture us. Go ahead and try. I had burned this mansion to ash without bothering to blink. I was more enraged than I ever had been before, and I knew if anyone got in my way now, I'd put them in the ground before I gave up a second more of Charlie's life. Max was waiting for us once I was past the manor's open gate and on the empty streets of Celestial City. She gazed at the blood soaking Charlie's shirt and didn't ask questions. She pulled a pocket mirror from her jacket and projected it forward. A portal bloomed ahead, and Oberai charged through it just as I heard the Warden give a cry of frustrated rage. Oberai stepped out of a mirror that led to the palace hospital wing, followed by our friends. The portal snapped shut behind us, preventing anyone from following. Now that we were in a safe place, I put my hand to Charlie's heart so I could heal him. My fingers glowed white as I surveyed his body. The light grew in intensity as I forced my powers through his systems. I hadn't noticed before when I had healed the vampire bite and regrown his hair, because the poison had been so small. But clearly, it had grown. A sickening feeling overtook me as I found the poison sifting through his bloodstream. It was sticky as it clung to the inside of his throat, his stomach, his lungs. A vile substance that tasted disgusting and foul. When I prodded further, my entire soul quivered as I recognized something familiar. The sting of Inferokite. I can't heal this, I said in terror. There's still poison in his blood. It won't clear. What do you mean? Eddie asked, an edge of denial in his voice. You can heal anything, Princess. Whatever the poison is, it's made with Inferokite. My healing abilities aren't driving it out, I raged. All I can do is survey the effect it's having on him. Let's try to clear it together, Marcus suggested. Fuse our demigod powers with your healing magic. The poison has to leave then. My heart started in hope, because that was the only thing that I figured would work. Marcus moved forward along with Callie. They reached up to put their hands on top of my own as I rested them against Charlie's torso. I could feel their abilities mending with mine as I used simultension to join our powers together and drive the poison away. I felt my windpipe closing off from air as I realized that wasn't working either. The Inferokite was stubborn. It had latched on to Charlie's demigod magic and was using it to resist our own. The poison drained him whenever I tried to remove it, sucking energy from his organs and weakening him further than he already was. We couldn't destroy the Inferokite in his system without killing him. But at the same time, we couldn't heal him at all if there was still Inferokite in his body either. Stop, I demanded, and my friends drew back. His body can't handle it. If we keep going, it'll make everything shut down. But Marcus had gone paler than a ghost. If we can't use simultension, then how are we going to make him better? I didn't have an answer, and that made me nearly go insane. Let's get him in a bed, Oberai offered. Then we can evaluate further. She sounded very worried, which concerned me even more. If Oberai didn't understand what was going on or how to fix it, with all her experience and wisdom, then who would? We hurried inside the hospital, where a variety of doctors and nurses walked around the wing's lobby. When they turned and saw Charlie, many of the elves started screaming. "What is wrong with the prince?" a doctor demanded. Charlie threw up again, and more blood splattered out from his mouth and onto the floor. I nearly passed out. That was a lot of blood to lose, and he didn't have much more left to give. Marcus pulled Charlie off of Oberai and laid him on the floor, turning him on his side so he didn't choke. I didn't have to ask for a wheelchair because Callie had already brought one. She helped me off Oberai, and the second I was in my chair, I was wheeling toward Charlie. I tried to heal him again and again, but the Inferokite pushed my magic back and refused to allow me to chase the poison out. 2 nurses wheeled out a gurney, but I screamed, "Leave him alone! No one can heal him like I can!" I didn't trust doctors, not after my spinal injury. They'd fuck him up more than he already was. "Ava, we need help with this," Oberai demanded. "What we're doing isn't working." I knew we did, but it was equivalent to sawing my torso in half to allow anyone to touch Charlie when he was in this dire of a state. Elves placed Charlie upon a gurney as he continued to gurgle up blood. He wasn't conscious, but his face was ashen and his body racked with tremors. The poison was getting worse by the moment. "He's been poisoned. I need a private room. Someone fetch my brother and my mother immediately," I barked. The doctor stuttered. "I am the princess of Elamanth. You will do as I say," I screeched. Not a damn soul dared to ask me any more questions. They wheeled Charlie into a large room filled with surgical equipment, potion vials, herbs, and everything else we could use to treat this. Charlie was moved from the gurney to a bed, which could be prepped for surgical purposes if we needed it. A nurse drew his blood to test it. "I need to know what properties are in that poison. I want a full report the minute you get the results back," I ordered. "Yes, Princess," a nurse replied, and she ran off to the lab with a tube of Charlie's blood. The doctors and nurses rushed to get Charlie hooked up to an IV and a heart monitor. Doctors cut off his bloody clothes and threw them away, until he was covered only by a thin sheet. He shivered, and as I touched his skin again, my fingers grazed his ice-cold arm. He shook underneath my touch. Even though he was out of it, his body was still reacting to the effects of the poison. Oberai changed into a phoenix. She flew to the bed, landing at Charlie's side. She fluttered her wings and skimmed her beak over Charlie's chest, using her healing magic to observe him. My heart withered and turned cold in my chest as Oberai said, "I do not have the power to heal this. It is beyond my ability. Charlie's body cannot work against the Inferokite, so any magic I may use to heal him is useless, because his system will not respond." "That's impossible. You brought me back from death," I demanded. "You can cure this." "I cannot do that again," Oberai argued. "What I did for you, I was only able to accomplish once, and was a different kind of magic. It was a gift given to me by the gods to save one of you if death came, and death has already happened. My healing magic is strong, but I cannot heal what I do not know, and this poison is strange to me. I have never met it, not in all my eons of existence. I have never encountered a poison that prevents me from healing the body, as this substance turns the system's own organs against the host and fights us off besides. Anything we can do will be countered by the poison." "There must be something," I insisted. "I'll try to use my magic to stop the poison from working in order to buy us time," Oberai stated. "If I resist against it, you can work on finding a cure." It wasn't enough. One of the nurses called out, "Edward and Abigail will be posted at the door should you need them." "Fine." Where the fuck were Ez and Mama? They needed to be here. A second after I thought that, they stormed in. They didn't ask questions, just went to Charlie's bedside immediately and hovered their hands over him. Their Anachi magic glowed as they surveyed the situation. As his gaze darted from Charlie's face to his abdomen, while Mama squeezed her eyes shut in concentration. I need help. I don't know what this poison is or what the active ingredient may be, but it's got enferricite in it, I pleaded. We can't force his body to get rid of the enferricite without killing him, but the poison is killing him too. Even with all our power, everything we tried just backfires. Their hands stopped glowing as they drew back their healing magic. Ez sent Mama an anxious look, which she shared. What? I asked. It's a combination poison, Ez said thickly. It's got enferricite in it, which prevents you from helping. But I can sense it's been mixed with noxite too, which means me and Mom can't do anything to get rid of it either. No healer can. The warden had really thought this through. His soul belonged to me the next time we dared to meet. What if we all try together? I suggested. I'll use simultension to fuse your magic with mine. I'm invulnerable to noxite and enferricite doesn't affect you. Maybe if we work together we can overpower it. It's worth a shot, Mama said, and the three of us grabbed hands. We made a circle with our conjoined grasps, our arms hovering over Charlie's form. I tried. I wrapped my magic around my brother's power and my mother's with so much force, it nearly yanked their abilities out of them. My mother was a powerful elemental, so I shouldn't have been able to do that so easily. But I found even her magic crumbled like melting snow the minute I demanded it show up to serve me. I pushed our magic into Charlie's veins and attempted to force the poison to leave. But despite my best efforts, it wouldn't budge. Ez let out a rasping sound and dropped his hand from mine. He put a hand on the wall to steady himself, as if I'd gone too hard and too fast. It's not working, he said. The enferricite is preventing you from getting rid of the noxite, so we can't get past it to heal him. Mama went to check Charlie again. Her fingers roamed his chest, and her eyes darkened. The poison is manifesting into a growth, like a cancer. There are tumors spreading all over his body, and they're getting bigger the longer we wait. No, I wouldn't let this happen. We kept trying, and an hour passed, but there was absolutely no effect. If anything, Charlie only seemed to get worse. The blood draw is in, Princess, the nurse replied breathlessly as she hurried in. What did it say? I asked. She gave me the paper without a word, and I read over the results quickly. Inconclusive. Of course. Just like in enferricite, the properties and chemical compounds inside the poison weren't anything recognizable on Earth. The warden had probably gotten all kinds of awful ingredients from his buddies in hell, then put it all together to make this terrible poison. And if the ingredients used in the poison didn't grow here, that meant we probably didn't have anything on this planet that could counteract them. I threw the results on a nearby counter and demanded, "Get Marcus in here!" He must have been standing right outside the door, because he heard my voice and came in. What do you need? There's noxite in the poison as well. You're a curse breaker, so you can take it out, I said. That way Mom and Ez will be able to get past the enferricite, because I can't, and they can remove the poison. Marcus leaned over Charlie. He grasped Charlie's arm and closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. A few moments later, Marcus buckled to the floor. Ez rushed forward to hold him up, and I demanded, Well? I can't get rid of it, though I tried, Marcus insisted, rising back up again. You've drawn noxite out of people before, I cried. Yes, but the enferricite is fortifying it, which means I can't do a damn thing unless we get rid of the enferricite first, he yelled back. I made an angry noise and pushed him away. If you're not going to help, just go. Marcus didn't argue, but he also didn't seem upset with me. He did, as I asked, thank the ancestors, and gave me some space. Charlie vomited up another spray of blood, which dribbled down his chest and constricted his airways, choking him. Blood got all over the white sheet and on Oberei's feathers. She didn't react, merely let out a wary coo. A doctor moved in, checking the heart monitor. His heart rate was faint. He needs a blood transfusion. He's already lost a quart or more, I barked. We can't run the transfusion without first attempting dialysis, the doctor responded. There's a chance the dialysis machine can clean his blood and get rid of the poison. If we give him new blood now, his body could become overstressed with the introduction of the transfusion and the poison and reject the donation. Not to mention the new blood will become tainted with the poison once it's introduced. Well, get on it then, I shouted. Why were we sitting around talking about it when we needed to take action? I placed my hands on Charlie's arm, and my spirit magic observed how his body responded as the doctors did their best to start dialysis. Ez and Mama leaned against the wall, waiting for me if I needed them. I didn't like how worried they looked. The elvish healers tried everything. They used every antidote they had on hand, from the serpent spelunca antivenom to all kinds of spells and potions. Other Anichi healers arrived to help, but like Ez and Mama, their magic was useless against the combination poison in Charlie's blood. Not even dialysis was working. The machine filtered out the toxins in his blood, but the poison kept reproducing itself, so it did nothing to get rid of it. Charlie was having trouble breathing. His rasping gasps for air made me feel like I was choking. They'd given him a medication that managed to stop the vomiting at least, so he wouldn't drown in his own blood if we put him on a ventilator. Do you want to leave the room? Oberai asked warily, as they started prepping the breathing tube for insertion. Fuck no. I wasn't leaving him alone, even if the world started ending. I held his hand and watched, refusing to shut my eyes or look away as they inserted the breathing tube and fitted a mask over his face, because I'd be damned before I allowed him to go through this alone. There was a lump in my throat that reminded me of how painful the bruise from my own breathing tube had been when I'd survived the infernal underground. But I pushed that memory aside, because it was useless to me now. No trauma, memory, or pain was worth anything if it didn't help me save Charlie now. Once he was stabilized, the doctor switched to experimental antidotes that had never been tried before and could be dangerous. It was a sign of how desperate they were. It didn't help. Nothing did a damn thing to stop the poison from advancing. The warden had created this new formula just for us, and there wasn't a cure for it. The doctors had given Charlie so many medications and treatments, I was worried it was making him worse. Surgery was discussed, but it was discarded as an option almost immediately. They couldn't perform surgery to remove the growths. In the time we'd been working, the poison had wrapped itself so tightly around his organs that if they tried to cut the tumors out, the surgeons would kill him in the process. Oberai was doing her best, and my spirit magic could tell that her abilities were slowing the growth of the tumors. But although she could slow the poison's hold, she couldn't prevent it completely. We'd have lost Charlie already if she wasn't doing her best to hold it off. Charlie was clearly fading. His skin had turned ashen, and his lips had gone gray. His body sagged into the mattress, with all the appearance of a corpse long since dead. The doctors and nurses stood in a circle, unmoving. They weren't sure of what else to try. Mama held Ez, who was trying to wipe his face and not let me see. I took a deep breath, held it, then exhaled. Leave me, I demanded coldly. All of you. There's nothing more you can do. Saying nothing, the crowd dispersed, leaving me alone with my familiar and my husband. My shoulders shuddered as I barely contained my rage. Useless. They were all useless. If Charlie was going to make it through this, it had to be up to me. Everybody else needed to leave me alone so I could figure out a solution. I surveyed his condition again. My expression dropped the moment I laid my hand on his chest and used my Anichi magic to assess the situation. At this rate, Charlie would be dead within the hour, and there was jack shit I could do to prevent it. But that was shitty thinking. I didn't give up because I was stubborn, and Charlie was too. We'd pull through this like we always did. I just had to come up with a way. The door banged open. My teeth gritted together as I heard Cameron's voice cry out, "Let me in!" Cameron entered, and his approaching footsteps made it clear he wasn't going to take no for an answer unless I shoved it down his throat. I wrenched my wheelchair so I could turn myself around. "Get out of here, Cameron. I don't want you here, and neither does Charlie." Cameron's face turned red with rage, but his anger was pathetic compared to my own. I'd like to see him try to get his way. "How dare you attempt to keep me from seeing him? I have the right to say goodbye to my son," Cameron bellowed. What a coward he was. Charlie wasn't gone yet, and I'd be cold in my own grave before I allowed him to slip away. Where was Cameron's spine? Charlie needed his dad to fight for him like I was. He needed his dad to not give in. It was clear the only person in this room who would go to war for the incredible man lying in this bed was me. And I couldn't be distracted by some simpering elf who pretended to have some kind of claim on the son he'd created and forgotten. "You want to show up and be a dad now, when he's dying?" I spat. "He needed you in the past few months. And where have you been? Partying and fucking off and doing ancestors know what else?" "You won't speak to me that way. I am his father," Cameron demanded. "You are nothing because I say you are. I am the Holy Mother to the elves, the symbol and messenger of Idril and Carolyn on this earth, and you will not command me," I bellowed. "You are not welcome here. But leave." Cameron might have had more authority than me as the crown prince, but he listened to my order all the same. He ducked out with his head bowed low, tail tucked between his legs. I had no regrets about throwing him out. He was pitiful and would only get in my way. "Was that really necessary?" Ava-Marie asked dully. She'd been holding off the poison's growth for some time and was getting tired. "You tell me." I went to lay my hands on Charlie again, but they fell to the mattress as I heard more footsteps behind me, this time lighter and slower. My hands bunched in the sheets as I snapped. "I said, no one can come in here!" "You have authority over all in Elamanth, child, save for me." The gentle voice that met my ears gave me pause. I turned my chair again. Emperor Cassiel was standing in the doorway, not demanding I let him approach, but instead asking to be invited in. "Are you here to say goodbye too?" I asked harshly. I wouldn't let anyone do that, because this wasn't the end. Not yet. "Of course not. I know who you are, Princess. You will not deny your beloved Charlie the comfort of having his grandfather at his side in this time of need." My lip quivered. "You can come in." Cassiel strode toward me with a gentleness I could never imitate. He took a chair beside me, near the head of Charlie's bed. "You have half the staff quivering in fear. You are as terrifying as a lioness, or perhaps a wyvern defending her mate." I had to be terrifying, be mean, be vicious and ruthless and all these terrible things. No one else would go to the lengths needed to save Charlie, and I had to protect him from whatever happened. He was vulnerable right now. "It's my job to defend him when he can't defend himself," I said. "It's always been that way." "Who are you protecting him from?" Cassiel asked quietly. "The warden? The world? Himself?" I didn't know. Because the worst had already happened, and I hadn't been able to protect Charlie from the people who'd already hurt him the most. For the first time that day, I broke down into tears. Cassiel put his warm hand over mine in comfort. "What am I going to do?" I wailed. We tried everything. It's hopeless. Ava-Marie dropped her head and made a low note, but Cassiel didn't crumble. He looked sad and definitely worried, but he wasn't panicking. There were many elves who said that about me when I was bitten by a serpent spelunka many years ago, Cassiel said lowly. And yet, here I am decades later, because Ava-Marie refused to give up when all others did. I didn't say anything because I was still crying. Cassiel went on. When I was bitten, there was no antidote or cure for such a venom. Everyone who had been bitten by a serpent spelunka died, and there were no exceptions. Healers and alchemists tried for many years to find a cure for the venom, and failed miserably. But my wife succeeded, and she created an antidote that saved me and thousands of others when it had never been done before. Do you know why? I shook my head, and Cassiel said, It is because she believed she could. Everyone told my wife that it was hopeless, and that she couldn't cure me, but Ava-Marie refused to give up. She worked on that potion tirelessly until she found something that worked. She saved my life, and that hope blossomed into love. Love isn't enough to save people. If it was, so many people I loved wouldn't have died, I wept. But like Ava-Marie, you are not the kind to give up and let this poison take him, Cassiel pointed out. My wife saved me from the venom. You can save Charlie, too. You are an extraordinary demigod, princess, the best of our people. I know you will rescue the prince from this fate. Cassiel rose from his chair. I will leave you be, so you can concentrate. He left the room, and I was alone again. It strengthened me that Cassiel hadn't said his goodbyes. He truly believed in me, and knew I could save Charlie. His presence had been comforting, and it cleared my mind enough so I could think. Cassiel was right. I could do this. I just needed to pull myself together, so my familiar and I could figure out a solution. Ava-Marie wavered, close to falling off the bed. Ava-Marie, stop, I said weakly. If you keep trying to resist the poison, it'll kill you too. Then I'll lose both of you. I will not die permanently. I will simply become deceased, then regenerate a few minutes later, Ava-Marie insisted, though she sounded exhausted. It still weakens you every time you die and come back. You need to save what's left of your strength. I may need your help yet. Ava-Marie pulled back her magic, and I felt the poison surge forward. It was advancing quicker than ever because Ava-Marie wasn't holding it back. But I don't think it mattered. Charlie had already suffered too much damage to his organs anyway. Even if I got the poison out of his blood, he'd still be in danger, because his entire system needed to be healed now for him to recover. My fear turned to rage, as I thought that none of this would have happened in the first place if Danielle hadn't gotten involved. I should have killed her before I left the Institute, but I'd waited too long to make her meet her end. If Charlie died, I'd find a way to portal to hell, locate Danielle, and kill her all over again. And I wouldn't stop. Somehow I'd find a way to resurrect her again and again, and slaughter her in increasingly gruesome ways to make her pay, until her soul ceased to exist due to the suffering. She'd still be getting off easy. Nothing could be as painful as me losing my husband. She had no idea the damage she'd just caused. An eternity of torture wouldn't be enough to satisfy my longing for revenge if she took him from me. No, I wasn't allowing that to happen. Charlie belonged to me, and nobody, not Danielle, the warden, or the gods themselves would steal his life. Whatever fate had planned, I was the one who got to decide if he lived or died. And he would live if I commanded it. He wouldn't leave me here. You don't get to die unless I tell you that you can, I whispered to him. So hold on and keep fighting this. I'm going to figure this out. Charlie let out a wheezing breath, like he'd heard me. I steeled my nerves. Right now, Charlie wasn't my husband or the love of my life. He was my patient, and my patient was going to expire unless I put my mind to work and outwitted the warden yet again. And speaking of the warden, the beast appeared in a corner of the room, skulking around the area and seeming arrogant as all hell. My lip lifted into a snarl when I saw him. But I wasn't the only one who saw him this time. Ava-Marie was a part of me, and although my bipolar didn't affect her, she could recognize what I saw. She didn't react, but allowed me to process as I needed to. The beast's face curled into a sick smile. Looks like I've finally found something that works. After cell block 9, I didn't know what it was going to take. The 4 of you are particularly difficult to exterminate, but I've gained the upper hand. Fuck you. I'm smarter than you, you smug bastard. I'm better than you, I'm stronger than you, and you've never beaten me yet, I sneered. You're not going to win this time either. The beast raised an eyebrow. That may be true, but you have more to lose than ever before. I suggest you get moving. There isn't much time left. The beast gave a cruel laugh as he disappeared once again, and Ava-Marie tilted her head. I didn't know you were having visions of the warden. My psychosis finds weird ways to fuck with me, Ava-Marie. It doesn't help us now. She let the matter drop, and I went back to figuring out what to do. Since I'd tried everything but praying, it might as well be a last resort. Goddesses, I pleaded, reaching out to Idril and Carolyn. I am your holy mother, an elvish mystic of your temple. Help me save your son and rescue the prince from certain death. I didn't get any sort of response, energetic or otherwise, because I don't think they heard me. I wasn't sure they could help, even if they tried. Coyote Spirit and Whale Spirit were most likely too far off, in the middle of fighting a battle with the dark gods. I didn't think they'd show up either. Coyote had a hard time crossing the boundary from the spiritual realm to Earth the last time we'd spoken, and at the time, his power had been limited in helping me more than giving advice. Even so, I tried anyway. I prayed to them, and prayed, and got no answer. After moments of sitting in silence, I dug in my pocket. I withdrew my mother's compass, which I carried with me always. It was one of the very few things I still had from the Institute. I lifted the compass to my mouth to whisper into it. Lindsay and Miranda, are you there? I know you can't cross the divide, but I need assistance. My husband's been poisoned and we aren't sure how to heal him. Nothing's working. Send us your aid, if you're able to do what you can from the ancestral lands. I clutched the compass in my hands and watched as the arrow wildly spun out of control, pointing me toward nothing. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for. An audible response, a message, something. But what happened next was certainly something I did not expect. 2 spirits began to rise from the compass. They appeared at first to be a glittering mist rising from the compass's face and hovering around the room. Then, they began to materialize. The shape of a dire wolf, nearly the size of a wolven, took form in the room. It had massive muscular shoulders and a proud stance. Riding on the wolf's back was a tiny furry creature that looked to be a cross between a sugar glider and a bush baby. The creature had big ears, 2 curled horns on top of its head, and big blue eyes. A Kerbal. As their spirits became solid, the wolf's coat became black, and the Kerbal's pure white. The Kerbal chittered. He let out a trill as he waved his bushy tail. I smiled and extended my hand to the creature. "I know you." The Kerbal jumped off the wolf's back, soaring through the air to land on my hand. He scurried up my arm, then raced across the bed and sat on Charlie's stomach. He sat up on his haunches, rubbing his tiny paws over his nose and furry ears. "I can hear them both speak, so I will translate," Oberai noted. "They are spiritual guardians that protect your family from the ancestral lands. Lindsay and Miranda sent them. The wolf is here to guard the room against any dark spirits that may interfere. The little one, to help you heal." "How did they cross the broken boundary?" I asked. The wolf began stalking near the door, raising his lip in a low growl, while the Kerbal let out an indigent squeak. "Your mother has a special attachment to that compass, and your family's guides can come through it. These creatures have a connection still remaining on this earth that other ancestors do not, allowing them to cross the boundary. The little one is very powerful, and the wolf has strength of his own, but they cannot stay for long. We must hurry," Oberai insisted. "What must I do?" I asked the Kerbal. Oberai waited to hear what he had to say. The Kerbal gave a chitter, and whatever he'd said had even surprised Oberai, because she nearly toppled over in astonishment. What did he say?" I demanded. Oberai peered at the Kerbal out of one eye, as if she wasn't sure she was hearing things correctly, before she said, "The poison is a substance they know well, one that grows in the eternal torment. It latches onto the host, creating tumors that feed off life energy until the host dies a painful death. In order to heal Charlie, you will need to destroy the poison and the organs that it is attached to at the same time, then regrow new organs in their place. I will keep him alive while you are doing this, so the organs have time to generate." I thought about the practicality of this. Demigods could make something out of nothing. We could create our own energy, and I had the specialty of healing. So why couldn't I make Charlie new organs too? It was part of my demigod magic, so in theory I had the capability. It was similar to Charlie's illusion magic. He didn't just make illusions, he made them into real physical objects. He'd regrown sprigs when he was just a dying plant and gave him sentience. I couldn't make a body out of nothing, but I could regrow what was already in front of him. I needed to remake him, craft his organs so they were brand new. Still, I didn't know of anyone, demigod or otherwise, who had done this before. Not in history or even myth. How do I do it? If we fucked this up, Charlie was definitely not coming out of this. "You have already done it," Oberai marveled, with a shocked look at the Kerbal. "Once before, when your father was in the hospital. You replaced his lungs. This is not a tool you can use on just anyone. This is magic that you may only perform on someone you deeply love." Memories of my father suffering from pneumonia flooded into my mind. I was still in high school and hadn't even gotten my magic yet as far as I knew. But I remembered how I'd laid my hands on his chest the night before he was supposed to die, and the bright light that I'd seen just before passing out. No wonder my father hadn't had any breathing issues since. Tears threatened to spill, as I realized the blue eyes I'd seen that night in the hospital had been this little creature's. He'd come to help me heal my father then, as he had arrived tonight to help me heal my husband. "We need to recraft everything," I insisted. "It's the only way to help him." "We can do it. The Guardian can help us, and we can pull from Charlie's abilities as a demigod to give us fuel. The small one will help you get past the Inferokite, because as an ancestor, he has the ability to push it aside so you can do your work," Oberai stated, looking to the Kerbal for confirmation. The little creature nodded sharply. "You must clean out everything, All the medicine, potions, and antidotes. Everything must go, and the failing organs must be destroyed with the tumors, so his body can be remade anew. Nothing can be left behind. Will this kill us? I questioned. When I had healed Ez from sepsis, it had taken all my strength, and this was way worse. You are much stronger now than you were before. Your will is more powerful than this poison, and it will not take our lives. But we must act now, Oberai insisted. His heart is failing. The heart monitor was barely showing a pulse. It wouldn't be 5 minutes before Charlie would be gone. Okay, let's do this, I said firmly. I sprawled my hand over Charlie's torso. Oberai laid her beak on my knuckles, and the Kerbal pressed his tiny paw into the back of my hand. I didn't think I'd be able to feel him since he was a spirit. Yet I felt his soft paw caress my skin as a light began to shine throughout the room that was brighter than any I'd ever seen before. I started with Charlie's heart first, because might as well. I sought the poison that was taking his heart over and was unable to move the tumor wrapped around it, even with everyone's help. So, I commanded the organ to die. I felt Charlie's heart wither and blacken, disintegrating into nothing at my command as the tumor died. When the heart faded away, so did the poison, because it had nothing left to hold on to. The Inferokite wasn't able to cling to anything and therefore lost its power. The sound of the heart monitor going flatline absolutely rattled me, but I felt Oberai's magic pulsing, and I knew she was using her power to keep Charlie's blood pumping. I ignored the noise of the machine and focused my attention instead on making a new heart. I was skilled in healing, but I didn't understand most systems or how the body worked. I didn't know the various chambers or vessels I needed to create in order to fix him. No matter, though. When I told his body to form a new heart, it did. A new organ magically formulated there, replacing the one that I'd destroyed. Charlie's body knew what it needed and knew what to do, forming a new heart at my command. When I pulled back my healing magic, I found with relief that the new heart began beating on its own, without my assistance. When I was certain that his heart was better than new, I moved on to the blood and replaced that too, giving him an entirely new life force that was fresh and clean of the toxin. Without the poison in his blood, it couldn't spread to more parts of his body, which was a benefit. All we had to do now was clear out what was already there. I moved on to Charlie's lungs next. The ventilator breathed for him as I disintegrated his old lungs, growing new ones. His lungs materialized almost immediately, and I knew it was because I had experience replacing this particular organ from healing my father. Once that was done, I fixed his stomach and intestines, which were hoarding a massive sticky glob of poison. It took time to clear out, and sweat began to bead across my forehead as I replaced his entire digestive system, starting from scratch. I heard the wolf give a snarl from the other side of the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as the wolf jumped in midair, snarling and snapping his jaws as he tossed an invisible foe into the wall. A piece of stone broke off the wall, though I wasn't sure what hit it. It looked like the wolf was battling some dark force I couldn't see. "Dark spirits have arrived to stop you, sent by the warden. They don't want Charlie to heal," Oberai rasped. "The wolf is fighting them off." Didn't care. That wasn't my job. The wolf continued to growl, and he threw the invisible force into the door as I moved on to healing the rest of Charlie's organs. Medical supplies were knocked aside, and a cart was tipped over as the wolf fought off the evil entities. "The wolf chased the dark spirits into the hallway. Marcus will deal with it," Oberai stated, though her voice was strained. "We're almost done, Ava." Thank the ancestors, because I couldn't keep this up. His liver was the only organ left to be healed. I'd replaced all the others. It was going to be the most difficult, because the liver was what filtered all the body's toxins, and most of the poison had ended up there due to his poor liver trying to metabolize the poison and failing. I felt my magic wavering, on the edge of failure, but I yanked on Charlie's demigod magic to support me. His power came surging through the minute I asked, and I used that energy to give me strength as I faded the infected liver into nothing and forged a new one in its place. I searched his body avidly for more poison and didn't find any. The Kerbal chittered happily, and Oberai said, "It is done. The poison is completely gone." I sagged in my chair, on the edge of delirium. I'd regrown what had been damaged, but would it be enough? I began sobbing as I watched color return to Charlie's complexion. I reached out to touch his skin and found that it was once again vibrant and warm. "He's going to be okay." "Yes, he is," Oberai said warily. "We have cheated death once again." I bawled into my hands. The little Kerbal scurried up my shoulder and sat there to give me a kiss on the cheek. The wolf approached from the side, giving a satisfied growl. "They must return to the ancestral lands now," Oberai noted. "But they will be around, even if you cannot see them." The Kerbal gave another trill, and the wolf grumbled lowly. Their spirits faded from my eyesight, though I sensed their presence lingering throughout the room. Oberai hopped off the bed and changed into a husky. "I will find assistance. He is healed, but he will need rest, as will we." I couldn't move. I was too busy weeping in relief. Everyone had rushed in the moment Oberai had retrieved them. There were questions from a lot of people on how I'd done it, and I gave the most basic of explanations, because I was honestly too overwhelmed to go over everything. I told my parents about the spirits that had arrived to help me. Needless to say, both of them were completely floored by the arrival of our family's guardians, and shaken up. They took a private room in the hospital to console each other, grieve, and rejoice as I returned to Charlie's side. The doctors had taken the breathing tube out and unhooked him from all the monitors, as it was clear he didn't need them. He still hadn't woken up, but I wasn't surprised. He'd been through a lot and needed time to recover. I refused to let anyone help me. The doctors wanted to monitor me and check me over for any damage that may have been caused by the extent of my magic, but I wouldn't let them. They could worry about me once Charlie woke up and we knew he was all right. I wasn't leaving his bedside until his eyes opened, that was for sure. "Please, leave me alone," I snapped, pushing Ez's hands away. He was trying to check if I was good, which was unnecessary because I was certain I was fine. "Ancestors, Ava, you're impossible," Ez snapped. "Would you stop acting crazy and let people help?" Callie demanded. She'd been arguing with me to let the doctors do an evaluation for 15 minutes, and was getting more pissed by the second. "There's no reason to act ridiculous now. Charlie's fine." "We think he's fine. We don't know for sure if my spell had any side effects," I worried. Callie rubbed her face. "If you don't get looked at, Charlie's gonna be pissed when he wakes up. He hates it when you don't take care of yourself." "Fine by me." I wasn't the patient here. Marcus stormed in. He carried a vial in his hands, which he shoved into my lap. "Ava, drink this." His tone was so aggressive that he was the only person I didn't argue with. I looked at the contents through the glass vial and figured it was a simple healing potion. I uncorked the bottle and drank. I found it tasted like grapefruit juice. When the potion's effects kicked in, I instantly felt pain ebb away that I didn't know was there. I'd been so hyped up, I didn't realize I was experiencing any flare-up symptoms in my spine or my body. Now I noticed, and they were aggressive. My muscles ached as if I'd moved the universe itself to fix Charlie. Guess I kind of had. Thanks, I said, handing the empty bottle back to Marcus. I brewed it myself. I figured you would need it, he said. You don't have to worry about it counteracting any of your medications. Everything I put in there is safe. Well, I really appreciate... I staggered in my chair, because all of a sudden, I started getting very sleepy. I registered that the potion had left a faint aftertaste, one of a sleeping herb I recognized. Marcus smirked. I might have slipped in a sedative. Nighty-night. You little bitch, I grumbled. That's all I got out before I slumped in my chair and went to sleep. I must have been sleeping for a few hours, because when I woke up, the morning sun was beaming through the windows. I'd been moved to a separate room in the hospital and given my own bed. Marcus was sitting at the edge of my bed with a wry smile. Rise and shine. I scowled as I roused. That was a dirty trick. We had to put you down and give you a timeout. You were out of control, even after you fixed him, Marcus said. Ez checked you while you were sleeping, and he said everything's all good. We had to make sure. Sorry, not sorry. How's Charlie? I asked. I was concerned the organs I gave him might suddenly fail, or some other catastrophe would happen. He's up and talking. He's already been looked at and he's in perfectly good health, Marcus informed me. We told him what happened. You can see him soon. But first... Marcus's gaze shot across the room, and I lifted my head to see he wasn't the only one here. His parents were in the room as well, looking rather worried. I gave Marcus an inquisitive look. What's going on? He wrung his hands. We know what you're going to try to do, Ava, and we all agree it isn't worth the risk. I've asked my parents here to help talk you out of it. And what exactly do you think I'm going to do, Marcus? I demanded. He drew a deep breath. You replaced Charlie's organs. Now that you know what you can do, we're afraid you're going to try using this power to replace the nerves in your spine. I might as well get on with replacing my heart, too, because it nearly stopped beating at the suggestion. I'd been so worried about Charlie. The thought of replacing my own spine hadn't crossed my mind. But now that Marcus mentioned it, it wasn't such a bad idea. The angel surgeons had fucked up my spine during surgery, all while my healing magic was trying to repair the damage, and everything had healed wrong. Now I'd utilized power that went far beyond any average healer. Why couldn't I use it to replace the feeling that I'd lost? I certainly had a better chance of going up against the warden if I was agile on my feet. Marcus knew that too, so why was he acting so apprehensive? I looked at Nadine and Lucas. Forgive me, but why are you here? If I have a chance to repair my spine, shouldn't I do it? That's what we want to speak with you about, Nadine said gently, taking a step closer to my bed. Marcus told us that healing magic has failed to repair your injury thus far because supernatural forces were involved. As we understand it, your own healing magic set the injury, and therefore, no magic has been able to undo the damage your demigod power already caused. We've never seen healing magic like what I performed on Charlie before, though, I said. My power is stronger now, so I should be able to overpower whatever spell I used to set the injury in the first place. I could make a full recovery and walk again. Isn't this great? I turned to Marcus, but he had a solemn look on his face. My voice turned cold. You're acting like this is a death sentence rather than a beacon of hope. It's not going to work, Marcus stated firmly, like he was certain of the fact. I don't want to shatter your hopes, Ava, but I also know it's dangerous to even attempt such a spell. My parents can explain better than I can. Lucas cleared his throat. When Marcus was very young, our enemies used his own power against him. Enemies of ours used Marcus's magic to cast a curse, which prevented us from telling him about his demigod abilities, until he learned of them himself.
Marcus has told us about this curse before, I said. What does it have to do with me?
We tried many things to break this curse, Nadine admitted. We even tried to use Marcus's own powers to break it, the same way our enemies used his powers against him. But nothing worked. We were able to determine that once a demigod uses their magic on themselves, even their own power cannot reverse the spell, whether the demigod intended to cast the spell or not. Please, Ava, Marcus begged. We're only trying to help. What you did to help Charlie was incredible. But if you try to reverse what your demigod magic already did to you, you only risk doing more damage. When a demigod casts a spell like this on themselves, that spell will always remain permanent.
I got that he was worried, but wasn't he taking this a bit too far? Marcus was a warlock, and I was an elementai. We didn't know if my powers would have the same effect as his. He was too scared to brave the risks. But wasn't it at least worth a try, considering the potential reward? If I could regrow all of Charlie's internal organs, nerves, blood vessels, and all, then I didn't see why I couldn't fix a few nerves in my spine. My lips set into a thin line. Marcus and his family had my best interests at heart, but they didn't know the lengths I'd go through to test my limits. Thank you for your concern, I said evenly. You have nothing to worry about.
Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so relieved to hear that, Ava. I knew you would listen.
Only sort of. I learned from Callie how to twist my words, and I wasn't exactly lying to him. Nadine looked a little shocked. She expected me to push back. The woman didn't even know me, but I sensed she had a bit of fire in her back in her day. Probably still did. She relaxed a moment later, though. Lucas gave a kind nod.
Then we'll leave you to rest. Thank you for your time, Princess. I'll be right back in, Marcus assured me.
He led his parents out into the hall, and his muffled voice came through the door as he thanked them for coming to speak to me. Nadine and Lucas's warning shook me a bit, but not enough to rule out the option completely. I didn't get what the big deal was. The least I could do was try. I was alone, and no one was here to stop me. I might as well see if gaining back my ability to walk was even a possibility. I placed my hand on my stomach, right above the area where my spine was damaged. With my healing magic, I could feel the foreign rods in my spine and sense the bundle of nerves that had been completely damaged. All I had to do was disintegrate them, then regrow them. I decided to test it only on one nerve, in case Lucas and Nadine's warning held any real merit. Better to be safe than sorry. My healing magic curled around a singular nerve, and I felt my power burn it away. I thought it would be ungodly painful because I was literally destroying a nerve, but I didn't feel a thing at all. Of course not, because there was nothing left to feel. That was almost more terrifying than the pain. I concentrated on replacing the nerve, like I had with Charlie's organs. My hand glowed a bright white until my power seemed to smash up against a brick wall I couldn't penetrate. I tried again and again to replace the nerve, to regrow it, but nothing worked. I started to panic. Nadine and Lucas had been right. I couldn't counteract the botched spell that had healed my spine in all the wrong places. Please, don't let there be any more damage, I prayed. I pinched my upper thighs, hard. There was still a dull sensation there, like always, but it seemed weaker than ever before. Marcus was right about the risk. I had done some serious damage that was now irreversible. I had the thought that I could destroy the rest of my nerves that weren't firing right to alleviate some pain. But that would also impair any and all sensation I had left in my legs, and I already had so little left. If I kept going with this,
I was really going to hurt myself. I hated to admit it, but I was glad Nadine and Lucas came to warn me before I did anything stupid I couldn't undo. I wasn't trying this again. That was for certain. Otherwise, I'd lose the little feeling I had left. I hated that tears rushed to my eyes and ran down my cheeks at the realization that there was no way out of this. I'd accepted that I wasn't going to walk again a long time ago. But I couldn't help there being a small prayer of hope tucked away inside of me that one day, something would be able to fix me, or I'd be able to fix myself. That prayer dried up and withered away as I realized the truth. I was never going to get better. This was permanent. I could perform miracles to heal other people, but I couldn't heal myself. I could replace Charlie's organs, but I couldn't replace what my own magic had set in stone without me being aware of it. I was such a powerful demigod, but my demigod magic couldn't do the one thing I was most desperate for it to do, and that wounded me incredibly. I was helpful to others, but useless to myself. All these magical spells, potions, and medications I'd tried to fix my spine were nothing but disappointments. They were all the same, leading to identical, undeniable outcomes. I wiped my tears away and struggled to take in a few shaking breaths. You never stopped grieving when you were disabled, for the life you could have had, the life you desperately desired to live, but would never receive. I'd given myself hope. There would be a chance I could go back to the girl I had been. But I'd learned already that girl was dead and gone. I needed to accept myself now for who I was, not the person I wished I could be. I had to love my body the way it turned out to be, not hate it for not being the body I wished for. I was worthy, even though I was in a wheelchair, and stronger than anyone else in this palace. It was okay the spell hadn't worked. I accepted my body for what it was. I'd done my best, given it a good try, and that was all I could expect from myself. Though this treatment hadn't worked, and so many others hadn't either, I knew it would be okay. I was still me. That was all that mattered. Charlie and my friends loved me no matter what. And I loved me too. I didn't need to make myself into something different to earn that love. I could still be sick and receive it generously. Even so, there would always be a piece of me that wanted things to change. But that piece of me didn't have to believe I was worth any less because of it. And it wouldn't, because that wasn't the truth. I was valuable, just as I was. I had to acknowledge that. A few minutes later, I'd pulled myself together, and Marcus returned to the room. Ready to see Charlie? Finally! I wasn't waiting a second longer. Marcus helped me from the bed back into my chair. I found that I was too tired to roll my wheels, or even use the button on my chair that would move me forward, so Marcus pushed me. Okay, so they were right to knock me out, because casting the spell on Charlie had affected me more than I thought. While we were in the hallway, Obereye came flying in from a separate ward. The Phoenix landed on my chair, a bright sparkle in her eye. "You look much better," I said, and she reached out to preen my hair. "Marcus gave me some healing treats. I am in tip-top shape thanks to his astounding alchemy magic," she replied. "I hope you had a nice nap." "Splendid." Marcus wheeled me into Charlie's room. Happiness spread across my form as I saw he was sitting up in bed, appearing perfectly well. Emperor Cassiel was there. He gave me a kind smile, as if to say he knew I could do it. Charlie felt my presence and immediately reached out for me. "Pidge." I took his hand as Marcus moved me to his bedside. Oh, Charlie. If he could call me by my favorite name, all was right again in the world. "You regrew my organs." His thumb moved over the back of my hand, and I didn't bother to resist a delightful shudder. I do what I want. Still, that's incredible magic. I'd say it's hard for me to believe that you pulled it off, but nothing's off limits to you. Thank you so much for saving me. I'd never let anything happen to you, I promised. Whatever happens, you'll always be safe if I'm there. Callie walked in, eating a bag of cookies. Hey, she said. Have a nice sleep? You butthead! You let Marcus spike my drink with a sleeping tonic? I know you were in on it, I snapped. From what I hear, he had to, because you were being purposefully difficult, Charlie said firmly. I'd ask what you were thinking, but you obviously weren't. Pulling off big magic like that, then not letting the doctors make sure you're healthy is beyond not okay. You're in big trouble. I huffed out a breath. We can talk about that later. What the hell did Danielle do to you? When we burst in, it looked like you were having some kind of fancy dinner to satisfy her disgusting fantasies. My blood nearly boiled out of my veins at the memory of her curled up on his lap. That was my place, and she'd taken my man. I kept her talking, Charlie said. And if I'm being honest, what she told me isn't good. What'd she say? Callie asked, already appearing on edge. Charlie seemed very frightened, which always scared me. Not much terrified my husband, so if he was concerned, we all should be. Danielle told me the warden doesn't want to attack Elamanth yet. It's like he's biding his time, because he needs the elves for some kind of purpose. The more elves that die in battle, the less he has to use for whatever awful idea he's got planned. He doesn't want to exterminate them. He wants to imprison them. It's why he hasn't attacked the city yet. That, and it sounded like he's threatened by us demigods. That's why he had to lure us away from the city onto his own turf. If that's true, this goes beyond the war, I said. It's not about winning and defeating the other supernatural nations. It's about taking control of the elvish race and using their magic. For what, we don't know. We need to figure out what the warden needs the elves for, because whatever he's planning, it gives him even more power than he already has. He could capture the elves easily if he makes more demigods and creates an army for himself, Marcus said in terror. He can't, Charlie said. Danielle told me that he's tried, and they die every time. Plus, he gives away some of his power on each attempt. The demigods he has are the ones he's got. Well, that's good, because we killed them, Callie said, crossing her arms. But it's definitely concerning that we don't have an idea of what he wants to do with the elves, and he needs us out of the way to do it. Cassiel appeared contemplative as he took in all this information, leaning closer to listen. That's not the worst thing, Charlie warned. Danielle said, the warden can't die. Marcus gave a psh. He's an angel. Of course he can't die. It's more than that. Danielle said she watched the warden fight the dark gods. They were trying to kill him and take over, but they couldn't, because no matter what they threw at him, he survived it all. Apparently his magic was so strong he put them in their place, and they had to listen. He was able to defeat and control multiple gods without a scratch on him, Charlie said. I scoffed. She was obviously lying. That, or she was so stupid that she believed whatever came out of the warden's mouth. It makes sense, though, Charlie argued. Nothing we've seen other people do has come close to even hurting the warden, let alone killing him. And the dark gods wouldn't be working for him unless he has an edge over them. Otherwise, they would have killed him and taken the mission for themselves by now. This is a problem. Because if the dark gods can't kill him, we don't stand a chance either, Callie insisted. But how did he get so much power? Marcus wondered. I've never heard of any supernatural who literally can't die and are invulnerable to all attacks. Angels, elves, and vampires are immortal, but they can still be killed. It doesn't even sound like the warden can be wounded without recovering. Maybe he's like Oberai, I speculated. Even if you get him down, he'll just regenerate and come back to life. Great, Callie grumbled. Like we didn't have enough problems on our hands. Now the warden is basically a god himself. Exactly, Charlie growled. If we want to kill the warden, we need to learn how to kill a god. And I don't even know if that's possible. Nobody in the room said anything, because it might not be. I didn't know of any stories or legends which told of a god dying in any supernatural religion. But I hadn't heard any legends about a supernatural regrowing organs either, and I'd done just that for Charlie. I knew deep in my gut that I'd kill the warden one day. I was certain I would. Impossible things were possible for me. I just had to learn how. Is Elamanth safe, now that the warden knows our location? Marcus asked. I can't imagine what's so important that he's holding off going after our city. I think that's the point, Charlie said. He's trying to capture all these other cities first, and we're the final boss. Elamanth is still protected by demigods, but I'm certain he's already working out another way to draw us out, so he can take the city for his own. It sure doesn't help that we're losing soldiers to the mission, as that weakens our defenses by the day. Soon the warden will be done with whatever he's doing with the elves, or get impatient and come for us here. We should be very, very afraid. Cassiel finally spoke. If he wants a fight, then we'll give him something to fight. Our wards are strong. I'd like to see him try getting through them. Cassiel started for the door, but Charlie asked, What's your plan? I'm going to fortify our wards right away, as well as order a city shutdown, Cassiel stated. No residents will be allowed in or out of Elamanth. Only your team and our military will be permitted the use of portals. Cassiel left the room to get to work. The Emperor will keep the city safe, I said, and I squeezed Charlie's hand. Let's focus on getting the rest of the divinity keys. Then, once the Elven Gate is open and the elves are safe in the Blessed Haven, we can deal with the Warden, once and for all. Overdoing it put me back a couple of days. I had to stay in bed for most of the week to recover, because I was too tired to get out of it. My spine felt like it was on fire for days, and it'd been hell dealing with the agony. No medicine or healing magic had worked to make it go away. I'd had to let it pass on its own. I got in trouble with Charlie for not letting the doctors help me. I wasn't allowed to practice any magic for the rest of the week. He didn't even let me attend demigod training, which I thought was really unfair. He'd commanded me to stay in the jacuzzi tub all afternoon and eat chocolate-covered strawberries instead. I mean, not a bad trade-off, but still, I wanted to help. I'd upset my dom, but if my actions had put us any closer to saving the world, I'd have to suck it up and take the luxurious punishment. Charlie didn't go to demigod training either. He was still recovering, and spent most of his time in our suite resting. My bachelorette party was on Saturday, but I was concerned about leaving Charlie alone in the suite, even though he was never really alone, because there were guards and servants stationed everywhere. Of course, I'd thought that before, and Danielle had sunk her claws into him. I don't want to go. What if you need me? I protested. I was doing my hair in the vanity mirror, because even if I wasn't going outside the palace, I still wanted to have big fluffy curls. Eddie is right outside to grab me whatever I ask for, and if I need you, someone will come get you right away, Charlie promised. This is your bachelorette party. You shouldn't miss it. You need a chance to have fun. Callie had been planning this party for weeks, and I guess it would bum her out if I had to cancel. Okay, fine. I'll try to relax. I tied a big white bow into my hair, and Charlie said, Have a great time, Pidge. I will. Be back in the morning. Callie and the girls were planning on keeping me all night. I could only imagine what those sluts had planned. I smoothed down my slim white dress before Oberai escorted me out the door in her unicorn form. Women cheered when I entered the ladies' court. The entire area had been decorated in black and pink, our wedding colors. Balloons and banners were hung over the area, and near the pool was a table that was laid out with fruit parfait cups, a chocolate charcuterie board, and a champagne bar. "Congratulations, bitch! You're getting married again!" Callie slipped a sash around my shoulders that read, "The Bride," and fashioned a mini veil into my curls underneath the bow. Opal, Abigail, and Ivy were here, along with a variety of elvish girls I'd met. Everyone was here to celebrate my wedding, and I couldn't be more honored that all my friends had come by to support me. We started the party by having a tea party and playing party games. We played a fun truth or dare game that was bachelorette party themed, where everyone had to draw a card. The prompts were hilarious. Ivy had to give Callie a piggyback ride while making donkey sounds. Abigail and Opal had to swap bras, and Oberai had to do a belly dance, which looked completely silly in her unicorn form. She shook her big butt more than anything, and she knocked a poor elf girl over. My card said I had to get into an embarrassing position and take a group photo. By the time we'd worked our way through all the cards, my stomach hurt because I was laughing so much. After the game, we got massages and spent some time relaxing in the hot tub and sipping on our drink concoctions. I'd mixed raspberries into my lemonade and felt really refreshed. I watched Oberai swim around the pool in her narwhal form, while I sank further into the water. Charlie was right. I needed this. "Isn't this so wonderful?" Abigail asked, toasting her glass to the party. "Your wedding is going to be a celebration fit for a fairy tale." "It feels magical and all, but I don't know if I can believe it's a fairy tale quite yet. I was a princess, but I was also a mob wife after all."
You should, Opal burst. You guys are everywhere. I can't turn the TV on without seeing a story about the proposal.
All the elvish tabloids had front-page articles about our upcoming wedding. Pictures of Charlie and me were on every page. I knew Cassiel must have put them up to it. The fanfare was nice and all. It was crazy seeing how obsessed people were with us. The elves actually acted like they knew us personally. I'd been in the spotlight as a daughter of a chieftain, but I'd never had this much attention. "Ealamanth is so different from Malovia," Callie said. "In my country, the monarchy looks the wrong way and the Fae press rips them to shreds. The elves don't think their monarchy can do any wrong." "It's a difference in culture," I responded. It was in Fae nature to criticize and complain constantly. They had high standards that no one on this earth could attain, but they still expected perfection, even when it was impossible to achieve. Elvish society was run more like a mob, where any disapproval of the monarchy was dealt with swiftly, either through condemnation of society or literally. When we got out of the hot tub, girls started handing me gifts. I unwrapped a rainbow popsicle dick, designer makeup, a silk robe with slippers that I could use to get ready on my big day, and a bridal emergency kit, with all the little things I could need at the last minute before I walked down the aisle. "This is great, you guys. You really know how to make a girl feel special." I swooned, surrounded by wrapping paper. "Hold on. We've saved the best for last," Callie teased, turning a corner. I was curious. What could it be? But then, my jaw dropped open and my breath was stolen from my lungs as Callie came out from behind the corner, bouncing in on a big, blow-up, 6-foot-tall penis. "Meet Perky Peter," Callie said proudly, and she stood the blow-up in front of me. "He's very happy to see you." Tears came to my eyes. and almost spilled over as I gazed at the magnificent monument to masculinity standing before me. By the ancestors, it was so beautiful. I'd never received such an outstanding gift. I love it! I wrapped my arms around the blow-up and squeezed it as hard as I could, smushing my face into it. Geez, don't pop it, Callie grumbled. It took me 30 minutes to blow it up with air.
It ain't the longest your mouth's been on one, Cupcake,
Ivy quipped, and Opal spat out her drink. Did you think about what you're going to get the prince for a wedding present? Abigail asked, nibbling on a piece of chocolate. She handed one to me and I took it, chewing on the caramel. I'm not sure. I know he's got something big planned for me, I mused.
Is it in his pants?
Ivy asked. Opal giggled as she cleaned up the mess she spat out with a napkin. Most brides do boudoir photos, but... Oh. Abigail's face fell, like she hadn't realized what she'd said until she'd already spoken it out loud. I know, I said regretfully. It'd be nice to dress up in lingerie and take sexy pictures for him, but he can't see them, so that idea's a bust. Maybe you can, in your own way, Callie offered. His hearing still works after all. Inspiration hit me like a flooding wave, and a satisfied smile spread over my face. I clinked my glass together with hers. Callie, you are a genius. The girls took turns hopping around the edge of the pool on Perky Peter. Ivy bounced a little too eagerly and went floundering into the pool. I laughed so hard it was difficult to breathe. As the afternoon grew long, the door to the ladies' court opened, and in walked my grandmother Eleanor. Grandmother saw me clutching Perky Peter proudly as I wheeled around the snack table and gave a long, drawn-out sigh.
Ava, my dear, it's time to move the party on to other events. I expected you 15 minutes ago. You need to pick out your wedding dress. The wedding is 2 weeks away.
But I can't find anything I like, I whined. Not for lack of trying. The elves had brought me dozens of wedding dresses to try on since I'd gotten engaged, and I didn't like any of them. They were all extravagant, gorgeous, beautiful, but they weren't me. I knew my friends were tired of watching me try stuff on and wanted me to pick something already, but they didn't understand. This was my wedding, and I wanted my dress to tell the world who I was, not only as a person, but as the future Empress of Elamanth. My dress would be the topic of conversation throughout the Empire for years to come, so it had to be just right.
I think I may have a solution, Grandmother offered. Though it's only an option. I won't be upset if you say no.
I was intrigued. Where is it?
In my sewing room. We can go there now if you wish.
Okay. I balanced Perky Peter on my lap and attempted to wheel forward, clumsily. It tottered off and bounced on the ground. Grandmother rolled her eyes.
I am not allowing you to accompany me to my room while you are in possession of that obscene object.
Come on. Everyone should see how grand he is, I objected. She narrowed her eyes.
Leave it, Ava.
I grumbled, but propped Perky Peter against a wall and promised him I'd be back later. My friends followed me to my grandmother's suite, which was a few halls down from the ladies' court. When we stepped inside her quarters, my grandfather was at the kitchen table, hunched over a group of artifacts. He waved, and I suppressed a giggle. It was a missed opportunity. My grandfather hadn't seen me carry in a 6-foot blow-up dick. He probably would have fallen on the floor.
Here it is, Grandmother said,
as we entered her sewing room, and she turned on the lights.
What do you think?
I was in complete awe. On a dress form in the middle of the room was the most spectacular ball gown. It was ballerina pink, sleeveless with a sweetheart neckline. a tulle corset with silk ties and layers upon layers of a full, poofy skirt. Rhinestones, pearls, and silver gems decorated the front of the dress, making the entire gown shimmer. It was stunning on the dress form. I couldn't imagine how it would look on me.
I was making it as a graduation present. It's one of the few things we took from Kinpago before we left, Grandmother said. But perhaps it's meant for your wedding instead.
It's pink, Callie exclaimed. It's perfect, I gushed. I wheeled myself toward the dress and caressed my hands over the poofy skirt. Oh, thank you, Grandmother. I couldn't have imagined a more stunning gown. It's certainly fit for a princess, Abigail agreed.
Do you think the elves will care about the color? Ivy worried. It's far from traditional.
Callie scoffed. Ava could wear a paper bag to her wedding, and the elves would worship her for reinventing style. She can do no wrong by them. Definitely, I agreed. White's not my color anyway.
Yeah, we all know you ain't no virgin,
Ivy teased. I circled the dress, looking it over. I put a hand to my chin. Well, the dress is almost perfect. What does it need? Grandmother asked, already grabbing a notepad and pencil. Well, I've been reading about tactile wedding dresses, I confessed. They're gowns for brides who are marrying blind spouses. These dresses usually have more textures to them than regular wedding dresses. It was one of the reasons I'd been having such a hard time finding a dress. I wanted something Charlie could see in his own way, not something everyone else would love. He was my groom. I wanted to look pretty for him more than anyone else.
We'll add a skirt with a raised texture pattern, a few embroidered flowers, and more beading on the bodice. And alter it so it fits your chair properly, Grandmother suggested. If we get your mother's help and ask the elvish seamstresses to step in, this dress can be altered and ready by your wedding day. We'll have your first fitting tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Grandmother. I reached out to hug her. I can't believe you made this just for me.
Of course, my dear, Grandmother said, stroking my hair. Anything for your special day. Ancestors know I won't allow my granddaughter to get married in anything but the best.
I spent the rest of the night goofing off with my friends in the ladies' court. We didn't go to bed until almost 2 a.m. We all crashed in one of the attached suites, which had a ton of beds in it. I fell asleep holding the blow-up dick because I loved it that much. Ava has the idea to record herself using the unique gift her bridesmaids got her in one of the empty bedrooms within the ladies' quarters. She sends the recording to Charlie's phone, then ignores him the rest of the night and most of the next morning. When she returns to their bedroom, Charlie is impatient. He hauls her off to their sanctuary, where he surprises her with an adventurous swing that suspends from the ceiling. Ava and Charlie use the swing to be intimate. While she is enjoying Charlie's company, Ava notices the beast standing in a corner of the room, watching them with revulsion. Ava laughs out loud at the hallucination, knowing the warden can't hurt them in Elamanth. Charlie asks what she's laughing about, but she avoids answering the question. Charlie is still weak from the poisoning and nearly passes out as they finish. Afterward, they leave the sanctuary together and cuddle up on their bed within their room. "Can I leave my wrists tied in the rope?" I begged. "For a little bit," he said. "I want you in that lingerie a while longer." He laid beside me as the Mediterranean breeze blew through the open balcony, filling our bedroom with warmth. His fingers skimmed over my skin absent-mindedly as we talked, which we liked to do after we played. We could converse for hours, talking about anything and everything. If we didn't have any responsibilities, we could lay here all day. Charlie moved closer to me, then winced as his ribs laid on a hard object stuck in the covers. "Ouch," He shifted on the bed and dug under the covers. He pulled out a notebook with a thick spine and said, "A book? Why's this here?" "Oops. I was writing in that yesterday." I apologized. "I must have left it in the bed. Sorry." "What's this?" he teased, flipping the pages. "A diary of our adventures? Should I call a servant to read it out loud?" "Don't," I laughed. "It's not for anyone's eyes but us." "Oh?" he asked curiously. "It's a notebook containing 3 lists," I said. "One list is for all the places I want us to travel to once the war is over. Another list is for all the places I want us to have sex, all the positions and all the different toys I want to try. That list is pretty long." "You'll have to read it to me sometime," Charlie said, sounding amused. "I have my own ideas I'd like to add." "I'm sure. We'll be working our way through it for the rest of our lives." It sounded so delicious. I couldn't wait. "What's the 3rd list?" Charlie asked curiously. I frowned. The last list doesn't even have a full page. "What's on it?" Might as well be honest. It's a list of people I want to kill. Charlie didn't even flinch, or react at all, like my answer was something as benign as a list of clothes I wanted to buy, and not a murder sheet. "Who's on the list?" I blinked as I mused on the names. Before we killed them, it was Mad Dog, Naya, Deuce, Esther. And at the top? My voice was cold as I said, "The Warden." Charlie was far from surprised. "You want to kill him more than the rest of us?" "Absolutely." My teeth gritted as I thought about how much I hated him. I dream about it all the time. How amazing it would be to finally kill him. When you're making love to me, I laugh because even though it's wonderful, nothing on this earth would make me feel as good as you do, other than taking the Warden's life. Murdering him would be ecstasy. I've got a few pages with ideas, theories on how we could take him out, ways we could put him in the ground. I sighed. I don't think any of them would work, especially now that we know he's invulnerable to almost anything. But I'll come up with how to kill him someday. And it's fun, because even though it's not realistic, picturing fantasies of how I can make him suffer gives me satisfaction. It delights me. "It's one thing to keep it in your head, but why put it on paper?" Charlie asked. I have this kill list because I want to end people who hurt us before they hurt anyone else. And I need to remind myself that even though we live in paradise here, I can't forget that I need to make certain people pay. The Warden's horrible, but it's not your responsibility to get rid of him, Pidge. At least, not your responsibility alone. We can do it together. I said nothing. Charlie asked, "Is that all who's on the kill list?" I paused. "There's a name on the list you might not like." "Who?" "Your dad, Cameron Walken." Charlie's brow furrowed. "Why is my dad on the list? I don't forgive him for what happened, but killing him is a little extreme." I turned on my back, sighed, and looked up at the ceiling. "He acts like you should forget about your childhood. Even if leaving you behind was out of his hands, it's okay for you to be upset that it happened. I don't like that he believes you can just move on and forgive him, especially when he doesn't want to put any work in to fix it." "You can't kill my dad, Pidge." "I wasn't going to. I wouldn't hurt you like that," I said softly. "But he makes me feel that way, so he's on the list." I scoffed. He might be the only person who makes it off of it. Charlie lifted me into a sitting position on his lap. "Whatever is going on with you, I'm here for you. You're never going to have to suffer through it alone." "I know," I put my forehead to his and happily breathed him in. No matter what I'm going through, I'll always have you. I was vaguely aware of a soft knock and a small voice that asked, "Princess?" The door creaked open. I heard a soft, strangled gasp. I looked up and saw that Abigail's face had gone pale as her eyes locked on the ropes around my wrists. She gave a terrified glance to Charlie, spun her wheelchair around, then hurried out of there. Ooh, I'd forgotten Abigail was coming by today to escort me to my bridal fitting. She'd come in at a pretty bad time. "What was that?" Charlie asked, as he heard the door sharply shut. "Abigail saw us with the ropes," I said as I held my wrists out for him to untie. "Do we care?" Charlie asked, as he loosened the ropes before he pulled them off, setting them aside. "She's your lady and loyal to you. She's not going to spread it around." "Yeah, but that's not really the point," I said. "You should give me a moment with her." "As you wish." Charlie nipped at my ear. "Can't say I won't listen to that recording again, though, and be back for more later." I giggled, and he helped me change into proper clothes before placing me in my chair and leaving our quarters. He had something to do for the wedding, but he wouldn't tell me what. I was already bubbling with anticipation at what the surprise might be. I rolled myself into the living area of our suite and noticed that Abigail was already there, looking meekly at the floor. "Could you have someone get us some tea and snacks?" I asked. "We need to talk." Abigail didn't hesitate. She ducked out to speak with another servant before venturing back in. I was already waiting at a small round table for her. I didn't say a word, as an elvish maiden brought us chai tea and a plate of decorated spiced cinnamon cookies, leaving the room with a bow. Abigail poured me a cup of tea, though she didn't make one for herself. I ate a cookie before I said, "We should talk about what you saw." "I am your lady and I serve the crown," Abigail said in a flat voice, glancing at my wrists where the ties had been. "It is not my place to question anything the prince does, and I understand my position. I should have waited for you to call me in before entering, and I didn't as I forgot my place. Forgive me. You have no need to explain anything." "I'm not obligated to explain, but I want to." I put the cookie down. "You're worried he's hurting me. As you said, you are my lady and you've sworn to care for me. So I want to show you that I'm not being hurt." Abigail visibly swallowed. "Permission to speak freely, Princess?" "Of course." "You may believe that he's not hurting you, but I don't see how such a thing can ever be good, especially not for a woman," Abigail insisted. "This bondage is dangerous. It's not a real relationship. He's using you in a sick way." She nearly burst while saying the words, and I reached out to take her hand. "It is, and it's safe. He's not using me. This is something we both enjoy." "Has he convinced you of that? I bet this was his idea," Abigail spat. "This is something we've done for a while, and everything's consensual," I insisted. "It seems terrible because you don't understand. I want to know what you've assumed, so I can answer your questions." Abigail looked increasingly worried. "My princess, there are rumors about the palace. Not about you and the prince, but about others who participate in such activities." Where was this going? "Rumors about who?" Abigail drew her hand away from me and began twisting a napkin in her grasp. "Well, Prince Cameron is an upstanding gentleman, and as far as I've heard, would never consider anything so heinous." She dropped her voice and leaned forward. "As for the Emperor, there are whispers of what he and the former queen used to do in their bedchamber alone, and what is said truly shocks me." Okay, so Cassile and his wife had been into some kinky shit. I could see where Charlie had gotten it from. Cassiel seemed like the type of person who could go to some really dark places if he wanted to. He was noble and gentle on the outside, but I bet he'd done a bunch of twisted things to remain on the throne. If he was anything like Charlie, and I knew the two of them were a lot alike, there was a monster inside of him he didn't let out unless he had to. But when the monster unleashed, he enjoyed every minute of it. If possible, Abigail's voice became even lower. In fact, there are even those that say she died because of it. People make up silly rumors about BDSM all the time because they don't understand it, I told her. I'm certain that's not true. But yet, holy shit, what if it was? So that's why Cassiel's wife had died before her time. He'd fucked her to death. What a way to go. I could only be so lucky. You think this was Emperor Cassiel's idea and he told Charlie to do this? I did my best not to laugh. Yes, but you're insinuating that's not the case, Abigail stated. It's not. Some people can take this lifestyle too far and it can get abusive. But for other people, it can actually be a safe choice. It's all about how well the couple communicates. How? Explain it to me. Abigail's eyes flashed. As far as I'm concerned, all this is about is a woman being subservient to a man. This lifestyle isn't dependent on gender roles. A man can be submissive to a woman in this kind of situation, and couples with queer identities can participate too. If you'll have an open mind, I can tell you more. Abigail held a breath, then let it out. Very well. I'll listen to whatever my princess has to say because I want to understand the situation, and be sure you're safe. I leaned back in my chair. Charlie and I are full-time dominant and submissive. We know our roles, and we live them out at all times, including outside the bedroom. If I listen to what he tells me, then he rewards me. But is this something you need to do? Abigail asked. For my mental health, yes. But also no. I can be Charlie's sub, but I can never be anyone else's. I love this life and the dynamic we have, but he's my one and only, and I could never be intimate with another person like this, because even though it's a lot of fun, it requires me to be excessively vulnerable, and he's the only man I could ever be that open with. And how does he dominate you in a respectful way? She questioned. We've created our relationship to be respectful by default, because we both have our needs, and if we don't get what we need from this, it doesn't work, I said. He needs me to trust him. He needs me to know that he's going to respect my boundaries and take care of me after he pushes my limits. This kind of situation doesn't work if he doesn't love me and I don't love him. What we have is a power exchange, where I'm giving him something valuable, and he's giving that back to me. I know some people are into this kind of lifestyle for just the dynamic, but that's not us. I'm his equal, but I'm also his submissive. And he never pushes me to do anything I don't want to do. I have full control. Abigail seemed to muse on this. How does this lifestyle work in a practical sense outside of the bedroom? I have rules I have to follow, I explained. Charlie set them for me, but we discussed them beforehand, and I agreed to all of them before we actually put the rules into practice. Rules? Abigail seemed slightly repulsed. What kind? Well, for example, some of the rules are very straightforward. I have to take a nap after lunch every day, so I don't get too tired. My nails always have to be done, because I like doing them, and because Charlie appreciates it when they're nice. I have a set bedtime and a time to wake up. I have to eat 3 meals a day, and when we're being intimate, I do my best to do as I'm told. He'll give me commands to follow, then reward me with pleasure when I listen. Does he tie you up every time? Abigail questioned. No, we don't always get kinky. Sometimes we just have normal sex. And sometimes the rules change due to circumstance. For example, I wasn't feeling well over the past week, so I had to rest more. One of my rules is I have to make Charlie's coffee for him in the morning, because even though the servants can, I like doing that for him, because I consider it my thing. But because I was sick, he told me I had to stay in bed while he made his own coffee, and that made me very grumpy. I gave a shrug. A lot of our rules fly under the radar. In public, people wouldn't think I'm being submissive. They'd just think I was doing something nice for my spouse or taking care of myself. Charlie has a lot of rules for that. He wants to help me improve in life and meet my own goals, as well as keep me relaxed. So the rules he sets center around that. The whole point of having rules is for me to enjoy having to follow them, so I can get pleasure out of pleasing him, and he can focus on making me happy. What if you break a rule? Abigail wondered. What happens? I would say the punishment suits what rule I broke. For example, if I skipped my nap that day, I would have to take an extra long one the day after to make up for it. He doesn't hit you, does he? Abigail asked softly. I felt absolutely repulsed by the thought. No, Charlie won't physically hit me in any way. Plus, spankings don't work on me because I see them as a reward instead of a punishment. They turn me on, and that's the opposite of being disciplined. A lot of the traditional punishments don't have any effect. For example, putting me in timeout would just make me think something exciting is coming later. And that's another reward. He's got to get creative to want to deter me from misbehaving. Also, he never withholds attention or sex from me. That's abusive. And I'm the kind of person who needs sexual contact to stabilize my moods and keep me grounded. I know it's not my place to ask, but what about in the bedroom? She whispered. I know some couples like striking each other with... She shuddered and whispered lowly, paddles. Angelic purity culture had really done a number on this poor girl. I wanted to help her, because even though it wasn't my obligation to teach her about safe, kinky sex, I didn't think anyone else would. Ivy had been a big help to me when I'd started exploring, so now I wanted to pass on that knowledge. We haven't used crops or whips yet, but I'm into the idea. Charlie's hesitant because he doesn't enjoy striking me, not even in a sexy way. But I get a vote, and I'm sure with enough convincing, I can push him to try it. I raised a coy eyebrow. He might be the head of our family, but I'm the neck that turns his head, so to say, and I know my opinion has a powerful influence. So, who's really in charge? Him or you? Him. He's the boss, always. But he always takes my thoughts and feelings into account. So in the end, I typically get what I want anyway. I sighed. And sometimes, I don't make the best choices. So it's easier on me for him to make those decisions for me, especially when my bipolar is out of control. Because when my mind is all over the place, it's hard to keep centered. He becomes my center. So, are they rules or more like guidelines? Abigail asked. If he gives a command, I'm obligated to follow it, I said. For example, the other night, I really didn't want to do any stretching exercises for my physical therapy. But Charlie said I had to, and I'm submissive to him, so I did as he asked. But I felt better afterward, because I hadn't realized my muscles were really sore, and I needed to stretch them in order to get the muscles to release. Charlie did, because even without our bond, he can sense micro changes in my behavior that I don't necessarily notice. Then he can direct me toward what I need. I'm not the best at taking care of myself, so I need the extra guidance and help. This sounds like you have to do all the work and he gets off with no responsibility, Abigail grumbled. Oh, no, he has rules too, I explained. One of his rules is he can't come home to me later than 7 o'clock, because the time from dinner until we go to bed, he's promised exclusively to me. And that's my time to have him to myself. Unless it's a Thursday, of course. Or a Sunday. What happens then? She sounded terrified. Thursday evenings are friend days. He'll go out with Marcus or Chansey, and I'll see Opal or Callie, or go see my family. On Sundays, we have alone time by ourselves, so we can recharge for the week. But honestly, we don't use a lot of that alone time on Sundays, because we like spending the free time we have together. I took a sip of tea and continued. He also has to be open and honest with me at all times. He's not allowed to conceal things from me. He has to be patient and not let his emotions overtake him when I'm not doing as I'm told, because sometimes I don't. I try to obey his orders as much as I can, but I'm a brat, and I like being one, and he likes my bratty behavior. I know when to push his buttons and when to behave. Sometimes I'll mess up just because I want his attention, and he knows that. So there's a balancing act we both ascribe to. But if we really don't like a rule or it's not working for us, we can agree to throw it out. It's a constant work in progress. I like my role because I get pampered a lot. Charlie spoils me, and I show him I appreciate that by being submissive to him. It works for both of us. But do you belong to him? Abigail insisted. In a way that's possessive and not loving. I don't love the idea of ownership, but he owns my body and I own his, so to say. I'm not his property, but his treasure. He knows that he belongs to me, and he's dedicated to my needs, wants, and desires in all areas of life. And he knows that I adore him and will do what he asks because I do. We're both committed to improving ourselves, because you can't maintain this kind of lifestyle without growing together. It takes work, like all marriages do. Abigail nodded. I see. Although I don't quite understand, I think I can acknowledge this isn't hurting you. And if this is what you truly want and your choice, I have no business getting in the way of that. We're really in a good place, I said dreamily. This setup works well for us because we know what to expect out of each other and ourselves. I'm glad, Abigail responded. All I wish is for my princess to be happy. I finished my tea and said, I don't mean to intrude, but you've never been with anyone, have you, Abigail? No, Abigail said sadly. I prefer the female variety myself, but I've never even been on a date, or been kissed. It'll happen at the right time, I promised. And when it does, all that waiting will have been worth it. I hope so, Abigail said sadly. It was really hard, being a lesbian in angelic culture. I had to hide all the time and pretend to be someone I'm not. I've suppressed so much of myself that it's difficult for me to even admit that I like girls in private, because it still seems wrong. It goes against what the Almighty One says, and that feels like a sin. It's never a sin to be who you are, I told her. What Charlie and I have isn't so different than the relationship between you and me. How so? Abigail asked curiously. You are my lady-in-waiting, and you serve me. You listen to my commands and follow my orders. I have authority over you, but that doesn't mean I get to treat you however I want, I said. You and I have to trust each other, like Charlie and I do. Okay. I think I get it now, Abigail nodded. You're serving Charlie, but he's also serving you, and trust grows as the connection deepens. Exactly. You shouldn't be afraid to be who you are, Abigail. At least not in Elamanth. People are accepting here. It's just... She took a deep sigh. Whenever I find myself having feelings for another woman, I just see my father's face, and those feelings instantly feel filthy. He would be sickened by me if he knew who I truly was. He doesn't want to have someone like me for a child. What your dad wants isn't important, because this is your life, and you deserve love, I insisted. To trust that Charlie will take care of me, I have to trust myself. And you need to trust that your heart is leading you in the right direction. Abigail straightened her shoulders, as if the weight of the world had been lifted off her. Thank you, Princess. You are very wise. I've just been through a lot of stuff, I explained. Wisdom comes with the territory. Indeed. Abigail turned her chair. We need to get to your dress fitting. Your grandmother is probably very cross that we're late again. Cross wasn't the word for it. I was fully expecting to get yelled at the minute I arrived. Being a princess meant nothing when your grandmother thought she ruled over all. I could sense Obereye was waiting for me at the dress fitting, and getting a little impatient. She wanted to see me in my dress and gush over how pretty it looked. We left Charlie's quarters and ventured into the hall, on our way to my grandmother's suite. My guard Eldon followed behind. I went to say something more to Abigail, but stopped when a figure crossed our path and stood in our way. I gasped in a mixture of shock and relief when I recognized who it was. It was Professor Hemlock. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, and her face was covered with dozens of bruises and cuts. Her hair hung mangled and ratted around her thin jaw, and her skin gave off a gaunt, sickly appearance. She was alive. I couldn't believe it. She must have escaped the warden. Professor! I was so happy to see her. I wheeled forward to give her a hug. You're okay! Hemlock didn't respond to my gesture of affection. Instead, she reached into her robes and pulled out a thin, bloody dagger, her mouth sinking into a snarl. I halted my chair, and my insides flipped inside my abdomen. Professor? You must die, Hemlock screeched, charging toward me. Abigail screamed. I found myself frozen, unable to comprehend that my favorite teacher was actually attacking me. Princess! Eldon cried, charging forward to save me. She drew her sword, and I shut my eyes tight as Hemlock raised her dagger high, aiming to bring the blade down upon my throat.
Chapter 15. Charlie. Ava-Marie had left me feeling delirious. It was torture waiting for her to arrive back in our room after the voice message I woke up to. I craved her all day, but truth be told, the wanting made her taste even sweeter. I allowed her to act like a brat sometimes because honestly, there were parts I liked about it too. I'd been dying to get her into the sanctuary for a week, ever since she healed me from the poison, but neither of us had felt well enough to play until now. Hell, I'd gone so hard I nearly passed out myself. I'd wanted to show her just how much I appreciated everything she'd done for me when she tracked me down at the manor in Celestial City, then brought me back from certain death. The thought of Danielle still churned my guts, and I wanted Ava to know there would never be anyone else in this world for me but her. Then she sent me that voice recording, and fuck, did it make my head spin. I'd certainly showed her my appreciation. It was Sunday, so I was free to roam the palace as I pleased. There were no training sessions with my grandfather or meetings I had to be at today, and I'd given Eddie the day off so he could spend time with Alistair. When I wasn't with Ava, there was only one place I wanted to be. I entered the music room, which was completely deserted on a Sunday afternoon. It was one of the grandest rooms in all the palace, with a high ceiling that each note resonated off of perfectly. Eddie had said the tall, arched windows were adorned with red drapes, and an ornate chandelier hung from the ceiling. A mahogany grand piano sat in the center, surrounded by other instruments and upholstered chairs. It was quiet here, a place all my own. That was perfect, because I liked having this time to myself. I didn't want people knowing what I was up to, or it might get back to Ava. I took a seat at the grand piano and ran my fingers over several keys, enjoying the beautiful resonance the strings gave off. This instrument was nothing like what I'd played before. I learned to play on a second-hand piano that hadn't been tuned in years and had 2 broken keys in the upper register. Then there was the organ back at the Institute, and I was certain some of the pipes had been cracked or dented, because it just couldn't sing the way this grand piano could. Every note vibrated at the proper frequency, resounding in perfect harmony within the other notes in each chord. I pressed the keys, and it was a bittersweet sound. It reminded me of the piano at the Institute that the guards had smashed. Back then, I wasn't sure I'd ever get a chance to play again. But here I was, in a palace all my own, with access to all the musical instruments I could ever desire. I warmed up by playing a few chord progressions and parts of various songs I'd memorized over the years, then started playing the song I wrote for Ava. Pigeon's Croon, I called it. It was a slow, soft melody in a major key, with a progression of high notes that mimicked the race of my heart whenever Ava was around. I'd crafted the tune with care, knowing there were no words that could communicate the way I felt about her, but maybe this music could. It was a soft lullaby, mixed with the incredible high of the passion and desire we shared. Most people wouldn't think of us as a lullaby kind of people. To the rest of the world, we were angry, reactive, and harsh. But when I was with Ava, I felt calm, safe, and loved, and that's exactly what this song portrayed. She hadn't heard it yet, because I was saving it for her wedding present. She was going to be so surprised. The longer I played, the more I got lost in the music. When I was playing piano, it was like the music could carry me away to a different world. I hummed the tune lowly under my breath while my fingers moved over the keys. I pounded the notes harder as the music crescendoed, growing to its peak. I fumbled on a few keys. Fuck, I thought I had it that time. I practiced the melody slower, making sure I had it down, then started a few measures before the crescendo and built it up again. Hands wrapped tightly around my throat from behind, bringing the music to an abrupt halt. The piano keys clashed as I was yanked to the side. I was caught completely off guard as the assailant wrenched me off the piano bench and threw me to the ground. My head smashed against the floor, leaving me momentarily disoriented. My attacker jumped on top of me and curled his hands around my throat. I tried to suck a breath, but the air wouldn't come. He was strong, I'd give him that. Who the fuck did this guy think he was, attacking the prince in his own palace? I was getting pretty sick and tired of this shit. I quickly reached out with my magic to assess who it was. If it was another one of the warden's vampire cronies, I'd make sure the execution was a grand celebration. I'd laugh all the way to the pyre, then set the damn thing aflame myself. Except, it wasn't a vampire. Several types of magic hit me all at once, and I couldn't make sense of it. I didn't know what this guy was. I blasted him back with my air magic, and he went flying across the room. Music stands crashed to the ground, and chairs squeaked. I got to my feet and stalked toward the intruder. "The warden really thinks he can send in anyone to get the job done?" I growled. "It's going to take a lot more than that to kill me." I grabbed him, and my hands met armor, similar to what the guards all around the palace wore. I yanked the man upward. He had already recovered, though, and was obviously well-trained. He kicked off the ground and did a flip until his legs were curled around my neck. He twisted his weight, dragging the both of us to the floor. I searched for super strength to siphon it from him, but it wasn't there. That ruled out shifters, vampires, and merfolk. He definitely wasn't an elementi. I landed a blow to the side of his head, but he only squeezed harder. I gathered all my strength and spun my body, forcing him into another cluster of chairs. We engaged in a scuffle on the ground, and I finally broke free of his hold. I smashed a fist into his face, and he let out a pained groan. I searched his magic again, looking for something that I could use. I noticed something that didn't seem quite right. It was reminiscent of Callie's magic, but deep at this man's core, I could tell he wasn't Fae. There was some sort of illusion on him, an enchantment he couldn't get away from. I tangled my magic in his and siphoned it for my own. The Fae magic was easy to manipulate because it was a lot like my elf magic, only stronger. The illusion was more concrete than an elf's, but I'd been growing my powers, and it was easy to break. As the illusion fell away, the origin of his magic became clear. He was an astromancer. What the hell was an astromancer doing in the palace? They didn't like to get involved in wars between the supernatural communities, and I certainly didn't expect one of them to be working with the warden. But what did I know? The only astromancer I'd ever met had been my counselor back at the Institute, and he wasn't here now.
"Don't try to stop me, Charlie," the assailant growled. "You won't get away from the warden this time. We'll kill you and your wife if it's the last thing we do."
My blood turned to ice. There were very few people I recognized just by the sound of their voice, but I knew the cadence of his speech far too well. I'd sat through endless weeks of therapy sessions with him. I didn't get it. He was a demigod guardian. He wouldn't hurt me. There was no way. But here Professor Takahashi was in the flesh, threatening to end my life. Takahashi had been missing, along with Hemlock, since we left the Institute. I didn't understand how he got here, or where he'd been all this time. "What's going on?" I demanded. Takahashi didn't bother offering an answer. He threw himself at me, but this time I was prepared. I spun out of the way, then used a quick maneuver I'd learned in Fight Club to pin his arm behind his back. I heard the tear of tendons and the snap of the joint popping out of the socket. Takahashi let out a pained cry. He went fucking crazy, screaming curses and gnashing his teeth at me like he was a wild dog. I couldn't imagine what possessed him to do such a thing. He was always such a kind-hearted man. Looked like his kindness had run out. I figured he must have been bewitched. I tried to break whatever hold the spell he was under had on him, but I couldn't do it, which shocked me. With my elf magic, I should have been able to break anything. Guess I was going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. I grabbed Takahashi by the back of the head and slammed his temple downward onto the hard back of the nearest chair. I heard the crunch of bone as his nose connected with it, then the splatter of blood as it sprayed everywhere. His body went limp, and he slumped to the ground. The heavy footsteps of guards flooded into the room. They'd obviously heard the commotion, and they quickly grabbed Takahashi and dragged him away from me.
"What are your orders, sire?" one of them asked.
"Prop him up on the chair," I spat. "We need to interrogate him. This was no ordinary attack." As the guards hoisted him into a chair, I quickly dug in my pocket and grabbed my phone, then spoke a quick command. "Call Max." Max picked up on the first ring. I didn't give her a chance to speak before I was already barking into the phone. "Get everyone you can to the music room now. We have shit to discuss." "We're on our way, Your Highness," Max said before hanging up. "Oberoi, get here fast!" I snapped through the bond. "I'm a little busy," Oberoi insisted before slamming our bond shut. I didn't know what she was being snippy about, but I didn't have time to convince her to give up whatever she was doing. I stepped forward to check Takahashi's pulse and found it still beating. I'd hit him with a hard blow, but only enough to knock him out. I quickly conjured handcuffs with my illusion magic and slapped them over his wrists. A barrage of footsteps pounded into the room. Marcus let out a gasp. "Dear goddess, what the hell is going on now?" "What happened here?" Max demanded. Several others were with them, 4 elves and a vampire. The vampire's magic rolled off him in waves, an energy signature I'd become used to during our demigod training sessions. I really wished Danny wouldn't have come. I didn't have the time or energy for his shit. "Isn't it obvious?" Danny asked in that cocky tone he always used. "Charlie got his ass kicked by this old man." I didn't know what gave him that impression, considering I wasn't the one tied up, until I touched my forehead and noticed I had a lump the size of a goose egg. I bet the bruise looked pretty damn nice, too. Marcus pushed past Danny and hurried to kneel in front of Takahashi. He's not an old man. He's our counselor, one of the demigod guardians. Charlie, he looks like he's been tortured. I let out a gruff laugh, but it hurt to even talk. Not exactly. He tried to kill me, and I fought back. He's stronger than he looks. I don't understand, Max said. It goes against everything the demigod guardians stand for to hurt one of you. If he was any threat, he'd never make it past our borders. I don't know how he got in. There was some enchantment cast over him when he got here, I explained. It was a fey illusion that must have concealed his features. I broke the spell that disguised him, but he's still bewitched. I can't seem to break whatever's got him brainwashed. He's wearing elvish armor, Marcus noted. Someone must have put an enchantment on him to make him look like a guard. That's how he slipped past security. Danny paced around Takahashi's chair, boxing both Marcus and me in. He clicked his tongue. Something else ain't right about this. The smell of his blood. It's... Danny paused to assess the blood splattered across the floor. He moved toward Takahashi, and I heard the old professor let out a groan. Ew! Marcus cried. You licked blood off his face? I put it on my hand first, Danny said defensively. How do you want me to figure out what's wrong with him? This isn't time for a snack, I growled. Vampires were so gross. Relax, he said nonchalantly. Fuck, I'm not drinking his blood. I'm searching for traces of magic. I can tell it's vampiric. Your friend here is being compelled through blood magic. Strong stuff, that is. Judging by the power I'm feeling, he's being controlled by a demigod. That's why you couldn't break it. That's impossible, I stated. The Warden gave up on creating more demigods, and the only one we knew who could do this kind of thing was Mad Dog. He perished in the fire at the Warden's Manor in Celestial City. You sure about that? Danny asked skeptically. My stomach dropped. I thought I'd been sure, but now I was starting to question it. Takahashi groaned. He was starting to wake. How do we break the spell? I asked Danny. Danny paced around to my other side, taking his sweet time answering the question, I might add. He clapped me on the shoulder. Your guy Mad Dog might be a vampire demigod, but so am I. I've got you, boo. Don't ever call me that again, I warned, but Danny was already getting to work. I heard him kneel down next to Takahashi. What's he doing? I whispered to Marcus. Danny's running his hands over Takahashi's arms. His eyes are glowing red, like redder than usual, Marcus explained. Strange red tendrils are filtering out of his body. Danny's dissolving them into the air. Danny stood. There, he should be back to normal. Takahashi stirred. Did it work? I demanded. Charlie? Takahashi's tone was so weak. He sounded completely beaten down. Where am I? He had no idea where he was. This was bad. You're in the music room inside the palace in Elamanth, I told him gently. You were compelled to come and kill me. Do you remember any of that? Takahashi gave a weak groan as he tried shifting in his seat. I recall being captured at the Institute and held prisoner by the mission. Professor Hamlock was with me. They tortured us for months on end. A hollow pit opened in my stomach. Had I known what they'd endured, I'd have worked to get them out. No, I would have got them out. I regretted not being there for them. We did our best to withstand the interrogation and gave nothing of value to the mission, Takahashi promised. Everything the demigod guardians know, we kept safe. How did you get into Elamanth? I asked. My grandfather fortified the wards around the city days ago. You shouldn't have been able to get through. We've been here for a week, posing as guards, so we must have slipped through before the wards were fortified, Takahashi said. We were compelled to attack once we had ample opportunity, and today was our first chance. Believe me, Charlie, I didn't want to do this, but I could not fight the compulsion. Hemlock, Marcus said thoughtfully. She must have been compelled to put the illusion on Takahashi. She's a powerful fey sorceress, and I wouldn't be surprised if her magic could make it past our wards undetected. That's how we got into the palace unnoticed. I started barking orders. I want the Elvish associates to alert all guards, get Ava somewhere safe, and find Hemlock. Danny, go with them. If Hemlock's being compelled, they'll need you to break the spell. Max, call the infirmary and tell them to bring a gurney. Takahashi needs medical attention. We're on it, Your Highness, Max obeyed. The others filtered out of the room, while Marcus and I turned back to Takahashi. I'm sorry for what the mission put you through, Professor, I said softly, but we need to know more. Did you overhear anything while you were being held captive? I know very little, I'm afraid. Takahashi swallowed audibly. Professor Hemlock and I were both in a poor state when they came to compel us, though I overheard the warden speaking. There was a fire on one of his properties, and the demigods he controls were inside. They got hurt, but the warden arrived in time to order his soldiers to pull them from the flames. Mad Dog, Deuce, and Naya all bore scars from the fire, but Esther was able to heal herself and got out unharmed. Fucking hell. Esther and the others were still out there. What was it going to take to kill these people? The warden said he tried to kill you already, and since that hadn't worked, he would send me and Hemlock to perform the assassination. Takahashi continued weakly. He thought since you trusted us, you'd let your guard down, and we'd get the job done. He ordered Mad Dog to compel us and send us in. The warden's plan was to have us infiltrate the palace quietly, but Mad Dog had other plans. His magic was impatient. I scoffed. Mad Dog fucked that one up. He clearly doesn't know how to use trust against us, and he botched his spell. Yeah, Marcus agreed. I bet he's never trusted anyone in his life. Doesn't know trust from his asshole. All he knows is violence. I sighed. Well, this time, violence didn't work. He's certainly being punished by the warden now, Takahashi rasped. Gods have mercy on him. Hell, I couldn't imagine what kind of torture they'd put our teachers through to have Takahashi feel sorry for Mad Dog. He was a gentle guy anyhow, but to show forgiveness to an enemy after what he'd been through meant the warden was probably submitting Mad Dog to horrible pain right now. I put a hand on his shoulder. You're safe with us now, Professor. Let's get you all healed up. A team of medical staff arrived then, and I undid Takahashi's handcuffs and helped him onto the gurney. Marcus and I followed the medics to the hospital wing. On the way there, I overheard Takahashi literally weeping in what seemed like relief. Shit, I felt terrible for him. It was awful, listening to a poor old man cry. Takahashi looks bad, dude, Marcus murmured. He's basically skin and bones. There's nothing left to him. What the mission did to him was really fucked up. Did you read him? I asked. Marcus shuddered. Yeah, I touched him when I helped lift him onto the gurney. He and Hemlock were held in an underground room for months, far below ground. There were no windows or any light, no sun or stars. Everything was reinforced with Noxite. They had no magic, and food was withheld for weeks. The warden came down frequently to watch them be interrogated. They used everything. Magic, torture devices. Blood was just all over the place. Marcus sounded sick as he added. When he got angry, they didn't comply. He gave them to his guards to torment. A disgusting sickness welled inside my gut and paralyzed all my senses. The warden had done the same to me in cell block 9. Once he drained my power, he'd handed me off to his vampire guards to have fun with. They'd bloodlet me with every instrument they could get their hands on. I hadn't even endured that for very long, and I couldn't think about it without wanting to scream. I'd blocked out that small part of my life since it had happened, because I didn't think my sanity could take it if I faced what happened down in cell block 9 again. Hemlock and Takahashi had gone through the same. For months. It won't go unpunished, I promised. We're going to make the mission suffer. I felt Ava brushing up against our bond before we arrived at the hospital, and I realized I hadn't been paying attention to my bond since Oberoi cut me off. We hurried through the doors to the medical wing, and I could hear Ava and Callie speaking to one another nearby. The staff wheeled Takahashi away, while Marcus and I rushed over to the girls. Hemlock and Takahashi are in the palace, I blurted before anyone else could get a word in.
We're well aware,
Obrai replied, ruffling her feathers from the back of Ava's chair.
Didn't I tell you we were busy?
Fucking hell. Hemlock had gotten to Ava first, and I'd been too preoccupied to notice. That scared me, because even though our bond was strong, things still went unnoticed, even in the most trying of times. I ran my hands over Ava's arms, searching for signs of injury, but I found none. Are you safe? Rattled, but I'm fine, she admitted. Can't say the same for Hemlock. What happened to you? I asked desperately. I hated that I hadn't been there for her. Hemlock was waiting for me in the halls. She sprung out at us, but Eldon stopped her and held her off, Ava explained. It wasn't her, I insisted. She and Takahashi were both compelled, by Mad Dog, no less. We figured that, Callie said. It was too good to be true that we got rid of those fuckheads forever. By the time Obrai pinned her, Danny showed up. He lifted the compulsion on her. She's recovering, Ava explained. Callie huffed. Regardless, they're here now, and that's good news. If anything, the warden did us a favor by sending them here. Now they're back with us and safe, but the warden's infiltrated the palace twice now. Who's to say he won't try? He won't get to you again, a booming voice came from behind us. It was obvious who he was, because the atmosphere changed when he entered the hospital wing. Voices turned to whispers, and people scurried out of his way. The Emperor commanded respect so casually that I didn't even think he noticed. It was completely natural to him. Ancestors, I wanted to be just like him one day. My grandfather must have just received the news of the intruders, and he did not sound happy. This is the second time Dr. Torres's assassins have infiltrated the palace, and I dare say I don't trust my own security force. We diverted military forces from the palace to fight the mission, and that was nearly a fatal mistake. I'm increasing our security force. Again, no one will get in and out of the palace without me knowing about it. Our empire could have lost you both today, and it'd have devastated all of Elamanthe. Believe me, Shinari, it'll take a lot more than a compulsion spell to kill us, I told him. I don't care what Dr. Torres tries next. He won't hurt either one of you, Cassiel insisted. Neither one of you are free to roam the palace on your own. Your guards will follow you wherever you go. I don't care if they have to watch you piss. You will remain in their line of sight at all times. Do you understand? I wanted to protest, because it sounded a lot like being locked up all over again. I didn't make my guards follow me everywhere, and I gave Eddie days off, like today, because I enjoyed my freedom. But I understood why my grandfather insisted we take these precautions. At first, I thought he was being overly cautious with his security detail following him everywhere. Now it made sense. I didn't like it, but it was a whole lot better than ending up dead, which had happened nearly twice in less than a few weeks now. I understand, I told him. I don't like taking orders from your grandfather, even if he is the Emperor, Ava said through the bond. We're in charge here, too. He's just trying to keep us safe, I replied. If you don't want to take orders from him, take them from me. You've got a curfew now and rules to follow, Pidge. If you choose to act like a brat, I will punish you accordingly, and believe me, it won't be the fun kind. I could feel Ava wavering, because she liked being a brat and having her way, but knew as well as I did how crucial this had become. Fine, I'll behave, she agreed. I turned back to my grandfather. When can we see Takahashi and Hemlock? They're with the healers now, he said. You'll be able to see them once they're stable. We sat in the waiting room for over an hour, until a nurse came out to tell us Hemlock was awake. We decided Ava and I would go visit Hemlock first. Callie and Marcus could visit Takahashi, because we didn't want to crowd either of them. I wheeled Ava into the room. Obrai flew off the back of the chair and landed on the bed beside Hemlock. I could feel her working her healing magic through the bond. The healers did well, Obrai noted. She's doing much better now. Ava, Charlie, Hemlock said, sounding relieved. It's so good to see you. The way her voice sounded shocked me. Hemlock was such a strong person, So strict, no nonsense. She was a fae in every sense of the word, because she was tough and endured no matter what came her way. But now, she didn't sound that way anymore. She seemed fragile and weak. Her typically strong tone was so subdued. I had the thought that even though Hemlock and Takahashi were here with us now, the warden might have taken them from us anyway. They weren't the same people anymore as a result of his torture, and I hated him for it. Ava kept on the facade of everything being normal, even though it wasn't, because I couldn't, and she knew it. "It's good to see you too, Professor." Ava wheeled herself forward and planted herself at Hemlock's bedside. "We had no idea where you'd gone all these months. We've been so worried." Hemlock gave a gasping cough. "It doesn't matter what I've been through or where I've been. The important thing is that you're safe, which is what Hiroto and I did our best to maintain." Ava and I shared unease across our bond. "You didn't have to do that. You could have given in and saved yourself." Hemlock let out a harsh laugh. "There are far less important reasons for me to resist Dr. Torres, the littlest of them being that I despise him. It was nothing to endure what he put us through in order to protect you all." "What did they do to you?" Ava whispered, and I heard her voice quiver. Like Takahashi, Hemlock must have looked terrible. I was happy not to see it. I wanted to pretend like they were as they always had been, not tormented by the worst of the world. "Nothing I didn't survive," Hemlock replied, and she didn't elaborate. I understood why. She didn't want to burden us with what she'd been through, though I knew most of it from what Marcus had told me, and she didn't want to relive it by recounting it now. Hemlock shifted on the bed. "But you, Ava, a princess and the holy mother to elvish kind. I couldn't be more proud. I heard you two are getting married again." "We are," Ava gushed. "I absolutely can't wait. We need you to be there. No, we need you to officiate the ceremony. You married us the first time. You should marry us again." "I love that idea, but we need an elvish mystic to marry us, Pidge," I reminded her. My grandfather had made that part very clear during our wedding planning that we had to get married in the temple. "So, we'll make Hemlock a mystic then," Ava demanded. "She's been studying the elves for decades. She knows more about their religion, culture, and lifestyle than anyone. She should be accepted by the elves as one of their own and installed as a religious figure at the temple. That is, as long as she's open to it." Hemlock gave a light laugh that seemed very pained. "A dream of mine, once considered foolish and out of reach, but an elvish mystic. I never thought I'd get the chance. If it's possible, I absolutely will take the rites and join their ranks as a mystic." "I'll talk to the temple," Ava said in excitement. "I'm sure they'll induct you as a mystic as soon as possible, if only to please me." "It would be a great honor to be a part of the elvish temple," Hemlock said. She gave a tired sigh. "I will be happy to marry you once again. Hopefully, I will be strong enough to perform the ceremony." "You will be," Ava promised. "I'll come in and heal you myself every day. We'll even put the wedding off, if we have to." My grandfather was not going to be okay with that idea, but Hemlock wheezed again and said, "There will be no need. I will be strong enough to wed you when it is time. Go, now. I need rest, and neither of you should be worrying over a silly old woman like me." "We will worry over you. Very much. Every day until you're well again," Ava insisted. "Then I'm sure I'll be well again very quickly, if only so you can be at peace," Hemlock said. We had to leave, because Hemlock sounded too tired to talk anymore. We left the room. We barely had time to close the door behind us before we ran right into Eddie. "I'm so very sorry, my prince," Eddie apologized profusely. "I heard what happened. I should have been there to protect you." "I ordered you not to be, Eddie. It wasn't your fault," I stated. Eddie gave a nervous laugh. Well, I suppose you did. I'm just glad that I am not being replaced, like the others on the palace's security council." "Replaced? Like fired?" Ava questioned. "Oh no, Princess," Eddie said, sounding very serious. The head of security, General Ibrahim, as well as his second, Colonel Emilda, were both executed immediately after it was discovered the prince was attacked yet again within palace walls.
What?
Ava screeched.
They're dead?
You must understand, Eddie replied, sounding confused. They had their second chance after Danielle infiltrated, and they blew it. The Emperor was not going to allow them to fail a third time and put the prince at risk yet again. They were happy to kneel before the executioner, to atone for their humiliation at failing the royal family. Death was the only way to repay the crime they had committed, and they were glad to pay the price. Eddie's voice fell in shame. The Emperor knows you favor me, and that we are close. It is the only reason my head is currently still on my shoulders. Otherwise, he would have found Charlie a new guard.
But that's absolutely ridiculous,
Ava yelled. Ava, quiet down, I ordered. We didn't need anyone overhearing us. I have to agree, Aubrey spoke up. That does seem barbaric. Your safety is paramount here within the palace, Eddie stated. This time, not only Charlie was attacked, but you were also in danger. The Emperor nearly lost his mind when he was told the princess was nearly stabbed within his walls. It is a mistake that must be accounted for. Eddie's tone grew cheery once again. But regardless, we must press onward. I will not leave your side for anything, my prince. Not ever again. I nearly let out a groan. There went any private time I had to breathe without Eddie being there to ask if I needed him to do it for me. We returned to our quarters. Eddie reassured us that we'd have privacy within our room, but anywhere else we went in the palace, we'd be thoroughly watched. Eddie's brainwashed, Ava hissed under her breath the minute we were away from him.
Can you imagine?
Cassiel orders these people to die, and they just do? Look at the family we're in, Pidge. This is how things run around here. How they've been run for thousands of years, I insisted.
Charlie, it's fucked up your grandpa killed those guards,
Ava said fiercely.
They might have made a mistake, but it didn't warrant them dying, let alone being happy about walking themselves to the execution block.
Maybe those guards didn't deserve death, but they definitely fucked up by letting Danielle into the palace, along with Takahashi and Hemlock, I pointed out. Something could have happened to you. Something did happen to me, and the only reason I'm still here to talk about it is because you're exceptional at pulling miracles out of your ass. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have you, and we're important to the Elvish people. We can't die, otherwise the Warden wins. One mistake could cost us this whole war. If he has to send a message to prevent one of us from literally dying, then so be it. Ava paused, thinking this over. I still don't think it was right. You don't have to. When I'm Emperor, you can help me call the shots, but it's my grandfather's palace now. That means we have to play by his rules, which I'm more than willing to do if it's going to keep you safe. She huffed. I just don't want to be locked in a cage. That'll never happen, I promised, and I leaned down to give her a kiss. I'll make sure of it. A week passed since Takahashi and Hemlock arrived in Elamith, and they were doing much better now, though I couldn't say they were back to normal. They never would be. Normal was a long-lost concept now. The mission had put them through heinous torture, and it wasn't the kind of thing they'd ever forget. But Hemlock and Takahashi were strong. If anything, their experience had only made them more resolute. They were going to take down the Warden with us, and failure wasn't an option. The minute they were released from the hospital, they were already back to work with the Demigod Guardians, meeting frequently with Professors Amber and Wyckoff, and helping the Elvish Associates fortify the city. I was pissed about what happened, and angry that the Warden had ever gotten his hands on my teachers. I needed to hit something, and my friends knew me well enough to know it, even though I hadn't admitted it out loud. Marcus had planned a bachelor party at a boxing club in the city, but since the palace was on high alert and security followed me everywhere, he decided to bring the boxing club to me. They'd transformed one of the staterooms into a temporary boxing arena, complete with a professional boxing ring and a set of bleachers for the others to watch when they weren't in the ring. Alistair had set up a whole bar with a keg, and Eddie had ordered a bunch of junk food from the royal kitchens. We drank and laughed and beat the shit out of each other. Alistair finally went into the ring like he'd wanted to all these years, and he had Marcus on the ground with his arm twisted behind his back in under a minute. Rishi yowled, and Pig tackled him until the cats were engaged in a match of their own. Rishi won, so Marcus and Alistair agreed they were even. Eddie was hesitant to fight because it wasn't in him to hurt someone unless it was to protect me, but I convinced him it was good for practice. He was pretty bent out of shape that he hadn't been there with me when Takahashi attacked, and he was looking to make it up to me. Once he got in the ring with Ezekiel, Eddie was laughing maniacally. Eddie was a natural, and poor Ez was pretty beat up by the end of it. Chansey and I went at it for what felt like hours. We'd always wanted to get in the ring and see who was better, but the last time we did it, Captain wanted us to fight to the death. This time, we got to go at it properly. No cheating, no using magic, and no kill shots. It was fantastic. I'd had the time of my life whacking him around, and he felt the same. Chansey ended up tapping out, and we both stumbled to the edge of the ring with massive black eyes and a couple of missing teeth. Nothing the healers couldn't fix up. I didn't think the royal cleaners would be pleased about all the blood sprayed across the tile, but it was whatever. I had the best time with my buddies that day, and I felt a hell of a lot better about all the shit that had happened recently. The wedding was quickly approaching, and Ava had requested a meeting with her mother before we got too distracted with last-minute wedding preparations. We didn't like being apart from each other if we didn't have to, so I tagged along. Eddie accompanied us, along with Ava's guard, Eldon. Liam seemed surprised when we showed up at their quarters. "Peanut, what are you doing here?" "We came to talk to Mama. Is she around?" Ava asked as I pushed her inside. Over I ruffled her feathers from the back of Ava's chair. Sophia came out of the bathroom, and a small creature meeped from her arms. It shook its fur and sprayed water all over me. "I just got done giving Buttercup a bath," Sophia said. "You must be here about your pictures. I've picked out a few highlights, but I'm not done going through them all." Yesterday, Ava and I had spent most of the day in the gardens with her mother, taking engagement photos. Ava loved photo shoots, and I'd do anything to make her happy. The whole thing had taken hours, and Ava had at least 6 outfit changes. "Come on, I'll show you." Sophia set Buttercup down, and the Kerbal immediately jumped down and raced to another room with aggravated chitters. Ava's mom led us to the bedroom, where her laptop was set up on a desk. I heard her let out a gasp as she said, "Oh no, I didn't realize I'd left a cup of coffee." Her words cut off, and I heard her move something aside as she hissed, "Jonah!" "What happened?" I asked Ava through our bond. "It looks like a coffee cup spilled all over her open laptop, but it's just a piece of plastic shaped and dyed to look like a coffee spill, and a styrofoam cup," Ava replied humorously. "My uncle must have snuck in here and planted it as a joke. He and my mom have had a prank war going on for over 20 years. "I'm going to get it back good next time," Sophia grumbled. She started clicking keys on the laptop. "He clearly hasn't forgiven you for putting shaving cream inside his pillow," Ava said with a laugh. "Laptops are off limits. He knows that. Rules of the game. I'm going to have to elevate my next prank," Sophia replied, sounding devious. Ava laughed, and I smiled. I thought it was cute that Sophia and Jonah were still goofing around decades after they left college. I wanted my friends and me to stay that close, no matter how old we got. "There's almost nothing in their bedroom," Ava noted. "They weren't given much time to evacuate Kimpago. Only their most treasured items from the house are here." "That's not fair," I replied telepathically. "I'm sure there's a lot of history they miss." I felt Ava's curiosity peak as she explained to me. "There's a framed abstract painting above their bed. It's multicolored, with a variety of splotches and splatters of color all across the canvas. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I wondered what it could be. An abstract painting seemed to be a weird thing to save from their old home while fleeing for their lives." "Hey, what's that?" Ava asked her mother. Sophia paused. "Oh, that? Don't mind it. It's just a painting your father and I made, together, to replace one we'd lost during the Hawkeye Civil War." "I'm guessing they didn't use paintbrushes," Oberoi joked. I wasn't going to go there, because I wasn't interested in knowing how Ava's parents got it on. Like, good for them. I hoped Ava and I were still banging hardcore after 20 years of marriage, but it's not like I wanted to picture my in-laws like that.
Oh, I love it!
Ava squealed as Sophia clicked a button on her computer.
Charlie, in this one you're sitting on the edge of the fountain with me on your lap, dipping me into a kiss.
I smiled at the memory. I didn't really care for the photos themselves, but our time together in the gardens, hugging her close and goofing around, had been really fun.
Oh, my ancestors, this one is it!
Ava was so excited that she yanked on my sleeve.
It's the one where Oberai's in unicorn form, and we're both on her back. I'm sitting backwards on Oberai facing you, and I'm holding your face in my hands. Our foreheads are touching, and it's so cute. My pink silk dress is flowing in the wind. I want this framed in our quarters.
I placed a hand on her back. Anything you want, Pidge. Sophia clicked through a few more photos, and Ava raved about them all. But nothing could compare to the photo of us on Oberai's back. She talked about it all throughout the session.
That's all I've gotten through so far, Sophia said. I'll show you more later. I want a whole book of them, Ava requested brightly.
I'm sure we can get one printed, Sophia offered.
Thank you so much, Mama. I really appreciate it. But we didn't come for the photos, Ava admitted.
Sophia sounded confused.
What can I help with? I've been thinking a lot about what happened with Charlie in the hospital, Ava said. I can't let Charlie, or anyone else, get into a situation like that again where he was poisoned and I couldn't help. I need to be able to heal people whenever I have to. My energy powers still aren't everything they could be. You're the most advanced spirit caster I know, so I need you to teach me what to do.
I hated that this was weighing on her, because it wasn't her fault that she'd struggled to heal me. It was the fucking wardens. He'd done everything he could to circumvent her powers, and she still saved my life. That alone showed how incredible she was. Ava wasn't as helpless as she thought she was. I suspected she knew that, and that's why she brought me along. She needed me to be a part of this lesson so that when she doubted herself, I could remind her how strong she was. Sophia stood.
Of course I'll help, honey. Let's go outside. The terrace is lovely.
We stepped through a sliding glass door attached to the kitchen. My air magic swirled around the area, and I could feel that we'd stepped onto a terrace that was large and square. It was large enough to house a dragon. As members of the royal family, her parents were given a large suite at the top of one of the tallest towers. We walked along a brick path, and a small fountain trickled at the center of the terrace. I inhaled the sweet scent of potted flowers, and I felt the sway of small palm trees. Eddie and Eldon remained several paces behind us. They didn't want to crowd us, but they wanted to be close so they could react quickly to any threats. Oberai landed on top of a palm tree to watch over us. Sophia led us to a small table surrounded by chairs, and I took a seat.
I want to know everything an Anachi like me can do, Ava said. You're most familiar with healing magic, but our capabilities go beyond healing, Sophia explained. Anachi means spirit, so we have the ability to manipulate spirit energy. Spirit is an energy that is all around us, within our bodies, inside the earth, and even in light particles. Everything has a spirit, and we as Anachi can harness that power. We can use it to heal as well as influence light.
How do you use that practically in times of war, I wondered. Ava had heard a lot of this from her mother before, but I didn't know a lot about Anachi magic, and I wanted to know more.
Anachi can emit light from their hands to guide a dark path ahead, and they can bend light waves around themselves to turn themselves invisible, Sophia said.
My eyebrows shot up. Invisibility? That's incredible.
It's a complicated technique only the most advanced Anachi can do, Sophia replied. It requires a deep desire to disappear to master.
Ava snorted.
That's the exact opposite of me. I want everyone to notice me when I enter the room. What can I say? I was born to be a royal. I still think you could do it, with practice, Sophia said. You may find it useful one day.
I want to try, Ava requested.
If I'm invisible, the warden won't know I'm coming. Okay, let's give it a shot, Sophia replied. Picture wrapping light around your body, forming the molecules to your form.
Hey, I think I've got it, Ava cried. I obviously couldn't notice a difference, but Oberai said,
Ava's completely disappeared. I can't see her anymore, and I can't see her chair either. She wrapped her spirit magic around herself and is completely unable to be seen by the naked eye.
Sophia sounded concerned. Ava, that's incredible. It took me some time to learn invisibility magic properly. Well, I just accomplished it in seconds, Ava said proudly. I heard a whooshing noise beside me as she reappeared. What else can I do? You can use shields, Sophia listed off. That's one of Anachi's most important abilities. I've done that, Ava said. I used a shield in the forest when the other demigods came for us, before Eddie portaled us to Elameth. Now that I know how to do it, it's pretty easy, because I just want to protect my friends. You must realize that Anachi magic has duality, just like any magic, Sophia explained. We can use it to protect and heal, but we can also use it to destroy and kill. I felt a thrill go through Ava at the idea. She'd use any tools at her disposal to take down the warden, and so would I. I couldn't be sure if Sophia noticed Ava's reaction, but she must have, because she was quick to add a warning. You must be certain with your intent before you cast a spell, Sophia pressed. What we're able to do is not something to take lightly. People will die, and that's a decision we can never take back. I didn't think Sophia regretted what she'd done during the Hawkeye Civil War, but there was definitely a darkness to her warning that said she wasn't proud. She'd done what she had to in order to save her people, but she hadn't won the Hawkeye Civil War unscathed. It had left deep scars I wasn't sure I could comprehend. You can trust me, Mama. I know where to put my energy, Ava told her mother. She was careful with her words, but I felt the meaning crystal clear. She'd already weighed who would die by her hand. She just had to decide the best way to take them out. Very well, Sophia said. While your light can guide your way, it can also be used to blind your enemies. Your shields can be used to protect, but it can also crush those who get in your way. You can project a shield around them and squeeze until their bones crush. Your healing magic can save your people on the battlefield, but you can also reverse it to suck the life force from enemy forces. You can also concentrate your spirit energy into orbs to use as weapons. Great, Ava said chipperly. Let's try it. Sophia drew a deep breath, as if demonstrating for Ava. Spirit is a calm energy, and it takes careful discernment to feel into it and access. Well, would you look at that? Ava interrupted. Her spirit magic flowed through the bond, and warmth blossomed across my skin, but I didn't know what she'd done. Would you stop shining that in my direction? Oberai snapped. You'll end up with 2 blind companions, and you'll have to be the eyes for all 3 of us. You're emitting light? I wondered. Yeah, Ava said proudly. I can make my hands glow bright, like really bright. If it were nighttime, I bet I could light up the whole palace like it was daytime. I can keep going. Not if you want the rest of us to keep our vision by the end of it, Sophia insisted. The warmth on my skin disappeared as Ava pulled her magic back. Are you sure spirit is calm energy? Ava asked skeptically. Because I'm pure chaos, and that was easy. Give me a harder one. All right, let's see what you can do with the shield, besides just conjuring it, Sophia said. Project the shield outside of yourself, around that rose bush. Then slowly compress your shield until it crushes the bush. Ava had already gotten to work. The sound of snapping twigs filled the courtyard. At the same time, my lungs became heavy, like something was squeezing them. Then I realized it was my earth magic responding to her attack. I could feel the rosebush being squashed. The smell of roses filled my nose, but it wasn't a pleasant floral scent. It was the smell of death as the petals were pulverized to nothing. I held my breath, each passing moment more agonizing than the last. The bush continued to snap and groan as Ava reduced it to shreds. I winced, and I wasn't sure how much more I could handle. My magic ached, and all I wanted was to bring the rosebush back to life, but I didn't want to stop her either. Ava had to master this. It could be a way to beat the warden. Finally, Ava let up, and I sucked in a deep breath of relief. A breeze swept through the courtyard, sending a whirlwind of dust particles over my arm. Ava had squeezed so hard that the rose bush was nothing more than a pile of dust now. "Sorry, Charlie," Ava said sadly. She could obviously sense my unease. I sat up straighter. "We have to do what needs to be done to grow your powers." "I don't need much practice," Ava admitted. "That was easy. Let's try reversing life force energy. That seems more complicated." "This technique requires accessing your healing magic," Sophia told her. "Notice how your healing magic comes from a place of love and care. It can also be the opposite. You can pull from hate and destruction. To do this, you must reverse your healing magic and draw the life force out of a living being." "How's she going to practice that?" I asked. "She can't try it on just anyone. She'll kill them." "Wait here." Sophia got up from the table, then came back a few minutes later. She laid something on the table in front of us. I heard labored panting and realized it was some kind of animal. "This rabbit is a familiar that was bonded to an elementi who died months ago," Sophia explained. "I thought elementi and familiars couldn't live without each other, so if you killed one, you killed both," I said. "That's true, but if the elementi and familiar are older, or if the bond between them was strained, the dying process for the remaining partner can sometimes take weeks after the first one is gone," Sophia said. "The Anachi healers and I have tried everything we can to help this familiar soul pass on, but he seems stuck here. This is an opportunity to teach you how to use your powers, Ava. Help this poor creature die so he can rejoin his elementi, even in the in-between place." The rabbit panted harder. Clearly, this familiar was in pain, and helping him to live on wouldn't do any good. The merciful thing would be to end his life, even if he couldn't get into the ancestral lands right now. "I'll try. What do I need to do?" Ava asked, and she shifted to hover her hand over the animal. "Instead of asking your spirit magic to heal the animal, do the opposite," Sophia instructed. "Have your powers indicate to the body that it needs to start shutting down." Ava cast the spell, and I could feel tingles of her powers spreading out throughout the space, even though I was sitting right next to her. The rabbit gave a shriek and shuddered, twitching on the table. "It's working, but he's fighting me," Ava said. "What do I do?" "Sometimes death is frightening," Sophia said. "Let your magic tell his soul that there's nothing to worry about, and he can go on to a safe place while continuing to draw his remaining energy out." Ava did so. The rabbit gave a last breath, and the noise fell silent. After a few moments, Ava said, "It worked. His heart stopped. I felt the moment he rejoined his elementi. They're together now, even if they can't get into the ancestral lands." "Very good, Ava," Sophia stated. "Now you understand that healing magic isn't just restoring, it is also taking." Fabric rustled as she wrapped the rabbit's body in a blanket and took him into the house. "I will bury him beside his elementi after our lesson. It's only right that they be reunited. No elementi should be separated from their familiar for long." There was an ache in her voice I couldn't place and didn't understand. Ava turned to Sophia. "Mama, if I can do all this so easily, maybe there's more I can do, like how I healed Charlie in the hospital." "What were you thinking?" Sophia asked curiously. "Can you go get Daddy?" Ava asked. Sophia hesitated. "Ava, I know you don't want to see your father suffer, but this won't be the same. We've had the best energy healers working with him for decades." "No, you haven't," Ava insisted. "I'm the best energy healer there is, and you didn't have me. Can I at least talk to him about it and see what he thinks?" Sophia sighed and stood from her chair. "You can talk to him, but ultimately, this decision is up to him." Sophia left to go get Liam. I turned to Ava. "You think you can heal your dad's illness the same way you healed me from the poison?" "Why not?" Ava asked. "I regrew whole organs. Why can't I regrow my father's body?" "Because his illness affects every organ and body system all at once," I said. "When you regrew my body, it was similar to transplanting one organ at a time.
Your dad's condition would require you to destroy him altogether, and if you did that, there'd be nothing left to regrow. We don't know that, Ava argued. At least let me talk to him. Even if you could heal him, you need to be prepared if he says no, I pressed. I know you wouldn't want to be cured of your blindness, but this is different, Ava insisted. Is it? I shook my head. I've lived most of my life as a blind person. I've learned how to navigate the world in my own way. If you were to regrow my eyes and give me my sight back, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'd be too overstimulated, and I'd have to completely change the way I interact with life and learn a whole new way of being. My disability has never been the problem. The problem is the way people treat me. But here in Elameth, where everything is accessible to people like us, I don't feel like my disability is a hindrance, because I'm given the tools I need to thrive. I like the way I experience the world, and I wouldn't want to have it any other way. I'm not saying all disabled people would feel the same, because we all experience life differently, but that's how it is for me. Maybe your dad likes the way he is, and doesn't want to change. I'm not sure I could regrow your eyes, even if I wanted to, Ava admitted. You lost your sight due to a spell the gods created. I'm powerful, but I'm not more powerful than a god. Promise me you won't try, I pressed. I gave up my sight to save your life, and if we were to reverse that, we could reverse the spell, and you might not survive that. Ava scoffed, and I could tell she was rolling her eyes. Fine. If you don't want me to try, then I won't. I smiled. That's my good girl. Sophia and Liam returned to the terrace, and they both took a seat at the table. All right, Liam grumbled. Let's move it along. Are you sure you want to go through with this? I asked cautiously. Liam grunted. My illness has been a pain in the ass since I was diagnosed. I don't really expect to be cured, but I guess I'll just have to live with the inconveniences of not feeling like shit every day if this actually works. What a tragedy. Ava's voice brightened. Mama explained to you what I want to do? You want to try and cure my illness, but it's not going to work, so we might as well get it over with, Liam said. Let's give it a shot so I can get back to what I was doing. Daddy, you're such a pessimist, Ava grumbled. Whoa, back up, I balked. I don't think you clearly understand what Ava's suggesting. She wants to destroy your organs and regrow them, like she did to me in the hospital, in order to cure your condition. You guys can't seriously think this would work. She'd have to completely regrow your immune system, and that's not something even the best healers in the world can do. Even if it could work in theory, Ava could kill you in the process. This isn't worth risking. If I die, I'm ready to go, he replied. Liam, Sophia growled, and he gave a skeptical snort. Liam seemed anything but bothered. I couldn't believe him. Did anything shake this guy? Death isn't something you want right now, I warned. In case you forgot, nobody's making it to the ancestral lands these days. I've lived through everything that's tried to kill me over the years, Ava included. She's not going to hurt me now. Believe me, Liam grumped. I'm not going to kill you, Ava insisted. Just let me try. Ava was stubborn, so Liam begrudgingly held out his arm for her to take. The warmth of her healing magic radiated through the area once again, though Liam didn't respond. Do you feel any better? Ava asked hopefully. Just as spectacular as always, which means no, Liam replied. I need to try harder. Ugh! Ava made noises of frustration as she worked her healing magic, which clearly wasn't doing anything. After a few minutes passed, Sophia drew her hands away. You're exerting yourself for nothing, sweetheart. Your father's illness hasn't changed. Gee, what a shock, Liam huffed. I really appreciate that you tried, Peanut, but I'm used to it. Really, it doesn't bother me that much anymore. I don't get it, Ava said angrily. How can I do so much, but I can't cure this? I was able to heal Ez from sepsis. I could regrow your guys' organs. Disabilities and chronic conditions are a little different, Sophia stated. Many supernaturals think they're a result of life contracts we made before we were born, and your magic can't override that. Not unless that person wishes to change the contract they already made.
You always need a person's consent to heal them before you do so. Otherwise, the magic doesn't work. Spirit magic will fail to heal a person who's lost the will to live, and I'm assuming it doesn't work to heal conditions that supernaturals have chosen to undergo in order to learn life lessons to carry into the spiritual realm after death.
But why would Daddy choose to be sick? That's so offensive to say, Ava argued.
Because I like to live life on extra hard mode to impress everyone else, Liam said.
Daddy, this isn't the time for jokes,
Ava grumbled. Liam gave a huff. It's not really a joke. Disabilities don't have to always be hard. Sometimes they're just different, I pointed out to Ava. Remember what I talked about when we discussed my blindness? If everyone in this world was the same, it'd be void of variety in life. Some people want to be healed and some don't, and that's just fine. You know as well as I do that people don't have to be able-bodied to be whole. That's just the expectation society puts on us. Yes, and energy magic knows that. Ava sighed. We found the one thing I can't do, which kinda sucks. You can do everything else, so don't be disappointed, Liam said. It's probably good you have some limits. I got the hidden message there. If Ava had no limits at all, that wasn't a good thing, because she barely controlled herself as it was, and that was with me guiding her most of the time. If she was limitless, there was no telling what she'd try. I have a theory, but no one's ever done it before, Sophia said. But you aren't like other energy. I want to see if it works for you.
Oh, what is it? Ava gushed. Traditionally, the Elementi draw their magic from their familiars, but talented Elementi like your father and I are able to draw magic from other sources. We call it intrafusion, Sophia said. We can draw power from magical creatures that share our element, or from other elemental sources. In my case, I'm able to draw fire magic from the sun, and your father can draw water energy from the moon. Navita and Yapluma should be able to draw power from the earth and the atmosphere, as those powerful forces correlate with their elements.
What about spirit? Ava asked. Would I have to pull from people's souls?
No, Sophia answered. As you know, within our culture, we believe that everything has a spirit, even the rocks, the rivers, and the mountains. There is a spirit within the planet itself. It's the planet's life essence, which gives plants and animals the power to grow and thrive here. It's different from Charlie's earth magic, where his power is tied to dirt, rocks, and plants. There is a spirit within the planet itself, as the planet is a living being with her own soul. I believe that if you are strong enough, you can tap into the soul of the earth and use her power, the way your father and I use planetary bodies to influence our magic.
That sounds incredible, Ava cried. I want to try it right now.
I thought so, Sophia laughed. But to do so, we'll have to relocate to the gardens.
Let's do it then, Ava proclaimed. There's no time to lose.
Around a half hour later, we gathered around Ava in the palace gardens, waiting to see what would happen. Ava sat on the ground as Sophia instructed her to do, her palms spread over the earth. Oberoi perched in a nearby tree to observe. See if you can feel the earth's spirit, Sophia gently prodded. It should be like feeling any other soul in any other kind of entity. View our planet as a person, and deep within there will be a guiding light. Ava abruptly screamed, cutting her mother off.
I think I feel it!
We held our breath in hesitation, and Ava started gushing.
Oh, she's beautiful. The earth has a wonderful, divine feminine spirit. We're kind of alike in that way. She's nurturing and kind, and she reacts by instinct. She wants to feel joy and share that with others. She's extroverted and open, but vulnerable too. She loves to just be rather than do. She's creative and gentle and sensitive, but there's a side of her too that's emotional. Her tears fill our rivers, and her volcanic eruptions and earthquakes demand our attention. She doesn't want to be alone. She wants to co-create with us and collaborate.
Spirit magic swelled through the bond. I could feel Ava drawing the magic from the earth, pulling it into herself.
The earth is connected to everyone and everything, Ava said quickly. Her spirit is tied to the spirit of the ocean and the soul of the mountains. Every rock, animal, and plant resonates and responds to her energy. She's so powerful. Her soul seems to go on forever. The ground shook a little, and I held my breath. Whatever was going on, this was powerful magic. "Slow down, Ava," her mother pressed. "You don't want to overwhelm yourself." Ava blew a breath. "I'm barely getting started." She continued to pull magic from the earth, and it seemed to surround us with warmth at all angles. It wasn't hot like her fire, but more like a comforting blanket. But even blankets could strangle you. I felt a shift the more Ava worked. Nutrients in the soil converted into spirit energy at her command. The plants around us began to wilt, and the grass started to die. A bird squawked in a tree above us before falling from its branch and making a splatting noise on the brick path as it died. I felt the trees bend as they started to wither, and a few boulders in the rock garden split in two. "What's she doing?" Liam panicked. "She shouldn't be able to draw this much power." "I'm not sure," Sophia wavered. "Ava, hold off." Ava kept pulling. Ava-Marie leapt from her perch and began making circles overhead, flapping her wings frantically and screeching loudly. "Ava, you're drawing too much!" She didn't hear our familiar. Ava continued to draw from the Earth's soul, a sort of madness permeating our bond as she siphoned the spirit of the Earth's energy. Thunder began to crack overhead, and the area developed a coldness I couldn't shake as an incoming storm started to grow. She was scaring the shit out of me. This had to end before there were permanent consequences. "Ava, stop!" I shouted. Ava followed my command immediately. The magic subsided, and the warmth returned as the storm dissipated. Everything went back to normal, but the plants and animals she killed remained motionless, and the rocks lay shattered only a few feet away. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," Ava stammered. "I didn't realize how much I was taking. It felt so easy." "You're more powerful than I anticipated, which makes me think this isn't an energy power," Sophia mused. "I believe this is a demigod power connected to your abilities, something that only you can do." "I don't understand," Ava said. "If you and Daddy can draw from the sun and the moon, why can't all energy do this?" "They should be able to, but not to this extent," Sophia said. "Other energy can pull from Earth's spirit for energy, but it seems you have no limit. If that's the case, you could manipulate the Earth's soul beyond what any supernatural could ever dream of before." "You could use the Earth's energy to heal itself," Liam said in wonder. "What does that mean?" Ava asked. "This spirit energy is everywhere, so if what you're saying is true, I could use it to heal the entire planet. Not just rocks and trees, but the souls of people at large, the collective energy of the universe. Everything we are." "It appears so," Sophia said. "If I could do that, then I can heal the warden's heart. I can heal the bastard so he stops being a giant dickhead and starts striving for peace. Nobody else needs to die," Ava insisted. "We could bring an end to this war. I need to at least try." Ava didn't wait for permission. The magic around us grew in intensity again. Nerves shuddered through my body because I didn't think she understood just how powerful she was. It was dangerous to pursue a theory like this without properly testing it first. She could end up destroying everything, like she had my organs, only there wouldn't be anything left to put together again. I felt myself pull back, resisting her magic. "Ava, you need to stop before someone gets hurt. We don't know what kind of consequences this could have." "Either I heal the warden, or he destroys us all," Ava insisted. "This has to work." "Ava, don't!" Liam cried, but he didn't get the words out before a massive blast of energy blew us back. It was like a slap in the face and knocked me off my feet. Liam and Sophia fell down too, and I struggled to get back up as the pulsing waves subsided. I felt Ava's entire body slump as she said in defeat, "I can't get to him. It's like he's blocking me off." "Because healing magic needs consent, Ava, like we talked about earlier," Sophia said sternly. "You can't heal the heart of everyone on this planet, especially not people who don't want to be healed.
I scoffed, because she was absolutely right. The warden had no desire to stop killing people and become a good person. He didn't want to be healed. He was perfectly fine having a dark heart, going around committing evil deeds for as long as he could. Even if Ava could fix him, he wouldn't want her to. "Let's try on a smaller scale," Liam suggested. "Try healing the plants you nearly killed."
"All right," Ava agreed. "At least it's something."
Ava tried again. Wilted plants sprang upright again, swaying in the breeze like she'd never stolen their power in the first place, and the bent trees righted themselves. I felt her healing magic brush up against me, but a part of me was scared how easily she'd done all that. Ava didn't have earth magic. She shouldn't be able to revive the plants, yet she'd tapped into their spirits and done something I'd never witnessed before. It wasn't just scary. It was unnatural, beyond belief, and I was momentarily stunned at just how powerful my wife was. I resisted her magic, and that proved to be a dark mistake. My skin began to sag on my cheeks, my limbs became heavy, and my joints ached. Sophia gasped and rushed to me.
"Charlie, what's happening?"
The more I resisted Ava's magic, the more it felt like years were being shaved off my life. That only made me more terrified, and I pulled away more. I tried to tell Ava to stop, but I couldn't find the words. Eddie rushed forward.
"Princess! As the guard to the Emperor's heir, I demand you stop at once! You're hurting him!"
Ava shifted, and she gasped when she saw what she was doing to me. She pulled back instantly, and I sagged raggedly against the ground. The pain ebbed out of my joints, and my skin smoothed back into place. My whole body shook. Ava's voice wavered.
"I don't understand. I didn't draw enough magic to hurt anyone that time. That shouldn't have happened."
"I resisted you," I admitted, still trying to catch my breath. "It's not going to work. This healing thing. Like your mom said, you need consent. You could have kept going and destroyed me, but if you're going to heal, you need everyone on board. It's like you said. The spirit of the earth wants to work in collaboration."
"But why do I need consent to heal but not take?" she questioned. "That doesn't seem right. I don't need consent to pull from the earth's soul and take her energy, but I need it to actually do any good."
"The earth's soul is connected to everyone, including you," Sophia said. "You aren't just pulling from the earth's spirit. You are the earth, and so are all of us. You don't need consent to draw from yourself."
"But if everyone just got on board and let me help them, we could stop all the bad stuff in the world,"
Ava protested. "That's not how it works, Peanut," Liam said. "You need to work together with people, not force them to make the right choices."
"I understand that,"
Ava insisted, but I wasn't sure she did. Ava would continue to push the limits, and I feared what would happen if she went too far. She could kill herself if the spell got out of control.
"Perhaps that's enough practice for today," Sophia said hastily. "We should let Ava rest. She cast a lot of magic this afternoon."
"You've learned a lot in one session, Peanut," Liam added. "You don't want to overextend yourself." We all left the gardens. Sophia and Liam went on ahead, while Eddie and Eldon hung back a bit. I pushed Ava's chair forward, and Oberei landed on the back of it. Ava huffed.
"I don't know why we need to stop. I'm not tired at all. My parents don't think I can handle it."
"I'm certain they're just trying to keep you safe," Oberei said. "They don't understand how powerful you really are. Magic like that would have killed both of them, and they're talented supernaturals."
"We need to be careful," I added. "This kind of magic isn't something you could just play with."
"I know that,"
Ava snapped. "No, Ava, I don't think you do," I pressed. I stopped her chair and rounded to the front of it to kneel beside her. I needed her to really listen to what I had to say, because she'd scared me today. "This power might feel like nothing to you because you can handle it, but it's important you recognize your own strength. This is an incredible ability you have, and you can't let it get out of control. You keep saying you understand, but you don't know how far you could take this. None of us do. We have to be careful so you don't exceed your limits." Ava rested her hand on mine. I know you're scared, Charlie, but I'm not. I have this gift for a reason, and I will always use it to help people. If I'm meant to heal the earth, then that's what I'm going to do. When the time is right and I'm strong enough to pull this spell off, I'm going to cast it and heal everyone at once. We all have the option to choose bad decisions, but I'm not going to do that. I'll use this ability for good and only good. I promise. Ava was firm in her conviction, which told me she believed every word she said. She was certain she was going to use this power to help the world. Though what I feared most was this ability getting out of hand, because if Ava lost control of this magic, she could destroy it. This kind of power had personal consequences for everybody. So I had to do my best to keep her magic reined in, at any cost.
Chapter 16. Ava-Marie. When my eyes opened on October 11th, one thing crossed my mind. Holy shit. I'm getting married today. I was already married, but I was having an actual wedding. Not something I'd chosen at the last minute. Not a choice to save Charlie's life, but a real commitment. One that I was going to make in front of the whole world. The thought made a pit of anxiety grow and tighten within my stomach, and I didn't know why. I took a deep breath to try and settle it, but it didn't go away. Ava-Marie stirred on the bed, shifting into a phoenix as she looked at me curiously. The bedroom door banged open, and Callie cheered, "Wake up, bitch! It's time to get married!" Opal and Ivy came romping in, cheering behind her. I rubbed my eyes and sat up. I'd spent the night in a bedroom inside the ladies' court. I'd been out like a light, but now that I was awake, I immediately felt strange. I tried to place the feeling, but found that I couldn't give it any words. My failure to understand what I was going through only made my worry grow. "You okay?" Opal asked, and she paused to take in my expression. "You look pale." I swallowed a lump in my throat. "I just need some makeup. Let's go." I got into the robe that I'd received at my bachelorette party, and my friends and I traveled to the palace temple together. Ava-Marie flew overhead, cooing a wedding song. Before I could start getting ready, I had to partake in rituals, both elvish and Hawkeye, to prepare me as a bride. These rituals would take place in the temple pool, in a room off of the main sanctuary and removed from the main chapel. Charlie's half of our bond was quiet. We'd promised each other we wouldn't communicate at all until the ceremony started. But damn, if it wasn't hard to reach out to him right now. It was weird for my head not to be filled with his thoughts. It felt strangely quiet. When I got to the magic pool within the temple, my mother, Grandmother Eleanor, and the great mystic were standing beside its waters. Callie, Ivy, Opal, and Abigail were nearby. Everyone wore huge smiles, though I found I had to force mine. What was wrong with me? "Isn't this wonderful?" Mama gushed, like she'd been dreaming about this day since I'd been born. "You're finally getting married." "Indeed. I never thought I'd live to see the day," a soft, warm voice said as quiet footsteps approached from behind me. My heart lifted, for I knew that voice. Grandmother Haloki had arrived, looking exactly as I remembered. Her long hair hung over her shoulder in a braid, and she still carried herself proudly, wearing Grandpa Liwanu's shawl around her shoulders. "Grandma," I said, and I reached out to embrace her. "I'm so happy you came." I hadn't seen her in such a long time. I knew she'd come to Elamanth recently, but I hadn't been able to visit her. This was the first time she'd seen me in a wheelchair. I worried she'd get upset or look bothered, but she treated me the same as ever. I was grateful she didn't bring it up. I didn't want to relive what had happened, especially on a day like today.
I wouldn't miss this wedding even if the ancestors forbade me to come, Grandma Haloki replied. Eleanor and I made you a very special present. Yes, Grandmother Eleanor said with a twinkle in her eye. You'll see it during the ceremony. I can't peek now, I complained. It would ruin the surprise, Grandma Haloki said, appearing quite mischievous. People said I looked like her when I was concocting up a villainous plan, and I certainly could see it. She got the same smirk I did when she was plotting something. Though she was a water elemental, I was sure some of the fire inside of me had come from her. She'd raised dragons for a living, after all. Beside Grandma Haloki was her daughter. Jackie was my dad's sister, and technically my aunt, but she was only a year or so older than me, and we'd grown up together. She was more like my cousin than anything else. I knew her as Jackson growing up, but seeing her now, I knew she was always meant to be Jackie. Her hair was long, past her hips now, and she had the most elaborate cheekbones that I would die to have. She was even taller and thinner than I remembered. A model, if there ever was one. Prison life did wonders for you. You look great, Jackie teased. Maybe I should do a few years behind bars and work on my complexion. Prison was no place for a girl like Jackie. I'd seen how the inmates had treated Ivy, and my friend was tough. My cousin didn't need to experience anything like that. Jackie deserved to be loved and accepted everywhere she went. Please, I said flatly. Nothing can make you more beautiful than you already are. You've always been prettier than me. Nonsense. All of my children and grandchildren are beautiful, Grandma Haloki scolded. Well, Grandmother Eleanor said, fluffing her hair. You are beautiful, Haloki. There is no doubt about that. But I do believe that Ava-Marie takes after her mother. Sophia is quite gorgeous. That was a roundabout way of Grandmother Eleanor congratulating herself on passing down good genes, but nobody called it out, save for Mama, who dared to roll her eyes. Should we get started? The great mystic asked, and the ceremony commenced. I wheeled myself to the very edge of the pool and looked down, taking in my reflection in the water. Ancestors. I hoped no one else could see how scared I looked. My eyes seemed terrified. This is a great day for our people, the great mystic said, gesturing to the pool. You will finally be joined with the prince in the way of our goddesses. Let us prepare you for the ceremony. I gave no response, because once the ceremony began, I didn't feel like I could talk. My voice felt strangled in my throat. I simply slipped my robe off my shoulders and handed it to Ivy. Underneath the robe, I wore a short elvish slip in silver that was stitched with intricate designs of elvish love knots. It was styled after the gown Carolyn donned before the night of her wedding to the goddess Idril, and was something every elvish bride wore for her pre-wedding ritual. My friends placed me into the water, and the silver slip became soaked as I submerged myself into the pool. The night Idril fell in love with Carolyn, she came upon her bathing in a pool, the great mystic began. From now until the time you are wed, these rituals will be a symbol for the love story Idril and Carolyn experienced until they joined as one. This ritual also prepares your soul and body for the joining with the Great Spirit, Mama reminded me. Today, you become a bride not just for Charlie, but for him. I took a deep breath. There was so much symbolism and sacredness in these ceremonies. They meant a lot to everyone, not just me. I wanted to prepare myself for this wedding the right way, so I could be sure I didn't let the gods down. This ceremony wasn't just about me and Charlie. It was about the elvish people and the Hawkeye, and was a beacon of hope for everyone who lived in Elamanth. As I sat in the water,
The great mystic poured a vial of liquid gold into it, making the water shimmer. The union between the elvish goddesses is the joining of the masculine energy and the feminine energy. Idril is a goddess, but this gold symbolizes her masculine power, the heat of the sun. Idril is a deity of war, strength, protection, and courage. She leads Carolyn and guides her to become all she can be. The great mystic picked up another vial, one of liquid silver, and poured it into the other side of the pool, until the gold and silver were mixing together and swirling within the water. In response, this silver, reflecting the glow of the moon, represents Carolyn's feminine magic, the great mystic said. Carolyn gives Idril a safe, empathetic space where her spouse may rest and heal. She provides compassion, nurturing, creativity, and love. When these two sides intertwine, they create a divine marriage. Like Idril and Carolyn, you and the prince must combine the masculine and the feminine into a singular being. One soul that can see the world through different perspectives within one heart. I understood. In Hawkeye lore, the sun was always chasing the moon, as he was in love with her, but she was forever out of his reach. To be with her, the sun had created gods and goddesses out of himself, and the moon had responded in kind, so aspects of their souls could be reunited throughout the universe. I knew this wedding was a reenactment of that feminine and masculine energy today. Love has the power to induce great and wondrous change, the great mystic continued. Idril's deep love for Carolyn changed her from a human to an elven goddess so they could live together in eternity. Charlie's love for you has transformed you into an elf, and we have accepted you as one of our people. Allow his love to change you into a better person, as your love will change him. I nodded, and the liquid metals glistened across my skin. Charlie had changed me, for the better and for the worse. I was a different person than I'd been before I met him. Hell, even before I married him. I knew as time passed our relationship would continue to change and morph me, because I'd never stay the same person. I wouldn't be able to. I'd always have to keep growing, learning, and shifting. And he'd do the same for me. My mother, Jackie, and both of my grandmothers entered the water. This was the Hawkeye part of the ceremony, and therefore only Hawkeye women participated. Each of them wore simple white dresses, and they surrounded me in a circle. I used my Tuakwa magic to float my body upward, and laid back upon the surface as Grandma Haloki began to sprinkle oils of lavender and white sage upon my wet hair. She worked her fingers into my locks, washing the tendrils. All gods and goddesses are born from the Great Spirit, Grandma Haloki began. This ancient Hawkeye ceremony prepares you as a bride by washing your hair, the most sacred part of your spirit, cleansing your soul and providing blessings by the women of the tribe. Ava-Marie, I call upon Whale Spirit to bless you with courage. May she enable you to be brave, not only as a princess, but as a wife. Marriage requires courage, and facing your fears even as you want to run from them. I pray that you will be brave enough to battle whatever comes, and hold your ground as you fight by your husband's side. I'll be brave, I promised. This world could do its best to take Charlie from me, and I'd never let them do it. I'd fight until the very end for him, and even long after. She moved aside. Jackie took her place, massaging the oils into my hair. Ava-Marie, I call upon Eagle Spirit to provide you with virtue. Sometimes, in relationships, Temptation comes to play dirty. It makes you desire to hurt the one you love, if only because they've hurt you first. But forgiveness will bridge a way to healing, and being virtuous will help you to remember that despite pain, love endures, if you're willing to give it a second chance. The lump in my throat got even bigger, and I wasn't able to respond. I knew marriage sometimes required you to forgive, even when forgiveness could be the most painful thing in the world to grant. But Charlie was worth it, and if I forgave him for whatever mistakes came down the line, he'd forgive me too. We'd work together to create a better future for the both of us, not just ourselves. I would be tempted to strike out at Charlie if he hurt me, and he'd feel the same. But even if we slipped up, we'd find our way back to each other eventually, because we always did. Nothing we could do to each other would ever make us depart from this marriage. No matter what, we'd forgive each other and move forward. No one noticed me choke up, and Grandmother Eleanor came to wash my hair beside Jackie. "I call upon Coyote Spirit to help you to be clever," she began. "In marriage, you must not only pick your battles, but be smart enough to outwit whatever may come to challenge your love. Cleverness will enable you to make the best choices for your family. It will help you gain good standing in your community, destroy your enemies, and will keep your husband on the right path." "Mother," Mama hissed under her breath, and I giggled. Everyone knew that Grandmother Eleanor had no problem keeping my grandfather in line. "Charlie will be an emperor, and you are his bride. It will be up to you to steer his decisions, which will ultimately affect thousands of lives," Grandmother Eleanor said, ignoring what my mother had whispered. "Cleverness will help you decide what outcome will be the best one, not just for others, but for you. Be cunning. It may be what saves your marriage one day, when calamity comes to call and strength is not enough." "I'll be cunning, Grandmother," I told her. "You know I always have been, and will continue to be." As she moved back, my mother came close. She began washing my hair lovingly, and it reminded me of how she used to braid my hair when I was a little girl. Her soft, gentle motions made tears come to my eyes with the memory of how life used to be. That was all gone now. I wasn't a child anymore, and nothing could ever bring those times back. But though I was grown, I couldn't be more grateful, because my mother was by my side. "Ava-Marie, you came from my womb. I birthed you into this world, and now I place you into the arms of another," Mama said. "I call upon Phoenix Spirit, the goddess of Anachi, to bless you with the gift of renewal and reincarnation. Throughout your marriage, you will find that you and your husband will be born anew. There will come a time when he will no longer be the man you married, nor you, the woman he wed. But no matter what circumstances you find yourself in, love can always start again. Rebirth is essential to a marriage, because both of you will reincarnate into new forms again and again, especially in times of pain and loss. Rise from the ashes, and each time you do, rise closer together." I let out a sob, and tears trickled out of my eyes and into the water. I'd managed to hold it together this long, but I couldn't manage when my mother spoke. The tears demanded to come because she was right. Charlie and I had changed so many times over the past 2 years. And though those transformations had been painful, they'd brought us closer together. I knew I wouldn't be the same woman 50, 20, or even 5 years from now. And Charlie wouldn't be the same man. But that wouldn't matter, because I'd continue to fall in love with him all over again. And he'd fall in love with me too, no matter who or what I became. With this wedding, we were promising to grow together, and that's exactly what we would do. When my mother was done washing my hair, she and the other women left the pool. I floated back upward into a sitting position, and my friends approached, kneeling at the pool's edge. Callie, Ivy, Opal, and Abigail sat in a circle around me, each of them holding a flower in their hands as they began the elvish part of the ceremony. Before her wedding, Carolyn's friends came to sprinkle her with flower petals and create magic that would strengthen her bond with Idril, Callie began. She cast white rose petals into the water. The Fae, goddess of time, blesses you, Ava. My mother Neva looks upon this day favorably and gives you the gift of long days. May you and Charlie grow old together, and as the years pass, may you never separate. The most valuable lesson I've learned as a woman is that the bonds we make aren't so easily broken. In the Fae tradition, you are becoming a woman today, so let your bond with Charlie last, no matter what time may bring. I'd never felt more appreciated or loved than when Callie laid the blessing upon me. My soul felt like it was buzzing, nearly ready to lift out of my body and float upon the air. Our eyes connected, and in that moment, Callie and I shared something special. Something I knew that even Charlie and I couldn't mimic. A connection that was just as deep and profound as any soul bond. She was my best friend, and I knew I could count on her to support my marriage and advocate for Charlie and me. Even if hard times came, Callie would be there to help us stay strong and tell me to not give up on him. Marriage wasn't just about the blending of two people, but the unity of one community. We loved each other, but Charlie and I couldn't do this alone. We needed support to stay married and be happy, and Callie was offering that help to us if and when we required it. I'd never had a more faithful, more loving friend, and I adored the ancestors for sending her to me. Opal approached, dropping hibiscus leaves into the water.
Within the gods of merfolk lore, there is my Terra, the goddess of motherhood. Ava, like me, you are a mother. You may not have a child as I do, but you care for and love everyone you meet, regardless of who they are or what they've done. You take care of your friends and look out for them as a mother would, because you are a mother to all. My Terra will watch over you and any children that you have, whether they are born from your body or simply from your heart. As you watch over others, Charlie will watch over you, protecting you with his body and providing whatever you may need or ask for. As you've decided and desired, he is your head of household, and I ask my Terra to give you the guidance you need to follow his leadership with faith, trust, and love. He will be your safe place, and it is you who will make his house a home.
I gave her an anxious smile, because all this talk of motherhood was a little nerve-wracking, even if she didn't mean it like that. But Opal was right. I was a mother, because despite not having any children, I cared for my friends like they were my own. I had to look out for everyone and make sure they were okay, putting others before myself no matter what. That was just the kind of person I was. I wanted to make sure everyone I loved was happy and safe, even if it cost me something. That kind of sacrifice could be draining sometimes, because I often forgot about myself in the end. But I didn't have to do it alone, because Charlie would be there to give me whatever I was lacking. I looked out for everyone else, but he looked out for me. He'd helped me handle my bipolar, tended to me after my spinal injury, and watched out for me every day, even when I was sick of managing myself. He took care of me gently, and always would until the moment I died. I knew that without a doubt. My heart swelled as I thought of how much my Dom loved me, and I wanted to please him by following his lead until the end of my days. Ivy stood at the edge of the pool, clutching the flower petals in their hand tightly. It almost looked like they were considering something deep. A decision was being weighed in their mind, one to speak up or back down. Then Ivy tossed the petals in and said,
Look, the vampires only have one god, and we don't really follow him. Uraeus ain't really a god of weddings, more of a god of destruction. But you know what? Who needs him?
Ivy straightened their shoulders.
Precious, my blessing is better than any gift any god could give you. I'm right here, right in front of your eyes, and I ain't going anywhere. I'll be here to protect you, to protect your marriage for as long as you want to be with him. I bless you with passion and desire. I pray that you will follow your heart and honor the longings of your body, that you will follow your darkest impulses and most secret inclinations, no matter how wicked they might be. These flower petals I dropped in, they're cardinal flowers, and they're rumored to bring love to the lives of elderly ladies. 'Cause I hope that even when you're 90, you and Charlie are still having the same crazy, kinky, and devoted sex you're enjoying now. I love you, Precious. Don't forget that, because I'm always gonna be here, no matter who stays or who goes.
Thank you, Ivy, I whispered. I felt reassured by their promise, because I knew I could always count on them. When I had been at the lowest point of my life, Ivy had been there. I wouldn't be getting married today without Ivy's support. They were the reason Charlie and I had made it this far, and the reason my husband and I were getting along so well. Without Ivy's guidance and love, my marriage wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't be with the man I loved if Ivy hadn't been there to bestow their wisdom and give me their shoulder to grieve on when my world was falling apart. They taught me how to love myself first, and for that, I was eternally grateful. I heard the rushing beat of wings. An Obereye landed beside the pool. She dipped her beak into the water. The effect made ripples as she said, I provide you with the blessings and the protection of the Mutabicha, the companions of the Great Spirit, beings who exist outside the boundaries of time and space, are here with you now. May they surround you, and may the sanctity of their connection keep you and Charlie intertwined, as my existence and heart binds you together as one. Several people gasped, and my eyes widened as the water around me began to glow. A white sheen spread throughout the room, the light reflecting off the ceiling and bouncing off the stained glass. I lifted my hand and saw that my body was glowing too, a dazzling halo erupting off my golden skin. When Obereye withdrew her beak, the glow subsided. She blinked at me with her pretty black eyes. I will do my best to love you and keep the two of you safe. As a familiar, my duty is to enable the two of you to have a relationship that is strong, intimate, and kind. It is all I can do, and all that I desire from my life. I started crying again, because, how was I supposed to keep it together when my familiar performed beautiful magic like that? Even if the entire world fell apart, and Charlie and I didn't know how to start again, or had forgotten how to love, Obereye would always be there to bring us back together. She bound us as one, and the connection between the three of us was powerful and deep. Nothing would separate us, now and forevermore. The great mystic spread primrose flowers over my body, which fell upon my wet hair. With the completion of this ceremony, I complete the rite that transforms our bride into Carolyn, so she may wait for our prince, her Idril. Arise from this pool and become the goddess. My friends lifted me out of the water, and I dried off using my Tawakwa magic. As they placed me back into my chair, I felt renewed and invigorated. Like I was a different woman than I'd been before going into the water, with all the blessings my friends and family had bestowed upon me. Even so, The disquiet, burning in my chest remained with me. Oberai cocked her head, like she felt it and didn't understand. "Now that the rites are over, we must hurry, Princess," the great mystic said. "There is much to do before the ceremony." "Yay! Now for the fun part," Opal gushed. When we got to the bridal suite where I was supposed to get ready, we found a whole waffle bar with mimosas ready for us. I was almost too nervous to eat, but I managed to have a small breakfast before the stylists got started on my hair. They fashioned it so it was falling free down my back in big, beautiful curls. It took over an hour to do my makeup, because I was very specific on having glittering silver eyeshadow, winged eyeliner, and a nude mauve lip gloss, with a dusting of glitter over my cheekbones. I did not lay on a spa table for 3 hours last week getting lash extensions for them to go to waste after all. My choice of manicure for the wedding was an almond-shaped nail with sparkling diamond tips and a thin gold French edge. Win an Ava-Marie? Be extravagant. Around 2 o'clock, Ava-Marie strode in. She was the official planner for the royal wedding, and appeared horrified that I was still in my robe. "The wedding is soon to start, and the princess is not in her dress. What is the bride doing?" she yelped. "Helping everyone else," several people cried out at once. It was true. After getting my hair and makeup, I'd fashioned Ivy's hair, put on Opal's makeup, and was currently zipping Callie into her dress. I froze as Ava-Marie scowled, crossing her arms. "Princess, this is your wedding, not everyone else's. May I remind you that you come first." "Sorry." I turned my chair around and hurried away. I couldn't help it if I wanted my friends to look pretty too. As I headed to change, my bridesmaids were running around the room, chatting loudly, eating snacks, and hurrying to yank on their dresses. All of my bridesmaids were wearing long black gowns, the bodice embroidered with pink flowers. Everyone, save for Callie. As my maid of honor, she wore a special off-the-shoulder black dress with see-through, long lace sleeves and a skirt that draped behind her when she walked. Each of my bridesmaids wore floral crowns of twisted branches, decorated with dark green leaves and small pink and white flowers. My mother and I went behind a large curtain in the bridal suite to conceal the dress until the big reveal to my friends once it was on. The elves had a special wheelchair made for my wedding day. It was painted white and adjustable, with removable handles and armrests. The back of the chair was folded down, and the seat attached on top of it, so the skirt of the ball gown could fall over the sides and the wheels. When I sat on the chair, it didn't appear that I was in a wheelchair at all, merely sitting down. I couldn't really move around when the chair was like this, only stay in one place. It would be like this during the ceremony, then for the reception, the chair would be adjusted again with all the parts reattached so I could move around. I bounced my hands up and down on the fluffy skirt, examining the layers of tulle. I was in my perfect pink dress. No turning back now. I couldn't really wear heels anymore because they put my legs in an awkward position in my chair and put more pressure on my hips than I would have liked. My feet had also developed a more pronounced arch since I'd been paralyzed, so it was a pain in the ass to find heels that fit anyhow. Instead, I wore dusty pink pointed flats with rhinestone embellishments and big bows on the heels. Finally, my mother placed a dazzling veil into my hair at the back of my head. The edge of the veil was bordered with diamonds, embroidered apple blossom petals spreading throughout the piece. It was long, cathedral length. I was counting on my bridesmaids to make sure it didn't get tangled up in my wheels at any time during the ceremony. "You're dazzling, Ava," Mama said softly, as she took me in, brushing my curls back as tears welled in her eyes. "The perfect look for a bride." I swallowed thickly. "Is it normal for me to be this nervous?" "I suppose it depends," Mama mused. "Do you know what you're nervous about?" "Not really," I confessed. "I know I want to do this, and I want to be married to Charlie. I want the big wedding and I want to celebrate our love. But, Mama asked softly. But, I sighed. I'm so afraid. I know this is the right choice, but it's like my ego is telling me not to take the chance. Because if I'm in love, there's a risk I could get hurt. I could articulate some of my feelings now, because I'd been thinking about them all morning. Charlie had hurt me once before. What if he did so again? I didn't think that would happen, but I was also afraid of proclaiming my love to him in front of the world, then running the risk of being told I was wrong. My intuition told me he was the only man I would ever love. But what if my intuition sent me astray? Don't let your anxiety talk you out of taking a wonderful leap of faith, Mama said, and she kissed my cheek. Sometimes, it's the most terrifying thing in the world to follow our hearts and do what we know we've been fated to do. Do you believe you and Charlie are destined to be together? I nodded. Absolutely. There's no doubt. Then love him, no matter what comes, Mama encouraged, squeezing my shoulders. A long time ago, your grandmother told me the more I opened up to your father, the more he would open up to me. It'll be the same for you and Charlie. If you open up to him and give him your heart freely, you can trust that he'll keep it safe. Keeping your heart closed and trying to protect yourself isn't going to prevent you from experiencing pain, my daughter. In fact, it's more painful to be alone. Closing him off will hurt him just as much as it'll hurt you. Even if someone you love does something to shatter your heart, what matters is if he'll be there to pick up all the pieces and mend them together again. I know Charlie is that person for you. All you have to do is believe it for yourself and trust that if pain comes, it'll pass to transform into happiness again. I nodded. I understand. You're so wise, Mama. Wisdom gained from being married to your father all these years, she quipped. She grabbed the curtain and said, Now, are you ready? I nodded. When the curtain was pulled back, my bridesmaids immediately started crying. Oh, precious! You look so lovely! Ivy wept, and they dotted at their eyes with a handkerchief before giving me a hug. Other girls swarmed around me, weeping and saying how spectacular I looked. I knew I'd never appeared so divine. My gown made me feel powerful, strong, and beautiful. Even though my emotions were fighting me, I warred back because I refused to allow my anxiety and fear to ruin this incredible day. The time for the ceremony was getting closer. As the bridesmaids rushed to grab their bouquets, Callie took my hands and squeezed them. Ava, that dress describes every part of who you are. You've definitely found your place in the world since becoming a princess. I hope so. I gave a troubled sigh. I just hope I don't mess this up. Callie's eyebrows knitted together in concern. Are you getting cold feet? No, I said, but it felt like a lie. I mean, I don't know, something feels off. I nearly tangled a hand in my hair until I remembered that we'd just gotten it perfect, so I forced my hand to remain in my lap. Everyone out. Give the princess some time to relax before we begin, Ellery cried. The ceremony will commence in a half hour. Places, everyone. My bridesmaids rushed out of the suite. Callie stayed behind and squeezed my hands again. Whatever happens, today, tomorrow, or in the future, you're going to be okay. Any decision you make, right or wrong, is going to lead you to be the woman you're going to become. Charlie loves you, more than life itself, and I know you feel the same way about him. There's nothing to worry about. Not when you two have been through hell and back and come back stronger every time. If there's anything you two have taught me, it's that love always wins. I felt the tension in my gut lessen significantly. You're right, Callie. Thank you for being here. You're welcome. Callie's face became troubled as she added, even though I feel like I'm taking Monica's place in a spot that was meant for her. I'm sorry she's not with you today, because she should be. You're not replacing anyone. You're uplifting and supporting me, I said firmly. I know Monica is here in spirit, but she can't be here for me today like you can. Not in the same way. And I miss her today. More than I've ever missed her in my entire life. My voice cracked, because it was true. I knew part of the reason I felt so awful is because it was unfair Monica wasn't here today. I'd had to rush into the bathroom after my hair was styled to break down and cry because I missed her so much. It was so fucking wrong she wasn't here. Because I wanted her at my side more than anything on my wedding day. I wanted to watch her expression as I showed her my dress, see her tears as I came down the aisle, reach out to touch her as I adjusted her bridesmaid crown. I was mad at the ancestors, the gods, and the universe for stealing her away, because she should be here. She wasn't, yet Callie was. I found tears welling up in my eyes as I added, but I know that she sent you to me, and I couldn't ask for a better friend in the entire world. I loved Monica so much, but I'm starting to realize that I love you even more. I couldn't marry Charlie without you, and wouldn't want to. Charlie's my twin flame, but you're my soulmate. I couldn't think of anyone better to stand in her place. Tears beaded the corners of her eyes. Oh, Ava. Callie hugged me, and I embraced her back. If I could pick anyone in the world to have by my side for the rest of my life, it would be you. Always. Even if, ancestors forbid, something happened to Charlie and the whole world withered away, I had a chance to get by, so long as Callie was there to hold my hand. I held Callie close until she drew away and said, I have to meet up with Marcus. Cross your fingers that the best man didn't lose the rings. Unlikely, I laughed. Callie placed a loving kiss on the top of my head before she wandered out. Ava-Marie was the only one still in the room with me, resting on a perch near a wardrobe. Ava-Marie hadn't said much all day, merely observed the routine of the bridal suite with interest. She hadn't even eaten, which was so unlike her. Ava-Marie, help me, I thought. I don't know what to do. She ruffled her feathers. Love persists in spite of conflict. What does that mean? It is possible to contradict yourself, Ava-Marie pointed out. You can feel multiple things at once, things that are true and untrue. What you want and what you fear are at odds, and you need to choose a side on what to believe in. But I don't know what's true. The feelings are too complicated, I thought in frustration. I don't want to feel like this on my wedding day. What does your intuition say? I tried to swallow the massive lump in my throat again, and failed. I don't know. Everything seems so loud. I can't distinguish between what's my anxiety or what's intuition, and trying to decide what to listen to is only making my fear worse. Your intuition will never lie to you, Ava. Intuition is quiet and can be ignored if you so choose. Most likely, your intuition will only say something once, and you know it like a truth in your heart. Anxiety cannot be ignored. It keeps worrying endlessly on a wheel until you are forced to pay attention to it. When your intuition tells you something, even if it is upsetting news, you won't feel pain, but rather will be at peace. And peace is not the feeling anxiety provides. Well, I definitely don't feel peaceful now. I wish Charlie were here. What do you think he'd say? Ava-Marie preened her feathers. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" He'd opened the door so quietly, I hadn't even heard him come in. I felt the color drain from my cheeks as I saw Charlie standing 6 feet away from me. Ancestors. He looked so handsome. His tailored suit, dress shirt, and tie were all a shade of deep black, his hair slicked back. It reminded me of how he'd looked that night of the villain's ball, and the memory nearly swept me away. He was so perfect. But I wasn't supposed to be looking at him, not for another half hour. "Charlie, what are you doing here?" I hissed. I couldn't believe he'd snuck into the bridal suite. He didn't budge an inch. "I knew you needed me, so I came." "You're not supposed to see me before the wedding," I said in despair. Charlie smirked. "Well, I can't really see you." "That's not the point," I grumbled. Now we were going to get bad luck for speaking before the ceremony. My nerves were right, and this wedding was cursed. "I felt you freaking out all day. I tried not to engage, but it became impossible," Charlie said. "Something's on your mind. Let's talk this out." I let out a great huff. "I guess we can talk, but don't touch my dress yet. It was supposed to be a surprise." "What's this about?" Charlie took a seat across from me. Close enough he could reach out and take my hand, but not get anywhere near my dress. "Thank you very much." "I'm just scared," I confessed. "Scared of what?" Charlie pressed. "Is this too big of an event? I knew I should have told my grandpa to tone it down." "It's not that," I began. How did I get my meaning across without breaking his heart? I didn't have to, because Charlie knew me so well that he guessed. "You're worried this is the wrong decision?" "Yes? No?" I wondered. "I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me." I didn't understand why I felt so anxious. It wasn't like I didn't want to do this. I loved Charlie. I'd lived for him. I'd died for him. Having this wedding should have been easy. For fuck's sake, we'd been legally married for a year already, and it had been wonderful. I didn't get why I was so scared to do this. Scared to participate in a religious ceremony that really didn't change anything about the structure of our relationship. But there was a terrible fear in the back of my mind that though this was a happy day full of joy and love, it could eventually turn into something that I would regret. Charlie moved closer to me. I did my best to scoot the edge of my dress away. "Pidge, if you don't want to do this, we can call everything off right now." "No," I insisted. "I want this, more than anything in the entire world. You're my husband. You're everything I could ever want." "Then why are you so scared?" "Because I'm afraid of what's coming," I said. "We don't know what's out there waiting for us. Marriage is supposed to be forever. What if something happens to tear us apart?" "Then we'll fix it," Charlie replied simply. "I'm not afraid of getting married. I'm afraid of losing you," I said, and my throat choked up. "We got married at the Institute, but that was a legal ceremony, not a religious one. What we're about to do is a vow to the ancestors and the goddesses. It secures our bond even more, so if we lose each other, it's going to be that much more devastating. I'm terrified to declare my love for you, because someone could come along and take you from me because of it." "No one would ever do that, Pidge," Charlie promised. "There isn't a god, demon, or man that could ever take me away from you." "But what if something happens that we can't fix?" "I don't think it's a what if, but when," Charlie said calmly. "People aren't perfect. We make mistakes. You and I make a lot of them. But we always come back from it, no matter who or what comes to challenge us. I'm not afraid of anything, except facing this world without you." My throat tightened at the confession, and I nearly started crying again because that was exactly how I felt. "I'm not either. We can get through anything, as long as we're together. I want this wedding. I want you. I know I do. Then I'll be waiting for you at the end of the aisle. Charlie gave my hand one last squeeze before he stepped away. I counted his steps as he wandered out, already wanting to be at his side again. Oberai gave a soft coo as he left, but said nothing more. I knew what I felt for Charlie couldn't be wrong if I desired him this badly. He left me alone in the room, and I turned, so I was facing a floor-to-ceiling golden mirror mounted on the wall. I observed myself, and had the thought, I never looked so pretty. I stared into my eyes, realizing this was one of the greatest moments of my life, a chapter that would mark where the rest of my existence would go. After waiting for all these years, I was actually a bride. It was insane to me. I had pictured this day in my mind for so long, and now it was actually coming true. This felt like a dream I could wake up from any second. As I took in my reflection, I realized I'd been letting my anxiety run the show, worrying myself with constant variables and what-ifs. The story I was telling myself was overshadowing my love for Charlie, and I wouldn't let that happen anymore. Intuition is quiet. Oberai's words came back to me, and I closed my eyes so I could just feel. There, underneath the worry and the fear of unexpected pain, was certainty. As I listened to my intuition, I felt an immensely deep sense of peace and a complete knowing that this was the right choice. No matter how nervous I felt or how many second thoughts I had, my intuition told me that this was what was always meant to be. And my fears were merely that. Thoughts that couldn't harm me unless I let them. My mother was right. Trying to protect myself from pain would only make the pain worse. And though I knew that pain would come, I was certain there'd be much more happiness to experience than there ever would be sadness. No fear of the future or of what may happen would separate Charlie and me. Whatever happened, we'd figure it out, and we'd do it together. Even if one day something awful came to pass and I regretted the choice I made, this marriage still wouldn't be a mistake. We belonged to each other. I knew that in the deepest core of my soul. My gut wasn't telling me that this was wrong. It was telling me that this was right. Now all I had to do was follow my intuition and take a leap of faith. I took a few calming breaths, collected my thoughts, and straightened my shoulders. I was ready. A few moments later, Hemlock wandered in. She was carrying a book from the temple, an old tome that had been passed down through the centuries to marry royals within the Elvish temple. She was wearing the silver robes of a mystic and appeared brilliant. The bruises on her face had healed, so she resembled the professor I once knew. Almost. As she stood before me, Hemlock took a breath. "Oh, my dear, you are the grandest princess I ever did see on her wedding day." "Thanks." I gave a soft smile. "All ready to go?" "I came by to check on you before we begin," Hemlock said. "Is there anything you need?" "No," I shook my head. "Just ready to get this show on the road." "Indeed." Hemlock took me in again, then unexpectedly began to weep. It was sudden and heartbreaking to hear, although the tears barely lasted a moment or two. "Professor, is there something wrong?" I asked in alarm. I knew people cried at weddings, but this seemed different. "Don't worry about me, girl," Hemlock said quickly, wiping at her eyes. "Nothing but silly tears from an old woman. I won't bother you like this on your wedding day." "It's not," I demanded. "What's wrong? I need to know you're okay." Hemlock gave a quiet sniff. "It is merely... I wish my child had survived. so I could have seen her as a bride. A piece of my heart broke off. Your child? Over 20 years ago, I lost my daughter. She was around your age when she died. She was a student at Arcania University, where I taught alchemy and enchanting, Hemlock replied. I felt that busted piece of my heart dissolve into dust at her pain. What happened? She became involved with the wrong people, unfortunately, Hemlock said sadly. My mate was an unseelie fae, and he was killed for the fae's hatred against all dark magic. Callista never got over her father's death. She sought revenge against those that had killed him, and wanted to bring equality to Malovia for all fae. But she tried to change the country through violence, and eventually it cost Callista her life. That's truly awful. I'm so sorry for your loss, I said. Hemlock had lost her mate and her daughter. I couldn't imagine how alone she felt. Callista wasn't a bad girl. Merely someone who desperately wanted to stop others from suffering. She thought the only way to change the world was by using force and pain, Hemlock stated heavily. I tried to help her heal, but my actions weren't enough to stop her from meeting a horrible fate. After Callista's death, I realized that I had failed her. You could never fail her. You did all you could to help her get back on the right path, I insisted. But it wasn't enough, Hemlock replied. I swore to myself, if there was a child out there that I could save, a girl who had found herself on the wrong side of things, but was looking for a way to make them right again, I'd be there for her. I would set her straight and help her find her way in life before it was too late. I couldn't save Callista, but I could save someone else. That's why I came to the Dark Institute to teach. I wanted to help girls like Callista. Help someone like you. You remind me a lot of her. I confess, Ava, when I think about my daughter, I see you. A deep affection spread like warmth throughout my body, because I didn't know Hemlock felt that way about me. I realized we were close, but didn't know exactly what I meant to her until now. I know I can't replace what you lost, I said. But I hope that reining in my wild and crazy ways has given you a bit of comfort. You're the kind of teacher that should be instructing at a reform school. You actually care where kids end up. And you care about me. You cared even when I didn't care about myself. And it might have saved my life. So thank you for looking out for me and being there. Because even though I couldn't have my mother at the Institute, I knew that I always had you there. Her face crumpled, and she raised her arms. Hemlock wasn't able to reply in words. All she could do was stoop down and give me a hug. I hugged her back, because I cared about her just as much as she cared about me. I'm so happy to be marrying you and Charlie all over again. You two always look like you're so in love, Hemlock said, wiping a tear away from her eye. It's an honor to do this for you. I wouldn't want anyone else, I reassured her. Thank you for marrying me and Charlie, for watching out for me, protecting me, everything. Hemlock cupped her hand to my cheek and whispered, My dear, there is nothing you need to thank me for. Truly, I do not want you to feel regret for what I experienced at the mission's hands. I was more than happy to do it, all for you. Hemlock left then, because I don't think either of us could talk further without both of us breaking down. By this time, the ceremony was about to start. Ava-Marie jumped off her perch and changed into a unicorn. As she did so, my father opened the massive double doors and stepped in. Daddy's eyes widened, then immediately watered as he took me in. He spread his arms wide as he said, "Oh, baby, you look every part a princess." "Thanks, Daddy." I embraced him, squeezing his broad shoulders tightly. "Tell me the truth. Do you really accept Charlie? Are you okay with me marrying him?" "Of course I am, Peanut," Daddy hushed. "I know there's no better man in the world for you than him. You love him, and he loves you. That's the only thing that matters." "Will you be here for me, no matter what happens?" I asked. "Charlie and I can't do this alone. We need our families, and we need support."
"Every step of the way."
A rush of tears trailed down Daddy's cheeks.
"I never thought I'd make it to this day. I thought, you know. But the ancestors answered my prayers."
I understood. He thought his disease would take him from me before he got to see me become a bride. But fate had smiled upon us and been kind. I thanked her for it, because I didn't think I could get married without my father by my side. I reached out to wipe his tears away. But as I did so, my magic froze the tears into ice. I paused to observe them as the tears floated off of Daddy's face, hovering in the air in front of us. As I watched, I saw the ice crystallize, gleaming under the light. They'd solidified and turned solid, like diamonds. The tears floated in the air at first, before they twirled downward and landed upon my skin. Threads of ice materialized between them and joined the tears together, forming a dazzling silver necklace. I touched the shimmering necklace and found that it was just as solid as something forged from metal and gems. This piece would be permanent, a creation of my demigod magic. I couldn't create illusions, but the power of my demigod abilities had forged my spirit and Tuaqua magic together to make something out of deep love. Daddy's shock was clear on his face.
"Your magic has no limits, does it?"
"I guess not." I touched the necklace with awe. "I didn't know I could do that. Now I'll get to wear your love whenever I need you there."
"It's a gift you'll have forever, even when I'm gone."
Daddy's voice choked up, though he forced his way past the tears.
"There's nothing you're incapable of, Peanut, and I couldn't be any prouder than to call you my daughter."
Daddy stood and squeezed my hand.
"Come on, Peanut. Let's get you married."
Oberai walked to us. Daddy lifted me out of my chair and onto her back, so I was sitting side saddle. He fitted a diamond bridle onto Oberai's face, then grabbed one of the reins to lead her out the double doors and to the hallway that connected to the temple. A servant came to take the bridal wheelchair to the altar, where it would be waiting for me. By this point, the ceremony had started. All of the bridesmaids and groomsmen had walked down the aisle in pairs, except for Marcus and Callie. I heard Ave-Marie playing from the temple's interior behind the doors, and felt my stomach dip yet again. But this time, it was an excitement. I honestly couldn't wait to get out there. Callie draped my veil so it was hanging over Oberai's rump and trailing onto the floor. Then, placed a light purple bouquet into my hands. It was made of cascading clematis flowers, cut and arranged from the gardens that morning. Clematis flowers symbolized love that was unchanged throughout the passing of eternity, and I thought that was a wonderful flower for Charlie and me. Plus, the lilac color went well with my pink dress. Marcus's mouth was open as he took me in with a gaze of awe.
"You look incredible."
"I sure hope so. This took all morning," I replied, smoothing down my dress and hoping everything stayed in place. Marcus hooked his arm with Callie's and brought her to his side so they could walk together. Neither of them seemed weirded out by the close proximity. In fact, both of them gravitated closer. In their free hand, Callie and Marcus were carrying framed photographs. Callie had a picture of Monica. Marcus of Marty. It was a special thing Charlie and I had requested. We couldn't have Monica and Marty here with us today, but Callie and Marcus had become what we'd needed in the darkest time of our lives. It was an honor for them to stand with us today. Callie and Marcus stepped through the double doors. My father, Oberai, and I remained out of sight, so we wouldn't ruin the big reveal. Eventually, we heard the song end, and a new one began. A piano ballad that Charlie and I had composed at the Institute together over a year ago. That was my cue. "It's time," Daddy said. "Are you ready, Ava?" I took a deep breath, gathered myself, and nodded. By participating in this ceremony, I was fulfilling my soul path and everything that had been planned for me. I felt certain of that. Now all that was left to do was become joined with my destiny. I felt my breath sweep away as Oberai carried me into the temple's hall. My father walked at the unicorn's side, holding my hand as we journeyed down the aisle. The temple was more elaborate than I'd ever seen it be. Burning white candles hovered in the air above the congregation, and the smell of incense, lavender, cinnamon, and sage levitated throughout the room. Pendant amaranth flowers in a dark pink color hung from the temple ceiling in the thousands. Amaranth, the flower of love that endures despite great difficulty. The temple was absolutely packed. There wasn't a seat left in the house. People gasped, and a few elvish women wailed as they took in the sight of my dress. My eyes scanned the room quickly, my breath still caught in my throat. I saw so many faces I knew in a flash, smiling at me like I was the grandest thing in the world. All of my family members clustered together in the pews, looking thrilled. I realized that time was passing too quickly, because we were already halfway down the aisle and I hadn't had any time to take it all in. Oberai noticed my thoughts and slowed her steps, so I could rejoice in the moment. I glanced toward the front of the room and nearly laughed as I saw our bridesmaids and groomsmen all lined up. Marcus, as Chansey and Alistair were standing up front as groomsmen. Eddie was off to the side, serving as Charlie's guard. I tried to take in and memorize each of their expressions, but it was hard because my heart was beating so fast and time was moving so quickly. At the altar, a trellis had been set up. That trellis had been lined with greenery, white asphodel flowers scattered throughout the eucalyptus leaves. Asphodel, the flower of love that survives even death. The Emperor had been very adamant about every flower that we used in our wedding, insisting each bloom had to represent something important for our relationship. I'd figured we'd chosen well. The colors were no mistake either. Pink for romantic, youthful love, and black for the steadfastness and seriousness of the commitment we were making. Charlie and I were very certain of the choice we were making, and we wanted everyone to know that we considered it to be forever. My eyes found my love. He was waiting at the altar for me, his hands clasped with a huge smile on his face. Time had moved so quickly just seconds before, but it suddenly stopped completely. The entire crowd fell away, until I was certain all that existed was just me and him. Nobody else mattered in this world but us, and he was the only person that was alive to me. My soul honed in on him, and I forgot that this wedding was happening at all, because the only center my universe needed was him. The biggest grin that I'd ever seen him have spread across Charlie's face, and I saw 2 tears slip out of his eyes. He wiped his eyes quickly, the smile seemingly permanent on his face, as Oberai finally stopped at the altar. Daddy reached up to take me down from her back, and as he carried me, I whispered in his ear, "I love you, Daddy." Another tear dropped down my father's face, and he set me into the bridal wheelchair. Callie, Ivy, Abigail, and Opal immediately went to adjusting my dress and veil around the chair, and when they were done, Callie took my bouquet. I figured Charlie was going to stand, but the groomsman passed a silver chair down the line. Charlie sat it across from me, sitting down so he was at my level, indicating the two of us were equals. My eyes immediately welled with tears. I didn't know he was going to do that. Charlie reached out to take my hands. Once he did, I immediately relaxed. I found that I could finally breathe. There was nothing else to worry about. The waiting was over and we were here, joined in this temple together. Now would be the best part. My gaze traveled down to our entwined hands, settling on the date inscribed across our left ring fingers in black ink. October 11th, the tattoos read. The font matched the names that were permanently inked across our wrists. His name on mine, my name on his. We'd had Marcus tattoo the date on our fingers back at the Institute, after our first wedding. Now here we were exactly 1 year later, declaring our love in front of all our friends and family who didn't get to be there the first time. Like the tattoos, our love was permanent and would be a mark on the world that would never fade. The music concluded, and Hemlock began the ceremony. Hail, the goddesses Idril and Carolyn, and hail the prince and princess, who are to be wedded upon this day. Long may they reign, the crowd responded in unison, before the temple went silent. Hemlock spoke loudly as she stated, in Elvish tradition, elven couples are required to undergo a hand fasting and live together for 1 year before they are officially wed. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the prince and princess's legal wedding. Therefore, I pronounce that they are ready to be joined together in the eyes of the goddesses. We will commence with the rites that will make them as one. We will begin by casting a circle spell, enshrining the couple with our protection. 4 mystics stepped forward, each carrying musical instruments like flutes and drums. They began to circle, moving in a ring around us as they played. Elves valued music above all other art forms, and they used it in most of their ceremonies to perform ancient magic. Hemlock rang a bell. I summon the goddesses. Speak now, and let their energy cleanse your space. One of the mystics circling us beat a small drum, and Charlie said, I speak to the east, for you are my first dawn, my new beginning. My heart skipped, and the next mystic rang a wind chime. We'd gone over all of this in rehearsal last night, but I was still worried I'd forget something. There were so many elvish religious rites to learn, and I'd far from mastered them all. But the words came naturally to me, as I said, I speak to the west, for you are my last twilight, my final ending. A mystic played a light tune on her flute. Charlie said, I speak to the north, for you are my everlasting winter, my place of home. The last mystic shook a tambourine, and I added, I speak to the south, for you are my eternal summer, my passion burning. When the circle was complete, the mystics drew away, and Hemlock said, The protective circle has been cast, for those that came before and those who are yet to be, for all the spirits that walk this realm and all that roam in the blessed haven, for all who have come to bear witness today, receive this union and give it all your blessings. You two who have come to be joined, all life is an endless circle. You will journey together through this life and under the stars until you come to live amongst them with your ancestors in a land forevermore. Your family, your friends, and your people will provide a strong foundation for your marriage. Will you lean on them and take sacredly the vows you are about to speak? We will be faithful in our love and our will to remain as one, Charlie and I recited in unison. He squeezed my hands, and a flood of warm emotion rushed through my torso. Even now, it was so hard to believe we were doing this. I was shaking. Times of abundance will come, as well as times of trouble, Hemlock said. Charlie, do you vow to take Ava-Marie as your wife, to celebrate with her your victories and carry her sorrows, to share your wealth and come together in poverty, comforting her in illness and rejoicing in health, believing in faith and braving through doubt? Do you vow to be honest and always offer your forgiveness, knowing you cannot wound her part of your soul without harming your own as well, enduring by her side, forsaking all others for now and forever, until this life shall end and you join together in another? I do, Charlie said sincerely. His voice nearly trembled as he said the words, and I felt a great wave of love wash over me, like the ocean at sunset. And, Ava-Marie, Hemlock began. My spirit flipped inside my chest. Do you accept Charles to be the husband of your heart, to celebrate with him your victories and carry his sorrows, to share your wealth and come together in poverty, comforting him in illness and rejoicing in health, believing in faith and braving through doubt? Do you vow to be honest and always offer your forgiveness, knowing you cannot wound his part of your soul without harming your own as well, enduring by his side, forsaking all others, for now and forever, until this life shall end, and you join together in another? I do, I whispered. Another tear slipped out of Charlie's eyes, and I saw his lip quiver. Hemlock's voice went a little dry as she said, Do you, Ava-Marie, vow to submit to your husband, to give him your obedience and heart, following his headship and commands, remaining devoted in all things? I will, I replied. And Charles, do you vow to protect, defend, and lead your wife, becoming her sanctuary, building a home to keep her safe, laying your life down for hers in every circumstance, swearing to never abandon her side? Hemlock asked. She nearly rolled her eyes, but resisted. Ancestors bless her. I will, Charlie promised. We'd added this part in, at the disapproval of Hemlock and despite the scowling of the mystics. This was our damn wedding, after all. We'd followed all the traditions, but this was one small addition to our vows that we'd written ourselves and wanted to keep. So the temple was going to have to learn to live with it. Nobody else had to understand what it meant, but we did, and it was special to us. We shall now commence with the making of the bridal spell, Hemlock said. A mystic brought a small pillar before her, topped with a silver bowl. The mystic combined dried rosebuds, cinnamon, rosemary, and raspberry leaves, crushing them together and mixing as one. These herbs provide romance, abundance, protection, and fertility for your marriage, Hemlock said. Grown from the earth, they contain the deep magic that will bind this marriage in sanctity. She spooned the dried mixture into 2 small pouches, tying the ends and handing them to us. Keep them in your pockets, Charles on the left and Ava-Marie's on the right. After the wedding day is done, tuck them someplace safe, and treasure them until the end of your days, until the satchels are buried with you when you are returned to the ground. Both Charlie and I slipped the satchels into our respective pockets, which my dress had, by the way. They only made it cooler. The satchel felt heavy in my pocket, weighed with both hope and responsibility. We will now exchange the rings, Hemlock stated. She looked at Marcus, who hurried her way. He tripped before he got there and nearly dropped them. I gasped, but he caught them at the last second as a blush spread across his face. Hemlock shook her head. Marcus gave my ring to Charlie and his ring to me, before dipping out of there as quickly as he could. Charlie took my hand in his softly, and I noticed his grip was a little unsteady. I give you this ring as a reminder of my everlasting commitment to you, Charlie said. and he placed the ring gently onto my hand with trembling fingers. Our love has no beginning and no end. I choose you as my love, the lost piece of my soul, to live as one everlasting. I slipped Charlie's ring on, absent of nearly all thought except how perfect this moment was. I give you this ring as a reminder of my everlasting commitment to you. Our love has no beginning and no end. I choose you as my love, the lost piece of my soul, to live as one everlasting. Hemlock smiled as I finished the promise, and my brother came up from the back of the groomsmen line. Ezekiel was carrying an old vase, painted with Hawkeye designs that had 2 spouts. The vase had been used at my parents' wedding, and was one of the few things they'd saved from Kimpago. The bride and groom are not only elves, but also Hawkeye, Hemlock said to the congregation. Therefore, some Hawkeye traditions have been incorporated into this ceremony, to honor the ancestors and the heritage of these 2 individuals. In Hawkeye tradition, the bride and groom drink tea from a vase with 2 spouts, symbolizing the separate lives of the bride and groom, uniting into one. In Elvish, the bride and groom drink sweetened wine from 1 goblet. This tradition from both sides will be united, as the couple will now take a shared drink of Elvish wine from a traditional Hawkeye wedding vase. Charlie took the vase from Hemlock as she said, "Drink carefully, my dear." He tipped it back, and I took a sip. The wine was delicious. I wanted more the moment I tasted it. It was symbolic of my desire for Charlie, and how I'd never be able to quench my thirst for him no matter how much time passed. Charlie drank from the vase, then handed it back to Ez after we'd polished off every drop. Ez was near weeping, and his lip trembled as he whispered, "Love you, big sis." I smiled fondly at him, and he took the vase away as Hemlock raised her hands. Ava-Marie's grandmothers have come together to make a wedding quilt for the couple, she said. The quilt shares the couple's wedding colors and features the intricate design of infinity knots. In Elvish culture, these knots symbolize an everlasting loop, a reminder that we are connected to nature and each other in an eternal cycle that will always bring us back to each other. This quilt will be placed on the shoulders of the couple and wrapped around them to signify they are creating a new home, making a new family, and are forever bound together. Grandmother Eleanor and Grandma Haloki came up from the pews. Suspended between them was a gorgeous, hand-stitched quilt featuring a variety of intricate Elvish knots. This was the surprise my grandma had hinted at. The design seemed never-ending and flowed into each other until I couldn't tell where the design began or ended, just like Charlie and me. As the blanket was draped around our shoulders, Oberai changed from a unicorn into a phoenix, flying over to suspend herself on the quilt between us. She gave a loving coo as she nestled her beak in my hair. My grandmother stepped aside. After the quilt was wrapped tightly around us, Hemlock said, "The ceremony is complete, and you are now married. I now pronounce you Prince and Princess, husband and wife. Prince Charles, you may seal your love for your bride with a kiss." Charlie didn't waste a second. He kissed me. And ancestors, if it didn't bring me back to 1 year ago, when we'd kissed for the first time as husband and wife in the Institute's chapel. We might as well have traveled back in time, because his kiss roused something deep in me, something we'd done over and over for thousands of years, and couldn't wait to do all over again in our next lifetime. This time around, things had been better than I could have ever dreamed. Oberai let out a little song as she perched on the blanket between us. Flower petals began falling, but I wouldn't have noticed if I didn't sense their weight in my hair, or hear the crowd celebrating our love with exhilarated applause. I felt myself getting swept away by Charlie's kiss, once again breathless, flying and falling all at once. Charlie was mine, and I was his. I couldn't imagine a better way to start off our forever. And this forever would never be stolen from me. I'd kill anyone who tried to take it away. There was no more him or me, just us, a soul united in love, and nothing, not the gods or the mission or the warden himself, would ever tear us apart. Our love would always win. So let the world do its best to destroy us. Even if there was no tomorrow, I wasn't afraid of what was coming next. Because if I had Charlie, there'd always be something left to fight for. I'd always remember us just like this, young and ready to take on whatever the future had in store. Charlie was my one and only. I'd never love again after him, never love anyone else. He was the only man I wanted, needed, or desired, for now until my soul ceased to exist. I'd be his wife for all infinity, until the last days of existence came, and even then, there'd always be a whisper in the universe of what we were and how much we'd meant to each other. Our love was something that had sparked at the beginning of eternity. I was sure of it. Eternity, I was sure, would never be enough. But it was a pretty damn good place to start.
Chapter 17. Charlie. Ava and I had been married for a year already, but this ceremony was different. Back then, we'd been forced into a marriage, but here we were a year later, choosing each other all over again and declaring our love in front of our entire kingdom. When my grandfather first suggested it, I figured the ceremony would more or less act like vow renewals, but it was so much more than that. I felt like I was marrying Ava for the first time. Nothing was rushed this time around, and I could actually sit with the excitement all morning. My face hurt from all the smiling. I couldn't wait to be in the same room with her, so I went to visit her before the ceremony. I felt her anxiety, so I needed to be there to support her. I knew she wouldn't leave me at the altar, but I couldn't say I wasn't relieved as hell when I heard Oberai's hoofs walking through the temple. I told Ava I'd be waiting for her at the end of the aisle, and by the Great Spirit, I held my promise. I could never express the joy I felt when she chose to join me. When we spoke our vows, I felt them deep in my soul, like a contract we'd made long ago was finally being sealed. I didn't think I could love Ava-Marie more than I already did, but by all the gods in the blessed haven, I loved her more than ever now. I was certain that neither of us would exit this temple the same. Thunderous applause drowned out the sound of celebratory flutes. My lips were still on Ava's, and I never wanted the kiss to end. I kissed her again, over and over again, as if no amount of kisses would be enough to show her just how much I loved her. "Save it for the honeymoon, lovebirds," Oberai teased. "It's time to go." I scooped Ava into my arms and carried her down the aisle. I left her chair behind, knowing someone else would grab it for her later. She draped her arms around my neck and squeezed me tightly, like she never wanted to let me go. Gleeful laughter escaped her chest as she waved to the guests as we passed. I practically danced down the aisle, and I felt like I was floating on air. Maybe I was. I couldn't be sure, because all my attention was stolen by the woman in my arms. "This way," my grandfather said. I hadn't even realized he'd followed us. He wasn't the only one. Other guests flooded out of the temple doors, cheering for our union. I felt someone remove the quilt from our shoulders, taking it to our room for safekeeping. "It is tradition to present the royal couple to the city following their marriage," my grandfather explained. "Your guests will remain here at the castle, enjoying a cocktail hour until you return. Enjoy the parade, for you two have earned it." Cassio guided us into an open-top carriage, and Oberai fluttered down onto the seat beside us. I set Ava on the velvet bench. Her dress was so big it covered my legs. The carriage driver snapped the reins. The sound of hooves hit the cobblestone as we were guided toward the palace gates. The gates creaked open. It was quiet for only a moment before I heard a roaring ovation erupt from outside the castle. Elameth residents had gathered along the streets to witness our parade, and they cried out in celebration when they saw us coming.
It's the Prince and Princess!
We love you, Charlie! Ava-Marie is the most beautiful bride! Charlie, I feel like a real princess!
Ava raved. I squeezed her hand. That's because you are, Pidge. You better start believing it. Ava let go of my hand to wave to the crowd, and I did the same. Flower petals rained down on us in all directions. Above us, I heard the sound of large wings flapping, and for a brief moment, the warmth of the sun left my skin. Ava gasped.
Charlie, there's an air force above us made of all types of magical creatures. Dragons, alicorns, phoenixes, you name it. They're all wearing the Elven Union's military crest. There goes Julian with them. Other military officers are stationed along the parade route, and they're saluting as we pass.
I beamed. My grandfather really knew how to put on a spectacle. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it just a little bit.
This is one big parade, Ava commented. There are musicians and acrobats ahead of our carriage, along with floats that are decorated with all kinds of flowers picked from the royal gardens. The residents are throwing flower petals from the rooftops. There are so many that it looks like rain. The whole city is celebrating our wedding.
I heard a beautiful song being sung ahead of us in Elvish. Where's the singing coming from?
There are performers riding the floats, wearing gorgeous outfits. They're singing wedding songs to accompany the music, Ava explained. Your grandfather really went all out.
I'd say. We passed by the barracks, and the cry of a general giving orders rang out over the sound of the parade.
It's the Elvish army, dressed in uniform. There are hundreds of soldiers here in formation, Ava replied. They're raising their swords in unison to give us a royal salute.
I waved at them, and a rustling noise sounded as all the soldiers bowed in unison. As we left the barracks, a cannon was set off behind us, and the people cheered louder.
Prince! Princess! Show us a kiss!
An elf cried from the sidelines. Had to be a reporter. Dozens of other voices begged alongside him.
Might as well give the people what they want,
Ova suggested, and she nudged me with her beak. I grinned and grabbed the back of Ava's neck to bring her in. We kissed, and the click of cameras went off in the background as I gave the papers something to feature on the front page tomorrow.
A taste of what's coming tonight?
Ava teased. My hands are going to be all over you, I whispered, and she let out a giggle. We turned down another side street, and Ava unexpectedly grabbed my arm. I beat her wings.
There's a little girl standing off to the side, holding out a flower for you to take.
Stop the carriage, Ava called out.
The carriage was brought to a halt, and seemingly the whole parade. I wasn't sure what she was doing, until I felt her gesture to someone beside the carriage. Another person entered. The carriage didn't shift, so the person who entered couldn't have weighed much. It was probably the little girl.
For you, princess,
she said, and the petals brushed my hand as she held it out. She could barely talk. I didn't think she was more than 3 years old. Ava took the flower and laid it on her skirt.
Thank you so much. What a lovely gift. Your crown is so pretty, the little girl said, sounding awed. I wish I could be a princess. Well, why not?
Ava reached up to take the tiara off, then set it on top of the little girl's head. All around us, the elves gasped in disbelief that Ava would give such a priceless gift.
It's so big it's almost falling off and into her eyes,
Ova said with a laugh.
She'll grow into it,
Ava replied. I wondered if she was talking more about herself and not the child.
Wow, the little girl said. It's so sparkly. Keep it as a gift from your princess, Ava said sincerely.
The little girl squealed in joy.
Thank you, princess.
She darted off the carriage, and the people around us cheered even louder. The noise around us swelled to resemble a sports game and not a parade as the carriage moved forward. That was very thoughtful, I commented.
I've got a dozen tiaras at home, and I don't need it. I've still got my wedding veil in, Ava replied. She should get to feel like a princess for a day. Ava was so good at being a princess. Much better than I was at being a prince. She made me look good next to her. Ava was such a star, and it was all I could do to bathe in her light. Plus, the press had clearly eaten that up. The cameras had been going a mile a minute when Ava had put that tiara on the little girl's head. My grandfather was going to be pleased at all the positive reception. They really love us, don't they? Ava asked quietly as the elves continued to scream, cheer, and cry at our appearance. Yeah, they do, I said. This is a special day for them as well. Ava's voice dropped as she added, I just hope I can be the princess they deserve. You are, and you will be. I squeezed her hand for reassurance. No matter what we would face in our upcoming rule, she'd always be the perfect royal. I was the one who needed to measure up. The parade must have lasted for at least an hour. It seemed that we covered every street in the city. I didn't think there was a single resident who hadn't witnessed us pass by. We were covered in flower petals, and the music was still going on. Fireworks exploded in the sky as we returned inside the palace gates, and the city continued to be vibrant and loud. My grandfather said that today had been declared a citywide holiday. The elves would be partying throughout the night until dawn to celebrate the wedding, all across Elamanth. The carriage stopped in front of the palace doors, where Eddie was already waiting for us. Your Highness, he said with a bow, the Grand March will begin as soon as you are ready. I have the princess's chair here. I scooped Ava into my arms, then helped her down from the carriage and into her bridal chair. She was very particular about the way her dress hung, and Eddie was more than happy to get on his hands and knees to straighten it out. Oberei changed into a husky and followed behind us. Eddie led us inside and down several hallways. We stopped beside a closed doorway, though I could hear chatter coming from the other side. Wait here. I will let them know you've arrived, and you will be announced before you come in. Eddie walked off, leaving us alone. It occurred to me this might be the last time Ava and I would get a spare moment to ourselves during the reception. I got you something, Pidge, I said as I reached into my suit jacket. A present? Charlie, you didn't have to do that. Ava's voice raised a few pitches. I didn't have to, but I wanted to. I pulled out a small velvet box and opened it. Inside sat a pure gold necklace in the shape of tiny handcuffs. Ava drew a sharp breath. Oh, Charlie, I love it! I don't think those are going to fit her, Oberei cracked. Shut up, Ava playfully jabbed back. I want to wear it. I took the necklace out of the box. I wanted to get you something that would always remind you of our wedding day. I wasn't sure if handcuffs were fitting, but they felt right for us. I couldn't get the gold right with my illusion magic, so I had the royal jeweler custom make it. Ava took off the necklace she was wearing and gave it to Oberei to keep safe. I secured the clasp of the handcuff necklace around her neck. It's perfect. I'm never taking it off, Ava raved. She wrapped her arms around my middle. Thank you, Charlie. You're welcome, Pidge. Now she would always know she was mine. I never wanted anything else. Eddie's footsteps approached. Your Highnesses, it is time. Double doors opened in front of us, and trumpets blared. Eddie cried, Presenting His Royal Highness Prince Charles Majestica, Grand Duke of Elamanth, and his bride, Her Royal Highness Princess Ava-Marie Watkin, Grand Duchess of Elamanth. We entered an expansive room with a tall ceiling and polished floors. Our guests applauded, and chairs squeaked as people stood to give us a standing ovation. The ballroom is gorgeous, Ava gushed telepathically. All the doors are trimmed in silver, and a glittering chandelier is hanging above us, burning black candles. Diamond streamers are hanging from the ceiling. The lights are dimmed to give a dark ambience. Our guests are seated at tables around the perimeter of the room, and a string quartet is set up in the corner. The curtains and tablecloths are in black, and there are massive bouquets of pink flowers for the centerpieces. A multi-tiered wedding cake in black with pink roses is in the corner. It's a perfect wedding for a pair of villains. Ava didn't have to describe the room to me for me to know how wonderful it was. I could feel the joy in the air as our guests welcomed us with a booming fanfare. It was hard to believe they were here for us, celebrating our union. The first time we got married back at the Institute, our union was treated as a nuisance. Here, our love was celebrated. I couldn't imagine a better way to show Ava just how much I loved her than to declare it in front of all our family and friends. Hell, our entire nation. We were guided to the front of the room, where our wedding party was already seated at a head table. We passed by a table where our parents sat, and my father stood to shake my hand.
"Congratulations to you both," Cameron said. "I'm very happy for you."
He was being really nice, and I didn't know how to respond to that. It was easier when we were yelling at each other. "Thanks," I told him. I didn't know what else to say. Cameron sniffled, and I thought for a second he was crying about my wedding. To hide his emotions, he quickly added,
"Wish I'd have gotten a wedding as lovely as this. Your mother and I had to get married in secret, so we never got the big celebration."
There it was. A fucking course. He had to make this about himself. My father was jealous, and he had to make sure I knew it. I wasn't going to let him ruin this special day, though. "Didn't you and Drea have a royal wedding?" I asked, trying to keep the harshness out of my tone.
"Yes, but it wasn't the same," Cameron admitted.
He wasn't going to drop it.
"Yeah, well, I wouldn't have all this if it wasn't for my Shinari," I said.
I left it at that, then turned away and led Ava up to the head table.
"What a prick," she mumbled under her breath.
"So he didn't have the wedding he wanted. Doesn't mean he has to ruin it for us. He could suck it up for a night." I pushed her chair in at the table. "Don't worry, love. This is our special day, and nothing he could say will ruin it." I took a seat next to Ava, and Oberei hopped onto a chair beside me that was reserved especially for him. He sniffed the air, then licked his lips loudly. He was practically panting. "I smell meat!" Servants came around with our first course, which was a Greek salad made with fresh tomatoes and bell peppers tossed with delicious feta cheese. Ava ate all of her salad, which was a good sign. She was feeling well today. I was worried she'd have a flare-up on this most important of days, but we'd gotten lucky, because she was thankfully at her best. Oberei turned up his nose. In his words, "Salad is what real food eats." As the servants came around with platters of food for our main course, my stomach rumbled at the delicious smell of lamb and roasted veggies. The perfect blend of basil and garlic burst across my taste buds when I took a bite. I tried to slow down and savor every bite, but it was difficult when it was so damn good. Ava gave a slight sigh and whispered under her breath, "I wish I had gotten my way on this one. It's my grandfather's favorite. We had to compromise on something," I offered. "I don't mind eating meat, but I'm not a fan of consuming innocent little babies. It feels like we're offering up a sacrificial lamb," Ava argued. "The warden would probably love this meal." "Then it's the only thing he and I will ever agree on," I said, and I greedily took a second helping because I couldn't get enough. This was great. "You can have it, but I'm not eating it. There's plenty of other food here, like these delicious rolls," Ava said happily. Oberei scarfed down his lamb chops and barked at a server to bring him more. They came back with a plate piled so high I could feel the heat coming off it. I had no doubt Oberei would eat each and every item on his plate. "Oberei, mind your manners, please," Ava said as she gently sliced her vegetables. "This is a royal occasion." "As the royal pup, I can do whatever I want," Oberei stated proudly. "I request that the kitchen save all the leftovers and deliver them to my room promptly when the party ends." I sighed heavily. "Whatever you say, royal pup." Ava snickered. Someone clinked their glass, and the chatter in the room died down. Liam cleared his throat, then stood. "I'd like to thank you all for being here today to celebrate my daughter's marriage. I cannot thank Emperor Cassiel enough for his hospitality and for hosting such a wonderful celebration." Liam paused to contemplate. "I love my little girl.
I think that's clear to everyone who's ever seen me with her. I've adored Ava from the moment I found out my wife and I were going to have a girl over 20 years ago. She's the best of my life and the light of my world. Years ago, she gave me a reason to keep fighting when I didn't think there was anything left to fight for. I swore the day she was born there'd never be anyone for her, because no one would love her as much as I did. I didn't ever want to give her away, because she was just too precious and too special. But then I met Charlie, and I realized how wrong I was. I was shocked. I didn't think Liam would say anything about me in his speech, and if he did, I didn't think it would be anything good. But Liam went on. Charlie, you're a good person. I've seen you be a good husband, even when Ava's pushing your buttons. At first, I didn't think the two of you fit together. But after seeing how you interact together, I know now that there were never two people that were better meant for each other. You take care of her in a way that I never could, and you understand her better than anyone else in this world. Our family is more than happy to welcome you as our son. Despite trying to hold my emotions back, I found myself choking up. It was really nice that Liam supported me and accepted me for who I was. Ava put a hand on my arm, sounding teary-eyed herself. My wife and I are here to support you both, and we will until we join the ancestors, and even beyond, Liam stated. You two have been married for a year now, so you already know how it is. Marriage isn't simply a piece of paper or a legal arrangement. It's a commitment to be the best you can be for one person for the rest of your lifetime. It changes the fundamental makeup of who you are, for better or worse. Marriage is easy, it's hard, and everything in between. If I can leave you both with one piece of advice, it is this. The world will never stop throwing things at you, and things will always change. But what's important is that your love remains consistent and something you both can count on. As long as you have each other, you can face anything together. To Ava and Charlie.
To Ava and Charlie,
the crowd toasted. They didn't address us by our official titles, which was nice, because it meant we were surrounded by friends. These people knew us on a personal level, and it was everything I dreamed of to have them here today. My father stood next. That was a lovely speech, Liam. I suppose now it's my turn. Oh, fuck, I mumbled under my breath. Here we go. I reached for Ava's hand under the table and squeezed it. She held on to me tightly. I told her Cameron couldn't ruin our wedding, but I had a feeling he was about to prove me wrong. What can I say? Cameron started. Nothing. Sit back down, Ava cracked telepathically. That made me smile, and I squeezed her hand even tighter. Charlie, ever since you were a little boy, I knew you were destined for great things, Cameron said. I remember the day you were born. You were so small and I held you. You deserve a Father of the Year award for that, considering it was the only time you were there for him, Ava growled. I chuckled under my breath. He's certainly trying to win himself some points with our guests, I joked back through our bond. They can all see right through him, and I bet he knows it. Cameron cleared his throat, then slurred. Just a tiny little baby. You were walking by the time you were 6 months old. By the ancestors, Charlie's a miracle baby, Ava exclaimed telepathically. I cracked a smile at that one, and I had to hold back a laugh. It certainly has nothing to do with my father's shit memory. Cameron let out a snicker. You are such a fussy baby. You drive me nuts with your crying, day in and day out. But I'll let your mother handle all that. Is he drunk? I asked Ava. I hadn't noticed before when we were talking to him, but now it was unmistakable. He looks fucking plastered, Ava complained. I bet he was like that at the ceremony, too. Elvish tradition? I bet it won't even take an hour before he's stumbling back to his quarters, O'Brien cut in. We're taking bets now? Ava teased. I'll give him at least an hour and a half. He'll have 12 glasses of wine in him by then.
I think he's already on glass number 3.
So that explains the speech, I quipped. I never thought he'd actually get up and say something.
Oh, he's saying something, all right, Aubrey said.
It's not easy being a parent, you know, Cameron rambled on. You need to be strong, make hard decisions, and there are a lot of sacrifices.
What was he talking about? My dad had been around when I was a toddler, but I was barely 3 years old when I'd been taken away from him, and we'd hardly talked since I got to Elamanth.
Kids don't like to listen, Cameron complained. You give them the world, and they throw it back in your face. They do what they want and don't like to obey. As a father, there were dreams I had to give up and money I had to waste because I had a child and he was supposed to come first.
The reception hall was stunned into silence. Embarrassment began to creep across my skin, and I felt my cheeks redden. Ancestors, this was mortifying. I couldn't believe my father was humiliating me like this, in front of all our guests. I'm going to kill him, Ava thought, and her fire began to smolder between our interlocked fingers. Just let him finish. My grandfather said that murder wasn't exactly unusual at an elvish wedding, at least not historically. According to him, it was only 50 or so years ago that an elvish wedding was considered boring if at least one body wasn't getting dragged out of the reception hall at the end of the night. But I really didn't want my beautiful bride getting blood on her dress. She liked it too much.
I was still the best dad that I could be, Cameron slurred. Despite the circumstances, Charlie and I had spent a few years apart.
A few years, I thought angrily. More like my entire life.
And he went through some hard times. Most of you have heard that he grew up on the streets, doing unmentionable things in order to survive, Cameron ranted. And I feel bad that I couldn't be there for him as a father should, even though I did my absolute best to. Sometimes life happens.
He was talking about the absolute worst time of my life when this was supposed to be the happiest day of my existence. It made me feel like absolute shit. Should we get up and stop this? I heard Chansey murmur to the other groomsmen a few seats down from me. They mumbled back, not sure what to do.
The lesson here is to never forget about family, Cameron ranted. And son, I know you're a prince now, but don't let the riches and fame go to your head. It can be really hard having all this money and being a part of the royal family. But there are benefits to being a Majestica. Your wedding guests here will certainly be giving you some elaborate gifts. But don't forget the presents will be going into the royal treasury, where all of us could share it.
So much for not letting the riches go to your head. Jewels always ended up in the royal treasury, so they'd be shared amongst the family, which really meant he'd benefit from our wedding gifts anyway. As if the royal family didn't already have enough. He was making this all about him when this was supposed to be mine and Ava's day. What's more, he was trying to profit off our guests. What the hell was he thinking? This was insane. I honestly couldn't believe Cameron. My grandfather's lessons had changed my life, and I knew my dad had gone through the same teachings. Did Castiel's words not have any effect on him at all? He wanted the benefits of being emperor, but not any of the responsibility. I guess that was a theme of his, because he wanted to have the title of being my father and brag to people about having a son, but he didn't want to actually do any of the work. My father and I were complete opposites, because I would go to any lengths to make sure my people thrived, and I would give up anything if I had a child of my own. Cameron wasn't willing to sacrifice a bit of comfort to be a ruler or a parent, and I realized he didn't deserve to be either. Cameron chuckled.
Remember, Charlie, your duties as a royal aren't as important as your family. Your mother isn't here today, and I'm sure, like all of us, that you regret that she isn't, because you can't get time with your loved ones back once they're gone.
It really hurt when he brought up my mom, more than anything else he'd said. I wished he'd stop. It wasn't like it was her choice not to come to this wedding. She was dead, because she died for me. My dad had made sure to remind me of that on my wedding day. I gripped Ava's hand so tightly I was sure I was restricting circulation, but she didn't let go. Unexpectedly, I felt another hand slip into mine. Marcus held tight to show his support. I grasped his fingers back and didn't pull away. I was a pretty masculine guy, but all that bravado was walking out the door right now, and I needed him to help me at the moment. I was grateful as hell for him, because besides the comfort, his hand in mine prevented me from getting up from this chair and socking my old man, which I very much wanted to do. I'd rather get in the boxing ring with 6 vampires, because that couldn't be more painful than this speech. Cameron's voice got high-pitched. Man, he really was wasted.
His best friend, Martin, he seems like a nice guy. And that Katrina girl he hangs around with is really swell. And my daughter-in-law, Ava, well, I'm proud of her, too. I've heard she has a beautiful voice, and she plays piano in every one of her videos. She's written 3 whole songs.
Ava had certainly written more than 3 songs. She had whole albums she'd finished before she'd even left high school. We'd written dozens of songs together at the Institute alone, and I was the one who always played the piano, not her. My dad didn't know us at all, and this was the proof. A chair scraped backward, and I just knew my grandfather was interrupting. He had to be embarrassed, too. I was surprised he'd let it go on for as long as he did.
That's enough, my son. I believe our other guests would like to speak,
Cassiel said gracefully, smoothly saving the situation. Cameron hiccuped.
Oh, okay, I'll wrap it up. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm proud of the man you've become, Charlie. Cheers to the happy couple.
Cheers, the guests echoed, though their response sounded really awkward. Cameron had none of the qualities my grandfather had as a leader, and damn, it showed now. Cameron sat back down, and I could finally breathe. I wasn't sure I believed him when he said he was proud of me, or if that's just what he was supposed to say, but I'd take it, so long as that awful speech was finally fucking over. Marcus hurried to move things along. I guess that means it's our turn. Callie stood and clinked her glass, getting people's attention.
For those of you who don't know me, I am Princess Kalina Nawak of Malovia, and I'm the maid of honor. Yeah, and I'm the best man. My name's Marcus, not Martin, Marcus said.
Ava and I were already laughing. We couldn't hold it in, not after that ridiculous speech from my dad. It sounded like the two of them had rehearsed this already. Marcus continued for Callie.
Of course, it would be traditional for the two of us to give a big speech, but Ava and Charlie are anything but traditional. Just look at their wedding. They did the whole thing backwards, Callie cracked. You're supposed to hold the ceremony before you get married. I couldn't wait, Ava joked.
The crowd laughed along with us.
And so, in true Ava and Charlie fashion, Kalina and I have decided to go untraditional and put on a play rather than a speech, Marcus announced. We present to you the true story of Ava-Marie and Charlie's marriage.
He clapped his hands loudly.
Places, everyone!
All along the head table, chairs squeaked as our friends stood to make their way to the center of the ballroom. Even Oberoi hopped down and followed behind the rest of the wedding party. Ava and I were both stunned into silence because we didn't know they were planning this. I couldn't imagine what they had in store.
Oh, ancestors, Ava whispered. They have costumes.
Costumes? I asked. Callie's in a leather jacket, and Marcus put on a wig, Ava groaned. I was intrigued. This was going to be interesting, at the very least.
Our story begins on a warm summer day in a distant land known as Kinpago, Alistair narrated dramatically. The sweet maiden Ava was taking a stroll through the streets of her home when she unexpectedly ran into the tall, dark, and handsome Charlie.
Who are you calling a sweet maiden? Ava called out, and the crowd laughed hysterically. 2 pairs of footsteps came from either side of the ballroom before crossing paths.
Oof,
Marcus said dramatically as he bumped into Callie, giving a girlish croon.
Watch it, sweetheart,
Callie grunted in a masculine voice. She'd made me sound like a fucking caveman. I wasn't that broody. What do you think you're doing in a rough part of town like this?
Oh, just fucking off as usual,
Marcus chirped, and the audience laughed. Ancestors, his female voice was horrible. It was obnoxious and totally overdone. I grinned at how good he was at it. I didn't mean to bump into you, except I totally did because I use my bad boy persona to act tough when I don't have to, Callie grumbled. What's your name? Marcus giggled like a little schoolgirl.
My name's Pigeon. I'm called that because my brain is the size of one, at least when it comes to men.
Ava let out a spewing laugh, slamming her hand against the table. I was glad she was having fun. Pigeon? I'm going to call you Pidge, Callie replied. That's a nice name for a pretty girl.
Am I a pretty girl?
Marcus squeaked and the crowd roared. The prettiest I've ever seen. I'm Charlie. Now do what I tell you to and run along. This part is important because you're going to be doing a lot of that in the future.
Okay.
Marcus peeped, then he sighed dramatically as he flounced away.
Oh my, that man was so gorgeous. He's like a world tour for my vagina.
Ava busted a gut laughing, then quickly added under her breath. I told Callie that in confidence. I smirked. You really thought that about me? Yes, but it's missing context, all right? Ava said. And you can't tell me I was wrong. I beamed. You certainly weren't. The play continued. I sat back, wondering what these two would come up with next. Marcus let out a dainty croon.
I can't find my wallet. Perhaps I dropped it on the beach. I'll go look.
Marcus began skipping across the ballroom. He gasped, stumbling backward as he oversold his surprise.
What is that? Oh, it's my familiar. I finally bonded. Her name is Obereye.
Obereye shifted into a fire unicorn and trotted up next to Marcus. You stay away from my familiar, Callie shouted, coming on scene. I swore she made me sound more stupid with every word she uttered.
No one asked your opinion,
Marcus shot back.
Go away, you big, strong man, you.
Now, children.
Ezekiel entered, using a gruff tone I could only assume was an impression of his grandpa Elliot. His voice sounded muffled, like he was wearing a fake beard.
Let's not get too carried away. You have both bonded to the same creature, and you have no choice but to work together. Ava, show Charlie around school and don't get into any trouble. Don't even think about stealing a boat and running off together.
Hey, my grandfather had a great idea,
Marcus said once Ezekiel exited the stage.
Perhaps we should steal a boat and run off together. It's not like anything could go wrong.
That's the grand plan, Callie raved. That isn't how it happened, I grumbled to Ava while she snickered. Our friends started clapping and stomping their feet, mimicking the sound of a storm.
Oh no!
Marcus cried dramatically.
These waters are too rough. Good golly gee, I think I broke a nail.
Oh, so you rough, Callie rumbled, and I snorted.
How dare you! I would never sleep with a brute like you! Except I totally would!
Marcus screeched.
Lower your sails and turn back to shore,
Chansey called out. It sounded like he was speaking through a megaphone.
Oh no!
Marcus gave a high-pitched yelp.
It's the police! Quick, Charlie, sail faster!
You're under arrest, Ivy practically sang in a smooth voice that made this sound more like a porno than anything. I was certain it was intentional. Metal clinked together, and I realized they brought real fucking handcuffs as props. Yep, a real porno for sure. This certainly wasn't appropriate for a royal affair, but then again, the Majestica family weren't your typical royals either. I could hear my grandfather chuckling from the nearest table.
You can't arrest me,
Marcus panted, and now he sounded like the one who was in a porno.
I'm the daughter of a chief.
Sure you are, and I'm an emperor's grandson, Callie said sarcastically. This got a big laugh from the audience. The scene quickly shifted, and all our friends rushed to center stage.
Order,
Ivy called seductively.
Order in the court.
Right, now they were a horny judge, too.
Your Honor, my client is innocent,
Opal insisted, playing her part well.
Ava-Marie was never on that boat. Charlie's the criminal,
Marcus whined, stomping his foot.
You'll never believe what he did. Your Honor, he stole my wallet.
Ava leaned over to me and whispered,
Well, they got one thing right. Well, we can't separate you two, and also we like the sexual tension, so you are both hereby sentenced to the Dark Institute for Supernatural Offenders,
Ivy announced, banging a gavel.
Anywhere but there,
Marcus feigned dramatically.
I'm too hot for prison.
Our friends dragged him off, while Callie took center stage.
Perhaps this page is not as bad as she seems. I feel terribly sorry for her. If only I could understand my feelings, then I could articulate what I feel about her. Sadly, my emotional intelligence is equal to that of a kumquat, so I'll just ignore what my heart is telling me and misinterpret it as anger. Me punch things, me feel better.
I sputtered. Okay, I'd been a little oblivious, but that was pushing the envelope a bit, right?
I hate him, Oberai,
Marcus whined from his side of the stage. Oberai stomped her foot and gave a loud neigh.
It's Charlie's fault we're in this prison. He's complete trash.
Callie whipped off her leather jacket and spun it around over her head, then tossed it across the room. It smacked me across the face, and I laughed hysterically.
Who wants to go for a swim? Callie cried. Look at me, all hot and shirtless. My swim trunks don't fit, so that just means you can almost see my junk past my happy trail, and I'm too inconsiderate to pull them up.
Those abs,
Marcus raved to Oberai.
If Charlie's trash, consider me a raccoon, because I love garbage.
The crowd completely lost it at that. Ava and I laughed so hard that we were leaning against each other. This was fucking hilarious. They were playing their parts so well.
Fast forward a few years, and our two star-crossed lovers were in a tight predicament,
Alistair narrated.
As the story goes, anyone with elvish blood at the Institute was taken away to where no one knew, by the warden himself.
Boo! The crowd jeered, and I smirked. Boo indeed.
The warden discovered that Charlie had elvish blood, and there was only one way to save him, through an arranged marriage conceived by the princess herself, Alistair announced. Charlie, we need to get married so the warden can't kidnap you, and that's the only reason, Marcus peeped. It's not like I secretly love you or anything.
Yeah, I understand. You want to save me, not be with me. At least that's what I think, because like I said, feelings are hard for me to read. Or have, Callie grunted.
Ava socked me in the arm, and I cringed. That hadn't been one of my finest moments.
So marry me,
Marcus cried.
There's an officiant in the chapel right now. We can get married, and I can pretend that I'm not totally head over heels for you, even though it's obvious to everyone else.
Cool, I guess. I must stay completely rigid so you can't understand what's going on with me, and we can fight about it later, like we always do, Callie stated.
It's so true,
Ava yelped. It sounded like she was crying laughing. Eddie stood in as Professor Hemlock.
Do you?
Yes!
Callie and Marcus both said in unison.
Then I declare you man and wife, Eddie said. You may now kiss the bride.
The crowd erupted into cheers, and Ava and I clapped loudly.
Oh, Marcus dipped Callie down into a stage kiss. How cute,
Ava exclaimed. Yeah, a stage kiss, I said sarcastically. I knew what he was trying to pull. Just friends my ass.
There you have it, Alistair announced. The true story of the prince and princess's marriage. Though another year of hardship would pass, it was on their wedding day a year later when they found their true happily ever after.
Marcus took center stage again, and this time his voice had turned serious. Ava, Charlie, we cannot thank you enough for the joy your love has brought into our lives. You guys created a safe place at the Institute for each of us to make friends and find our forever family. Your love is bigger than just the two of you, because it's influenced us all. It is because of you that all of us are here today.
Thank you for all the laughs, all the memories, and most importantly, our friendship, Callie added. Congratulations to the not-so-newlyweds.
The room burst into applause again. I found my throat tightening up, because after the comedy show they just put on, I hadn't expected them to get so serious. I raised my glass and took a sip of wine, trying to hide my response. Our friends returned to the head table, and Oberai came over to nudge her nose against my cheek.
Your turn, Charlie.
What are you talking about? Ava asked. It's Charlie's wedding. He doesn't need to give a speech. It isn't a speech, I told her gently. I have something else planned. I got out of my chair as the servants rolled a grand piano to the center of the ballroom. The room quieted as I sat. Everyone was curious what I was going to do. I softly played a high C note 3 times before launching into a C major arpeggio and then adding more complicated melodies in the lower register. It was soft at first, growing in intensity as I played the keys faster. The acoustics in the ballroom were beyond comparison, and my music twinkled like stars against the high ceiling. As I got into the song, I leaned forward, and my face had a microphone I hadn't realized had been set up there. I got an idea. I didn't even think about it. I just started singing, improvising the lyrics to my melody as I went. I never thought about adding words to this song. Lyrics were Ava's thing, and the piano was mine. But when I was there, lost in the moment, the words just spilled out of me. It was like they existed all along inside of me, and I didn't know they needed to come out until now.
You were a light among the dark when I didn't know night had fallen. A beacon to my broken heart. Somehow I heard you calling. When day broke, you were the sunrise. The cosmos rearranged. The morn you called my name. Call it fate, call it destiny. Say the ancestors led you to me. All I know is this is meant to be. Even gods can't take you from me. I clung to the pigeon's croon and somehow made my way to you. We've been set free, now we can fly. This world is ours till the day we die. We can tear it down or rise above, 'cause there's nothing stronger than our love.
The melody faded as the song came to an end. I knew it was custom to repeat a chorus, but somehow the song felt perfect just like that. I leaned back on the bench as the final chord reverberated through the ballroom. I could feel Ava's emotions pouring into me through the bond. She was crying. I already knew it.
Charlie, that was beautiful,
Ava told me telepathically. It's how I feel, Pidge, I replied. Only a moment later did I remember we weren't alone. I'd been so lost in the music, so lost in her. The crowd went wild with applause. I stood from the piano, and the servants quickly came to wheel it away. I never once took my focus off of Ava-Marie. I approached the head table, but instead of going to sit down, I took her hand. I gestured to the string quartet, and they began playing a slow song for our first dance.
Hold on, Ava said. I've got to unlock my chair's wheels.
I shook my head. You don't need your chair, Pidge. I scooped her up in my arms, and she gave a little yelp. I carried her onto the dance floor, then gently placed her feet on mine. I held her around the waist to keep her upright. My heart filled with joy as I began to sway her back and forth. Tears leaked from Ava's eyes and landed on my suit coat. Her voice cracked as she said,
Charlie, we're dancing.
Of course, Pidge, I whispered. It's our first dance.
I didn't think I would get one.
She sniffled, then squeezed me tighter and buried her face in my chest.
Thank you for this, and for the song, too. It was lovely.
Anything for you, my love. I truly meant it. Whatever she wanted, she could have. Everything I did for her. Ava leaned in closer and whispered, I got you something too, but it's for later. My dick hardened because I could only imagine what she had in store. I was thankful at that moment for her huge dress because it hid my hard-on when all eyes were on us. I barely registered the guests, though. I was so mesmerized by my wife as I spun her around the dance floor. Holding Ava close like this on our wedding night was something I could only ever dream of, but here it was, really happening. My fingers trailed over her dress. There were so many bumps and ridges from rhinestones and sparkles that it was a lot to take in, and there were raised dots on the skirt. It was like Ava had chosen the beads just for me, so I could experience the beauty of her wedding dress like all our guests. Then I realized that she had. She wanted me to see this dress just like everyone else could. I was so touched. Remember our first dance at our last wedding? I asked. That silly reception at the Devil's Playground. She laughed lightly. Our friends made us. I was so worried at the time. I thought you hated me, I confessed. I wanted to dance with you, but I was too scared. There was never anything to be afraid of, Pidge. We belonged together. I took in every sensation of her body against mine, and the beat of her heart against my chest. I was so overcome with joy and love, and I never wanted this night to end. The song eventually concluded, and our guests applauded. All of our friends swarmed onto the dance floor, surrounding us at all angles.
We're so happy for you guys,
Callie squealed as she threw her arms around the two of us.
This wedding is even better than your first,
Marcus cut in, squeezing us tight from our other side.
You should do this every year.
I laughed. If I could, I'd marry Ava every day for the rest of my life. And beyond, Ava added. I beamed. Every day for the rest of forever, because that's how long we're going to be together. Forever, Ava mused in my arms. I can certainly live with that. Marcus sniffled.
All of us together forever. It's so beautiful.
I sighed heavily, but really, I was masking my feelings as I choked up. I suppose you guys aren't going anywhere, huh?
Come in here, all of you,
Ava cried. A different slow song began to play as all of our friends gathered around, wrapping us in a group hug. Nobody moved to end it either. We began swaying back and forth. The group dance felt slow and intimate. Callie and Marcus pressed in around us, while Ivy hummed to the beat. Alistair and Eddie rocked side by side, while Ez and Opal leaned on each other. Chansey was bawling. I knew because it was right in my ear. You know what? My dad had screwed up his speech earlier, but this was my family. I'd die for any one of these guys. We'd been through some mad shit and slayed some wicked foes, and we were still fucking here, and we were still friends. All of us together, and that's how it always should be. I never wanted that to change. I had to fight every day to prove that I was worthy growing up, and sometimes it felt like I was still fighting the entire world, all the time. I never thought I'd be good enough, but my friends insisted that wasn't true. I needed these people to remind me who I was every single day. I was more than just the ups and downs. I belonged to them. When I was at my weakest, they promised I was strong, and they held me up when I just went numb to it all. The person I was lived inside of them. I couldn't fail, not when I had these guys to back me up. My friends believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and I believed them, too, when they said they loved me. That was the biggest miracle I'd ever experienced. The song ended, and the group slowly broke apart. I was really grateful to have that moment with my friends. Whatever happened, even if things didn't stay the way they were now, it was a memory I'd always cherish.
Okay, enough with the sappy stuff. Now it's time for some real music,
O'Brien demanded.
Woohoo!
Callie yelled.
Let's party!
O'Brien stomped her hooves at the DJ, and fast-paced music began to boom over speakers set around the ballroom. Our friends let us go to begin spinning or twerking across the dance floor. Eddie brought Ava's chair, and I helped her into it. She kept on dancing the whole time, shimmying her boobs against me and grabbing my ass as I shook it in her direction.
All right, now it's a party!
A grating voice called from beside us. A vampire who reeked of alcohol and blood stumbled against me. He must have had several bottles of wine by now, because it took a lot to make a vampire drunk. I groaned. Go away, Danny. You weren't invited.
I crashed,
he stated proudly before rubbing his ass against me to the music. I shoved him hard. He stumbled, but didn't fall over. Actually, I invited him, Ava said.
And I'm having a great time,
Danny cheered. He threw his hands upward, and a splash of wine landed on my pant leg. Danny, you're drunk, I complained. Shh, Danny hissed, coming in close to me.
Don't tell anyone, because it's a secret. But getting drunk is what you do at weddings.
Get drunk somewhere else. I put my hand on his face and pushed him away. Danny laughed.
Lighten up! This is supposed to be the happiest day of your life!
Danny stumbled off to another part of the dance floor.
Oh, be nice to him,
Ava scolded playfully. He's just here to party. Well, he can party somewhere else, I said before taking her hands in mine and spinning her around. Danny completely fell from my mind as we continued dancing to upbeat songs. This was supposed to be a royal affair, but neither Ava nor I held back. We groped each other and shook our asses, spinning all over the dance floor like we owned it. And we fucking did. This palace, this nation, this world, it was ours for the taking. Now that we were officially joined in marriage under the gods and the ancestors, it felt as if we could do anything and not one fucker alive was going to stop us. The song changed to a slow song, and Ava gave a heavy sigh.
Whew, I need a drink.
I'll get it, love, I offered. I went over to the drink table, and Ava followed. I was filling a glass of punch when the hairs on the back of my neck stood. I didn't understand why, until I heard the voice of Ava's aunt behind me.
Ava, Charlie,
Maddie said. I turned to her, though my tone was stilted. Maddie, I trust you're having a good time.
It's been a great wedding, she said. I'm very happy for both of you. Happiness like this is something we must never take for granted.
Oh, fuck. I just knew she was going to come in here with her end-of-the-world bullshit. This wasn't the time or the place for her to issue some warning about our prophecy. I kept my cool while I handed Ava her glass. Before my wife could say anything, I extended my hand in Maddie's direction. Would you like to dance? Maddie hesitated a moment, then said,
Yes, thank you. Have fun,
Ava called. She thought the gesture was innocent, but really, I was trying to get her aunt away from her, so she didn't ruin Ava's special night. I guided Maddie onto the dance floor, and we began to spin in slow circles. Nearby, Marcus and Callie's soft voices drifted over the ballroom. They'd been hanging on each other all night and hadn't been apart all evening. I thought something like this would trigger them, but they were laughing and seemed perfectly fine. I'd broken their bond, but to be honest, I wasn't sure if things were completely over between them yet. They still acted like there was something there, especially at this wedding. The two of them were behaving like a couple, dancing together and whispering softly, though they'd both promised me they were just friends. I supposed we'd see. "Congratulations on your wedding, Charlie," Maddie said. "You didn't come here to congratulate me," I said coldly. "You came to give me another warning." "I could try, but it wouldn't do any good, would it?" Maddie replied in an equally cool manner. "You've made your choice already, and there's nothing I can do to stop it." "No," I told her as we stiffly swayed. "I decide the fate of my prophecy, so it's already done. I don't care if the evidence proves otherwise. Ava and I have already won. We will defeat the Warden." "I cannot change your mind, but I will leave you with this," Maddie said. "Don't lie to yourself, Charlie. If that is the way you truly feel, then so be it. But don't let your confidence overshadow what you know to be true. Eventually, the truths you are hiding from yourself will come to light. You can't run from that." I tilted my head. "Why would I run from something I'm not afraid of?" "Because you should be afraid of it, Charlie," Maddie responded hollowly. "We all should." I was grateful that the song ended then. An upbeat melody came on, and Callie rushed to my side in an instant. "Charlie, come dance with me," Callie begged, dragging me away. "Marcus is being a limp dick and went to get cake." I didn't afford Maddie so much as a goodbye. I think she got the message. I spun Callie around, and she laughed gleefully. "You and Marcus seem to be having a good time," I called over the music. She leaned in and said, "We're having the best time." Unexpectedly, she reached out to give me a hug. "Thank you so much for breaking our bond. Marcus and I have never been better. We're such good friends now that there's no romantic pressure hanging over our heads. We could actually have deep conversations without fighting." "I'm glad to hear that," I told her, though I wasn't sure I was completely buying it. "I didn't think our friendship would survive after the bond broke, but we actually get along now," she confessed. "You cleared the air so we could start from scratch. It really did set us free." "I'm happy for you guys," I said honestly. "I just want what's best for you two." Ava joined us again, and Callie dropped it. We danced for hours, and time seemed to fly by. In the distance, we heard a clock tower strike midnight, and still we continued spinning across the dance floor and laughing until we couldn't breathe. Several guests came by to greet and congratulate us, saying goodbye before they retreated to their quarters, but most stayed to drink, dance, and celebrate. It must have been past 2 in the morning when Alistair snatched the microphone from the DJ booth. "As the night wears down, we have a special grand finale performance for the bride and groom. Folks, put your hands together for Ivy and Jonah!" Ava squealed. "Oh, my ancestors! This is going to be epic!" Eddie rushed to my side with a chair and forced me into it. Ava and I sat in the center of the dance floor while a pumping bass shook the entire ballroom. An explosion sounded, and streamers and confetti rained down on my head. An old Lady Gaga song burst through the speakers, and Ivy's beautiful singing voice filled the room. The crowd cheered, though Ava's voice was the loudest. Ivy's heels clicked against the marble floor as they strutted forward. They stopped directly in front of us, then tickled me under the chin with a feather boa. Ivy circled us, and Ava whistled loudly. "That dress is sexy as fuck, Ivy!" she cheered. Ivy didn't miss a beat. They spun around, then sat right on my lap and twerked their ass. Strands from their long hair got stuck in my mouth. I threw my head back in laughter. Ivy was only on me for a second before they threw their leg over Ava's chair and gave her a lap dance. Ava whooped and hollered. The beat dropped for the chorus, and Ava's Uncle Jonah came on stage, his voice blaring through the speakers. Ivy and Jonah coordinated perfectly, with Ivy singing a matching harmony. They began a dance in a choreographed motion, and though I couldn't keep track of the movements, Ava did her best to describe it to me. "My uncle went all out," she raved. "He's wearing a sexy red sequin dress and the biggest blonde wig I've ever seen." At the second verse, Ava squealed so loud it could be heard over the music.
Oh, there are stripper poles coming down from the ceiling!
Ivy and Jonah spun around the poles, whipping their hair so hard I could feel the air coming off it with my magic. Smoke machines hissed, and I coughed as the smoke filled the dance floor. "I'm getting in there," O'Brien insisted. She didn't care if she was invited or not. She strutted up between them, her hooves smacking the floor to the beat of the song. She spun in circles so fast that she got dizzy. She was forced to shift into a husky, or she was going to fall on someone and break their legs. O'Brien stumbled to the side, his head landing in my lap. I shoved him off of me, and he went strutting around the dance floor again. By the end of the song, fireworks were going off around the room, and embers rained down upon us. Ivy grabbed my hand and dragged me out of my chair, and Jonah pushed Ava forward. We spun and danced around, while our guests stormed the dance floor with us. We were surrounded from all angles. Another song thumped a deep bass, and suddenly people were pushing and shoving each other. I heard the sound of punches and kicks connect, and panic swept through me. "Ava!" I cried out. I was too far away from her, and I didn't know where she'd gone. Then I heard her laughter, and I knew she was safe. "I'm okay," she told me through the bond. "Jonah got me out of the way. I'm with Callie getting drinks. Go have fun." A heavy hand landed on my shoulder, and my grandpa's gruff voice came from behind me.
"There's nothing to worry about, my boy. A brawl at the end of the evening is an elvish wedding tradition. Didn't you know?"
A fist came out of nowhere and smacked me in the face. I didn't know where it had come from, though it wasn't my grandfather's. Pain shot through my nose, and blood trickled down my face. I tasted copper. Chancey's maniacal laughter faded as he raced away from me before I could get him back. A huge grin spread across my face. It was like the villain's ball all over again, and I lived for the high of a fight.
"I fucking love the elves!"
I cheered. I shoved my grandfather, and he hit me back. It wasn't enough to hurt, more like I was roughhousing with the father I had never had. I laughed gleefully as he got me in a headlock. I punched him in the stomach and ducked out of his arms. I dodged away from him and could still hear his laughter far off. O'Brien scurried up to me and bit my pants. He tugged, though not enough to rip fabric. He was being playful. I tried to kick him off, and he snapped his jaws at me. His sharp canines dug into my leg. Thankfully, he didn't draw blood, but it still hurt.
"Ow, O'Brien!"
I protested.
"That's a bit harsh, don't you think?"
"So siphon some of my strength, elf boy," he teased. "Show me what you got."
I wrestled him to the ground and curled my arms around his neck. He spun in circles, dragging me along the floor, but I didn't budge.
"Fine, I yield,"
he insisted. I hopped off his back. As soon as my feet were back on solid ground, someone shoved me again. It had to be a vampire, judging by how strong they were. I tried to siphon his strength, but I noticed his magic was just as strong as I was. Fucking Danny. I shoved him, and we ended up in a bloody brawl on the floor, both of us laughing the whole time. It felt really good to finally punch this guy in the face. I'd been waiting far too long for it. He landed a few good punches himself, and I could feel a bruise forming above my eye. He was one of the few guys who could actually give me a run for my money. Danny slipped away, and I ended up smacking a few strangers before getting into it with Ez for a bit. I went easy on him, though, even though he was crushing the life out of me. I couldn't tell the difference between his grapples and bear hugs. I stumbled off the dance floor, laughing more than I think I ever had in my life, blood dripping from my face and all over my suit. My stomach was starting to hurt, and I couldn't stop smiling. Someone caught me and helped me stand up. He dusted off my suit coat, and I realized it was my grandfather.
"You seem to be enjoying yourself."
"Very much,"
I cried.
"This is the best night ever. Thank you so much for doing all this."
"It was my pleasure," he said. "This is everything I wanted to give you, and everything you deserve. I hope the night has been wonderful, despite your father's words at dinner."
My smile started to fall. It didn't ruin anything. Promise.
I want to apologize. He doesn't mean to hurt you, but he's never been good with words."
"I understand," I stated. "I don't need him, because I have you." My grandfather paused, like he didn't expect me to say that, before he cleared his throat.
"Before you go, I would like to leave you with one last gift. Would you like to see your bride?"
My heart stalled. I hadn't even thought to ask him before, and now I wanted nothing more. "Yes," I said eagerly. Castiel took my hand, and images began to flit across my vision. I saw the whole day play out from his point of view as memories of the ceremony and reception filled my head. I witnessed Ava being carried down the aisle by Oberei, wearing her wedding gown and appearing more dazzling than a goddess. Her beautiful brown eyes were sparkling with light as her black hair cascaded down her back, her incredible lips lifted in a soft smile. I couldn't imagine anything more beautiful than she was. In the heavens or here on earth, it didn't exist. His memories changed, and he showed me Ava's face as she listened to my song. Tears welled in her eyes, and she looked at me like there was no one else in the world for her. I witnessed myself holding Ava on the dance floor, her feet propped against mine as I spun her in circles. My face was buried in her hair, and my eyes were closed as I took her in. She rested her head on my chest, happiness beaming from every part of her. I began to cry when my grandfather showed me those images. I had seen Ava only once before when I'd brought her back from the ancestral lands, and that had merely been her spirit. Now I got to see her in the flesh, as she was day to day. I couldn't describe how much it meant to me to have a picture of her in my mind, forever, a piece of her I could hold on to and never let go. It was obvious Ava and I belonged together, because there was nothing more incredible than having her by my side. "Thank you," I told him when the visions ended. I didn't think I could love her any more than I already do, but I just keep falling in love with her over and over again. "And you will for the rest of your life," he promised me. "Even when life changes, your love for Ava never will." "I'm not ready for things to change," I admitted. "I love it here in Elameth."
"Life never stays the same, but that doesn't mean you can't be happy in every stage of it," Castiel said. "After all, you must start making heirs soon, and that is a beautiful stage of life to be in." I laughed.
"Yeah, I'm really going to enjoy the making part."
"Well, you best get on it, son," he joked. "It is your wedding night."
I'd certainly been looking forward to that part of the night for a while. Kind of weird for my grandpa to suggest it, though. I found Ava near the head table, eating a slice of cake with Callie. Oberei was beside her in unicorn form. The girls were snickering under their breath. "Enjoy the rest of your night," Callie said with a giggle before I heard her grab Marcus and scamper off. "Ancestors, is that all anyone can think of around here? Consummating our marriage?" I joked. "It's all I'm thinking of," Ava teased. "I've been thinking about it all day, really." I leaned down to whisper in her ear. "I suppose we should do something about that." Ava shivered, and fuck, I was hard already. "Take me back to our quarters," she whispered. "Now." Gladly. I scooped her up in my arms and placed her on Oberei's back, then climbed on behind her. I held her to me so she could keep her balance as we walked forward. Our guests cheered as Ava waved them goodbye. Oberei trotted out of the ballroom. She took us down long hallways and wide corridors until we were far away from the reception. "I saw you talking to your grandfather," Ava remarked. "What did he say?" I chuckled. He wants us to start making heirs." "Oh, yes, we should get on that right away," Ava teased sarcastically. I paused for a beat. "I know you're only joking, but what do we really think about it? I never thought I'd be a dad, because I didn't think I could provide for a kid, but I always wanted to be a parent. Now we can give our kids the best life here in the city, but I wouldn't want to have a child unless it's what you really want." Ava seemed to ponder my question for a long time. "I'm not sure. Before, I was absolutely against having kids, but that was because I thought I'd be a bad mom. You'd never be a bad mom, Ava, I whispered. I couldn't imagine why she'd think so. She was such a good person. I don't know. I think I could imagine having kids, yet I'm still on the fence. I'm open to it, at least, but I'm not bringing a child into this world as long as the warden is still alive. He's dying by my hand before I ever let him touch one of our babies. If we ever get around to making heirs, it won't be until this war is over. I agree. We could talk about kids again when we're ready, and when he's gone for good. This world was too dangerous to bring a kid into while the warden was still living. It would just be Ava and me, for now, and I was more than happy with that. The temperature dropped as Oberei cut through an open courtyard. A large fountain trickled ahead of us. Oberei blew a breath, like she was displeased.
Don't I get a say? My familiar instincts are telling me it is time for you to have a baby, and the time to make it is right now.
We would, but there isn't enough room up here, I cracked. Oberei skidded to a halt beside the fountain, clearly offended.
I am not your sex toy. If you want to make a baby, you can do it right here.
Then she bucked us off. Ava and I screamed as we went flying into the fountain, and water surrounded us from all angles. I inhaled a bit of water and gasped as my head resurfaced. Ava shook water out of her hair. We'd landed on our asses in the pool, and the water was up to our chests. The fountain had a tiered structure in the middle that poured water down on all sides like a waterfall, but the base of the fountain was so large that the droplets from the center never touched us.
Real mature, Oberei, Ava said. Your lucky water isn't going to ruin this dress.
Oberei ignored her and began trotting away.
I'll cast a protection spell around the area so you two can be alone. Charlie, don't come out until you've put a baby in her.
I laughed as Oberei's hoofsteps completely faded. In fact, I didn't hear her at all, as if the spell she cast blocked out all noise outside this courtyard. We were certainly alone. Oberei's not offended, I said. She just wants us to get on making babies right now. Ava snickered as she wrapped her arms around my neck. She commanded the water to float her legs over top of me until she was straddling me. Her dress billowed around us. You're still on birth control, so it won't work anyway. But we might as well try, right? It'll be fun.
Ava and Charlie consummate their marriage within the fountain. Ava uses her water magic to make the experience more pleasurable as the couple share their love. They remain in the fountain for hours until the two of them tire and Charlie creates dry clothes for them to wear back to their room.
I scooped her up in my arms, and she leaned her head against my shoulder as I carried her out of the courtyard. Oberei's protection spell fell the moment we left. We weren't far from our quarters, so I only had to turn down one hall before I was carrying Ava into our suite. I got a thrill when we walked through the door, because I realized I was carrying her over the threshold, as wedding tradition dictated. I set her on the bed in our room, then pulled the blanket over her. I slid into bed beside her and snuggled close. "Do you want your present now?" Ava whispered. I tilted my head. I thought what happened in the fountain was my present. She snickered. "That was a given. I have something else for you." I sat up straighter. "Oh?" Ava leaned over the nightstand, then clicked the remote. The TV on the other side of the room turned on, and Ava pressed a few more buttons before I heard the sound of Ezekiel's voice coming through the speakers. "Shh," he hissed. "It's starting." I furrowed my brow. Recordings of your brother don't exactly turn me on. What is this?" "Keep watching," Ava said playfully. Hemlock's voice came then.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join Charlie Walken and Ava-Marie Maito in holy matrimony. Have the two of you prepared your vows?
I heard my own voice say.
"We have vows,"
Ava said over the TV. Tears beaded in my eyes. "It's our wedding video," I whispered. "From our first wedding at the Institute. Ez was recording the whole time?" "Yes, he saved it before he escaped the prison," Ava said. "Today's ceremony was a celebration of our love, But whatever your grandpa says, we've already been married for a year. This was the true start of our relationship. Before we were married, we were messing around, but we weren't dating for most of it. Even when we were, we didn't have a lot of time to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Everything about us being together has been about our marriage. No one else is going to understand this video but us, so I kept it for just me and you, because this is where we started. On the video, Ava was already halfway through her vows. I promise you from now on, you will never be alone. And so I vow to follow you on all future adventures, because being with my worst enemy is the greatest adventure of all. Tears streamed from my cheeks as I listened to my vows from a year ago. So much had changed since then. Ava-Marie, I vow to serve you as your bonded partner from now until the day we die, no matter how long that might be. I pulled Ava tightly to my chest and kissed the top of her head. I love where we started, but I love us even more now. That guy in the video was wrong, though. I don't vow to love you until the day we die, because I vow to love you longer. My love for you will never end, Pidge. Never. Ava melted into me. Mine either, Charlie. A year ago was the beginning of our love, but today was the beginning of forever.